Chapter 84. Shaju. Sister Qin, the Jia family does not want you. I desire you. Ooh. Qin Huairu initially buried her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her sobs came forth unabated. Tears fell like pearls from a broken string, each one crashing on the ground. Subsequently, she lifted her tear-streaked gaze, her voice choked yet crystal clear, as if fearing that someone in the courtyard might not hear her. Mother, don't you? I am aware. It is all my fault. I possess a rural household registration, lacking any stability, and it drags down Bonging and Xiaodang, depriving them of even a morsel of secure sustenance. As she spoke, her sorrow deepened, her sobs suggesting she might faint at any moment. Dongshu, let us go to the street office and file for divorce tomorrow. I will return to Kanjikan with Bonging and Xiaodang. Even if it costs me my life, I must raise them. You should marry a city girl, ensuring a stable life ahead. I wish you happiness. Before she could finish her words, she buried her face in her hands and wept bitterly. Her pitiful and delicate demeanor stirred sympathy in anyone who beheld her. Lin Wei observed this white lotus, which had shifted from behind Jia Dongshu to the center of attention in the courtyard, and could not help but inwardly sigh. A master. This Qin Huairu is certainly not a simple adversary. Without causing a stir, she instead aligned with the direction of the crowd's discussions, voluntarily revealing her shortcomings. Through a strategy of retreating to advance, she swiftly ascended to the moral high ground. Listen to how she speaks with such profound righteousness. Proposing divorce, raising children alone. While it is patently unrealistic when uttered from her lips, it appears so reasonable, even garnering ample sympathy, as if she could genuinely sacrifice everything for this family. Yet in reality, the mere notion of whether this rural household registration could serve as grounds for divorce is dubious, let alone her intention to take Bonging with her. This is evidently an attempt to sever the Jia family's lineage. Jia Zhangshi has finally acquired such a precious grandson. Should he be taken away, would that not equate to taking half of her life? Thus, Qin Huairu's retreat to garner sympathy has effectively dissuaded Jia Zhangshi from pressuring Jia Dongshu for divorce. However, Qin Huairu's performance had an immediate effect. The tide of discussion in the courtyard indeed shifted. Jia Zhangshi is too ungrateful. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law, both filial and devoted to the family. Why would she force a divorce? Did you not hear her? The Jia family is a prestigious household. Qin Huairu is unworthy. Indeed, Jia Zhangshi immediately leapt forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Huairu. You calamity bringer, why are you crying? If you wish to divorce, then leave at once. Our Jia family is being dragged down by you. If not for you, Dongshu would have already married a city girl. But divorce or not, you must leave Bonging with us. He is our little master and must not suffer in the countryside. Truly, one thing overcomes another. No matter how Qin Huairu performs, Jia Zhangshi is entirely unfazed by her act. You dare to propose a divorce? That suits me perfectly. Let Qin Huairu and the burdened Xiaodang leave. The family will have fewer mouths to feed and might even find life more manageable. She could not fathom that even with Qin Huairu and Xiaodang present, they would hardly enjoy a better life. Any morsel of sustenance would have long since found its way into Jia Zhangshi's mouth. Furthermore, she would not consider who would perform the chores should Qin Huairu truly depart. Who would go to the neighbor's house to borrow vegetables with a humble face. In Jia Zhangshi's view, as long as Qin Huairu is driven away, numerous city girls would eagerly vie to marry into the Jia family, and who would be concerned about the household chores? After all, everything in this world must align with her desires. What if things do not go as she wishes? I curse you to death. At this critical moment, an unexpected interruption occurred. Shaju, as if possessed, dashed forward, arms outstretched to embrace Qin Huairu. He shouted urgently, Sister Qin, do not be afraid. If Jia Dongshu does not want you, I Shaju do. I will take care of you for a lifetime. Onlookers like Lin Wei felt a chill run down their spines. This Shaju is certainly not foolish. He has clearly seized the opportunity, aiming to embrace the Sister Qin he has long yearned for, taking advantage of the moment. Indeed, everyone in this courtyard is a performer. Qin Huairu let out a sharp gasp, recoiling like a startled rabbit, her eyes brimming with disdain. This Shaju, perpetually disheveled, with hair resembling a bird's nest and an unkempt beard. The wrinkles on his face could likely trap a mosquito. His cotton padded coat has not seen a wash in who knows how long, emanating a sour stench even in the dead of winter. Were it not for the few lunchboxes in his hands, Qin Huairu, a woman of refinement, would have no need to endure such indignity or sacrifice her dignity to engage with him. Shaju, you audacious fool! How dare you touch my wife? Even Jia Dongxiu, usually timid, could no longer contain himself, stepping forward in a flash to confront He Yuzhu, raising his hand to strike him. With a sharp sound, Shuzhuz reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time for the slap to merely graze his shoulder. Dongxi, what are you doing? You no longer want Sister Qin, yet you won't allow me to offer her some solace? Shuzhuz held his neck high, wearing an expression of righteous indignation, still playing the fool. Lin Wei observed him keenly. This Shuzhuz was clearly seizing the opportunity to continue his act of unrequited love. You! Jia Dongxiu pointed at him, his hand trembling with rage, yet he dared not strike again. No matter how much Lin Wei had reprimanded Shuzhuz, he was still the former war god of the Sihiyuan, a formidable wolf that Jia Dongxiu could not provoke. You're absolutely right. Jia Dongxiu, you're on the verge of divorce, yet you still wish to monopolize Sister Qin. At this moment, Su Damao, standing beside Lin Wei, joined in with fervor, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Shuzhuz, I support you. Why not simply take Sister Qin home? At this moment, he was filled with excitement. It was clear that Shuzhuz was not the only one in the courtyard with feelings for Qin Huairu. Su Damao had long harbored intentions, yet had refrained from expressing them due to his fear of Jia's domineering matriarch and of Shuzhuz, the flower protector. However, seeing Shuzhuz finally take action, he could no longer contain himself. He had clearly noted Qin Huairu's reaction earlier. She evidently wanted nothing to do with Shuzhuz. Yet, if the situation escalated and Qin Huairu were to divorce, would that not present Su Damao with an opportunity to court her? Even the most obtuse among them had begun to comprehend the implications. If Jia Dongxiu truly divorced Qin Huairu, then wouldn't that mean everyone would have a chance? Yes. Damao, you speak the truth. Upon hearing Su Damao's incendiary remarks, He Yuzhu felt as if he had encountered a long-awaited downpour, nearly leaping with excitement. Today, Su Damao had finally spoken words of reason. It seemed he would have to refrain from beating him up in the future, considering this gesture of righteous speech a debt repaid. Chapter 85. The Showdown Between Shaju and the Jia family mother and son. Qin Jia, today, right now, come home with me. I shall prepare a feast for you and help restore your health. Shaju sweetly uttered, his words dripping with honey, while his rough, calloused hand stealthily reached towards Qin Huairu. Shaju, you little beast, get away from me. Jia Dongxiu hesitated, pondering what move to employ against Shaju, but his mother, Jia Zhangshi, could no longer contain herself. Suddenly, she lowered her head and, summoning all her strength, executed a wild boar charge aimed directly at Shaju's waist. With a resounding thud and a cry of anguish, Shaju was caught off guard and knocked to the ground by the unexpected assault. Lin Wei, observing from the sidelines, secretly rejoiced. These beasts are actually turning against each other. What a delightful surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Jia Zhangshi swiftly mounted Shaju's body, her hands raining down upon his face like a tempest, her dirt-laden nails resembling sharp blades, mercilessly clawing at his weathered visage. You little beast, daring to lay your hands on my daughter-in-law. Watch as I mar your face. After suffering repeated humiliations at Lin Wei's hands in recent days, Jia Zhangshi had begun to doubt her own capabilities. Had age rendered her skills obsolete? However, the moment she toppled Shaju reignited her confidence. At that moment, beneath her, Shaju transformed into the likeness of Lin Wei, igniting a surge of adrenaline that propelled her to strike, without mercy. I'll claw you. Scratch you hard. Let's see if you dare to covet my daughter-in-law again. A searing pain coursed through Shaju's face. Jia Zhangshi was indeed relentless. Initially taken by surprise, he had been ambushed by this old hag from behind. Now, with his face bruised, he suddenly regained clarity, igniting the inherent ferocity within him. With a fierce determination, he extended his robust arms, encircling Jia Zhangshi's neck like an iron vice, squeezing tightly while twisting his waist. A resounding bang echoed. In that crucial moment, Shaju instinctively reverted to the wrestling skills honed since childhood. This counterattack sprang forth from his very being. Jia Zhangshi was merely an amateur, relying on her bravado to dominate, and could not possibly rival Shaju's professional prowess, forged in the alleyways. She felt an overwhelming force surge upon her, her world spinning, and in the next heartbeat, she was forcefully thrown to the ground. In a swift motion, Shaju rolled over, securing himself atop her, pinning her firmly beneath him. Pain radiated from his face, and upon wiping it, his hands were stained with blood. You bastard! Shaju's eyes turned crimson as he raised his massive fist, prepared to strike down upon Jia Zhangshi. This blow not only served as retribution for her assault on his face, but also unleashed the pent-up rage he had harbored since Lin Wei's previous humiliation that had landed him in the hospital. In that moment, Jia Zhangshi's contorted features morphed into Lin Wei's in his mind, and he could no longer restrain himself. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy punches fell, visibly indenting Jia Zhangshi's left cheek, akin to those struck by a hammer. Aya! Jia Zhangshi emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, having endured numerous beatings. She seemed to have gained some experience and hastily shielded her head with her stout arms, curling into a ball to withstand Shaju's torrential assault. Shaju! How dare you strike my mother? Even Jia Dongxiu, usually timid, could not swallow the sight of Shaju mounting his mother and pummeling her. A fury rising within him that could no longer be contained. He shouted as he lunged forward, attempting to choke Shaju from behind. Alas! Jia Dongxiu was utterly inept in combat, a novice who hadn't even graduated from the beginner's village. Without turning his head, Shaju swiftly seized one of Jia Dongxiu's wrists, twisting it forcefully and slamming him to the ground. Bang! Jia Dongxiu landed face first, wincing in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Shaju pressed his leg firmly against his back, rendering him immobile. With that, his iron fists resumed their assault, each strike accompanied by a fierce declaration. This is for bullying Qin Jia, for monopolizing her. With each insult, Shaju purged the sordid thoughts he had harbored towards Qin Huairu from deep within. The onlookers, neighbors gathered around, exchanged glances, each one stifling laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. There was no denying it. Today a spectacle was nothing short of riveting. Shaju's dalliance with Jia's daughter-in-law, followed by the mother-son duo's unexpected defeat, unfolded in a dizzying array of twists and turns, leaving the audience both anxious and exhilarated. They yearned to laugh, but dared not do so in the presence of the 3 combatants, instead biting their lips to suppress their mirth. Only Su Damao, perhaps due to his personal grievances with those involved, laughed unabashedly, his grin stretching from ear to ear, unable to conceal his schadenfreude. Master, please save me. Shaju has gone mad. Jia Dongxiu's voice was laced with desperation as he scrambled toward Yi Zhonghai. His forehead was already bleeding, his arms bruised and battered, rendering him a pitiful sight, as though he had just emerged from a pile of bricks. At that moment, Shaju resembled a bull in a rage, his iron fists relentlessly raining down upon the Jia family mother and son. Yi Zhonghai felt a tightening in his chest at Jia Dongxiu's cry. Yet his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, immobilized. His facial muscles twitched slightly, his gaze darting about. This hypocrite, when it came to moral coercion, was unparalleled, but in a confrontation, he likely lacked even the skill of a third-rate fighter. How could he dare intervene now? Stealthily, Yi Zhonghai scanned the crowd. Lin Wei and Su Damao were seated nearby, arms crossed, appearing to relish the chaos, smirking with barely concealed amusement. They looked as though they were merely waiting for the perfect moment to snack on seeds while watching the show unfold. Glancing over at Lu Haizhong, he found his 3 sons huddled behind their father's corpulent figure, each one demurely averting their gaze. Lu Haizhong himself, with his stomach protruding, feigned concern, likely reveling in the unfolding drama within. Indeed, the Jia family and Shaju were all aligned with Yi Zhonghai's faction, now, as they waged war among themselves. Lu Haizhong's restraint in not bursting into laughter was already an act of loyalty. Yin Bugui was even more cunning, discreetly signaling his 3 sons, who promptly retreated into the shadows, clearly opting to remain uninvolved. It was no wonder, every time Shaju returned with lunchboxes, he never thought to share even a morsel with Yin Bugui, leaving a lingering resentment in the old man's heart. Moreover, those lunchboxes were always lent to Qin Huairu, which infuriated Yin Bugui to no end. Chapter 86. Shockingly, Qin Huairu did this to Shaju. The surrounding neighbors dared not step forward, each covering their mouths and turning away. Yet their shoulders trembled with suppressed laughter. None were fools. Who would dare intervene now? The frenzied Shaju recognized no friend or foe. Yi Zhonghai felt a wave of despair wash over him, as though doused with a bucket of cold water. The Jia family, in their habitual dealings, had exhausted the bonds of neighborly goodwill to such an extent that, in their hour of need, not a single soul was willing to extend a helping hand. He could not help but question himself. Was selecting Jia Dongxiu as his retirement plan truly the right move? The fleeting thought barely crossed his mind when, once again, Jia Dongxiu received a series of heavy punches from Shaju, the dull thuds resonating painfully in the onlookers' ears. It was no wonder that Shaju was driven to fury. He had long since concluded that Jia Dongxiu had usurped his beloved Qin Jia. Today, having finally caught a glimpse of opportunity, how could he refrain from unleashing the pent-up resentment that had been festering within him? Master, please intervene. Shaju is going to take my life. Jia Dongxiu cried out, clutching his head, his voice cracking under the strain. Yi Zhonghai let out a heavy sigh. Ultimately, he had chosen this path himself. After years of painstaking efforts to pave the way, should Xia Zhu truly incapacitate him, it would spell the end of everything. For now, he could only hope that his esteemed reputation would afford him some measure of respect in Xia Zhu's eyes. Just as he took a tentative step forward, preparing to confront the situation head-on, his peripheral vision caught sight of a woman in the corner, her head bowed in tears. A spark ignited within Yi Zhonghai. Qin Huairu, what are you doing just standing there? Hurry and pull Xia Zhu away. Qin Huairu, who had been rendered helpless, suddenly lifted her head, disbelief etched across her features. Her frail frame trembled slightly, as if questioning. As a mere woman, if I step forward, what will happen if Xia Zhu turns his wrath on me? Yet Yi Zhonghai would not allow her to falter, his gaze locking onto her with an intensity that conveyed an unspoken urgency. In this moment, only you can calm the frenzied Xia Zhu. Ah, Huairu, please come to my rescue. Jia Dongxiu, in a state of utter desperation, placed all his hopes for salvation upon Qin Huairu. At that moment, he would have gladly bowed down to anyone who could extricate him from beneath Xia Zhu's iron fists. As for Jia Zhong, she was enduring a terrible ordeal, having just been severely beaten by Lin Wei at noon. The pain from her previous injuries had yet to subside. And now, having been subjected to Xia Zhu's brutal assault, she was left gasping for breath, each inhalation laced with agony. Survival was paramount. She dared not utter a sound. Feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon her, including that of her normally stalwart protector, Yi Zhonghai, Qin Huairu's heart sank. Reluctantly, in order to uphold her reputation as a good daughter-in-law and to continue residing in the bustling city, she steeled herself, biting down on her silver teeth, and summoned forth a modicum of courage. Please, Xia Zhu, stop. If you continue, Qin Jie will truly become a widow. Her voice trembled, laced with a hint of desperation. Before she could finish speaking, she surged forward and embraced Xia Zhu from behind, a gesture that seemed to drain her of all resolve. The mingling sense of smoke and sweat emanating from him, combined with the foul odor of his tattered, grimy cotton coat, assailed her senses, nearly choking her. Only those who have endured such proximity can truly comprehend the sensation. Initially, Xia Zhu, consumed by rage and acting like a wild beast, suddenly felt the weight of something soft press against his back. A jolt of electricity coursed through him, rendering him momentarily stunned. This was a sensation he had never experienced in over 20 years of life, confused, dazed, and intensely heated. Upon hearing her cries and catching a whiff of the faintly fragrant soap aroma, he realized that it was none other than the Qin Jie he had longed for. In an instant, the furious Xia Zhu found himself immobilized, his raised fist suspended in the air, unable to descend or withdraw. He squinted, a look of near-dazed ecstasy washing over his darkened face. Qin Jie had embraced him. She had initiated this contact, an intimacy he had failed to achieve despite countless offerings of meals. This unexpected tenderness enveloped him like a warm mist, rendering all thoughts of Jia Dongxiu and the ensuing conflict insignificant. Xia Zhu felt his entire being stiffen, followed by a complete surrender. He yearned to remain in Qin Jie's embrace until the end of time. Slow down, Xia Zhu. Ease your fists. Let us move over there. Yes, just slowly. Qin Huairu coaxed, taking a bold step forward. She dared not release her hold. Should she let go, this reckless Xia Zhu might erupt once more. Thus, she led him gently, half embracing and half guiding, inching him to the side. Her arm encircled his back, her palm warming against him, her voice soft and gentle, careful not to awaken the temporarily placated beast. Finally, when Xia Zhu, in a daze, sank down onto a bench, Qin Huairu dared to release her hold. Ah! Xia Zhu exhaled heavily, the weight of the world dissipating. Qin Jie's embrace had bestowed upon him a sensation he had never known in over 2 decades, a bittersweet ache. As if he had stepped into the clouds, floating yet simultaneously feeling a sharp pang in his heart. Why had it ended so soon? It felt like hundreds of black notes fluttering before his eyes, yet he had grasped none. What if he were to beat Jia Dongxiu once more? That coward. If he were to be rendered bedridden, would Qin Jie not be able to hold him like this forever? In that scenario, he could embrace her as he wished. With this thought igniting within him, Xia Zhu's eyes snapped open, bloodshot with unspent fury, nearly spilling over. Yet at that moment, Yi Zhonghai stepped forward, pressing down firmly on his forehead. Xia Zhu, have you had your fill of this chaos? With so many neighbors observing, you are merely making a fool of yourself. As Xia Zhu's rear end lifted, Yi Zhonghai realized this boy was merely seizing the opportunity to feign madness, intent on thoroughly punishing Jia Dongxiu. A wave of bitterness washed over Yi Zhonghai. Why was it so difficult? The carefully nurtured candidate for retirement turned out to be a coward, while the secondary option for assistance faltered at the mere sight of Qin Huairu. Now, He was left to ponder how much effort would be required to mend the rift created by today's confrontation. All of this turmoil had been stirred up by that Lin Wei. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhonghai abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at Lin Wei, who was laughing alongside Su Damao, enjoying the spectacle. Lin Wei, look at the chaos you've caused. You instigated the conflict between the Jia family and Sha Zhu, orchestrating their clash. Now, with the Jia family in such disarray, are you pleased? Satisfied? How can you be so malicious? This courtyard cannot accommodate your vile presence. Chapter 87. Yi Zhonghai, setting aside the facts. Yi Zhonghai's booming voice redirected the collective gaze of the crowd toward Jia's family. There they stood. The left side of Jia Zhang's face swollen grotesquely, her nose and mouth askew, her sobs punctuated by gasps. Jia Dongxiu was in an even more pitiable state. His face a swollen mess, the bridge of his nose visibly caved in, and two symmetrical lumps bulging on the back of his head. He lay sprawled on the ground, motionless, even breathing appearing laborious. Qin Huairu let out a shriek and rushed to him, cradling his swollen, pig-like face in her arms, wailing as though she had lost him entirely. Lin Wei, however, merely scoffed, leisurely spitting on the ground. Yi Zhonghai, spare me your moral posturing. Sha Zhu fighting with the Jia family is none of my concern. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon that old hypocrite, Jia Zhongshi, who instigated the trouble first. And what of your useless apprentice, Jia Dongxiu, who excels only in idleness? Had I sunk to his level, I would have long sought a block of tofu to end it all. Lin Wei is acutely aware that Yi Zhonghai treasures this obedient disciple above all else. If confrontation is inevitable, let it strike where it hurts the most, revealing his prized pupil's true nature before the entire courtyard. Yi Zhonghai's chest heaved violently as he suddenly uttered that classic cliché, setting aside the facts, as a junior. Can you not show respect to an elder like Aunt Jia? He raised a trembling finger, quivering with rage, pointing at Lin Wei. When witnessing a conflict among neighbors, not only do you fail to mediate, but you also stand by, relishing the spectacle and making derisive comments. Such moral depravity is unconscionable. It was evident Yi Zhonghai had finally reached his breaking point. The very mention of setting aside the facts stripped away any pretense of civility, leaving no room for politeness. Lin Wei's gaze swept over the stunned onlookers, a cold smile creeping across his lips. This group had been poisoned by Yi Zhonghai's influence to such an extent that some dared to cast judgment upon him, whispering amongst themselves. Yi Zhonghai, do you believe yourself the arbiter of the 4-9 city? Lin Wei's voice suddenly rose, each word crystal clear. What nonsense it is to set aside the facts. If we abandon reason, then who in the courtyard shall uphold it? Shall we all resort to fisticuffs like Sha Zhu? Beside him, Sha Zhu, upon hearing these words, tightened his fists, glaring fiercely in the direction of Jia Dongxiu, contemplating whether to charge in for a rematch. Sha Zhu, don't be foolish. Yi Zhonghai, noticing Lin Wei's words had ignited a fiery rage in Sha Zhu, quickly stepped forward, gripping his throbbing right hand tightly. Leaning in, he whispered in a tone only they could hear. This is not the time for infighting among our own. We must unite and find a way to drive that little brat from the Lin family out of this courtyard. It must be said, Yi Zhonghai held considerable sway in Sha Zhu's mind. Years of subtle manipulation had conditioned him to instinctively obey. As Sha Zhu's furious countenance began to soften, Yi Zhonghai seized the opportunity to stoke the flames further. Sha Zhu, that Lin brat is clearly attempting to sow discord between you and the Jia family, deviously tarnishing your sister Qin's reputation. Can you tolerate this? Indeed, the mere mention of Qin caused Sha Zhu's already scant rationality to evaporate entirely. Just then, Qin Huairu, as if sensing the moment, raised her tear-filled eyes to gaze sorrowfully at Sha Zhu. Her pitiful appearance, akin to a weeping pear blossom, tugged at his heartstrings, igniting a conflation of protective instinct and inexplicable agitation. He yearned to embrace the fragile Qin, to cherish her fiercely. Qin Huairu's gaze then shifted to Lin Wei, her eyes filled with helplessness, grievance, and an unmistakable hint of resentment. Lin Wei, she trembled, her voice laced with tears. What have I done to deserve such relentless targeting? You strike at my mother-in-law and husband, inciting discord between us, and now you seek to ruin my name. You are forcing me into a corner, leaving me no dignity to live on. If Qin Huairu were indeed a stellar actress, she would have captivated the audience with her performance. Knowing that Sha Zhu was kept in check, she understood that this was the perfect moment to unite against the external adversary. Her mother-in-law had long been cowed by Lin Wei, and her husband proved utterly ineffectual. The only hope for the Jia family lay in Sha Zhu's brutish strength. Whether Sha Zhu could defeat Lin Wei mattered little to her. Should he win, it would be a boon to the Jia family, while a loss would only harm Sha Zhu, not the family. It echoed the adage, better a friend die than a monk. Indeed, Qin Huairu's tearful display was akin to pouring oil on a fire. igniting Shaju's fury to new heights. His eyes burned crimson as he glared ferociously at Lin Wei, his expression fierce enough to suggest he would consume him alive. Simultaneously, from the households of the second and third uncles, Lu Guangqi, Lu Guangtian, Lu Guangfu, Yin Jieqing, Yin Jiefang, and Yin Jiequang, there was a silent exchange of glances. A tacit agreement to converge and unleash their wrath upon Lin Wei. However, in Lin Wei's eyes, their coordinated effort resembled that of children playing house. Yet, with Qin Huairu shamelessly presenting herself for scorn, it was impossible not to pierce through her facade. Lin Wei's gaze lingered on the still sobbing Qin Huairu, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Qin Huairu, if we were to say Jia Zhangshi speaks nothing but nonsense, with not a single truthful word among her ramblings. Today she has indeed spoken a truth. You are nothing but a shameless little harlot. Huh. Draped in a guise of purity and filial piety. Parading around the courtyard. Who are you trying to impress? Let us not even mention how you linger by the wash basin, ostensibly washing clothes. What respectable household has such a mountain of laundry? It's merely to uphold your image as the ideal daughter-in-law, while you await Shaju's return with his lunchbox, hoping to gain a share of his attention. Furthermore, as a married woman, what business do you have constantly entering Shaju's quarters? Are you helping him tidy up? Making his bed? Or perhaps washing his undergarments? You and Shaju are no longer merely distant. It's a matter of zero distance now. Ha ha ha. This is too amusing. Su Damao's laughter erupted, his hand slapping his thigh as he doubled over, nearly in tears from mirth. Zero distance? What a perfect metaphor. When Qin Huairu leaped to embrace Shaju just now, what else could it be but zero distance? Chapter 88. Confronting Qin Huairu, Shaju's charge. Su Damao, ever the perceptive observer, immediately grasped the essence of Lin Wei's words, eager to elaborate and ensure no one missed the point. With a thunderous uproar, the courtyard erupted into chaos. A few young men couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at Qin Huairu, while the older women huddled together, whispering eagerly. Their eyes pinpricks fixed on her and Shaju. Ah, that Qin Huairu, with her flirtatious demeanor, her gaze luring in victims. She's no innocent maiden. Even a fool like Shaju can't resist her charms. One older man, growing increasingly animated, remarked, when she threw herself at Shaju, it was so natural. Aye. His words were abruptly cut off as his wife pinched his ear sharply, causing him to wince. Shut your mouth, you old lecher. How dare you gawk? The woman's voice rose, filled with disdain. Watching Qin Huairu's pride crumble under the scrutiny of the courtyard's gossipers. Lin Wei felt a satisfaction akin to drinking a bottle of soda on a scorching summer day, a refreshing reprieve. This was the feeling, exhilarating. You shameless white lotus, constantly feigning victimhood for sympathy. Today, I shall strip away your facade right here in this courtyard, and see if you dare to cause mischief again. However, given that the atmosphere has escalated to such a degree, it would be unreasonable to relent. Lin Wei's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated on Qin Huairu. Her voice as frigid as ice. How absurd. A shameless creature like you, constantly indulging in flirtation and coyness within the courtyard? You should truly reflect upon your faded beauty. Masquerading within the courtyard may suffice, but when it comes to the capital, who would take you seriously? And as for your mother-in-law, Jia Zhangshi. Lin Wei deliberately cast a glance in Jia Zhangshi's direction, her disdain palpable. She has long harbored contempt for you, eagerly wishing for her son to divorce you, so she might marry off a fresh flower instead. Jia Zhangshi, caught in Lin Wei's scornful gaze, surprisingly nodded in earnest. Her smugness unabashed, her lips curling into a triumphant smile. Who would have thought that my greatest adversary, Lin Wei, would understand me so well? Please, Lin Wei, do not speak such nonsense. I am not like that. Qin Huairu's voice trembled, laced with the thread of tears. Sister has always been sincere towards Shaju and all of you, never once harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Lin Wei felt a weight in her heart. She had not anticipated that Qin Huairu could endure this much. Despite her sharp words, Qin Huairu remained unbroken. Truly, she embodied the resilience of a leading lady in the original narrative. However, Lin Wei was no ordinary opponent. She was prepared to unleash her full force. It was time to see whether the defenses of this white lotus were more formidable or her own attack was sufficiently fierce. Lin Wei cleared her throat, ready to unleash another barrage of revelations to intensify her assault. Yet, Shaju intervened. He could not allow Lin Wei any opportunity to tarnish his sister's reputation. In a swift motion, he charged towards Lin Wei, resembling a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With arms outstretched, he enveloped her in a bear hug, exerting force to bring her crashing to the ground. After reflecting on his previous encounter with Lin Wei, where he ended up hospitalized, Shaju had determined that he had been careless, lacking the foresight to evade. This time, he would forego any flamboyant tactics and resort to the straightforward wrestling techniques he had learned in his youth. Given Lin Wei's slender frame, Shaju believed he could easily overpower her. As long as he could bring her down and follow up with a chokehold, he had no doubt he could subdue her. At that moment, Lu Guangqi and his 3 brothers, Yin Jieqing and his 3 brothers, alongside 4 single men from the front courtyard, surged forth. They were all apprentices of Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong at the steel mill, converging to encircle Lin Wei and Shaju. To the onlookers, it appeared as though they were merely breaking up a fight, but in truth, they had masked their intentions, allowing Shaju to strike Lin Wei with impunity. Indeed, this entire scenario was meticulously orchestrated by the 3 elder gentlemen. They had mobilized every available resource, including 1 apprentice from Yi Zhonghai and 3 from Lu Haizhong, with a singular aim to ensure that Lin Wei would suffer immensely, even to the point of accidental demise, as part of their grand design. Watch out, Lin Wei! Su Damao suddenly sprang from his seat, heedlessly rushing towards the fray. He had finally found an ally in the courtyard capable of matching Shaju's strength, and he could not allow himself to fall victim to this gang on the very first day. Su Damao had witnessed firsthand the brutality of these individuals. Just over half a year ago, when Jia Dongshu had accrued debts, 3 thugs had come to collect. Coincidentally, the gang of enforcers was present in the courtyard. At the command of the 3 gentlemen, Shaju swiftly incapacitated the thugs. Subsequently, the gang descended upon them, trampling them mercilessly until they cried out in agony. By the time they were dragged out of the courtyard and tossed onto the street, they were nearly lifeless. It was only thanks to Yan Bugui's discreet intervention to alert the police that the thugs were rushed to the hospital, barely escaping with their lives. Naturally, the courtyard disavowed any responsibility. The IOU had long been shredded, leaving no evidence. The thugs, terrified and fearing imprisonment, remained silent, and thus the incident faded into obscurity. Since that day, the fighting prowess of Courtyard 95 had become notorious throughout Nanluo Guxiang, deterring anyone from recklessly incurring their wrath. However, just as Su Damao took a few steps forward, he collided solidly with a wall of flesh. It was none other than Lu Haizhong, who had participated in numerous skirmishes. Standing like an immovable mountain before him, the 3 gentlemen, seasoned in conflict, had anticipated Su Damao as an unstable element. As soon as the fight broke out, the elder gentlemen swiftly regained control of the situation with their years of accumulated authority. Lu Haizhong, who shared a residence with Su Damao in the back courtyard, had some rapport with him. Now, with a grip as strong as iron, he seized Su Damao's wrist and lowered his voice to warn, "Damao, do not interfere. This matter does not concern you. Your involvement would be futile." Su Damao's expression fluctuated, but ultimately, he refrained from advancing. He realized he was no match for Shaju, who could easily dispatch him with a single hand, especially with a dozen robust men on the other side. Charging in would only amount to a needless sacrifice. Alas, Lin Wei, it's not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply that these individuals lack any sense of honor and resort to mobbing. All he could do was hope that they would temper their blows and not truly harm him. Otherwise, next year on this day, he would only be able to burn a little extra paper money for him. Chapter 89. Lin Wei, I will take on 10. The 3 gentlemen exchanged knowing glances, their eyes betraying a shared sense of triumph. After such extensive plotting and mobilizing all available forces, they were determined to wage this annihilation campaign. Following this battle, Lin Wei, the disruptor of the courtyard's order and the challenger of their dominion, would surely vanish without a trace. Courtyard 95 and Nanluo Guxiang would ultimately remain the territory of the 3 gentlemen. Had their literary prowess not been limited, they might have exclaimed a timeless proclamation of unity over the realm. Alas, this truly marks the end for that rascal Lin Wei. What a pity, so young, and burdened with a little girl, such a promising family reduced to ruin. Some neighbors, who bore no personal grievances against Lin Wei, whispered amongst themselves, their remaining shred of conscience compelling them to shed a few tears for the young man's fate. Meanwhile, not far away, the Jia family, seated in a pitiful heap, harbored an entirely different sentiment. Jia Zhongshi's eyes sparkled with an almost frenzied joy, a vivid reflection of her long-awaited revenge. It was no wonder. The humiliation Lin Wei inflicted upon her had been profound, and thus her resentment ran deeper than that of others. According to the plan previously agreed upon with the 3 gentlemen, Lin Wei would not only be severely injured, but would also be left disabled. Under the cover of night, they would cast him out, and even if the police were to investigate later, they only needed to assert that it was the work of outsiders. As for Lin Wei's 2 rooms in the eastern courtyard, complete with a kitchen, they would naturally become the spoils to be divided among the Jia, Lu, and Yin families. Yet, the thought of what could have been a complete acquisition of the eastern courtyard, now reduced to a single room, made Jia Zhongshi's heart ache. She resolved that in the future, she must construct 2 more rooms in the eastern courtyard, and the funds for this endeavor would undoubtedly be sourced from Yi Zhonghai, her convenient mentor. Qin Huairu's eyes shimmered with a rare, cutting intensity. She simply could not comprehend why Lin Wei had been relentlessly fixated on her during this period. Although he refrained from resorting to physical violence, his words were sharper than any blade. Devoid of vulgarity, yet capable of stripping away the meticulously cultivated facade she had maintained for years, leaving her utterly exposed. All her cunning schemes and underhanded calculations were laid bare before the public eye. The image she had painstakingly crafted as a dutiful and graceful daughter-in-law lay shattered, threatening to unravel her composure on several occasions. Particularly today, the humiliation inflicted by Lin Wei would likely become a lifelong scar. Thus, she found herself earnestly wishing that Xia Zhu and his companions would muster enough strength to permanently rid her of Lin Wei. Only then could she continue to don her mask of virtue and neighborly affection, perhaps sensing the overwhelming animosity radiating from both her mother-in-law and herself. The timid Jia Dongshu managed, with the assistance of Qin Huairu, to stand shakily. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and the expression of malice he had harbored could no longer be concealed. With vengeance imminent, he could not simply leave it all to others. Despite the fact that Xia Zhu and the others were his childhood companions, as the eldest brother, he felt compelled to take action in this climactic confrontation. How could he command respect in the future otherwise? Indeed, in Jia Dongshu's mind, he consistently regarded himself as the leader of the younger generation in the courtyard. Since his esteemed master was the first elder, being the second generation was a natural progression for him. As Jia Dongshu, supported by Qin Huairu, prepared to seize the wooden stick from the corner, anticipating the moment when the encircling crowd would disperse to launch their assault on the beleaguered Lin Wei. A piercing scream shattered the air. The three elders and the Jia family members were simultaneously struck with alarm. The voice was not Lin Wei's. It was unmistakably Xia Zhu's anguished cry. What was happening? How could so many be unable to subdue a single Lin Wei? Only Su Damao's somber countenance transformed into one of elation, his heart swelling with joy. What a surprise! I did not anticipate Lin Wei to be such a formidable fighter. If even Xia Zhu is at a loss, this truly is a dramatic turn of events. His excitement caused him to forget the iron grip of the second elder, whose hand had turned his wrist a shade of purple, inflicting excruciating pain. Everyone in the courtyard craned their necks to see through the tightly packed crowd. But visibility was almost entirely obscured. This was indeed a frustrating situation. However, in the blink of an eye, a resounding crash echoed as a robust figure shot forth from the throng like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and sending dust spiraling into the air. As the dust began to settle, the onlookers realized that it was none other than the previously dominant Xia Zhu, who had been poised to pulverize Lin Wei. And this was merely the beginning. Following that, with a sharp crack, Lu Guangqi was propelled out of the circle. Thud, thud, thud. The Yin brothers fell like rolling gourds, and with a series of thuds, Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong's four disciples were also swiftly knocked to the ground. Only Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, perhaps accustomed to Lu Haizhong's relentless training, managed to escape. Darting to the darkest corner of the courtyard, trembling in the shadows, they gazed at Lin Wei, whose attire remained unruffled, their eyes filled with terror, as if beholding a descending deity of destruction. What in the world was transpiring? Let us rewind a few seconds. In a flash, Xia Zhu lunged forward, his arms clamping around Lin Wei's waist like iron bands. Success! An elated grin crept across Xia Zhu's rugged face. This fellow had been as slippery as an eel last time. Now, he had finally caught him. Little did he know that this was precisely the trap Lin Wei had set for him. With Lin Wei's agility, if he truly intended to evade, there was no way this brute could have succeeded so effortlessly. Lin Wei's actions were a test, probing the true capabilities of the so-called war god of the courtyard. Get up! Xia Zhu bellowed, channeling all his strength to execute a solid shoulder throw. Yet, something felt amiss. It seemed as though he was not grasping flesh and blood, but rather an ancient tree with roots deeply embedded in the earth. No matter how he exerted force, his opponent remained immovable. This was inconceivable. Xia Zhu's heart sank. How could Lin Wei's seemingly frail form possess such unwavering stability? Could it be that his previous injuries had rendered him incapable of exerting his usual strength? Resolving himself, Xia Zhu inhaled deeply and unleashed his ultimate technique. He bent his legs slightly, tightened his core, and with veins bulging in his arms, executed the three-part technique known as the reversal of the weeping willow. This move, said to originate from the legendary Lu Zhishan in Water Margin, had been modified by later wrestling masters due to its immense strength requirements. With each successive move growing stronger, the combined force could even shake a tree stump of considerable girth. Though Xia Zhu had not mastered the technique in its entirety, his consecutive strikes still held the might of several hundred pounds. However, to his astonishment, no matter how he exerted himself, Lin Wei remained as steadfast as a mountain. not even a wrinkle appearing in his clothing. Lin Wei had been prepared. The moment Sha Zhu embraced him, he had already begun to circulate his innate pure yang energy, allowing his internal breath to flow throughout his body, anchoring himself firmly to the ground. Not even a wrestling expert could hope to dislodge him. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lin Wei's mouth, a glimmer of dark light flickering in his eyes. The body-tempering elixir, combined with the innate pure yang technique, had indeed proven extraordinary, though outwardly unchanged. Internally, he had undergone a remarkable transformation in speed, strength, and endurance, multiplied many times over. The full force of the war god of the courtyard's attack landed upon him like a drop in the ocean, failing to even ruffle him. It seemed that Sha Zhu's limits had been reached. Now, it was time for Lin Wei to strike back. However, he hesitated momentarily. Reflecting on Sha Zhu's status as he Yushui's brother, he could not truly harm him. Moreover, without Sha Zhu, the Jia family's affairs would lose much of their vibrancy. In a flash of thought, Lin Wei applied only 60% of his strength, deftly locking Sha Zhu's robust wrist in his grip. Get up. Sha Zhu's pupils constricted. His face contorted in horror and agony as he helplessly watched himself being lifted off the ground by a single hand. Ah, it hurts, he cried out, feeling as though his arm would be crushed. Go. Lin Wei flicked his wrist, sending Sha Zhu hurtling through the air like a kite set free, tracing a chaotic arc that barely cleared the heads of Yan Jieqing and his companions. Thud. Sha Zhu landed heavily, his backside hitting the ground with a resounding crash. The reason for this choice of landing position was simply to utilize the cushioning of his ample rear to absorb much of the impact. Otherwise, he would have surely broken a couple of bones. Without pausing, Lin Wei surged forward like a tiger descending the mountain. Although he was confident in his ability to subdue Sha Zhu with a single move, he was acutely aware of the 10 or so men surrounding him. Even when battling a hare, a lion must exert its full force. He could not afford to be careless, lest he find himself in a precarious situation. He planted his left foot firmly on the ground, while his right leg shot out like a spring, moving so swiftly that it seemed to leave behind a blur. Yan Jieqing and his companions had never witnessed such a spectacle. Before they could even defend themselves, they were sent flying one after another by a barrage of kicks. Only the two brothers, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, were quick-witted enough to sense impending danger when Sha Zhu was hurled away, and they discreetly retreated to the back of the circle, narrowly escaping disaster. Lin Wei, how dare you? The neighbors of the courtyard, including Yan Jieqing and Lu Guangqi, expressed their concern for you. Everyone feared that Sha Zhu might inadvertently harm you, which is why they intervened. How can you, in such a disgraceful manner, retaliate against those who were merely trying to mediate? You are nothing but a malignant tumor in our courtyard. You must be expelled. You must leave at once. Lin Wei abruptly lifted his head, his chest heaving as if he were about to burst into laughter from indignation. Who had the audacity to distort the truth so grotesquely? It was they who had surrounded him to beat him up, yet in the blink of an eye, they were transformed into peacekeepers? Only when he caught sight of Yi Zhonghai's stern face, imbued with an air of authority and a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, did Lin Wei come to a sudden realization. This old fellow was remarkably quick on the uptake, thick-skinned and shrewd. He had managed to turn black into white with a deft sleight of hand. At that moment, even Lin Wei himself was nearly ensnared, left momentarily speechless. Indeed, they had surged forward, but they had yet to lay a hand on him. If one were to insist that they were merely trying to mediate, it could be argued, albeit tenuously. Yes, Lin Wei, you actually struck those well-meaning neighbors who were trying to help. Lu Haizhong shouted, supporting his eldest son, Lu Guangqi, with a pained expression as he quietly inquired if he was injured. When his son shook his head, he immediately unleashed his fury upon Lin Wei, declaring, My son Guangqi is destined to become a great leader. If you harm him, you ruin the future of our Lu family. He puffed out his plump belly and assumed the authoritative demeanor of the courtyard's second elder. As the second elder of this courtyard, I hereby formally propose that Lin Wei be expelled from our community. Yin Bugui, hidden behind Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, also leaned forward, his voice trembling yet resolute. Yes. I, as the third elder, adamantly demand that Lin Wei be ousted. Just wait, I will draft a petition. Every household in the courtyard will send a representative to sign and fingerprint it. We will submit it to the street office tomorrow. The three elders spoke in unison, and most of the onlookers in the courtyard nodded in agreement. Lin Wei's display of combat prowess had indeed frightened them. Who would want to keep someone so formidable and willing to resort to violence in their midst, risking the wrath of fate? A chorus of voices echoed their support. Third elder, please write it. We will all sign shortly. Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a sense of uncontainable triumph. No matter how sharp your tongue or how strong your fists, what does it matter? This collective petition represents the will of the people. Let us see how you can withstand this. Su Damao, anxiously stamping his foot nearby, was well aware of the power of this tactic. A few years prior, the three rascals from the Wang family had engaged in a brawl with Jia's family and Shaju. The three elders had used the same method, submitting a petition signed by the entire community to the street office, and within days, they had been transferred to another courtyard. Since then, this petition had become the ultimate weapon for the three elders to deal with troublemakers, effective every time. It seemed that this time, Lin Wei would likely not escape this predicament. Lin Wei, free from the second elder's grasp, Su Damao hurriedly stepped forward, his brow furrowed as he lowered his voice, attempting to find a way out for Lin Wei in what appeared to be a losing battle. This is too passive, if it comes to it. Just lower your head and admit your fault. At worst, you'll pay some medical expenses and get through this crisis first. Su Damao clearly relied on his own experiences of love-hate with Shaju. Injuring someone, paying a bit of money, and the matter would be settled. He feared that Lin Wei, in his youthful pride, would stubbornly resist and ultimately be ostracized by the entire courtyard, like a wild dog driven out. However, Lin Wei slowly shook his head. In his gaze towards Su Damao, there was a hint of barely detectable helplessness. This Su Damao, though astute, still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. These people had, from the very beginning, aimed to take his life, or even crush him completely. Now that brute force could not subdue him, they resorted to the more insidious tactic of a joint petition. At this juncture, deep-seated enmity had already formed between both parties, rendering it a life-or-death scenario. Of course, in order to continue reaping the benefits from the system, Lin Wei did not intend to obliterate these beasts entirely just yet. He would merely inflict significant injury, allowing them to suffer for a while. The bullets still needed to fly for a while longer. When he had grown strong enough through the system, accumulating skills and rewards, no longer needing to rely on this courtyard for points, it would then be time to settle the score completely. At that point, would it be better to make them wish they were dead or to let them suffer even more? Yet right now, he could not afford to retreat. A tree lives by its bark, and a person lives by their spirit. If he succumbed to the pressure from these beasts, would he still be Lin Wei? He slightly turned his head, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. Damao, do not worry. As he spoke, his fingers seemingly nonchalantly pointed upward, a glimmer of significance passing through his eyes. We have support. We need not fear these three old geezers. Lin Wei's gesture was meant to convey a message that heaven watches over those who act. Yet Su Damao instantly misconstrued it. His eyes lit up with realization, gasping in enlightenment. Ah, so there are people above. Of course, how could he have forgotten this detail? He was unaware of the Lin family's uncle's background. But Lin Wei's aunt was indeed a legitimate member of the work safety system. Had it not been for the pressing tasks in the northwest and the need to guard against Dieter, how could someone as top tier as Lin's mother, a military dog trainer, possibly be allowed to leave the capital? Such a person would be highly sought after wherever they go. With this thought, Su Damao's anxious heart settled back into his stomach. Looking at the three elders again, his gaze unconsciously carried a hint of profound meaning. At this moment, the three elders, seeing Su Damao leaning in to quietly advise Lin Wei, felt a sense of assured victory. Especially the third elder, Yin Bugui, who internally celebrated his clever scheme. He adjusted his glasses, a sense of pride swelling within him. In the world of the underbelly, it is not merely through fighting that one can succeed. It is crucial to rely on one's intellect as well. This maneuver has effortlessly ensnared Lin Wei, hasn't he it? Alas, when it comes to solving problems in the courtyard, it ultimately relies on me, the clever one. Unlike that reckless Liu, who only knows how to shout and fight, utterly useless. With that thought, a victorious smile involuntarily crept onto Yin Bugui's lips as he presented Lin Wei with the conditions he had long contemplated. Lin Wei, you have struck Jia's wife today. And you have also harmed me, as well as Jieqing, Guangqi, Dongxiu, and Shaju. This is undeniably your fault. He deliberately paused, keenly observing Lin Wei's reaction, before leisurely continuing. How about this? I shall take charge. You will compensate us with 200, no, 300 yuan, and we shall consider this matter resolved. From now on, do not presume upon your slight skills to bully others. Instead, you ought to heed the arrangements of us three esteemed gentlemen. Indeed, Yin Bugui had his own ulterior motives, even if he truly drove Lin Wei out of the courtyard. The large house in the eastern courtyard might not necessarily fall to the Yin family. It was far more advantageous to seize this opportunity to extort a hefty sum. After all, their family of four had endured a beating, so surely they could claim 100 yuan, which would be better than nothing. Moreover, as long as they could compel Lin Wei to bow his head this time, it would be tantamount to holding a lever over him. Would he dare to retaliate or contest the three gentlemen again, especially him, the gatekeeper? Once a person bows their head, it is only a matter of time before they do so again. By then, should Lin Wei catch even a few fish, Yin Bugue would claim the largest share without question. This tactic is aptly named, casting a long line to catch a big fish. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong exchanged glances, both laden with evident dissatisfaction. Had it not been agreed that the three families would join forces to expel Lin Wei and then share the spoils? Why had the old Yin suddenly changed his tune? What scheme was he concocting? Yet, Yi Zhonghai, being the schemer of the courtyard, quickly grasped Yin Bugue's calculations. What an old fox. He must find the allotted house too small, and intends to extract a steady stream of benefits from Lin Wei as a long-term meal ticket. Upon reflection, perhaps this was not such a poor strategy. If Yin Bugue could manipulate the situation, why couldn't I, the eldest? In terms of status and means, how could I, Yi Zhonghai, possibly lose to the third elder? 300 yuan was insufficient. I must demand at least 500. Upon hearing the mention of compensation, Jia Zhongshi's murky eyes instantly gleamed with an unsettling brightness. She abruptly raised her voice, extending 3 stubby fingers and gesturing animatedly. Moreover, 300 of that must belong to our Jia family. In her mind, she calculated swiftly. Yan's stinginess was astounding. Such a golden opportunity, and he only demanded 300. That would leave her with barely over 100. Absolutely unacceptable. Today, Lin Wei must bleed profusely. Yi Zhonghai felt a jolt of alarm at her exorbitant claim. This foolish ally never knew moderation. Given the slightest opportunity, she would drain every last drop from others. Did she not consider that if they pressed too hard, exceeding Lin Wei's limits, he might retaliate with a vengeance, leading to an unmanageable situation? At that moment, the neighboring residents of the courtyard regarded Jia Zhongshi with a mix of shock and envy. 300 yuan was likely what Jia Dongxiu, after toiling for a year in the factory, would earn. Who would have thought that today, this windfall would ultimately fall into the hands of the Jia family? Indeed, the influence of the chaotic Jia Zhongshi should not be underestimated. Yi Zhonghai hastily interjected. Old sister, isn't that a bit excessive? I fear Lin Wei may not be able to produce such an amount. He attempted to caution Jia Zhongshi to be content and not to push matters to an extreme. But Jia Zhongshi was not one to relinquish a prize so close at hand. She smugly raised her chin, her facial flab quivering. Can't produce? What does that matter? He can owe it. Her eyes darted greedily. If worst comes to worst, don't they have 3 houses? He can compensate me with those. Boom. Her words hit the crowd like a boulder splashing into water, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Good heavens, Jia Zhongshi's scheme was truly astute, ostensibly demanding compensation. She was actually fixated on the Lin family's property. No matter how one calculated it, the Jia family would never suffer a loss, but rather gain a windfall. Chapter 92, Jia Dongxiu. You shall also taste the bitter fruit of deceit. A few quick-witted neighbors even wondered if they could seize the opportunity to acquire the Lin family's property first. But upon seeing Yi Zhonghai's grim expression and his close ties to the Jia family, they quickly suppressed the thought. They lacked the strength for such a venture. Jia Zhongshi was deeply impressed by her own cleverness. She turned her attention to Lin Wei. Her face contorted into an ugly mask of greed mixed with a false smile. Well then, Lin Wei, my little beast, if you compensate 500 yuan, we shall consider today's affair settled. She even feigned magnanimity, waving her hand as if bestowing a grand favor. As your dear Aunt Jia, I shall take charge, ensuring no further inquiries. You can continue residing in this courtyard. Lin Wei cast a sidelong glance at the old hag's clumsy performance, his eyes filled with icy disdain. Did this old harpy truly consider herself the Empress Wu of the courtyard? Very well, since you so relish this act, I shall indulge you in your little play. When you tumble from your self-righteous pinnacle, let us see if you bleed in frustration. All right, Aunt Jia, Lin Wei suddenly smirked, his tone flat as he beckoned her over. Jia Zhongshi's face lit up with glee as she shuffled forward, all the while chattering. Now that's the spirit. As the old saying goes, those who know how to adapt are the true wise. Yet, just as she approached within a meter, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Lin Wei suddenly kicked out, his movements lightning fast, leaving none present able to discern how he executed the strike. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud and a piercing scream. Jia Zhongshi's rotund form was propelled backward like a kicked ball, crashing to the ground several meters away. Wow! She gasped, spewing a mixture of her earlier meal and blood onto the ground. You little beast, how dare you strike me? Jia Zhongshi lay sprawled on the ground, both shocked and in pain, howling. I will not let this go. You must compensate me 500 yuan, or this matter will not end. Originally, her threat to not let it go was quelled by Lin Wei's formidable display of strength, and she hastily recalibrated her demand to a request for an additional 200, claiming it was fair for all ages. Lin Wei scoffed, tauntingly raising his hand. All right, the money is here. Why not come and take it? Jia Zhongshi, her face drained of color, scrambled backward, hands and feet flailing, shrieking. No, No, I won't. Seeing her panic, Lin Wei burst into laughter, then turned to the stunned neighbors, declaring loudly, "Hee hee, everyone heard that. This is Jia Zhangshi refusing her own compensation, so she cannot blame me." The residents exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion and shock. This could be counted in such a manner? Lin Wei, how dare you mock my mother? I will destroy you. Jia Dongxu watched in disbelief as his mother was so publicly humiliated by Lin Wei, gaining nothing while losing face in front of everyone. A surge of heat rushed to his head. He shouted angrily, brandishing a hefty stick he had just picked up, recklessly charging forward. Yet alas, having failed in a sneak attack before, this frontal assault was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yi Zhonghai felt a tightness in his chest, urgently shouting, "Shizhu, Guangqi, Jieqing, what are you all dawdling for? Let us all charge together and teach this little rascal a harsh lesson." The cunning old fox was acutely aware that his obedient disciple was nothing more than a mere weakling in combat. Confronting him alone would be tantamount to handing over victory. However, having already surged forward, retreating at this juncture was not an option. Thus, he rallied everyone to rush in together. Perhaps there might still be a sliver of a chance. While he spoke with fervor, his body instinctively recoiled a few steps back. Yet, in the next moment, the unfolding scene plunged Yi Zhonghai into a chilling abyss. Almost no one discerned how Lin Wei had made his move. In the blink of an eye, the sturdy firewood stick in Jia Dongxu's grasp had seamlessly transferred to Lin Wei's hands. Jia Dongxu himself was swiftly pinned to the ground, rendered immobile by a forceful hand. "Jia Dongxu, since you take such pleasure in ambushing others," Lin Wei weighed the stick in his hand, his voice as frigid as ice. "Allow me to let you experience just how delightful it truly is." "No, please." Qin Huairu felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, a powerful sense of foreboding causing her to cry out in alarm. Yet Lin Wei was no fool. He paid no heed to her desperate wail. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and the wooden stick, accompanied by a sharp whistle, descended with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, it hurts so much. Jia Dongxu writhed on the ground like a fish thrown ashore, contorting in agony. The stick in Lin Wei's hand seemed to possess a will of its own, precisely striking various tender spots on Jia Dongxu's thighs, inner arms, and the soft flesh of his sides, targeting the most painful, yet least likely to cause severe injury. Astonishingly, the strikes were so swift they left only afterimages. Logically, such blows should have shattered bones, yet apart from Jia Dongxu's pig-like shrieks, no significant injuries were visible. It turned out that in the instant Lin Wei struck, his mind raced. With important matters to attend to the following day, he had no time to entangle himself with the Jia family. If he were to cause a fracture or severe injury, Yi Zhonghai might seize the opportunity to report him. Although he could argue it was self-defense, he would inevitably have to visit the station, which would only add to his troubles. Nonetheless, he was not about to let Jia Dongxu off lightly. Thus, he cleverly avoided vital areas while employing a subtle force infused with innate pure yang energy. This technique left no conspicuous marks, yet maximized pain. As for the latent effects of this energy within Jia Dongxu's body, Lin Wei felt no concern. Just as Shizhu, Yan Jieqing, Lu Guangqi, and Yi Zhonghai along with Lu Haizhong's disciples were beginning to regroup, Lin Wei casually flicked his wrist and swung the stick, which sliced through the air with a piercing sound, striking Yan Jieqing squarely in the abdomen. "Ah, it kills me." Yan Jieqing felt a sudden, excruciating pain erupt, his body curling like a cooked shrimp as he clutched his stomach and collapsed beside Jia Dongxu, forming a pitiful duo rolling on the ground. This spectacle thoroughly stunned Shizhu and the others. Just how formidable was Lin Wei's skill? With such a seemingly effortless strike, he had incapacitated a young and vigorous man instantly. If they charged in again, would they not be offering themselves up as mere prey? Shizhu recalled the overwhelming sense of helplessness he felt when Lin Wei had completely subdued him, a chill running down his spine, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps. Chapter 93, Lin Wei vs. the Three Elders. The battle commences. Seeing even the formidable Shizhu retreating like a turtle, Lu Guangqi and the others dared not advance any further. They scrambled backward, their speed surpassing even that of their initial charge. As this group of young toughs withdrew, the onlooking neighbors also seemed to be pushed back by an unseen force, retreating in unison. The reason was simple. Lin Wei's display of martial prowess was simply too terrifying. Who could blame them for fearing he might unleash his fury and obliterate the entire neighborhood? "Lin Wei, do you dare to strike my family?" asked Jieqing. Yan Bugui was both shocked and furious, still unable to grasp the situation. Or perhaps he simply refused to believe that Lin Wei would truly disregard the collective petition of the entire courtyard to maintain the meager authority of his third uncle. He steeled himself and stepped forward, once again brandishing his trump card. "Are you not afraid of our petition?" Unfortunately for him, Lin Wei had already shed all inhibitions, unfettered by any concerns. Slap. A resounding slap echoed, and Yin Bugue felt as though half his face had been seared by a branding iron, the pain searing. The blow left him dizzy, stars dancing before his eyes. His signature glasses were nowhere to be found, having likely flown off to some distant corner. You dare to hit me? I am the third elder. Yin Bugue clutched his rapidly swelling cheek, squinting through his nearsighted eyes as he fumbled around, desperately trying to locate his glasses. What nonsense about being an elder? I'm addressing you as the ignorant fool you are? You're only being called elder because I'm feeling generous. Otherwise, you're just Yin the miser, Lu the fat, and Yi the unvirtuous. What of it? You're merely a liaison randomly appointed by the street office, without even a formal document, yet you really think yourself to be of significance? Lin Wei declared resolutely, let it be known today, you three elders. I will trample over each of you one by one, and let everyone see just how much weight your titles truly carry. Lin Wei could no longer tolerate it. These three old geezers, who usually paraded around like petty emperors in the courtyard, would today receive a harsh lesson to understand the true nature of their arrogance. Moreover, he aimed to make it clear to all in the courtyard. He, Lin Wei, would neither provoke trouble nor shy away from it. A single punch would suffice to prevent a barrage of them. Today, he would revel in the chaos and decisively humiliate these three old codgers, relieving the pent-up frustration and anger that had long burdened him. The elderly neighbors of the courtyard were all taken aback. How many years had passed? The three elders had ruled this courtyard with an iron fist, and when had anyone ever dared to insult them to their faces or strike them? Yet here was Lin Wei, not only overpowering the three elders, but boldly proclaiming his intention to take them on 1 against 3. This was nothing short of a revolution. At that moment, Lu Haizhong could no longer contain himself, having spent most of his life without rising above the rank of a mere group leader at the steel mill. The only thing he could flaunt was the title of the second elder appointed by the street office. Through years of oppression and manipulation, he had painstakingly built up his authority within the courtyard. This identity encapsulated almost all his emotional value, second only to his dreams of Lu Guangqi becoming a prominent leader in the future. But now, Lin Wei had not only torn away the veneer of authority from the managing elder, but had also exposed their nicknames and their shame to the public. This was utterly intolerable. Did he truly think that with age, he had become incapable of handling a belt? Today, he would make it a point to teach this little wretch a lesson, reminding him that the elder would always be the elder. With this thought, Lu Haizhong abruptly drew the renowned Seven Wolves belt from his waist, gripping it tightly in his hand. His rotund chest heaved with rage, his eyes bulging. Nearly ablaze, Lin Wei, you little rascal, utterly disrespectful. Today, as the second elder, I shall discipline you on behalf of your parents. The surrounding residents were almost on the verge of shouting in excitement. Uncle Air's 7 Wolves is a legendary weapon within the courtyard. The Lu brothers, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, have been relentlessly beaten by it since childhood, often reduced to tears. Uncle Air's unwavering dedication to honing his whip techniques over the years, combined with the formidable strength he cultivated by wielding heavy hammers in the workshop, might indeed allow him to challenge Lin Wei. With a sharp crack, Lu Haizhong brandished the 7 Wolves in the air, the leather belt slicing through the atmosphere with a resounding snap. He squinted slightly, savoring the familiar grip and force. Today, he still hadn't dealt with those two rascals, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, since he couldn't warm up by punishing them. He would instead flex his wrist to ensure he wouldn't be sluggish when striking Lin Wei, as a lack of power would diminish the impact of his actions. Father, you must strike hard. Give that little brat a good thrashing. Lu Guangqi suddenly shouted, clutching his belly where Lin Wei had kicked him, his face contorted with fierce determination. He hurt me like this. I can't sleep until I see him pay. Though he was incapable of exacting revenge himself, his father certainly could. Who is his father? A hidden master of the courtyard, a 7th-level blacksmith, with nearly 30 years of experience wielding a heavy hammer. His strength is no less than that of the oaf Shaju. Especially with the 7 Wolves, his weapon honed over many years, at his disposal. In Lu Guangqi's mind, as long as the belt was in hand, his father was invincible. The thought of his father being unbeatable was deeply etched in his heart, like a brand. If not now, when should he cheer for his father? Unlike his 2 oblivious brothers, who cowered in the crowd, utterly lacking in courage. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu were huddled in the shadows at the back of the crowd, trembling involuntarily. They feared not only Lin Wei's unpredictable skills, but also the deep-seated terror instilled by their father's belt since childhood. Each crack of the belt echoed in their ears, akin to a physical blow, causing them to wince in pain just by watching. Master, today is your moment to shine. One of Lu Haizhong's apprentices chimed in, eagerly flattering him. Once you handle this kid, everyone in the courtyard will see you as a leader. The crowd of onlookers seemed to either genuinely cheer or simply wished to witness a spectacle, exchanging words that ignited the atmosphere into a fervor. This only fueled Lu Haizhong's confidence further. He cast a sidelong glance at Yi Zhonghai, his grin stretching almost to his ears, his eyes brimming with pride. Oldie, watch closely. At this critical moment, it is I, Lu Haizhong, who must take charge. After today, I will be the one everyone respects in this courtyard. You can just step back. Unfortunately, Lu Haizhong's exuberance was wasted on blind eyes. Although Yi Zhonghai caught his insinuations, his face remained impassive, seemingly indifferent. Observing Lu Haizhong's eagerness, Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow, ultimately cautioning him in a hushed tone. Old Lu, be careful. Lin Wei's skills are no trifling matter. Though Yi Zhonghai was not a master himself, his years of experience in the underworld left him unable to discern Lin Wei's true capabilities, stirring alarm in his heart regarding Lu Haizhong's impending clash. Even so, he had no intention of stopping Lu Haizhong. The young men they had gathered had already been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Wei, leaving no one else to rely on. Only the reckless Lu Haizhong still had the potential to fight. If old Lu emerged victorious, it might inflate his ego, slightly undermining Yi Zhonghai's status as the top figure. However, Lu Haizhong was ultimately a dim-witted brute, and Yi Zhonghai knew he would have ample means to regain his standing later. If Lin Wei were to win, that would not be unfavorable either. It would serve to curb Lu Haizhong's arrogance and disgrace him, rendering him less of a contender for leadership within the courtyard. Thus, irrespective of the outcome, Yi Zhonghai was poised to emerge as the victor. This old fox was well aware of Lu Haizhong's temperament. He merely had to poke the bear to incite his ferocity. The earlier warning was merely a subtle performance on his part. Lu Haizhong was growing weary of Yi Zhonghai's pretentiousness and inwardly cursed him for putting on an act at such a moment. Heh, just wait until I make that little brat from the Lin family cry for mercy. Let us see if you still hold your ground. With that thought, he shook his plump head, forcing a fierce expression that he believed was imposing, and bellowed at Lin Wei. Lin Wei, it's not too late to back down. Apologize to the three uncles and compensate for everyone's losses, and perhaps we can let this slide. Otherwise, when this belt lands on you, the pain will be unbearable. Lin Wei's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, piercing through the audacity of the hefty man before him. Lu Fatty, don't think that just because you beat up a couple of unfortunate kids at home, you've become invincible. Today, let me open your eyes and show you what true skill looks like, so you won't spend your days like a frog at the bottom of a well. Oblivious to the vastness of the world, Lu Haizhong nearly spat blood at Lin Wei's cutting words. This Lin Wei's tongue was far too venomous. The psychological blow was far more painful than a few lashes with the belt. No wonder even the likes of Jia Zhangshi had always suffered under his hand. Lu Haizhong was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment, stammering you, but failing to articulate a coherent response. What about me? Lin Wei's tongue was sharp as a king cobra's fangs. You can either come at me or crawl away. Stop flapping your gums. Lu Haizhong, overwhelmed by a series of humiliations, lost all semblance of rationality. With a low growl, his corpulent body surged forward like a raging bull. Yet, surprisingly, this seemingly reckless charge concealed a cunning strategy. Just as he was about to collide with Lin Wei, he abruptly halted, using the momentum to flick his wrist. The seven wolves struck out like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Lin Wei's face. It turned out that Lu Haizhong retained a modicum of clarity. He had already recognized that a wild charge would be futile, recalling Jia Zhangshi's previous blunders. Lin Wei's agility was too great. A reckless assault would undoubtedly result in a painful counterattack. Thus, this usually straightforward boy transformed in that moment into a cunning strategist, executing the most exquisite feint of his life. Yi Zhonghai observed this with a nod of approval. Old Lu has finally wised up, realizing brute strength won't suffice. He has learned to play the game. This move certainly deserved a resounding cheer. Well done, Uncle Heir. Shaju and the others exclaimed joyfully. Master is formidable. Lu Haizhong's three apprentices were filled with fervor. To everyone's astonishment, Uncle Heir had such a trick up his sleeve. The onlookers were equally astonished. Only Su Damao felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The earlier display of Lin Wei effortlessly repelling Shaju's group had already left him in awe. The sharpness of Lin Wei's biting tongue was equally impressive. Unforeseen circumstances unfolded as the usually reckless second uncle unexpectedly resorted to cunning stratagems. Observing the situation, Lin Wei found himself in dire straits. If struck by that belt, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. At that moment, second uncle's frenzied pack of wolves would unleash their full force upon him, leaving Lin Wei in peril. Meanwhile, the likes of Shaju and others were already wide-eyed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment when Lin Wei would falter, ready to pounce and mercilessly attack a fallen adversary. Should that occur, Lin Wei's predicament would become exceedingly precarious, with his very life hanging in the balance. Lu Haizhong's eyes glinted with vicious intent. This was the moment. The belt, reminiscent of a howling tempest, was poised to strike Lin Wei's face, which Lu found utterly loathsome. Success was at hand. A surge of elation coursed through Lu's heart as he exerted even greater force. This blow, infused with 12 parts of his strength, was destined to obliterate Lin Wei completely. Yet, Lin Wei's response was astonishingly nonchalant. His movements so fluid that they seemed almost supernatural. He casually raised his right hand and, in full view of the onlookers, deftly seized the oncoming belt with pinpoint accuracy. His actions flowed seamlessly, as though rehearsed 1,000 times before. To the spectators, it appeared as if Lu Haizhong had willingly delivered the belt into Lin Wei's grasp. Several keen-eyed onlookers caught the instantaneous shift in Lu Haizhong's expression, from a predatory grin of certainty to one of incredulous shock, all in less than 1/10 of a second. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Haizhong snapped back to reality, urgently attempting to reclaim the belt. This 7 wolves was his lifeline. He could not allow it to slip away so easily. Regrettably, his brute strength faltered before Lin Wei, rendered as ineffective as that of a child. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Wei released the belt, which slipped through his fingers like a fish evading capture. Lu Haizhong, caught off guard, staggered several steps forward due to his own momentum, nearly tumbling to the ground. When he finally regained his balance and turned around, he found Lin Wei inspecting the belt under the dim glow of the incandescent light. Crack, crack. With a casual flick, Lin Wei sent the belt cracking through the air, producing 2 sharp sounds that reverberated like gunfire. Nearby residents instinctively covered their ears, faces etched with fear. In the shadows, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu instinctively recoiled, shielding their eyes, yet couldn't resist peeking through their fingers. To them, the sound of the belt slicing through the air was akin to a nightmarish echo. Yet, amidst their trepidation, a flicker of anticipation arose within the 2 youths. Would the belt's arrival in Lin Wei's hands herald unforeseen changes? Meanwhile, Shaju and the others stood dumbfounded, rooted in place. They had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet none could have predicted how effortlessly Lin Wei would disarm second uncle. Lu Haizhong stared at Lin Wei, his corpulent frame trembling uncontrollably. How could this be possible? Was there truly a supernatural force at play? Was Lin Wei perhaps a harbinger of doom sent to rectify the wrongs within their courtyard? The thought sent a chill down Lu Haizhong's spine, causing his flesh to tremble in earnest. Ah, Lu Fatty, this 7 wolves is of splendid quality, Lin Wei remarked, tapping the resilient leather of the belt, producing a dull thud. He raised his gaze to meet the pallid face of Lu Haizhong, a thin smile curling at his lips. Isn't it particularly gratifying to wield it against someone? Today, you'll experience this sensation firsthand. There was nothing more to discuss. Since Lu Fatty dared to challenge him, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Lin Wei had initially worried that the makeshift club would lack the necessary sturdiness, fearing it might break upon impact. Little did he expect Lu Fatty to deliver his own weapon into his hands. This belt, once unleashed, was 10-fold more effective than a mere firewood stick. It could inflict profound pain while sparing the bones, making it the perfect instrument for a thorough lesson. Moreover, it was second uncle's own personal weapon, should matters escalate. It would be Lu Haizhong who had initiated the conflict. Upon realizing the implications of Lin Wei's words, cold sweat trickled down Lu Haizhong's back. It was clear he was about to face the wrath of his own belt. No one understood the belt's potency better than he did, and he immediately turned to flee, without a moment's hesitation. Alas, even if he sprinted like a phantom, he could not outpace the belt in Lin Wei's grasp. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, Lin Wei directed the belt diagonally downward. The 7 wolves seemed to leap forth like a living creature, ensnaring Lu Haizhong's hind leg like a venomous serpent. Get down, Lin Wei commanded, exerting force as he yanked the belt, sending Lu Haizhong's corpulent body crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Haizhong emitted a howl of despair, akin to a fat pig being held down on the slaughtering block. Lin Wei, however, felt no sympathy for the aging bully. He flicked his right wrist, and the belt snapped taut like an iron rod, whipping toward Lu Haizhong's ample backside with the force of a gale. Striking with intent, Lin Wei aimed for the face, but the buttocks served not only as physical punishment, but also as a means of psychological humiliation. Crack! The belt connected with flesh, producing a sound reminiscent of a gavel striking in court. Lu Haizhong's scream rose in pitch, his plump cheeks quivering violently, revealing the ferocity of the blow. Gasps of shock rippled through the onlookers, each feeling a chill run down their spines. How excruciating must it be for the usually unyielding second uncle to emit such a pig-like wail? Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, hiding behind the crowd, unconsciously squeezed their legs together, as though the belt were striking them instead. Yet, hearing their father's anguished cries, an inexplicable thrill surged within them. So this was the commotion caused by the belt striking their father? Humph. Thinking you can act superior and put on airs, as if this second uncle were some grand authority. Lin Wei declared, his voice unwavering. With another flick of his wrist, the 7 wolves descended once more. Bang! Ah, it hurts so much. Lu Haizhong's cries echoed throughout the courtyard, his hefty form writhing on the ground like a pinned worm. Always bullying at home, venting his frustrations on his sons. Look at Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu. Those 2 boys are nearly broken by your hand. As Lin Wei spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 boys cowering in the shadows. In the original narrative, they were mere insignificant characters, their sole purpose being to endure beatings. Yet, having chosen to wander rather than return to the courtyard in adulthood, it had become an inescapable nightmare for them. Lin Wei harbored genuine compassion for these inherently good-natured boys who had suffered through unwarranted tribulations. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to alleviate their long-suppressed grievances. Crack! Crack! 2 consecutive lashes landed with precision upon the same spot. Lu Haizhong's screams crescendoed, his hands futilely attempting to shield his already swollen backside. In pursuit of power, you constantly plot and scheme, devising ways to harm others. Lin Wei, in a moment of candor, inadvertently revealed Lu Haizhong's unsavory deeds from later accounts. The crowd of onlookers seemed momentarily stunned, yet Lu Haizhong, sprawled on the ground, was filled with trepidation. Indeed, one's future actions could often be gleaned from their current character. Lu Haizhong could hardly fathom how Lin Wei had come to know about his clandestine activities of secretly writing disparaging materials about competitors in the forge workshop. Such sordid machinations were beyond the detection of even the old E and the others in the compound. However, the searing pain now emanating from his rear was all too real. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, help me. His cries were punctuated by 3 more punishing lashes. His voice now tinged with sobs. The onlookers, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions, were divided, some secretly delighted, others unable to bear the sight, while a few instinctively cupped their own backsides. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu clenched their fists in unison, witnessing their father, who usually wielded authority with an iron fist, rolling on the ground. They felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This was a scene they had never dared to imagine. Their once tyrannical father, now tasting the bitter fruit of his own deeds. Stop it. Unable to contain himself any longer as he watched Lu Haizhong writhe in agony, Yi Zhonghai rose abruptly. Whether it was the sorrow of a rabbit mourning its kin or the chill of a toothless mouth, Lu Haizhong was ultimately the backbone of their trio. Lin Wei's brutal assault and humiliation were, in essence, a slap in Yi Zhonghai's own face. Of course, it also inadvertently included Yan Bugui, who had just received a slap from Lin Wei himself and was now scrambling to retrieve his glasses. Cowering in a corner, he dared not stand up for Lu Haizhong. He realized that the 7 wolves in Lin Wei's hands were not merely tenfold more powerful, they had transformed into a veritable legion. Yet, as the only one among the 3 elders still unscathed, Yi Zhonghai felt compelled to intervene. What I mean to say is, everyone present here is nothing but trash. Not for any other reason, but to uphold the last shred of dignity for their courtyard. Otherwise, the spirit of the community would dissipate, and leading the group would become an arduous task. Lin Wei, the 2nd elder is, after all, a senior in the courtyard. Your brutal treatment of an elder is an affront to morality. Yi Zhonghai's face was stern, his voice deliberately lowered to convey authority. This is a model courtyard registered with the street committee. We cannot tolerate such insolence. Even at this critical juncture, he was unrelenting in his attempts at moral coercion. But Lin Wei was not one to be swayed by such tactics. Today, he aimed to wield the harshest whip to shatter the pride of these old men into oblivion. What nonsense about the 3 elders? They were nothing more than old dogs barking at their neighbors. As his words hung in the air, Lin Wei's wrist flicked, and the 7 wolves sliced through the air with a piercing sound. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 vicious strikes landed squarely, and Lu Haizhong's cries escalated to unprecedented heights of despair. The onlookers were left agog. The more Yi Zhonghai lectured, the fiercer Lin Wei struck. Lying on the ground, Lu Haizhong was reduced to tears, internally screaming, Yi Zhonghai, are you here to save me, or do you wish for my demise? Dazhuang, Dainyu, Xiaoshuan, quickly, come to my aid. Lu Haizhong finally recognized that he could rely on no one but himself, his voice hoarse from shouting. He realized that Yi Zhonghai was utterly useless. The more he tried to dissuade Lin Wei, the harder the latter struck. His eldest son, Lu Guangqi, was his pride and the future hope of the Lu family. He could not afford to lose him here. What if Lin Wei injured him and jeopardized his ascent to a prominent leadership role? Who would he turn to for justice? As for his 2 younger sons, they had long since vanished into some corner. Those 2 rascals, who were good for nothing, were swift to escape when trouble arose. Once this day passed, as long as he could still wield the belt, he would make them taste the consequences of abandoning their father. He completely forgot how he had treated Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu with paternal kindness, and why he could expect them to show filial piety at this moment. Fortunately, he had 3 apprentices who lived in the courtyard and were well prepared. He had looked after them often. Now was the time for them to repay that kindness. Alas, although the trio of Dazhuang, Xiaoshuan, and the others had imposing names, they faltered in the face of Lin Wei. As they bravely approached, Lin Wei's 7 wolves were already striking with unrelenting ferocity. Crack, crack, crack. Following the sharp sounds, agonized screams erupted. These 3 were even worse off than their master, barely enduring a single lash before grimacing in pain. Hesitating whether to press on, Lin Wei swung his arm with renewed vigor, the belt whistling through the air with even greater force. Crack, crack, crack. Oh, it hurts. In an instant, all 3 were rolling on the ground, their faces smeared with snot and tears, their cries for their fathers echoing in the air. Moments ago, they had whispered to one another about their master's excessive sensitivity. Wasn't he at just a few lashes of the belt? Who hadn't he been whipped by their fathers in childhood? Yet they had never anticipated that this 7 wolves was not to be trifled with. When the first lash fell, they only felt a fiery sting, their pain receptors not yet fully engaged. By the time the second lash struck with force, the sensation was akin to having their very flesh torn apart, their insides convulsing in response. At that moment, they dared not blame their master any longer. If they turned into quivering wrecks after just 2 lashes, what kind of fortitude did their master possess to endure 10? Who else dared to step forward and taste the wrath of the 7 wolves? Lin Wei's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly surveying the remaining onlookers, including the likes of Shizhu and Lu Guangqi. Jia Dongxiu and Yin Jieqing had already been felled by wooden clubs, now huddled on the ground, too wise to rise. They understood that standing up would only invite further punishment, so they lay still, feigning death. No, please. Shizhu and Lu Guangqi instinctively retreated, their heads and hands shaking like rattles, fearful that Lin Wei might not notice their retreat. Lu Guangqi had witnessed his father's dire plight firsthand. Always regarding himself as a scholar, he was well aware of the wisdom in not standing beneath a crumbling wall. Moreover, he aspired to be a high-ranking official. His precious life could not be risked against Lin Wei's formidable presence. Shizhu, on the other hand, was genuinely intimidated by Lin Wei's display of strength. Initially, he had thought Lin Wei merely exploited an opening, outsmarting him in a moment of carelessness. However, having just failed in an attempt to trip Lin Wei and being subdued instead, he realized that even in his area of strength, there was an insurmountable chasm separating him from Lin Wei. Thus, after being thrown aside, he remained rooted, no longer daring to act rashly. When the second elder revealed the 7 wolves as his ultimate weapon, Shizhu still held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Lin Wei was merely adept in hand-to-hand combat, and might not excel with weapons. Little did he expect that the belt, which Lu Haizhong had merely wielded as a tool, had transformed into a formidable weapon in Lin Wei's hands. As he watched the second elder and his 3 apprentices being reduced to tears, Shizhu was utterly awakened. Yuzhu, was not a fool. What was the point of charging forward now? Very well, since you all lack the courage to advance, I shall speak my mind. Lin Wei smirked, mimicking the arrogant tone of the villain from the King of Destruction, raising his hand to point at Shizhu. Do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you, Shizhu. His arms swept across the crowd, his voice suddenly rising in volume. What I mean to say is, everyone present here is nothing but trash. The elders and young ones of the entire courtyard, one and all, bowed their heads in unison before the weight of his commanding proclamation, none daring to utter a word. There was no remedy. Lin Wei's prowess was truly terrifying. This was no simple display of strength, but an absolute obliteration. From this day forth, the skies over this courtyard are destined to undergo a transformation. No matter who you are, one would scarcely dare to speak loudly in Lin Wei's presence any longer. Indeed. Well said, Wei Gu. You are truly magnificent and awe-inspiring. The only voice of approval came from Su Damao, who was often bullied by the simpleton Zhu. He rushed to Lin Wei's side, fervently applauding, his gaze towards Lin Wei ablaze with the fervor of a devoted fan meeting their idol. Did Su Damao not harbor resentment after being beaten by Zhu for so many years? Alas, his strength had never permitted him to retaliate. He dreamt of pinning Zhu to the ground and delivering thrice the blows to satiate his anger. Yet, as beautiful as dreams may be, reality is often harsh. Over the years, Su Damao lived a stifling existence. The 3 lords of this courtyard, the likes of Zhu, loomed over him like mountains, suffocating him. He had attempted to resist, but the moral coercion from the 3 lords, the connections with the street office, and the bias of the entire courtyard, combined with Zhu's formidable fists and his penchant for underhanded tactics, had extinguished any thoughts of rebellion. Thus, he would rather accept the farthest rural film screening assignments, returning to the courtyard only a few days a month. Even when he did return, he had to dutifully present some local specialties to the gatekeeper, Yin Bugui. There was no choice. These beasts were neither to be provoked nor avoided. In the interest of self-preservation, Su Dumao, a man of considerable stature, could only retract his neck and play the role of a timid quail. But today he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Lin Wei, single-handedly, had decisively dealt with all the beasts in the courtyard. Now, they were left too cowed to utter a single harsh word. What do you call this? It is akin to slapping them across the face with a palm, and they dare not even let out a peep. Did you hear that? Wei Gu declared that all of you, regardless of who you are nothing but refuse. Su Dumao was exhilarated, as though he had consumed a gallon of potent liquor. His face flushed and spittle flying, entirely oblivious to his usual status within the courtyard. Observing the impotent fury in Zhu's companions, he felt an exhilarating rush, nearly floating with elation. Meanwhile, Lin Wei's expression darkened. It was indeed his strength that enabled him to walk so brazenly today. After this confrontation, the people in the courtyard would only dare to engage in covert schemes behind his back. To confront him openly, they lacked the courage for such audacity. Yet Su Dumao, intoxicated by his newfound power, seemed to forget the peril of being struck from behind. Su Dumao, who gave you the audacity to shout here? When did it become your turn to take charge in this courtyard? And you, Lin Wei, relying on your strength, you bully the old and young alike, sparing neither the second nor the third lord. Do you not respect the law? Is there no justice? Oh, who is so bold as to confront me directly? Lin Wei squinted, discerning the voice emerging from the crowd. Indeed, it was the cowardly Yi Zhonghai, who was now at a loss for words. Lin Wei had taken down the most formidable fighters in the courtyard, and now even the previously subjugated Su Dumao dared to emerge and challenge him. If he remained silent any longer, his title as the First Lord would become mere window dressing. One may lose a battle, but one must never lose their aura. However, Yi Zhonghai was clever, skillfully hiding within the crowd, knowing that Lin Wei, no matter how formidable, could not possibly incapacitate everyone in the courtyard. Huh, I thought who it was. Lin Wei chuckled coldly, discovering it was merely you, Yi Zhonghai. You remained silent, and I nearly forgot you existed. Yin Lao, I have dealt with, Lu Pengzi I have struck. With 3 lords, you are the only one left unscathed. This hardly seems fair, does it? He leisurely stepped forward, his gaze like a knife piercing through the throng. Fairness must be upheld. Yi Zhonghai, do not hide. Brace yourself for the baptism of the 7 wolves. Yi Zhonghai's heart raced. Was Lin Wei's statement genuine? He had clearly concealed himself within the crowd, merely uttering a few words of bravado. Did he truly intend to target him? Yet, upon reflection, it was better to believe than to disbelieve. In these times, safety was paramount. He shrank his neck and squeezed further into the crowd. Oh dear. First Lord, where do you think you are sneaking off to? Su Dumao, ever observant, despite reveling in Lin Wei's might and enjoying a moment of glory, did not lose his usual cunning. He grinned, mockingly adding, what is this? Just as you proclaim bold words, you scuttle away like a turtle? These words pricked Yi Zhonghai's heart like a needle. It dawned on him that he had indeed been careless. Why not simply be a turtle in its shell? Why insist on sticking his neck out, only to invite disaster? As he lamented his foolishness, Lin Wei's 7 wolves belt cracked with a sharp sound, startling the crowd. Neighbors, do assist and make way. Lin Wei spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping the crowd like that of a hawk. Debts have their owners, and today, I seek Yi Zhonghai. Should I inadvertently harm anyone else? He paused deliberately, adopting an arrogant tone reminiscent of a certain great nation. Then, that would truly be regrettable. The crowd erupted in chaos. The sight of a few sturdy fellows being thrashed only moments ago remained fresh in their minds. Now, standing before Lin Wei were mostly the elderly, the weak, and women, who would wish to taste the sting of the 7 wolves. In an instant, the crowd surged backward like a tide, fearing that a moment's delay would result in the belt landing upon them. Lin Wei's gaze locked onto Yi Zhonghai, who was indeed cunning, crouching behind several older men, dodging left and right. Excuse me, kind sir, would you mind stepping aside? Lin Wei could not truly strike anyone without cause, so he raised his voice in warning. Yi Zhonghai is hiding right behind you. The uncle named was startled and turned around, indeed spotting Yi Zhonghai clinging to his back, cowering with a guilty demeanor. The uncle was instantly furious. Yi Zhonghai, what is this nonsense, hiding behind me? Am I your shield? You, a first lord of the courtyard, possess no sense of responsibility. Old Chong, we work in the same workshop. Please, allow me to hide for a moment. That kid bears no grudge against you. He wouldn't dare touch you. Just help me out, and I will owe you a great favor. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai had completely discarded his dignity, attempting to deceive Uncle Chong into taking the fall for him. He knew that if Lin Wei caught him and beat him right there, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Moreover, he would suffer a beating for nothing, a poor bargain indeed. Yet, he had grossly overestimated his standing within the courtyard. Earlier, he had gathered so many people in an attempt to intimidate Lin Wei with brute force, only to end up being beaten while dragging his own men into the fray. Uncle Chang was evidently no fool, seeing through Yi Zhonghai's ploy to shift the blame. Get lost, Yi Zhonghai. They are clearly after you. What's wrong? Seeing others getting beaten, are you scared now? You hide behind others while pretending to be a big shot? Now you wish to hide. Why didn't you think of that sooner? Do you still think you can use me as a shield? Get the hell out here. The usually unassuming Uncle Chang, who rarely involved himself in the affairs of the courtyard and had refrained from running for elder, proved to be a formidable character at a crucial moment. After all, anyone who had survived from the old society to this age must possess a few tricks up their sleeve. In a flash, he swiftly reversed his hand, seizing the unsuspecting Yi Zhonghai's wrist with precision. At the same time, he nimbly sidestepped, forcibly dragging Yi Zhonghai out, exposing him fully to Lin Wei's gaze. Chapter 98. Lin Wei mercilessly lashes out at Yi Zhonghai, inflicting significant harm and deep humiliation. Lin Wei, grievances have a source and debts have an owner. Yi Zhonghai is right here. You can settle your scores with him, but do not involve the innocent. Well said, uncle, that's the spirit. Lin Wei enthusiastically gave Uncle Chang a thumbs up. In the same breath, he flicked his wrist, and the seven wolves belt, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, whipped around Yi Zhonghai's waist with a swift whoosh, tightening instantly. Yi Lao Deng, come here. Lin Wei's other hand had already grasped Yi Zhonghai's collar, yanking him forward with force. He loomed over the now pale-faced elder, whose lips trembled, struggling to articulate any words. Yi Zhonghai, do you know that I have long awaited this day? With memories from 2 lifetimes merging within him, Lin Wei directed all his pent-up resentment, not just towards the Jia family, but singularly upon Yi Zhonghai. Were it not for this old silver coin shielding the Jia family, how could that bunch of elderly and frail women and children possibly disrupt the entire courtyard? Not to mention the fact that he had manipulated the foolish Zhu for a lifetime, controlling him with ease. Yi Zhonghai gazed at the intimidating Lin Wei before him, his once handsome visage now twisted in anger, rendering him almost monstrous. Lin Wei, I have never harmed you. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Ha ha. Lin Wei emitted a low, chilling laugh. That is the funniest joke I have heard to date. He tightened his grip, the belt constricting further. Were it not for your backing, would the Jia family dare to covet my family's property? Lin Wei's eyes, sharp as blades, swept over the pale-faced Jia Zhang and Jia Dongxiu, who were half sitting on the ground, and the sobbing Qin Huairu. All 3 trembled under his gaze. Were it not for your organization, Yi Zhonghai, would so many gather to assault me today? No, that was old Lu and old Yan's idea. Yi Zhonghai, terrified by Lin Wei's seething glare, felt his soul leave his body. He genuinely feared this young man, who had learned a remarkable fighting skill, could single-handedly overturn the entire number 95 courtyard. If he struck harder, Yi Zhonghai feared for his very life. Even if he escaped with his life, he would surely be bedridden for a month or 2. Did he not see how easily Lin Wei had dispatched Lu Haizhong? You bastard, Yi Zhonghai. Lu Haizhong, slumped nearby, yelled in pain. We were discussing this at your place, and now you want to shift all the blame onto us? Yin Jiexing and Yin Jiefeng, supporting Yin Bugui, cast cold glares at Yi Zhonghai. This old Yi is truly despicable. We must be cautious in the future. Lin Wei silently nodded, the 7 wolves belt rhythmically tapping against Yi Zhonghai's square face. The damage may be minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Stop making excuses, Yi Zhonghai. Lin Wei's voice was as frigid as ice. Open your eyes and see. Even your precious disciple has taken to the field. Do you still dare to claim none of this is your doing? With a flick of his wrist, the belt whistled ominously in the air. It seems I must use this 7 wolves to teach you a lesson today. No, please don't hit. Yi Zhonghai, witnessing Lin Wei's intent to strike, felt his last semblance of composure shatter. I am one of the elders of the courtyard. You are a junior. How can a junior strike an elder? His voice trembled, his wrinkled face etched with terror and desperation, hoping that the age-old reverence for elders would protect him in this critical moment. Unfortunately, Lin Wei was entirely unmoved by such pleas. He recalled a saying, "It is not that the old have turned wicked, but rather that the wicked have grown old." This Yi Lao Deng had never been virtuous at heart. He merely concealed his malevolence beneath a facade of patience in the new society. Reasoning with such a person was futile. The only solution was to strike, until he completely capitulated, until he no longer dared to cause trouble, until he lacked the courage to even meet Lin Wei's gaze. Huh, an elder? Lin Wei scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. I strike precisely at you. The elder who disrespects his age. Before the words had left his lips, he exerted force, slamming Yi Zhonghai to the ground. Without waiting for a cry of pain, the 7 wolves belt, with a sound that pierced the air, landed a heavy blow on Yi Lao Deng. The resounding crack reverberated through the courtyard, leaving all onlookers in stunned silence. Initially, they believed Lin Wei had merely intended to intimidate Yi Zhonghai, for he was regarded as a venerable elder, his long-standing authority firmly established. When Lin Wei had struck Yin Bugui, it could be argued that Yin Bugui had instigated the trouble, and as a lesser elder, he was less esteemed. Lu Haizhong's attack on Lin Wei could be excused as a retaliatory measure. But Yi Zhonghai was indeed an elder, one whose stature was unmatched by the second or third elders, if not for the sizable courtyard, which warranted the appointment of 3 managing elders. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui would have had no standing. Over the years, Yi Zhonghai had built a lofty reputation in the eyes of the community, embodying the very sky above them. Yet today, that sky had collapsed. Strangely, despite the ferocity of Lin Wei's strike, which seemed harsher than when he had struck Lu Haizhong, Yi Zhonghai remained silent. Could it be that Lin Wei, in deference to his status as elder, had held back? They had no inkling that Lin Wei had indeed unleashed 70 to 80% of its strength, while Yi Zhonghai, with remarkable fortitude, bit down on his teeth, determined not to utter a sound for fear of tarnishing his hard-won reputation. Fine, since you can endure so well. Do not blame me for being ruthless, Lin Wei thought to himself, then declared aloud, Yi Zhonghai, this whip strikes at your favoritism towards the Jia family, which has brought calamity upon the entire courtyard. The dull thud that followed was 3 times heavier than before, causing those watching to wince. Yet Yi Zhonghai continued to grit his teeth, remaining mute. It seems I have indeed struck too lightly. Lin Wei felt a surge of anger rising within him, contemplating. Let us see which is harder, your old bones, or this 7 wolves in my grip. Chapter 99. Has Yi Zhonghai been killed? That lash was aimed at you for acting as a shield for the Jia family, attempting to covet my family's property. Before Lin Wei's words could fully resonate, the leather belt in his hand whistled through the air with a fierce gust. He infused the strike with all his inner strength, and the belt stretched taut in midair, resembling a steel ruler. Bang! The belt struck Yi Zhonghai's back with a resounding thud that sent chills through the onlookers. Yi Zhonghai was propelled forward, nearly collapsing, and only managed to steady himself by bracing his hands against the ground. Ugh! This time, Yi Zhonghai could no longer suppress his anguish, letting out a muffled cry through gritted teeth. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, tracing a path down his pale cheeks into his collar. The cotton jacket on his back split open, revealing raw, bleeding wounds beneath. This strike was brutally unforgiving. The previous blows he had endured with the resilience honed over many years, but this one felt as if it would shatter his bones. The searing pain shot from his back to his head, causing his vision to darken. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai was filled with regret. He had calculated every possible outcome. Yet he had never anticipated that Lin Wei would dare to wield such lethal force. He had presumed that, given his standing in the courtyard, Lin Wei would merely put on a show, but how wrong he was. Just as he trembled in agony, caught between enduring the pain and begging for mercy, a figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd. Lin Wei, stop! Shaju dashed forward, stopping just short of Lin Wei, maintaining a distance of 3 meters between them. His voice quivered, yet he bravely pressed on, saying, if this continues, the old master may not survive. Lin Wei cast a cold glance at Shaju, observing that although he feigned composure, his body betrayed him with slight tremors. Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers were paralyzed with fear, all shrinking back, even moderating their breathing to avoid attracting trouble. Tears welled in Yi Zhonghai's eyes as he pondered his unwavering loyalty to the Jia family. Yet, in this moment of peril, his beloved disciple Jia Dongxiu, along with Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu, all cowered like quail, silent and unresponsive. As for Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui, they were already terrified of Lin Wei and were desperately playing dead, wishing to distance themselves even further. In the end, the only one willing to speak up for him was Shaju. Thank you, Shaju, Yi Zhonghai stammered, his voice trembling with gratitude. What? You say it doesn't hurt and you can endure? Lin Wei's unexpected remark drained the color from Yi Zhonghai's face. Is that what I meant? I merely wanted Shaju to come and pull you away, so I could take my leave. Unfortunately, Lin Wei had accurately anticipated his thoughts, and at this moment, how could he allow this old man to escape so easily? With a swift motion, Lin Wei raised the leather belt high above his head, swinging it with remarkable force. The belt sliced through the air, producing a sharp crackle. It was evident that a storm was brewing. The onlookers' eyes widened in astonishment. A mix of fear and curiosity etched upon their faces. Some whispered among themselves, this display is unlike anything we've seen. The belt spun like a windmill, creating a gust, and were it not for the tense atmosphere, one might have thought it a performance of sorts. Only Shaju turned pale, nearly losing his composure, and shouted, Old master, take cover. This is going to be a big move. He had learned wrestling beneath the overpass in his youth and had witnessed his fair share of true martial arts. What was unfolding before him was no mere show. It was the prelude to a deadly strike. Yet, observing Lin Wei's intent to obliterate Yi Zhonghai, Shaju dared not take a step closer. Yi Zhonghai's body stiffened, caught in a whirlwind of fear and anger. This kid is truly going for the kill. His mind raced, but his body was uncooperative. The previous lashes had left him in excruciating pain. Even moving a finger felt like an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, Shaju had predicted Lin Wei's intentions. Lin Wei, fully charged, swung the belt down like an iron rod, accompanied by a howling wind. Boom. A thunderous crash reverberated as Yi Zhonghai was forcefully slammed to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. He finally let out a piercing scream, trembling briefly before falling silent, lying motionless on the ground. Murder! Murder! Someone shrieked, their voice breaking the tension. In an instant, the previously curious neighbors scattered like startled birds. Yin Bugui's family fled, followed closely by Lu Haizhong's. Jia Zhongshi dashed away in a blur. Even Jia Dongxiu, amidst the chaos, stole a fleeting glance back at his prostrate master before being hurriedly assisted away by Qin Huairu. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard that had been filled with commotion fell into an eerie silence, leaving only 3 figures standing rigidly: Shaju, Su Damao, and another of Yi Zhonghai's disciples, Wang Dachui. Su Damao swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Lin Wei, you've stirred up a great calamity. A life has been lost. How will we resolve this? He stepped closer to Lin Wei, lowering his voice. While no one has reported this yet, you should flee. Run as far as you can, and ensure your sister returns to Qinjia village. In this critical moment, Su Damao surprisingly displayed a sense of loyalty, refraining from seizing the opportunity to kick someone when they were down. Lin Wei remained silent, his gaze coldly sweeping over Shaju and Wang Dachui. That look was sharp as a blade, causing both men to instinctively take a half step back, as though under the scrutiny of a predator. Yet, they could not abandon their master, and though they dared not meet Lin Wei's eyes, they anxiously lingered by Yi Zhonghai's lifeless form, their expressions rife with uncertainty. Yi Zhonghai, Lin Wei's voice shattered the stillness. Have you finished playing your part? If you wish to continue this charade, I wouldn't mind giving you another lash. Suddenly, the figure on the ground stirred. Yi Zhonghai, hoarse, called out, Shaju, Dachui, help me back inside. It turned out that the previous lash had nearly rendered him unconscious from the pain. In that moment, he genuinely believed he was on the brink of meeting his maker. To preserve his own life, Yi Zhonghai had put on an act of playing dead. Although he lay motionless, his ears were still attuned to the surrounding sounds. Realizing Lin Wei was willing to relent, he dared not maintain the pretense any longer. The agonizing pain was something he never wished to endure again. Seeing that Lin Wei showed no signs of obstruction, Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth against the pain and, with Shaju and Wang Dachui's assistance, tremulously rose to his feet. Su Damao watched helplessly as the two helped Yi Zhonghai back to the door, just in time to encounter Aunt Yi, who had rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Aunt Yi, frail in health and rarely seen, had taken her medication early that evening and was startled awake by the noise. She hurriedly donned her clothing and stepped outside, only to find her husband being supported back. She opened her mouth to speak, but Yi Zhonghai's piercing glare silenced her. Once inside, Yi Zhonghai collapsed onto the Kong without uttering a word, resembling a silent stone statue. Aside from the occasional twitch of his lips from the pain, he was utterly still. The flickering oil lamp within cast a wavering shadow of his disheveled figure upon the wall. Chapter 100. The desperate situation of Qinjia village. The following day, Chongping, Qinjia village. The eldest elder of the clan, Chen Yunwen, stooped over with age, sat upon a stone pedestal polished by the passage of time, resembling a statue frozen in contemplation. He took a deep drag from his pipe, his murky eyes gazing through the curling blue smoke toward the distant, desolate mountains, barren and forlorn. The acrid smoke coiled around the deep creases of his weathered face, yet it could not dissipate the heavy shadow of worry that lingered in his brow. A few gaunt men, pallid and haggard, silently encircled him, their tattered cotton jackets worn at the sleeves, and their eyes betraying an indelible unease. Third uncle, the village chief, Chen Dahai, a lean man in his 50s, was agitated, akin to an ant on a hot pan, his rough hands repeatedly wringing the hem of his coat. We can no longer wait idly. Allow me to take 2 nimble youths up the mountain to search. 2 days and nights had passed since Dashan and Dahu had stealthily entered the mountains, and not a whisper of news had reached them. I fear the worst may be upon us. Chen Yunwen remained silent, his bony fingers gripping the pipe tightly, only taking another puff of smoke. After a long pause, he finally exhaled a heavy sigh, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. Dahai, I comprehend your thoughts. He raised a trembling hand, pointing toward the outskirts where timid women and children, pale-faced, gathered. Several half-grown children hid behind their mothers, their frail bodies quaking in the cold wind. But look at them. The rice jars in every household are nearly echoing with emptiness. In these times, even the bark of the old elm at the village entrance has been stripped bare to stave off hunger. You can take people up the mountain, yet whether you will find anyone remains uncertain. But what effort and provisions will be expended on such a venture? Which family can still spare a morsel of life-saving grain? Chen Yunwen paused, every word seemingly forced from his chest. What if, perchance, one of you were to perish in that wilderness? How would the old and weak of this village survive? Do you wish for everyone to go hungry, only to sacrifice more lives? At his words, Chen Dahai trembled violently, as if drained of strength, staggering back a step before regaining his balance. He understood this truth all too well, yet the thought of Dashin and Dahu facing peril gnawed at his heart like a knife. He could only close his eyes in torment. Indeed, just days prior, as Chen Dachuan had set forth to seek aid in the distant city of Sijio, his two uncles, Chen Dashin and Chen Do, had clandestinely reached an agreement. They could not place all their hopes upon a single path. They must pursue dual avenues, preparing for both outcomes. The Chen family village had reached a dire impasse. Every household's rice jar lay empty, yielding no grains. All the bark within reach of the villagers had been stripped bare. The nearby fields had been turned over countless times. Even the most bitter roots had been exhausted. The entire village was suffocating in despair. The once vibrant smoke of cooking fires and sounds of life had nearly vanished, leaving only the weak moans of the starving. Should they fail to devise a means of self-rescue, the Chun family village would likely face a grim fate. Chen Dashin and Chen Dahu understood well that, despite their own limbs feeling weak from hunger, their youthful vigor retained a strength that surpassed that of ordinary villagers. Ascending the mountain had become the sole direction they believed might lead to survival. Even if they could only find bitter wild fruits or inedible roots, it would temporarily satiate their hunger. If fortune favored them, they might catch a few mountain chickens or wild rabbits, which, despite their small size, could be bartered on the black market for some life-saving grain. Perhaps this gamble could see the village through this lethal transition between winter and spring. Yet, they were acutely aware that their father, Chun Yun-won, would never permit them to venture into the mountains under such dire circumstances. Thus, resolutely, they decided to stealthily arm themselves after nightfall and quietly slip out of the village. It was not until the following morning that their anxious family discovered the note they had left behind. Chun Yun-won inhaled deeply from the now tasteless pipe, his voice hoarse like a worn bellows. Dahai, I still have a few heirlooms from our ancestors. Take 2 clever and capable lads to the black market and sell them. Even coarse wheat flour will suffice. Anything that can fill a stomach will do. The elder's gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto Chun Dahai's. Remember, only exchange for coarse grains. Do not covet fine grains. In these times, to survive is a blessing. Do not indulge in gluttony. Chun Dahai trembled all over, gazing incredulously at his third uncle. He knew well the significance of those heirlooms, particularly the treasured Zheng Jian sword, said to be a relic of the loyal minister Yu Qian from the Ming dynasty, which third uncle scarcely allowed anyone to touch. Now, to consider selling it? Third uncle. Chun Dahai's voice caught in his throat. If our ancestors were to learn of this, they would surely rise to condemn us. Chen Yunwan sighed deeply. The bitterness of life etched upon his deeply lined face. What time is it, and you still cling to these inanimate possessions? As long as we live, there is hope. Even if our ancestors in heaven possess awareness, they would surely understand our plight. Objects are lifeless. It is human life that matters. Very well, Chen Dahai swallowed hard, his voice tinged with emotion. I shall take my sons to the market today. He had 5 sons, each a paragon of strength, though they were now gaunt from hunger. The foundation of their childhood training remained. While he would not boast that one could take on 10 men, they could surely handle 3 or 5 ordinary men without difficulty. Just then, a dark, emaciated child, resembling a monkey, stumbled toward them from the direction of the village entrance. He was Chun Dahai's nephew, affectionately called Guzi. Uncle. There's a big iron cart that smokes at the village entrance. Today it was his turn to keep watch at the entrance, and upon noticing the commotion, he summoned the last of his strength to return and deliver the news. The term big iron cart clearly referred to an automobile. In this day and age, only government officials could afford such luxuries. The locals might not even see one, and it was likely that only a few could be found in the county. But what pressing matter could warrant such a vehicle to arrive in this impoverished village? Could it be that the county had foreseen their intentions to sell their ancestral treasures? If that were the case, it would spell great trouble. Come, third uncle, I will assist you to take a look. Chen Dahai suppressed his rising anxiety and spoke in a low voice. As the village chief, he could not afford to show fear at this moment. Supporting Qin Yunwen was not only due to his status as an elder, but also because he was the previous village chief, a seasoned figure with vast experience. In times like these, the wisdom of an elder was invaluable. As Chun Dahai and the others reached the village entrance, the scene that met their eyes was unexpected. A Liberation CA-10 was quietly parked at the end of the road. 3 men squatted in the winter sun, puffing smoke and sharing laughter. 2 of them, clad in blue work uniforms, bore no resemblance to county officials. Rather, they appeared to be workers from a large factory. In the distance, a young boy stood with his arms crossed, while a little girl beside him giggled joyfully, frolicking after a glossy-coated black dog. This scarcely resembled an official inspection by a local leader. It could easily be mistaken for a leisurely outing. The man dressed in a tattered cotton coat seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his head and shouting with cracked lips, "Brother Daching. Father, I'm back." He excitedly patted the side of the truck, urging, "Look what I brought back." This was none other than Chen Dachuan, who had ventured to Sijio City in search of aid. As Chen Daching helped Chun Yunwen stagger to the back of the truck, 2 men clad in blue work uniforms promptly opened the truck door. Thud! Chun Daching's knees buckled, and he sank to the dusty ground. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. Only his eyes quickly reddened with tears. Chun Yunwen trembled uncontrollably. His withered fingers pointed towards the interior of the truck, shaking incessantly. While his lips quivered, "Is it true, Dachuan? Is it really?" "Yes, father." Chen Dachuan hurriedly steadied his faltering father. His voice choked yet imbued with an indescribable pride. "It's grain, 2,000 jin of grain." He gazed at the neatly stacked bags in the truck as if beholding the most precious treasure in the world. "This time, our village is saved." Under the sun, the bulging burlap sacks stood silently, outlining the contours of life in the fading light. At that moment, the little girl playing with the black dog also noticed the commotion. Like a cheerful sparrow, she darted over and leaped into Chun Yunwen's arms. "Grandpa, it's me, Xiao Xiao. I've come to see you." Observing the tears streaming down Chun Yunwen's face, the girl suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled out a candy wrapped in Mickey Mouse paper from her pocket. Clumsily unwrapping it, she stuffed the candy into her grandfather's cracked lips. "Don't cry, Grandpa, have some candy. It's sweet." Chun Yunwen savored the sweetness mingling with his tears, muttering, "So sweet." As he trembled and embraced his little granddaughter, his frail hand gently stroking her hair. By now, Chun Daching had regained some semblance of the composure befitting a village leader. He leaned closer to Chen Dachuan and, in a hushed tone, cautiously inquired, "Dachuan, how much did this grain cost?" "Our village has sold everything we could. All that remains are a few heirlooms from Uncle San. Perhaps you could discuss with these 2 comrades, secure the heirlooms as collateral, and redeem them after we sell the mountain goods." Chen Dachuan burst into hearty laughter, thumping the truck bed. "Brother Daching, this grain belongs to our village. It didn't cost a penny." "What?" Chun Daching's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Chun Yunwen instinctively tightened his embrace around Xiao Xiao. Could the child have lost his mind from hunger? In these times, grain was more precious than life itself. A mere bag could fetch a bride in neighboring villages. As he recalled Chun Dachuan's martial prowess from a young age, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. With a trembling voice, Chun Daching asked, "Dachuan, you didn't commit some heinous act to acquire this grain, did you?" "Ah." Chen Dachuan suddenly realized the misunderstanding. Brother Daching suspected the grain's origins were dubious. Yet, upon reflection, it was no wonder given that even the county grain depot might not have such stock. "Rest assured, Brother Daching," Chen Dachuan quickly clarified. "The grain is absolutely legitimate. It was all earned through my nephew Wei Ge's efforts." "Wei Ge?" Chen Daching was now even more baffled. He certainly recognized Lin Wei, the son of Uncle San's younger sister, but the boy was only 18, at an age where one lacked the experience to procure such a mountain of grain. At that moment, a young man in blue work attire stepped forward to clarify. "Sir, my name is Li Chenggang, a procurement officer from Hongxing Steel Mill. I can attest that this truckload of grain was indeed acquired by Comrade Lin Wei through fishing. Rest assured, its origins are impeccable. It now belongs to Chenjiakin." Seeing that Chun Daching remained skeptical, Chen Dachuan urged him, "Brother Daching, don't hesitate. Quickly gather people to unload the grain. Over 200 villagers are waiting for rice to cook." Chun Daching pondered the words nephew, Lin Wei, and fishing repeatedly, finding it increasingly strange. Yet, as his gaze swept over the stacked burlap sacks, and he recalled the elderly and children in the village who were starving, he steeled himself, no matter how it arrived. Since it's here at the village entrance, there is no reason to turn it away. He would shoulder any consequences alone. If he had to pay dearly for this decision, he would gladly trade his life for the survival of the entire village. Such a bargain was worthwhile. "Dachuan, you're quick on your feet. Hurry back to the village and summon everyone who can move to unload the grain." He specifically tasked Chun Dachuan with this because he noticed his brother was radiant and full of energy, evidently well-fed in Sijio City, perfect for running errands to aid digestion. As for why Chun Dachuan hadn't returned to report earlier, He had his reasons. Firstly, this 2,000 gene of grain was enough to incite desperate measures in a famine. He needed to guard it until the villagers arrived to ensure safety. Secondly, it was unbelievable. Who would believe such a windfall without evidence? It was better to let the villagers witness it themselves for maximum impact. An hour later, in the main hall of Chun Yunwen's home beside the ancestral hall of Qinjiakan, Chun Yunwen tremblingly retrieved his cherished camellia tea, while Chen Daqing poured boiling water into a coarse ceramic teapot, warmly inviting the guests to enjoy generous bowls of tea. The fragrance of tea mingled with steam, wafting through the room. Chen Dachuan sliced the apples brought by Lin Wei into thin pieces, neatly arranging them on an enamel plate to serve. Young Li, the procurement officer from Hongxing Steel Mill, was quick-witted, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and respectfully offering them to the hosts. In an instant, the room was enveloped in swirling smoke, the aroma of tea lingering in the air. Everyone savored the rich, fragrant cigarettes while sipping the steaming mountain tea, engaging in lively conversation, creating a warm and amicable atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, being a younger generation, was naturally seated at the children's table. At that moment, he was playing with Xiao Xiao and a group of village children. To be precise, Xiao Xiao, leading her little black dog, was surrounded by the adoring children. Lin Wei could only stand aside, smiling as he observed the lively scene. Xiao Xiao, being a natural social butterfly, rewarded every child who played with her a piece of candy. In these times of famine, the allure of that candy was enough to ensure all the kids were utterly devoted to her. They carefully savored the hard-earned sweets, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Xiao Xiao, as if they were venerating her like a queen. Chapter 102. If Grandpa doesn't believe me, then I'll show him. So, was all this grain truly acquired by Wei Ge through fishing? After hearing the procurement officer's explanation, Chen Daqing remained half convinced. It was indeed a curious coincidence. How did this relate to the steel mill? It all began early this morning. As dawn broke, Lin Wei, accompanied by the little girl and Chen Dachuan, visited the two families deeply in debt at the street office and police station. Director Wang of the street office had already prepared her portion of the fishing bounty. But upon hearing that Chen Dachuan sought grain, especially coarse grain, her expression immediately darkened. The street office was small, with limited relief grain available. Where could they possibly procure more? Yet she could not feign ignorance of the milk powder Lin Wei had previously gifted her. That was a tangible favor. And she could not afford to be oblivious now. Furthermore, in the future, she would still rely on Lin Wei to procure some scarce resources. Just the monthly delivery of over 100 pounds of fish could resolve numerous challenges. Director Wang had no choice but to mobilize all the staff from the street office. Most of these individuals were seasoned locals, well acquainted with the grain station and supply and marketing cooperatives, possessing their own connections. Moreover, with the relief station daily consuming fish, they had indeed saved a significant amount of grain. After several twists and turns, they finally managed to gather 800 pounds of cornmeal. The police station found the process to be considerably smoother. Lu Hongfang made a direct call to the city bureau, having just delivered over 600 pounds of fish. She had certainly made a name for herself before the city leaders, who greeted her with smiles. Little Lu, you're here? Upon hearing that the remarkable angler was there to collect the grain payment, the city leaders immediately placed a call to the logistics department to issue directives. The logistics personnel, not daring to delay, soon prepared 1,000 pounds of cornmeal, along with 200 pounds of flour. Lin Wei initially desired to take all flour, but Chen Dachuan timely advised against it. In these times, who can afford to eat flour at every meal? Whole grains are substantial. They can last us for several days. His tone was reminiscent of someone fearing frivolity. Lin Wei had no choice but to compromise, ultimately using the excuse that the little girl could not consume cornmeal to insist on swapping for 200 pounds of premium flour. The grain had been secured, yet the dilemma of transportation loomed large. The street office had no vehicle, and Lu Hongfang originally intended to requisition a vehicle from the city bureau, but unfortunately, all were dispatched on tasks. In a moment of desperation, she placed a call to Li Huai at the steel factory. Upon hearing that Lin Wei intended to venture to Chongping for some mountain goods, an excuse cleverly concocted by Lu Hongfang, Li Huai immediately grasped the situation. This young man, after reeling in fish, now sought to hunt in the mountains. Although he had never heard of Lin Wei being a hunter, his father-in-law's remark that this young man was extraordinary had already earned Lin Wei a place in Li Huai's esteem. Given this, why not take a gamble? He promptly dispatched his trusted aide from the procurement department, Li Qinggang, along with a driver, to drive a large truck. They loaded all the grain collected by the street office and the police station and set off toward Qinjiakan. Grandfather, where are my uncles Dajan and Dea? Why haven't I seen them? Lin Wei returned to the main room, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. While unloading the truck and moving grain into the village, he had not caught sight of his uncles, which was quite unusual. These uncles were particularly fond of the little girl, always eager to hold her and play with her whenever she returned to her mother's family. What could have happened today? Could it be? Sighing deeply, Chen Yunwen realized that this matter could not be concealed any longer and had no choice but to reveal that Chun Dashan and Chun De had already gone up the mountain. This is unacceptable. Lin Wei's heart tightened. His two uncles had gone into the mountains on empty stomachs. Was there any difference? He held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue, acutely sensing the danger inherent in the situation. If only the grain could arrive a day earlier. Chun Dahai lowered his head, his voice heavy, hands tightly gripping his trouser legs. Then let us hurry up the mountain to find our uncles, Lin Wei urged anxiously. After all, they were his close relatives, and if anything were to happen to both of them in the mountains, not only would he be unable to explain to his grandfather, but Xiao Xiao would likely carry the guilt for a lifetime. No, Chen Yunwen decisively interrupted. Yinshan is vast. Who knows where they have gone? The weather makes it too dangerous to enter the mountains now. Having those two already up there is concerning enough. If you go in, and something happens, this family will truly be finished. Grandfather's words were not without merit. The Yinshan mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, extending to Wangwu and Taihang. In years of favorable weather, even teams of dozens or hundreds often got lost in the mountains, sometimes stranded for days. Now, with heavy snow blocking the mountains, the dangers had multiplied tenfold. Although Qinjiakin could muster a few dozen able-bodied men, the risk of loss would greatly increase. As the clan elder, Chen Yunwen could not allow so many younger generations to take such risks. As for his own two sons, he could only pray for their safe return. Furthermore, considering the vastness of Yinshan, searching for people in the mountains at this moment was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Third uncle, let me take some people up the mountain to look for Dajan and Dea. Chen Dahai clearly sided with Lin Wei. He paused, then lowered his voice to add, we'll just patrol the outskirts. It shouldn't be too dangerous. While these words were meant to reassure their grandfather, Chen Dahai had already devised a plan in his mind. Once they organized people to enter the mountains, where to go and how to search would ultimately be determined by him, the village chief. Previously, they had lacked grain and strength, and everyone had been too afraid to act recklessly on empty stomachs. Now that the grain had arrived, the morale of the people naturally swelled. No, Chen Yunwen saw through his intentions at a glance. Although the grain had arrived, everyone needed to rest for at least 2 days to regain their strength. He directly pointed out the weakest link in Chen Dahai's plan. Grandfather, my second uncle and I have eaten meat these past 2 days. Our strength is just fine. Lin Wei insisted. Moreover, there is Xiaohong. He is quite clever. If we take the personal belongings of my uncles, he can follow their scent to find them, much better than searching blindly. Xiao Wei, it's not that grandfather looks down on you, Chen Yunwen said, gazing at his grandson with concern. You've always had a weak constitution. Your second uncle can manage, but you won't be able to keep up with him. This eldest grandson was indeed a master angler, but searching for people in the mountains required true skill. Without a solid foundation, one would struggle to make any progress. How does grandfather know I can't? Lin Wei shifted his thoughts, realizing the elder was stubborn. Merely arguing would be futile. It was better to demonstrate his abilities. His gaze swept over a dead locust tree outside the courtyard, and with a few quick strides, he focused his mind and activated his innate pure yang energy. With a swift motion, his right palm struck out, and with a dull thud, the tree trunk snapped cleanly in two, the cut surface shockingly smooth. Before anyone could react, he followed up with a series of 3 kicks, each resulting in a resounding crack, and the trunk was reduced to 3 equal segments. Lin Wei bent down to pick up the 4 pieces of broken wood and presented them to his grandfather and Chen Dahai. The cut surfaces were as smooth as a mirror, as if severed by a sharpened blade. Chapter 103, The Transformed Xiaohong. Chen Dahai's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wide enough to fit an egg. He never expected that this seemingly frail nephew possessed such profound martial prowess. Given time, what could he become? It was known that the villagers of Qinjiakin were descendants of the 13 tomb guards, and the martial arts passed down through generations were predominantly external. Even Chen Dahai could barely manage to break a tree with his bare hands, but to achieve such a clean and precise cut would likely take a lifetime of practice. Chen Yunwen's eyes sparkled with insight as his gaze fell upon the broken wood. This locust tree had died due to its bark being stripped for food. Yet the wood could not have decayed to this extent in such a short time. Could it be? He felt a surge of suspicion, reaching for a segment of the broken wood and channeling his internal energy before striking down upon it. With a sharp crack, the piece split into 4 segments, all perfectly aligned, as if cleaved by a precise blade. Standing nearby, Li Changgang and the driver, Xiao Zhang, were almost startled into jumping up. This display was truly astonishing. To split a piece of wood with a single palm was already rare, but to break it into 4 equal parts with such precision was nothing short of miraculous. The two exchanged glances, a shared thought flashing through their minds. No wonder it is said that there are hidden talents among the common folk. Today, they had finally witnessed it. Chen Dahai and Chun Dachuan could not help but silently nod in agreement. Although the old man has aged, his skills have not only remained intact but have, in fact, become even more refined and profound than in his youth. Lin Wei watched in awe, unreservedly giving a thumbs up. Grandpa is formidable. Grandpa is impressive. Chen Yunwen squeezed the wooden block in his hand, confirming its solid quality, far from being decayed. Earlier, having witnessed his grandson's remarkable skills, he felt a surge of excitement and could not resist showcasing a bit of his own. At this moment, he understood all too well. His eldest grandson's prowess could rank among the top 3 in the entire Qin family village. Thus, he decided to let him go. All right, little Wei, you may go with your second uncle. Chen Yunwen finally relented but did not forget to advise. Remember to bring enough provisions and do not venture too far. If you cannot find anything, return promptly. Rest assured, Grandpa, my second uncle and I will accomplish our task. Lin Wei declared confidently, thumping his chest. Seeing this, Li Chenggang interjected. If you can hunt something in the mountains, he recalled Li Huai's specific instructions before they set out, emphasizing the approaching new year and the importance of bringing back some wild delicacies as a generous gift for the factory. Don't worry, Director Li, Chen Dachuan said, patting Li Chenggang's arm. Taking over the conversation, as long as we can find my elder brother and third brother, they are seasoned mountain hunters, and the harvest will surely be plentiful. As night deepened, within the heart of the Yanshan Mountains, only a flickering bonfire danced in the inky darkness, barely illuminating a small area. Lin Wei and Chun Dachuan sat around the fire, with the little black dog curled up in Lin Wei's arms. Already too weary to keep its eyes open, the firelight flickered upon their faces, revealing their serious expressions. In the distance, the mountain silhouettes loomed like colossal beasts, silently swallowing every sound and glimmer of light. The stillness around them was eerie. Not even the faintest chirp of insects or birds could be heard, as if the entire mountain had succumbed to silence. Chen Dachuan poked the fire, sending sparks flying, and sighed, burdened with unspoken fatigue. Last year at this time, I could hear the calls of mountain chickens and see wild rabbits hopping around. Now, not a single creature is in sight. It seems the nearby villages have thoroughly scoured this area. To find any living beings, we must venture deeper. The firelight illuminated Chun Dachuan's furrowed brow as he glanced down at the sleeping little black dog in Lin Wei's embrace, gently stroking its head. If only Xiao Haihei were a bit larger, even half a year old, it wouldn't he be so exhausted after this short trek. At this rate, it will be difficult to catch up with your uncle. Lin Wei nudged the fire and softly suggested, Second uncle, you should sleep first. I will keep watch tonight. Given the circumstances, it seems unlikely we will find even a wild rabbit, let alone a fierce beast. Chen Dachuan chuckled and shook his head. Your uncle isn't so old that he needs his nephew to look after him. However, you truly are impressive. After traversing over 30 miles of snowy terrain today, even I, an old mountain traveler, am worn out. Yet you, with little Xiao Haihei, have been leading the way without so much as a gasp. He glanced at the sleeping little black dog in Lin Wei's arms and sighed. Were it not for this little fellow's lack of stamina, I believe you could have continued for another 30 miles. Saying this, he leaned closer to the fire, seeking a comfortable position. Then I'll take a short nap. Wake me up in the latter half of the night, and you can rest for a while. Before long, Chen Dachuan's breathing became heavy and even. Once he confirmed that his second uncle was sound asleep, Lin Wei slowly lifted his head, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Despite the smoothness of their journey thus far, he was acutely aware that in the vast snowy mountains, one must never let their guard down, especially since, as his second uncle had remarked, Xiao Haihei was still too small, lacking in strength. Although it drank the spiritual spring water daily alongside the little girl, it was merely a supplement, not a miraculous remedy. It seemed he would have to make use of the system once again. Lin Wei summoned the system panel in his mind. After having taught a lesson to the Jia family, the foolish Zhu and the 3 old Bais at the recent assembly, the system generously awarded him 1,200 points. His total points had now reached 3,960. It was time for a splurge. He scoured the system store for a while and finally pinpointed 2 practical items, though they came at a steep price of 3,000 points. The descriptions were so enchanting that they seemed worth a try. As dawn broke, Lin Wei and Chun Dachuan hastily consumed a few bites of their provisions and set off once more with little Xiao Haihei. They hadn't gone far when Chun Dachuan sensed something unusual. He squinted at the lively little figure ahead, unable to believe his eyes. How had Xiao Haihei transformed overnight? It now moved with agility and strength, dashing across the snow-covered mountain path with remarkable speed. Occasionally, it would glance back and wag its tail at them. Its spirit evidently much stronger than the previous day. What astonished him further was its ability to effortlessly leap over the rocks that had previously required considerable effort to climb. Its form now lithe and vigorous, a stark contrast to the little puppy it had been just yesterday. Little Wei, what has happened to Xiao Haihei? Chun Dachuan hurried to catch up with Lin Wei, incredulity lacing his voice. Lin Wei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, knowing the effectiveness of the 1,000-point beast spirit pill he had used the night before. This specialized medicine for spiritual beasts was indeed worthy of its reputation, proving to be an essential tool for any household traveling with a little dog. However, he maintained a composed exterior, casually remarking, "Perhaps it has adapted to the mountain environment and has become more at ease." Adapted to the environment. Chen Dachuan shook his head, laughing. This change is simply too rapid. Just as he finished speaking, the little black dog suddenly turned around and barked twice at Chen Dachuan. Though its bark still retained a hint of puppyishness, its eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, as if to say, "Dare to underestimate me? Just wait and see." Chen Dachuan was amused by its spirited demeanor, laughing heartily. "Well, you little pup, are you showing your teeth at me? Use whatever skills you have. I'm eager to see whether you, the little pup, can outrun me, the seasoned mountain traveler." However, 2 hours later, he could no longer find amusement in the situation. Leaning on his knees, he gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, feeling as though his legs were weighed down with lead. He looked at Lin Wei and the bounding little black shadow ahead, finally unable to hold back his plea. "Little Wei, you too, slow down. Your uncle simply cannot keep up." "Haha, second uncle, are you still daring to compare yourself with Xiao Haihei? No more comparisons. I concede." Chen Dachuan waved his hand, regaining his breath but still unwilling to admit defeat. What good is speed? A hunting dog must ultimately have the real skill to catch prey. Lin Wei chuckled inwardly at his second uncle's refusal to acknowledge defeat, clearly searching for a way to save face. He mused that his second uncle was likely thinking, "Xiao Haihei is barely a few months old, with incomplete teeth. How could it possibly catch anything?" "All right, Xiao Haihei. Second uncle says you won't be able to catch any prey." Lin Wei teased it deliberately. "Wong. Wong." To his surprise, Xiao Haihei raised its voice, seemingly understanding the provocation. The trio, consisting of 2 people and 1 dog, continued on for another 100 steps. Just as they rounded a ridge, the scenery before them suddenly transformed. The recent desolation was left behind as the winter sun bathed the valley ahead, revealing a rare touch of verdant life. At the entrance of the valley stood a dense thicket of shrubs. With keen eyes, Lin Wei noticed a subtle movement amidst the grass. Xiao Haihei, ever more perceptive, perked up its long ears, which usually drooped, now standing upright. Its vigilant eyes darted about, and it immediately lightened its steps, tail taut like a bowstring ready to unleash. Observing this, Ergio exchanged a glance with Lin Wei, his eyes wide with astonishment. The seasoned hunter sensed something unusual about the thicket as well, but he had not anticipated Xiao Haihei's remarkable acuity, which had already assumed an aggressive stance from over 30 meters away, faster than he could react. Xiao Haihei hesitated for but a moment before it launched forward like an arrow released from a bow. A dark shadow darted into the thicket, causing branches and leaves to explode in a cacophony of rustling. Yet, just as swiftly, silence returned, enveloping the thicket once more. Alas, the prey had escaped. Ergio clicked his tongue, and with the discerning eye of a veteran hunter, he concluded that Xiao Haihei's bold assault had likely failed. After all, even when its mother, Dahei, managed to catch prey, it often required considerable effort. How could this diminutive pup, weighing nearly 10 pounds, possibly deliver a fatal blow akin to that of a tiger? At that moment, however, Xiao Haihei emerged laboriously from the thicket, not quite grasping its quarry, but rather pushing a large gray rabbit with its forepaws. The rabbit, robust and plump, weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds, nearly matching Xiao Haihei's own weight, explaining the pup's struggle to move it even a few feet. Good heavens! Ergio's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly approached, seizing the rabbit by its ears. Even as the warmth of its body registered in his palm and he gauged its heavy weight, he could scarcely believe his eyes, staring at the spoils in his hands. Xiao Haihei, with an air of pride, lifted its small head, its glossy eyes casting a sidelong glance at Ergio, clearly demanding praise. Snapping back to reality, Ergio gently ran his left hand through Xiao Haihei's slightly disheveled fur, a gesture he had previously reserved for complimenting Dahei. To his surprise, Xiao Haihei responded positively, instantly squinting its round eyes and emitting a contented hum. Suddenly, Ergio felt a tightening in his grip as the rabbit stirred, its short legs kicking frantically. Yet, against the seasoned hunter, such struggles were futile. With a swift motion, he tossed the rabbit into the air, deftly catching it by the nape of its neck, applying just the right amount of pressure to render it immobile. As he lowered his gaze to inspect the rabbit, He was further astonished. Aside from the slightly disheveled fur at its neck, the creature bore no injuries whatsoever, not even a scratch. What manner of creature was Xiao Hei Hei that it could capture a rabbit without inflicting a single wound? It was well known that living prey was far more valuable. While a dead rabbit could hastily be thrown into a pot, a live one commanded a handsome price in the black market. Yet perhaps, just perhaps, Xiao Hei Hei had merely stunned the rabbit by chance, Ergio pondered. In his years of hunting, he had encountered countless fine dogs in the mountains. Those capable of executing such a clean capture were exceedingly rare, with only De Hei occasionally demonstrating such skill. Yet this pup, barely 3 or 4 months old and weighing just over 10 pounds, was still weaning. How could it possess such extraordinary prowess? Just then, Lin Wei's voice broke through Ergio's musings. Ergio, how do we take this rabbit back? We have no equipment. He paused, then suggested nonchalantly. If worst comes to worst, perhaps we should just let it go? Let it go? You say let it go? Ergio nearly choked on his breath, his eyes bulging in disbelief. What era was this? The villagers hadn't tasted meat in half a year, and this sizable, plump rabbit. And his profligate nephew suggested releasing it? If he were not certain he could not overpower Lin Wei, he would have liked to give the boy a few punches. However, despite his irritation, his nephew's remark reminded him of their lack of equipment. Indeed, carrying a live animal was quite the challenge. Gritting his teeth, he scanned the surroundings until his gaze settled on an old tree entwined with green vines. Drawing the machete from his waist, the 2-foot blade gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. With a swift stroke, several resilient vines fell away. Ergio settled down cross-legged, his calloused hands moving with remarkable dexterity, akin to the most skilled seamstress threading a needle. The coarse vines obediently twisted and intertwined between his fingers, forming knots with ease. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had fashioned a basket the size of a wooden tub, complete with shoulder straps. He gathered a handful of grass to cushion the bottom of the basket and gently placed the bound rabbit inside. Satisfied as he shook his shoulders, we mustn't squander such a fine prize. Bringing this rabbit back alive could yield a handsome return at the black market, enough to trade for several pounds of fine flour. Lin Wei, watching from the side, interjected casually, Ergio, are you sure this basket is large enough? Ha! Ergio laughed heartily. This basket? It could easily accommodate 10 or more rabbits of this size. Chapter 105, The Startling Sound of Gunfire. Ergio clapped his nephew on the shoulder, his tone imbued with the confidence of experience. Today, encountering even one rabbit is a stroke of luck. What? Do you expect the mountains to yield a queue of rabbits leaping into your arms? He affectionately ruffled Xiao Hei Hei's head. For a pup of this age to catch one is already a blessing from our ancestors. Surely, you do not expect it to fill this entire basket? Lin Wei chuckled inwardly, considering how far they had come. Just moments ago, Xiao Hei Hei's series of movements, spotting the target, darting forward, and striking with precision, unfolded seamlessly, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Especially after consuming the spirit pill, this little creature's stamina and explosive power rivaled that of adult hunting dogs. Soon enough, Ergio would be left speechless. Indeed, not long after, they encountered another dense thicket ahead. Xiao Hei Hei shot forth like a streak of black lightning, causing a raucous disturbance among the grasses. In an instant, it emerged, pushing out a fainted white rabbit. My heavens, how could this be possible? Ergio stood in stunned silence, the pup's performance eclipsing even the most formidable mountain dogs in the vicinity. For the next 2 hours, Xiao Hei Hei seemed to methodically check off its prey, extracting wild rabbits from every thicket and bush along their path. Lin Wei and Ergio became little more than cheerful followers, collecting the rabbits. It's full. It's finally full. Ergio, burdened by the heavy basket on his back, felt the strain in his lumbar region, yet his face radiated uncontainable joy. This basket of plump rabbits would be enough to prepare several large pots, allowing the entire village of over 200 souls to savor the long-awaited aroma of meat. Eagerly, he handed the basket to Lin Wei and turned to gather more vines, swiftly beginning to weave an even larger basket. Ergio, we still need to find Egio and Sangio. Lin Wei reminded him of their initial purpose for the outing, noticing Ergio's fervor. Not to worry. Chen Dachuan remained focused, his hands deftly moving as he spoke without raising his head. The prowess of your maternal uncles is such that ordinary beasts cannot approach them, unless one encounters a formidable adversary. Upon uttering this, he suddenly realized his indiscretion, quickly spitting twice and giving himself 2 light slaps across the face. Look at my loose tongue. I mustn't speak carelessly. Let us hope we don't truly encounter any formidable adversary. Hunting in the mountains and fishing are entirely different pursuits. Anglers often boast about reeling in big catches, primarily because, no matter how large the fish, it ultimately poses no threat to humans. Freshwater fishing remains a relatively safe endeavor, which emboldens them to challenge the larger fish. However, mountain hunting is an entirely different matter. In these mountains, the big game refers to tigers, bears, and wild boars, each a formidable foe, particularly the first two. Hunters must swiftly navigate away at the faintest whiff of their presence. The tiger's agility is unmatched, moving like the wind. The bear, with its thick, tough hide, is as formidable as a wall, making it nearly impossible for ordinary hunters to inflict any injury. A mere swipe from it could result in broken bones, or worse, a fatal encounter. Therefore, even in a village like Chinjiakin, where martial prowess is abundant and everyone practices combat, only a pair of bears have been hunted over the years, thanks to a fortunate long-range shot. As for tigers, they glide through the forest like eels, their forms vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving even bullets in their wake. Hence, what mountain hunters often pray for is not the thrill of encountering big game, but rather for a safe journey forth and back. To return home with a few wild rabbits or mountain chickens is considered the best yield. They know better than to covet the giants of the forest. Under the tireless guidance of the little black dog, Lin Wei and Chun Dachuan navigated several steep ridges. Suddenly, the scenery transformed. Ancient trees towered overhead, their gnarled branches intertwining, with a dense canopy that nearly obscured the sky. The light dimmed abruptly, and the air was thick with the coolness of damp earth and decayed leaves, indicating they had ventured deep into the forest's heart. In this profound silence, a sharp gunshot rang out, slicing through the tranquility like thunder on a clear day. The sound startled a flock of wintering birds, sending them scrambling into the sky amidst a flurry of wings. Something was amiss. Chun Dachuan felt a tightening in his chest, halting his steps. He tilted his head, straining to discern the direction of the shot, his face etched with vigilance and gravity. This commotion could very well involve your two uncles. Before he could finish speaking, the little black dog had already identified the source. In an instant, it crouched low, resembling a bolt of black lightning, and dashed towards the northwest without a backward glance. Disappearing into the thicket, Lin Wei felt a heavy weight in his chest, and with no time to ponder, he took off in pursuit. His agile form quickly closed the distance to the little black dog. Chun Dachuan did not dare lag behind, exerting himself to keep pace. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, he could only push aside the branches in his path while anxiously calling out to the retreating figures ahead. Wait. The situation ahead is unclear, don't act recklessly. But Lin Wei, consumed by urgency, paid no heed, and together with the little black dog, they quickly faded from sight. Chun Dashin and Chun De stood back to back in the snowy hollow of the mountainside. They fixated on the 30 or so pairs of eerie green eyes flickering in the dim forest, resembling ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. For 3 days. A full 3 days had they traversed this ancient woodland. Thirst drove them to gnaw on snow. Hunger compelled them to chew on roots and tree bark. Their boots were nearly worn through, yet they had only managed to procure this meager catch. Their woven basket held a few wild rabbits and mountain chickens. But the heaviest prize was a solitary wild boar that had unwittingly crossed their path, weighing no less than 100 pounds. As they bled it out, the warm scent of its blood mingled with the chilly mist rising into the air. Despite their ravenous state, they hesitated to touch the spoils. For back in Chinjiakin, over 200 hungry mouths awaited their return, each piece of meat potentially granting another person a couple more days of sustenance. The brothers exchanged grins, calculating, this trip will finally allow the villagers to savor some meat. Who would have thought that this joy, barely kindled, would be utterly shattered by the pack of hungry wolves that had caught the scent of blood? The beasts silently spread out, forming a half-circle, inching closer. Their gaunt backs rippled beneath the shadows of the trees, drool dripping from their sharp fangs. The lead wolf was particularly robust, its gray and white fur marred by scars of varying depths. It lowered its head slightly, its luminous green eyes fixed like nails upon the brothers, and more so on the plump wild boar behind them. Chapter 106. A desperate struggle against wolves, danger for the uncles. Chun Dashin's rough hands gripped the hunting rifle tightly, the barrel still exuding faint wisps of smoke. His teeth ground together audibly as he managed to utter, "Damn it, these beasts have caught the scent." Beside him, Chun De's countenance was ashen, his machete trembling slightly in his grasp, its tip pointed ominously at the wolf pack. He panted heavily, his voice barely above a whisper. "Brother, we must stay steady. The moment we show any sign of weakness, they will pounce." The air felt frozen, filled only with the mournful wail of the cold wind through the barren branches and the low growls emanating from the wolves' throats. That sound was not loud, yet it grated on the ears like a dull blade. A sense of dread washed over Chun Dashin. The hard-earned prize was likely to become a toll for their passage. But would these bloodthirsty wolves be satisfied with merely taking their catch and letting them go? He dared not dwell on it, nor did he have the luxury of time. The lead wolf had begun to dig anxiously at the frozen ground beneath the snow, its growl escalating in urgency. an unmistakable signal to attack. A howl erupted from the lead wolf, echoing through the valley. Almost simultaneously, 7 or 8 robust male wolves lunged forward, charging up the slope like arrows released from a bow. These creatures were cunning, zigzagging as they ran, evidently wary of the rifle in Chun Dashin's hands. Bang! Without hesitation, Chun Dashin fired his old rifle. The foremost wolf fell to the ground with a thud, yet the remaining wolves paid no heed to their fallen comrade, their pace undeterred as they surged forward with increased vigor. Unfortunately, this old rifle was not a repeating firearm. It required reloading after each shot, limiting him to just that one bullet. A fleeting regret crossed Chun Dashin's mind, but he wasted no time. Casting the rifle into the snow and swiftly drawing a 3-foot-long tang knife from behind him, the blade glinted in the dim forest light. Having been sharpened meticulously before their venture, it was now poised to taste the blood of these beasts. The brothers exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively positioning themselves back to back, forming a 90-degree angle. This was a tacit understanding forged over years of martial training, specifically designed to counter attackers from all sides. A howl erupted once more from the lead wolf. 3 wolves leaped into the air, their pale fangs aimed directly at the brothers' throats. Watch out for the knife. 2 flashes of cold light sliced through the air, seemingly tearing it apart. With precision, Chun Dashin's tang knife cleaved into one wolf's midsection, severing it cleanly in 2. Simultaneously, Chun Day's machete struck with equal ferocity, decapitating another wolf with a single swift arc. 2 jets of steaming wolf's blood splattered forth, staining the faces of the 2 brothers. However, the third male wolf twisted its body in midair, narrowly evading the dual strike. As it landed, it lunged straight for Chun Dashin's leg, evidently resolved to seize one of them, thereby creating an opportunity for its companions. Chun Dashin had anticipated this assault. His right leg shot out with the suddenness of a coiled spring. Bang! The kick struck the wolf squarely on the head, sending it tumbling backward, rolling through the snow. The beast shook its massive head, its eyes glinting with greater ferocity, truly embodying the old hunter's adage of a copper head, iron tail, and a tofu waist. Clearly, Chun Dashin's kick had inflicted little harm, instead igniting the creature's savagery. At that moment, the other 4 male wolves had surged forward, their gray forms weaving a deadly net that ensnared the brothers in its center. Fortunately, the location they had chosen was perilous. The inwardly concave mountain wall, crowned by a vertical rock face soaring several meters high, served as a natural barrier, leaving the wolf pack no avenue to flank them. It was precisely this treacherous terrain that emboldened the 2 men to confront the pack. The leading 5 wolves did not rush to attack. Instead, they bared their ghastly fangs, growling lowly from their throats as if waiting for something. Indeed, from the shadows emerged the figure of the Wolf King, leading the remaining 20 or so wolves, tightening the encirclement and sealing off all avenues of retreat. Chun Dashin pressed his back against the icy rock wall, his throat tightening as he whispered to his younger brother beside him, "Ersan, wait for me to carve out an opening, then run east." He kept his voice low, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the few male wolves bearing old wounds. "Do you remember, over the past 6 months, the hunters from Qin Village, Zhang Village, and Jia Village who went in and never returned? They likely fell prey to this pack of beasts. The healed knife wounds, particularly the scabbed gunshot marks, sent a chill coursing through Chun Dashin's heart. The wolves that had battled hunters and tasted human flesh were exceptionally ferocious and bloodthirsty. Tonight, their fate was likely grim. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the tang knife, his old companion for 10 years, which now felt as heavy as a mountain. "No," Chun Day urgently retorted, brandishing his mountain-cutting knife toward the largest wolf. "If we are to live, we must do so together. Besides, think of these prey." He cast a quick glance at the pheasants, wild rabbits, and the wild boar at his feet, food that the entire village depended on to survive the winter. Foolish. Chun Dashin's frustration was palpable, his temples throbbing, his voice hoarse. "These animals, along with my life, would be sufficient for them to feast. You just married. You haven't even left an heir." No sooner had he spoken than the Wolf King let out a long howl, reverberating across the land. The 5 male wolves crouched low, their muscular hind legs coiling, their white fangs glinting ominously under the cold moonlight. The encirclement suddenly tightened, the nearest wolf now less than 3 steps away, its foul, warm breath wafting toward them. Chun Day swung his knife, carving a silver arc. "Brother, if we are to die, let us die together. If I escape alone, how could I face my sister-in-law and our parents?" The Wolf King issued the command for a full assault. 5 gray shadows surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Chun Dashin swept his tang knife, repelling 2 wolves in front, but he was caught off guard as a wolf from the left lunged for his throat. Clash! Chun Day parried the wolf's jaws with his knife, sparks flying. Yet, another male wolf charged in from the side, knocking him back unsteadily. instantly leaving 3 bloody gashes on his right arm. Ersan. Chun Dashin's eyes widened with fury. He retaliated with a backhanded strike that cleaved into the wolf's flank. The beast howled in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth, but more wolves were already swarming in. The brothers found themselves cornered against the deepest part of the rock wall, their blades becoming increasingly chaotic amidst the frenzied attacks. In mere moments, both were battered and bruised, their blood soaking through their thin winter garments, crystallizing into dark red ice in the biting wind. Most alarming was the wolves' tactical maneuvers, taking turns to feign attacks, wearing down their stamina, and focusing on disrupting their balance. This was no ordinary struggle for survival. It was a combat style honed through countless battles. This approach could not continue. Chun Dashin gasped for breath, his tang knife trembling slightly from exertion. On the count of 3, you break east. Brother. That may not be possible. Chun Day stepped forward, revealing a large tear in his trousers from a wolf's claw on his left thigh. What further enraged Chun Dashin was the steady flow of blood seeping from the torn fabric. Brother, you should be the one to break through. I will hold them off. Chapter 107. The Flying Knife. At last, the Flying Knife. Suddenly, the wolf pack retreated a step in unison. The silver-gray wolf king advanced slowly, its amber eyes coldly locking onto the disordered breath of Chun Day. It scratched the snow with its front paws, its muscles taut, clearly preparing to deliver the final blow personally. Huh! A sharp bark erupted from Chun Dashin's throat, his form shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. The tang knife sliced through the air, tracing a cold crescent arc aimed directly at the poised wolf king. In a flash, he had made his decision. Conventional combat offered no hope. He had to stake everything on capturing the king. However, the wolf king was cunning, having anticipated his move. Instead of advancing, it retreated, its forepaws digging into the snow as it nimbly withdrew several steps, vanishing behind a few robust male wolves. Chun Dashin's momentum faltered. Unable to halt his blade, he let his wrist drop, redirecting the knife to cleave through the skull of an obstructing old wolf. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering across the snow in a shocking crimson. But this desperate strike exposed him to vulnerabilities. 2 gray shadows lunged from either side like phantoms, their sharp teeth sinking deep into his calf. A searing pain shot through him, and he let out a muffled groan, wildly swinging the tang knife to fend off the 2 male wolves. Yet, this momentary delay had opened a gaping hole directly ahead. In that instant, the wolf king leaped silently into the air, its massive jaws aimed for his throat, white fangs glistening with the scent of blood, closing in. Not good. Chun Dashin had no time to bring his knife up to block, raising his left arm in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Crack! The wolf king's fangs sank deep into his arm, nearly shattering the bone. The immense force knocked him heavily to the ground, the tang knife flying from his grip. Brother! Chun Day screamed, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He swung the mountain-cutting knife desperately, trying to rush forward, but the 5 male wolves shadowed him closely, blocking every inch of his path. Chun Day, in a frenzy, disregarded the bloody gashes on his legs and charged forward madly. Yet, those beasts seemed oblivious to pain, allowing the blade to slice through flesh as they continued to obstruct his way. As the mountain-cutting knife struck the wolf's bones, it produced dull thuds. But the wall of flesh and blood remained immovable. Exhausted, Chun Day found himself unable to advance a single step further. In the snow, Chun Dashin lay pinned beneath the wolf king. His left arm hung limply, blood gushing forth, while his uninjured right hand strained against the wolf king's thick neck. Yet how could a human's strength contend with that of this bloodthirsty beast? The wolf king growled lowly, its breath mingled with the stench of blood spraying onto Chun Day's face. The gaping maw descended slowly, its white fangs mere inches from his throat. In the murky depths of the wolf king's eyes, Chun Dashin seemed to glimpse a glimmer of bloodthirsty malice. His throat tightened, and he despairingly closed his eyes. It was over. Today, it seemed that the 2 brothers were destined to be devoured by this wolf pack. Father, mother, your unfilial son, Chun Dachuan, prepares to meet his end, he silently recited, bracing himself for the countdown of life. At this critical moment, a crisp and familiar voice sliced through the air. Uncle. The sound bore a striking resemblance to that of his eldest nephew. A tremor coursed through Chun Dashin's heart, and he dismissed it as a mere illusion born from the disintegration of his soul in the face of impending death. However, a sudden, soft sound akin to a blade piercing flesh followed closely behind. The body of the wolf king pressing down on him stiffened abruptly, its chilling growl transforming into a heart-wrenching howl, a whoa. Yet, the howl was abruptly cut off, as if strangled mid-cry. Chun Dashin felt a searing warmth wash over his face. A viscous liquid, reeking of iron, splattering across him like a torrent from a suddenly erupted hot spring. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive. In astonishment, He sensed the terrifying force that had ensnared the Wolf King's neck dissipating rapidly. Instinctively, he pushed, and the massive, ferocious wolf head drooped limply to the side. Hastily, he wiped the blood obscuring his eyes, and as his vision cleared, his heart nearly stopped at the realization that the warm liquid covering his face and hands was nothing but wolf's blood. He whirled around to look at his brother, Chundea, only to find him still ensnared by 5 or 6 vicious wolves. Although Chundea wielded his blade with impressive agility, it was evident he was on the brink of exhaustion, unable to spare a moment to assist. Who, then, could have slain the Wolf King? Struggling to prop himself up amidst the blood-soaked ground, Chundashin surveyed his surroundings with uncertainty. The Wolf King's lifeless body lay before him, its neck grotesquely torn open, as if pierced precisely by some sharp instrument. Blood continued to ooze steadily, no longer erupting as before. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. If it were a hunting rifle that had delivered the fatal blow, there would have been a deafening report. Yet, this wound was too clean, accompanied by a horrifying sense of tearing, suggesting a power far beyond that of ordinary arrows or blades. What, then, could have inflicted such a wound? Chundashin murmured to himself, aware that it was a friend and not a foe, yet a chill crept up his spine. On the other side, Chundea was nearing his limit. The 5 wolves, drenched in blood, had grown increasingly frenzied, disregarding the slashes of his machete, lunging in to tear at him. Fresh wounds marred his arms and thighs, his movements growing ever more sluggish. Just as peril loomed, that familiar, clear voice pierced the night once more. "Little uncle, fall back." This time, both brothers distinctly heard the voice, which was eerily identical to that of their eldest nephew. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, a series of sharp sounds sliced through the air. 3 streaks of cold light, like meteors racing across the sky, swiftly pierced the necks of 3 of the malevolent wolves. Blood erupted, and the 3 wolves fell, unable to utter a single cry, their limbs twitching briefly before falling still. Though Chundea was taken aback, he instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Almost simultaneously, 2 more flashes cut through the air, and with 2 soft thuds, the remaining 2 wolves also collapsed, their necks similarly punctured with mortal wounds. At that moment, the remaining 20 or so wolves finally reacted. They watched in horror as their king and their strongest 5 comrades fell, fear flickering in their green eyes for the first time. The pack began to shift, forming a defensive circle, low growls rumbling in their throats. Over 20 pairs of glowing green eyes scanned the forest frantically, seeking the source of their heavy losses. Just then, a rustling sound came from the eastern hillside, and a lithe figure leapt into view. It was a youth of about 18 or 19, standing tall like a pine. His youthful yet defined features were etched with urgency. Even more astonishingly, a puppy the size of a house cat followed closely at his feet. Instead of cowering at the sight of the ferocious wolves, the little dog sprang to the periphery of the pack, barking defiantly at the wolves several times its size, exuding an impressive bravado. Chapter 108, The Bloodline Suppression of Little Black. The Chun brothers exchanged glances, finally confirming that this was undoubtedly their dear nephew Lin Wei. At that moment, Lin Wei stood firm, for gleaming flying knives poised between his fingers. Each knife was about the size of a palm, 2 fingers wide, reflecting a blinding light in the winter sun. Chundashin squinted against the glare, catching a glimpse of the blades, which were so thin they seemed almost ethereal, even thinner than a sheet of paper. It turned out that after Lin Wei had exchanged for a spirit beast pill for Little Black the previous night, he had resolutely spent a full 2,000 points to select a set of techniques and weaponry for himself. It was indeed the legendary Little Leaf Flying Dagger, along with 36 cold iron earthly fiend daggers. In this age where firearms could not be used freely, this set of flying daggers was the fastest within 7 paces and both swift and accurate beyond that, making it an exceptional tool for home, travel, and hunting. The dagger that had just felled the Wolf King had exceeded Lin Wei's expectations in both speed and power, rivaling that of a bullet. Truly, there was reason behind the price. The items produced by this system could never be measured by ordinary standards. The principle of Little Leaf Flying Dagger never misses finally shone through in this realm. Lin Wei's timely arrival during such a critical juncture was entirely due to the first gunshot fired by his uncle Chundashin, which echoed through the valley, illuminating his path. Had he relied solely on Little Black to track by scent, he would likely have arrived only to find Big Nephew you. The Chun brothers gaped at Lin Wei, who stood there with an air of calm, unable to articulate a complete sentence. The scene before them was simply too fantastical. They had never imagined that in their dire straits, a savior would descend upon them like a deity from the heavens. Perhaps it would be the village chief, Chindahai, accompanied by his 5 sons, known as the 5 Tigers. Or perhaps their second brother returning with the young and strong of their clan. Yet, they never could have fathomed that the savior would be their frail and sickly nephew Lin Wei. It was hard to believe that just 2 years prior, This child had chased a domesticated hen around the vegetable garden for a full hour, exhausted and disheveled, unable to catch a single feather from the chicken. For this, the three brothers had teased their sister, nearly provoking her to strike her unaccomplished son. But now, Lin Wei stood tall in the snow, his gaze sharp as an eagle, his flying dagger having moved so swiftly that it left only a lingering shadow. His demeanor, commanding and self-assured, would undoubtedly place him among the elite hunters of the entire Chun family village. Chen Dashin unconsciously tightened his grip on his hunting rifle, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. If it came to a life-and-death struggle with his nephew, would his own gun be faster, or Lin Wei's flying daggers? He feared he might not even have the chance to pull the trigger before that cold light pierced his throat. Thankfully, this was his own nephew. If he were an enemy, he dared not contemplate further, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Uncle, third uncle, bandage yourselves tightly and rest for a moment, Lin Wei urged, frowning as he took in Chun Dai's blood-soaked legs and the wound on Chun Dashin's left arm inflicted by the Wolf King's fangs. He couldn't help but raise his voice in admonition. His two uncles, momentarily dazed, finally snapped back to reality, their faces flushing with embarrassment. The two renowned hunters from the surrounding countryside, who prided themselves on their prowess, found themselves utterly astonished by the agility of their nephew, momentarily forgetting their own wounds. Indeed, it seemed they were regressing with age. Meanwhile, Chun Dashin skillfully bandaged the injury on his younger brother's leg, all the while casting a furtive glance toward a distant point. His brow furrowed in concern. That pack of wolves is still encircled, he murmured. Following his gaze, the duo observed that the 20 or so wild wolves had not dispersed. Instead, they huddled closely together, forming a tight circle. The wolves emitted low, continuous growls, their glimmering green eyes fixed intently on a small black figure just outside their perimeter. This was decidedly illogical. With the death of the Wolf King and the 5 most formidable male wolves, the pack should have scattered in disarray, retreating into the forest. In the ruthless law of the wild, the weak are devoured by the strong. Yet tonight, these remnants of warriors neither fled nor fought. They remained in a tense standoff, assuming a defensive posture. What were they afraid of? If it were the elusive throwing knives in Lin Wei's possession, then surely, apart from the cunning Wolf King, ordinary wolves could not possess such intelligence. Their attention was drawn to the small creature darting back and forth before the wolf pack, Xiao Haihei. Clearly, it was a mere half-year-old German shepherd pup, fluffy and rotund, an unmistakable replica of its mother, the Black Panther, in her youth. So endearing that one would wish to cradle it in their arms. Yet, at this moment, its speed and agility surpassed even that of an adult herding dog. Its paws barely left a trace in the snow, resembling a streak of black light. Whenever a wolf dared to breach the defensive circle, Xiao Haihei would pounce without hesitation, its movements as swift as lightning, issuing a low growl that belied its diminutive stature. What was even more astonishing was that these typically ferocious wolves were genuinely intimidated by this little creature, retreating in disgruntled submission. Thus, a small puppy managed to single-handedly pin down over 20 fearsome wolves, rendering them immobile. This surreal scene was even more enchanting than witnessing the remarkable skill of their eldest nephew with his throwing knives. Uncle, you can rest easy. These beasts are nearly terrified out of their wits, Lin Wei stated calmly, steadily retrieving several more throwing knives from the leather pouch at his waist. The cold metal glinted ominously in his grasp, facing off against the wolves' luminous green eyes in the distance. With Xiao Haihei maintaining its watch, none of them would escape. He nodded toward the small black figure circling the pack. Xiao Haihei emitted a deep, resonant growl. Despite its small size, it exuded an aura of unyielding strength, effectively keeping the wolves firmly in place. Uncle, what is your decision regarding the remaining wolves? Should we slay them, or let them go? Lin Wei inquired, while secretly contemplating his own strategy. After dispatching the Wolf King and the 5 robust males, he had accumulated 90 points, bringing his total to a mere 1050. The terrified wolves before him were, in his eyes, living sources of points. However, the final decision lay with his more experienced uncle. Moreover, if they were to slay all 30 wolves in one go, the 3 of them were not in a position to transport all the carcasses back. Let them go? Nonsense. Chun Dashin spat, irritation evident in his voice, which tugged at the wound in his left arm, causing him to wince, yet his gaze remained fiercely resolute. These creatures are treasures. Wolf meat can fill our bellies, and their pelts, once processed, can be fashioned into blankets. Far more effective than a 10-pound quilt in the frigid winter. He took a breath before continuing. When the time comes, be sure to leave me 1 or 2 alive. After shedding so much blood alongside your third uncle, I need to replenish my strength with some warm wolf blood. He shot a glance at the composed Lin Wei and added, You're still young and uninjured. There is no need for you to partake in this bloodletting. Considering that these ferocious wolves might have previously assaulted other hunting teams or even tasted human blood, Chun Dashin's eyes turned as cold as frost. Beasts that have savored human flesh must not be spared. Once they have experienced the taste of human flesh, they will regard humanity as prey. Should food become scarce in the mountains, they could very well descend upon our villagers. Furthermore, during these years of famine, humans and beasts are locked in a struggle for survival. The wildlife in the mountains is limited for every wolf that the pack claims. The hunters in the village receive one less share of sustenance. Out of both compassion and reason, these vengeful beasts must be eradicated. Moreover, witnessing his nephew's lightning-fast skills had stirred an insatiable curiosity within the weapon enthusiast that was Chun Dashin. Such an opportunity to observe firsthand was not to be missed. Very well, I shall heed my uncle's counsel. With his uncle's directive, Lin Wei felt a surge of determination. It was an opportune moment to earn points legitimately. His expression turned serious as he deftly transferred several knives to his left hand, leaving only one in his right. In the next moment, his fingers moved with a subtle grace, causing the single-edged, razor-sharp knife to appear almost animated, dancing nimbly between his slender fingers, tracing dazzling silver arcs through the air. Like a mischievous yet deadly silver butterfly, exuding an elegance that hinted at lethal precision. What sorcery is this? The Chun brothers were left utterly astounded, completely captivated by their nephew's unprecedented display of skill. The knife's sharpness, evidenced by the deep wounds it had inflicted on the Wolf King and the other male wolves, was beyond question. It could indeed sever hair with ease. Yet, Lin Wei had the audacity to manipulate it with his bare hands, without any protective gear. How did he accomplish this without fear of injury? A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Lin Wei's lips. This was precisely the effect he sought. He must astonish them thoroughly. After all, these uncles had long mocked him for being weak, unable to master any form of combat. At that moment, a particularly robust male wolf, seemingly provoked by the oppressive atmosphere, abruptly leapt from the defensive circle. Xiao Haihei tensed to pounce, but Lin Wei was quicker, his voice ringing out like thunder. Now? Before his command had fully escaped his lips, silver light erupted from his fingertips, swiftly followed by a cold gleam that shot forth like lightning. Moving too swiftly for the eye to track, a soft thud echoed as the knife struck the wolf squarely on the head, blood erupting in a spray. The blade had almost embedded itself entirely, leaving only the hilt protruding. The wolf emitted a brief, agonized howl before its momentum abruptly ceased, its legs twitching as it stumbled forward a few steps, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The knife had evidently penetrated its skull, instantly obliterating its brain. A miraculous instant kill. Marvelous. The Chun brothers, who had been enraptured by the astounding knife techniques just seconds before, now found themselves utterly captivated by this earth-shattering blow. The strike, seemingly unremarkable, had been executed with such silence and precision that it left no trace in its wake. Years of martial training have made them acutely aware that this represents the pinnacle of the art of concealed weapons. Silent and elusive, it can extinguish lives without a trace. Were the target to be someone of their caliber, they would scarcely have time to react before succumbing to a fatal strike. What astounding fortune has befallen their nephew to master such an uncanny skill in throwing knives? With such a technique at his disposal, not only would these malevolent wolves be no match, but even the fearsome beasts, tigers, bears, and wild boars, roaming the mountains in the future would likely find themselves effortlessly dispatched. The Chun brothers observed with clarity that the thrown knife struck the most resilient part of the wolf's anatomy, the top of its skull. A typical blade might leave but a faint mark upon such a hard surface. Yet Lin Wei's casual throw pierced through the skull, as if it were rotting wood, directly reaching the brain. What terrifying force and penetrating power was at play here? Surely, even a rifle bullet would pale in comparison. At this realization, a chill coursed from their spines to the very crown of their heads, leaving them shivering. If this nephew of theirs were to harbor even the slightest malevolence, with such formidable prowess and without the need for military artillery, the number of individuals capable of subduing him across the land would be exceedingly few. At this moment, the remnants of the wolf pack had utterly collapsed. They had already been teetering on the brink of despair due to the innate terror instilled by the formidable presence of the small black wolf. Just as one of their kind mustered the courage to break free, it found itself dispatched by that seemingly innocuous human with a single throw. How could they endure this? Remaining meant certain death, but rushing out might afford them a slim chance of survival. As highly intelligent creatures, they made their choice in an instant. With mournful howls, four wolves simultaneously sprang from different directions, attempting to scatter and escape. Previously, they had attacked from a single direction and were swiftly eliminated. Now, with four wolves emerging together, could the human possibly unleash four knives at once? Alas, they underestimated Lin Wei's abilities. With a casual flick of his left hand, he hurled a knife into the air, Almost at the moment it reached its apex, his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, swept through the air. The descending knife seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, transforming into a silver bolt of lightning as it shot forth from his palm, shimmering with ominous brilliance. Without even glancing at the outcome, his left hand launched a second knife, and his right followed suit with seamless precision, each motion fluid and unhesitating. This was repeated 4 times, each action so swift that only a blur remained, the entire sequence completed in the blink of an eye. 1 second, for knives. A chorus of despairing howls erupted from the wolf pack, the sound chilling to the bone. In that fleeting moment, the 4 wolves that had just broken free from encirclement were struck simultaneously, each one meeting their end without a chance to struggle, collapsing to the ground like sacks stripped of their bones, following in the footsteps of their fallen comrade. Chapter 110. Uncle says, wolf blood is a precious thing. How could this be possible? The Chun brothers simultaneously sprang to their feet, astonished, nearly leaping 3 feet into the air, oblivious to the searing pain from their wounded limbs. The bandages they had just begun to apply lay scattered on the ground, soiled with mud and snow, forgotten in the face of this spectacle. What kind of divine throwing technique was this? While landing a single throw was one thing, perhaps they could manage it with their hunting rifles. But what of this instantaneous quartet of strikes? Even pulling the trigger could not achieve such rapidity. More frightening still was that each knife retained its power and precision without a hint of diminishment. With such velocity and terrifying force, how could other hunters who relied on their wits continue to survive? If they understood the maxim of forging their own path, while leaving others without options, they would certainly raise their hands in agreement. With this astounding prowess, it seemed their nephew could traverse the entirety of the Yinshan mountain range with ease. From now on, whether the quarry be jackals, tigers, leopards, or bears, before Lin Wei, it would likely be a mere matter of a single knife throw. If he were to encounter a formidable opponent, it would only necessitate another strike. The rapid succession of throwing knives was a truth only those who dared to try would comprehend. In that moment, a wave of frustration surged within the Chun brothers. Having dedicated over 20 years to their craft only to find themselves outmatched by this seemingly transformed nephew. In the art of tracking, he had the aid of a divine hound of extraordinary caliber, and it was still in its youth, with vast potential for growth. In terms of hunting prowess, he possessed a quiver of at least 20 or 30 knives, far surpassing their antiquated firearms that required cumbersome reloading. Thus, it dawned upon them that their nephew's hunting limits were not defined by how many he could take down, but rather by how much he could carry away. If Lin Wei could hear the thoughts of his uncles at that moment, he would likely smile serenely and think, this is merely the beginning. Even if he couldn't take everything openly, he still possessed a spatial realm to store his catch. Although currently limited to an acre, it could easily accommodate 100 large prey. Of course, this treasure must remain concealed from prying eyes. Hence, today's spoils would have to be carried back in the traditional manner. Having revealed his true capabilities, Lin Wei no longer held back. With a swift movement, he reached to his waist pouch and retrieved 4 gleaming knives, their edges glinting ominously. He tossed one into the air, the silver blade tracing 4 arcs of brilliance against the sky. Before the knife could descend, his right hand flicked like a butterfly in flight, striking, spinning, and releasing in a seamless flow, leaving only a ghostly impression in his wake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The knives sliced through the air with relentless precision, akin to an invisible automatic rifle unleashing a torrent of fire. With each flash of cold steel, a wolf fell, succumbing to the lethal onslaught. Regardless of how the beasts tried to evade, they could not escape the fatal gleam of the knives. Ding, 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 the system notification sound echoed continuously, signaling a surge in points. At that moment, the small black wolf had found a large rock, comfortably squinting its eyes while perched upon it, its tail gently swaying as if it were an amused spectator of the unfolding drama. After consuming the spirit-enhancing elixir, its intelligence had blossomed, and now, with its head tilted adorably, it resembled a mischievous little sprite draped in fur. Were it not for its furry coat and the manner of its sitting, one might easily mistake it for a playful child. The Chun brothers were utterly entranced, their gazes fixated on the extraordinary spectacle before them. Their mouths agape. They could fit a duck egg within, their minds consumed by a singular, frantic thought. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. As the wolf pack shrank from a vast circle to a smaller formation, eventually collapsing into a scattered mass, they could no longer maintain a coherent defense. Xiao Wei, have mercy. Leave at least 2 alive. Chen Dashan suddenly came to his senses, urgently calling out to halt the massacre. He and the 3rd brother were eager to partake in the warm, nourishing wolf blood to replenish their strength. After wandering the mountains for days, their provisions had long been exhausted, and they had resorted to foraging for roots and stripping bark for sustenance. They had only just managed to hunt down a wild boar, and before they could even prepare it, the wolf pack had disrupted their efforts. After the fierce battle and considerable blood loss, they were now cold and starving. It is said that wolf's blood is a potent tonic, and consuming it raw can invigorate one's spirit and nourish the blood, second only in efficacy to tiger's blood. However, wolves are notoriously fierce and elusive, making the chances of hunting them alone exceedingly rare. Since fate has brought this opportunity today, how could one possibly let it slip away? As for the tiger's blood, the Chun brothers simultaneously set their sights on Lin Wei. With this prodigious nephew possessing extraordinary skills, the once unreachable tiger now seems no longer a distant legend. In the future, when it comes to consuming tiger's blood or brewing potent tiger bone wine, they shall rely on their nephew's remarkable prowess with the flying knife. Good nephew. Lin Wei felt a flush of excitement rise to his cheeks, his chest gently heaving. The recent carnage had indeed captivated him. The exhilaration of wielding life and death, of slaying with abandon, was incomparable to the mundane activities of fishing or tending to the beasts in the courtyard. He suddenly realized that the most primal and profound instincts of man might well reside within the realms of battle and bloodshed. No wonder, throughout history, so many emperors, generals, and the elite have been enamored by the pursuits of hunting. It turns out that the hunting clubs so coveted by the wealthy in later generations offer a unique and irreplaceable emotional value. Moreover, this hunt also has points to be earned. Just now, he had gained an additional 160 points, bringing his total to 1210. One could have easily gone overboard. Lin Wei quickly reined in his thoughts, directing his gaze toward the last 3 wild wolves remaining in the arena. At this moment, these wolves had long lost their former ferocity, reduced to trembling wretches, their bodies curled in the snow, shivering as if they were mere frightened mutts. They appeared to plead for mercy from the fearsome slaughterer who had decimated their kin. Alas, wolves are ultimately ungrateful creatures, akin to treacherous beasts. The lessons learned by humanity are vividly etched in memory, let alone these true wild animals. Let me grant you a final passage, Lin Wei mused, his thoughts igniting as he swiftly darted forward like a wraith. As the 3 wolves sensed the approach of the harbinger of death, their final instinct for survival surged forth. Particularly, upon noticing that he bore no knife, their desire to escape overpowered their fear, and they bared their fangs, ready to counterattack. However, they grossly underestimated Lin Wei's prowess in close combat. Confronted by the first wolf, its jaws agape, Lin Wei neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right leg, delivering a precise kick to the side of the wolf's head. Bang! With a muffled thud, the wolf was unable to even emit a howl before being sent sprawling by the sheer force of the blow, crashing to the ground, sending snow and mud flying, and losing consciousness on the spot. Oh dear, show some restraint. The Chun brothers gasped in unison, their hearts racing. While the kick was undeniably spectacular, what if it had killed the wolf? Fear not, uncle, I possess the measure, Lin Wei called out, his actions unwavering. In a fluid motion, he slipped between the remaining 2 wolves, his hands striking with the precision of a viper, delivering powerful blows to their lower backs. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed in the air. The 2 wolves emitted piercing cries of agony, collapsing as if their spines had been severed, their front limbs still twitching in a futile struggle, while their rear halves lay utterly limp, bereft of support. The Chun brothers exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment. They had initially believed their nephew's mastery of the flying knife to be extraordinary, but they never anticipated his martial prowess would be equally formidable. The seemingly casual kick and strikes concealed an overwhelming force and unparalleled accuracy, particularly with those final strikes, which had decisively shattered the wolves' most vulnerable vertebrae, leading to such lethal results. What other hidden talents did this nephew possess? Uncle, what are you waiting for? Continue, Lin Wei commanded, gripping the scruff of both wolves' necks with iron-like hands and tossing them into the air as if they were sacks of grain. Oh, here it comes. The Chun brothers, now fully awakened, rushed forward in a frenzy, pinning the still twitching wolf bodies to the ground. Their fingers deftly located the throbbing arteries at the sides of the wolves' necks. Sensing their imminent demise, the wolves struggled desperately, their fangs gnashing at the air as desperate gasps escaped their throats. Alas, with their spines broken, their strength had long since ebbed away, and they were no match for the seasoned hunters. 2 cold daggers were drawn, glinting ominously. With a swift thrust, the blade sliced through fur and flesh. In an instant, 2 torrents of hot blood erupted like long-suppressed geysers, shrouding the frigid air in a mist of crimson. The Chun brothers opened their mouths in unison, disregarding all caution as they welcomed the surging blood. They drank deeply, akin to parched travelers encountering an oasis in the desert, or hardy men indulging in fine spirits from a cask. They swallowed the rich, metallic liquid in great gulps, even holding their breaths to avoid wasting a single drop. The warm wolf's blood splattered across their faces and garments, staining the pristine snow beneath them a shocking scarlet. The scene was primal and savage, yet imbued with an inexpressible vitality. After what felt like an eternity, when the arterial spray transformed into a steady flow, the brothers reluctantly released their grip, discarding the now lifeless wolf carcasses into the snow. What a rush! Truly exhilarating, they exclaimed, their heads thrown back, reveling in the moment, their chests heaving. Their faces and bodies were smeared with still warm wolf's blood, their mouths agape as they exhaled steam tinged with pink, resembling fiends emerging from the depths of hell. Even Lin Wei, the orchestrator of this massacre, could not help but shudder at the sight. Surely these uncles had succumbed to some primal stimulus, transforming into beasts themselves? The scene was far too gruesome, enough to terrify children. Ha ha ha, dear nephew, there's still one lying over there. The two uncles, now invigorated, glowed with excitement, eager to draw Lin Wei into their sanguinary revelry. Chun Dashin pointed at the wolf Lin Wei had knocked unconscious, his voice booming. That one is yours. Here, take the dagger, and just make a swift cut half an inch below the throat. When the blood sprays out, you won't even be able to cover it with your hands. Lean in and drink. The taste is absolutely divine. Lin Wei, observing his now beastly uncles, furrowed his brow deeply. These two must have been intoxicated by the wolf's blood, attempting to drag him, the innocent and impressionable boy, into this barbaric feast. What kind of uncles were these? Absolutely not. I, Lin Wei, absolutely refuse to engage in such barbaric acts, which are better suited for wildlings. No, thank you, uncle. You may indulge to your heart's content. He waved his hands dismissively, his disdain evident, and leapt onto a nearby boulder, embracing the still-dazed little Hey in his arms. He declared, I shall not partake in this fray. It is far more pleasant to be with you, little Hey, though you are but a small dog. You are clean and would never sully yourself with those raw, foul dishes. Huh, just a moment ago, you exhibited such bravado. Now you hesitate to drink a drop of wolf's blood? One uncle chided. Indeed, this is a disgrace to our Chun family village. With their initial temptation failing, the two uncles shifted their tactics, resorting to provocation. Yet Lin Wei was not so easily ensnared. Despite their coaxing, he remained resolute in silence. Oh, you scoundrel! Truly unworthy of the feast. You lack appreciation. Chun Dashin feigned a lament, then turned to Chun Day, since our nephew dares not, let us not waste this wolf. You have bled significantly. Consider it a boon for you. Splendid, brother. I shall partake heartily today and allow you to go first next time. Chun Day replied merrily, as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune. Ah, you two gluttons, hoarding such fine fare without a thought for me. Here I am, risking my life to fetch our nephew, and you leave me in the cold. How disheartening. A breathless voice suddenly interjected. Lin Wei and his two uncles looked up in unison, startled to have overlooked this individual. It was none other than the second uncle, Chun Dachuan, who appeared, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently as he rushed to join them. After all, his stamina paled in comparison to Lin Wei, who possessed innate pure yang energy. And even the medicated little Hey surpassed him. Despite his haste, he had arrived 10 minutes too late. Fortune favored his arrival, for he stumbled upon the sight of his brothers about to indulge in the wolf's blood. Hold on, that last wolf is mine, he called out, halting Chun Day, who had been preparing to partake. Curse you, second brother. You truly have a knack for timing. Chun Dashin laughed, scolding him. We nearly fought tooth and nail without a glimpse of you, and now you emerge for a share of the spoils? Enough, enough. Both I and the third brother have already partaken. It would seem stingy not to share at least one with you. He relented with a wave of his hand, realizing that since his younger brother had arrived, it was customary to share the spoils among them. Thus, Lin Wei stood aside, watching as Chun Dachuan bent down, drew his knife, and dispatched the wolf. With the blade at the creature's throat, he lifted his head and drank deeply. The warm blood gushed forth, streaming down his chin and staining his garments. Chun Dashin and Chun Dea leaned against the boulder, their bodies battered and their clothes in tatters, blood mingling with mud, both watching eagerly as their brother indulged. Chun Dachuan savored the moment, wiping his mouth before retrieving a full flask of wolf's blood, which he offered to the two. Drink up, it's still warm. They took the flask, drinking eagerly. After consuming the wolf's blood and tending to their wounds, Chun Dachuan produced provisions, thick, golden brown flatbreads expertly crafted by their aunts. Chun Dashin received a piece, his hands trembling slightly. He bit into it, savoring the flavor, his eyes moistening with nostalgia. This bread is exquisite. Chun Dea, beside him, devoured his portion ravenously, mumbling, the last time I had such flatbread was last year. This is nothing like the coarse hard cakes we've been forced to eat. Those feel like swallowing sand. As he spoke, he reached for a second piece, stuffing his mouth as if trying to reclaim the energy he had lost in recent days. Lin Wei observed from a distance, taking in the disheveled state of his uncles, their faces etched with fatigue and hardship. Their clothes were nearly indistinguishable from the mountain camouflage, marked with several bloodstains from wolf claws. A tightness gripped his heart, as if something had seized it abruptly. In a year where even roots and tree bark had been stripped bare, his uncles still risked their lives in the mountains. Had they arrived even a moment later, the consequences were too grave to contemplate. Lost in thought, Chun Dashin suddenly raised his head, as if realizing something. His gaze fixed on Lin Wei. By the way, second brother, why did you bring our nephew into the mountains? It's far too dangerous. He paused, a look of concern crossing his face. And where did this skill of Little Wei come from? Those moves earlier were not what an ordinary farmer could muster. Lin Wei chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose and avoiding the question. The system was his greatest secret, and even before his uncles, he could not divulge a single detail. He could only speak vaguely. It's all due to fortuitous encounters. Such revelations must remain undisclosed. However, his three uncles did not press further on this topic. Their nephew's abilities brought them joy, and they had no inclination to pry. Besides, they had just witnessed Lin Wei's remarkable knife skills, which diverged entirely from the martial traditions of Chun family village. Even if Lin Wei were to explain, they could not replicate what he had demonstrated. At that moment, Chun Dai finally lifted his head from his meal, his gaze falling upon the coarse cloth bag holding the flatbreads. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Where did this food come from?" In these times, not only in our Chun family village, but throughout Chongping County, such fine quality flour is a rarity. Well, that's quite a tale, Chen Dachuan replied. Sensing that both brothers were unharmed and eager to share the story, he deliberately drew out his words. Enough with the theatrics. Just tell us. Chen Dashin, unable to tolerate his antics, slapped him on the back, urging him on. With that, Chen Dachuan finally set aside his jesting demeanor and recounted the events, how he had rushed to Sijio City to find his elder sister, only to learn that she and her husband had gone to the far northwest, how he had unexpectedly encountered Lin Wei, who was returning to the courtyard with his sister Xiao Xiao, and they had shared a meal of roast duck, how he had inexplicably recovered a debt, which he exchanged for food, and finally, how he had managed to hitch a ride with the steel mill to transport the provisions back to Qin family village. You should have seen it, an entire truckload of provisions. Chen Dachuan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. 200 pounds of white flour, 1,800 pounds of cornmeal, 40 large bags, filling the truck to the brim, nearly overflowing. When our father saw that truckload of food, he nearly cried. It was the first time I had seen him shed tears. Chen Dashin nodded gravely, his voice hoarse. This is food that could save lives. If we ration it wisely, perhaps we can make it through this winter. When spring arrives, we can forage for wild vegetables in the mountains, and surely we won't starve. Chen Dai chimed in. Yes, and we can still hunt. The mere sight of these wolves yields no less than 1,000 pounds of meat. If we were to cure and air dry it to make jerky, wouldn't that be far superior to subsisting on thin gruel daily? Rural hunters have long adhered to this practice. When they find themselves with an abundance of game that cannot be consumed immediately, they salt it and hang it to dry. The resulting jerky not only boasts an impressive shelf life, but also provides a hearty sustenance. As for the flavor, it is, after all, meat, infinitely more palatable than gnawing on a dry corn bun. However, Chen Dachuan furrowed his brow, his gaze heavy as it swept across the snow-strewn corpses of wolves and the conspicuous wild boar. Eldest, third, this situation presents quite the conundrum. His eyes lingered on the robust wild boar, estimating its weight to be over 100 pounds, certainly a hefty creature. After speaking, he bent down to heft his laden backpack, dropping it onto the snow with a resounding thud. Now, take a look at this. He gestured with his chin toward the pack, revealing 7 or 8 wild rabbits within, easily amounting to over 50 pounds. Chun Dai limped over to the backpack, peering inside, and then reaching in to feel the weight of one plump rabbit. Second brother, you truly possess remarkable skill, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. So many plump rabbits, and they are all still alive. Your haul alone rivals that of both me and eldest combined. Yet, Chapter 113 revealed a knife that had pierced through the skull of a wolf, its sharpness undeniable. While he praised, a torrent of questions swirled within him. How had his second brother managed to catch these rabbits unscathed? Hunting typically involves guns, knives, or arrows. Any method would leave the rabbits either dead or injured. If traps were employed, there was no way to catch so many lively ones in such a short time. Could it be that his second brother had stumbled upon a nest of baby rabbits? Yet, as soon as the thought surfaced, he dismissed it. For the rabbits varied in color and size, clearly not from a single litter. This was indeed perplexing. This hardly counts as my catch. Chen Dachuan smacked his lips, the sound of his teeth clicking softly. The memory of the fierce charge from the wild boar, Little Black, caused his teeth to ache, as if he could still feel the force of that impact. This little one, it was picked up along the way by my grandnephew. What? What do you mean? Picked up? Chen Dashin was not merely surprised, he was utterly astonished. He cast a sidelong glance at the small black creature curled up in Lin Wei's arms, dozing peacefully. The little creature's eyes were squinted into a mere slit, its belly gently rising and falling with each breath. Undeniably a puppy that had yet to be weaned. Could such a tiny being take down a plump rabbit? As if sensing his skepticism, Little Black suddenly opened its round eyes and barked twice at Chen Dashin. Its voice, though soft and puppy-like, carried an undeniable spirit, even a hint of fierce cuteness, as if to assert, indeed, it was I, the divine pup, who accomplished this feat. Do you dare to contest? Chen Dashin turned to Chen Dachuan. His second brother, though somewhat whimsical, never spoke recklessly when it came to significant matters. If he claimed it to be true, then it undoubtedly was. Alas, we three uncles seem to have lost our wits. We are outdone by a mere puppy. In the face of a wolf pack, we must rely on our grandnephew to save the day? What? Save the day? I fail to comprehend, Chen Dachuan replied, bewildered. By the time he arrived, he had only witnessed the last wolf collapse, unconscious on the ground, entirely oblivious to the fierce scene that Lin Wei had displayed before. Rest assured, you shall find out soon enough. Chen Dashin suddenly recalled something and called out to Lin Wei. Little Wei, remember to retrieve your flying knife. If it remains embedded in the wolf for too long, the blood will rust the blade, rendering it ineffective. Lin Wei's face flushed crimson as he realized he had forgotten such an important task in his eagerness to soothe Little Black to sleep. Should any other ferocious beasts be lurking in the woods, losing the knife would mean losing a crucial advantage. Chen Dashin casually tossed his dagger towards Lin Wei, used this to cut the wound and extract the knife. His throw seemed haphazard, yet it concealed a deft skill. The dagger flew through the air, descending just before Lin Wei, who swiftly raised his hand, effortlessly grasping the hilt with remarkable precision. Oh, Little Wei, your ability to catch a flying blade is impressive. The Chen brothers had long been accustomed to Lin Wei's mysterious talents, yet this display still managed to astonish them. With a grin, Lin Wei said nothing further and approached the corpse of the Wolf King. Although the beast had met its demise with a single shot to the head, its fierce eyes remained wide open, its massive jaws slightly agape, fangs glinting ominously. It appeared as though it might spring to life and attack at any moment. Be careful when you make the incision, Little Wei. Chen Dashin suddenly remembered to caution him. The pelt of this Wolf King is of exceptional quality. If the wound is too large, its value will plummet. He glanced at Lin Wei's youthful profile, anxiety bubbling within him. His grandnephew likely had never undertaken such a task of skinning and extraction before. His experience was undoubtedly zero. Rest easy, uncle, just watch, Lin Wei replied, and with that, the tip of the sharp dagger precisely penetrated the unassuming wound atop the Wolf King's head. With a delicate flick, he exposed the less than an inch-long handle of the flying knife. The design of the system-produced knife was remarkably simplistic, reminiscent of the legendary flying knife of Shao Li, devoid of any extravagant red silk adornments. Only a plain hilt wrapped in sturdy wood, exuding a raw, unadulterated coldness. Ah, this is quite the predicament. Chen Dai's keen eyes, honed from years of hunting, discerned that the knife had embedded itself deeply within the Wolf King's sturdy skull, the inserted portion extending well over half the length of his palm. Slow down. That knife is lodged in the bone. Yanking it out carelessly could lead to disaster. To him, even he would proceed with utmost caution, needing to fracture some of the surrounding skull to extract the knife intact. However, Lin Wei's slender, pale fingers seemed to possess a kind of magic as they gently grasped the tiny bit of exposed handle. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he appeared to be sensing something before suddenly exerting force to pull. Whoosh! A flash of cold light emerged as the flying knife was safely cradled in his palm. What was even more astonishing was that the blade gleamed with a chilling brilliance, untouched by blood or brain matter. Pristine as if it had just been meticulously polished with a fine cloth, reflecting the light beautifully. Excellent knife, truly a treasure, Chen Dashin could not help but exclaim. His eyes filled with admiration, even tinged with a hint of envy. This remarkable blade, capable of cutting through hair and bone without a trace of dirt, surely surpassed even the sword treasured by the old master. As Chen Dashin and Chen Dai exchanged glances, a shared sense of numbness was evident on their faces. Their nephew, possessing unfathomable prowess, wielded techniques previously unheard of, and his flying daggers never missed their mark. Even his weapons were legendary artifacts. They felt as though they had lived for decades only to witness the extraordinary. Lin Wei silently praised the exceptional quality of the system's offerings. The material and craftsmanship of these flying daggers suggested that even after countless uses, the blades would show no sign of wear. It was only at this moment that Chen Dachuan finally grasped the situation. All these wild wolves scattered across the mountains had been dealt with by their nephew using his daggers. How could this be possible? Over 30 ferocious wolves. Even if they had lined up, necks outstretched, to receive their fate, it would surely take quite some time. As if to confirm his thoughts, Lin Wei's subsequent actions provided the answer. He moved deftly among the carcasses, executing his task with swift precision. Each wolf's forehead was punctured with a small incision. And with a flick of his fingers, accompanied by the soft whoosh of blades slicing through the air, he effortlessly retrieved each gleaming dagger, gathering them casually in his palm. Chapter 114, A New Map, Let Us Go. In the blink of an eye, the site was littered with the remains of over 30 wolves, each marked by tiny wounds. While Lin Wei held a formidable collection of icy daggers. The blades reflected the sparse light filtering through the trees, dazzling Chen Dachuan and utterly shattering his last shred of doubt. These wolves had indeed been slaughtered by their nephew, each one dispatched as easily as chopping vegetables. All right, second brother, no need to stand there in shock, Chen Dachuan remarked, gazing at the scattered wolf carcasses on the slope, unable to resist rubbing his temples. You've always had a multitude of ideas. How do you propose we transport this many spoils? The slope was nearly covered with the grayish-brown bodies of wolves. Even though he and the third brother were uninjured, the four of them alone could never carry everything. Leaving them here was out of the question. The pelts and meat represented a significant fortune. If word got out, it was likely that desperate villagers from neighboring areas would take risks to claim the bounty. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Dachuan's eyes sparkled with insight. We'll need to split up. Eldest brother, third brother, you both have injuries. Take the live rabbits back to the village first. Gather as many able-bodied men as you can, and we'll return together to transport the wolves and that wild boar. After all, with the cold weather, the meat won't spoil. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Chen Dachuan nodded, though a frown creased his brow. But you, along with our nephew and that little dog, must stay here. If wild beasts are attracted by the scent of blood. His greatest concern was the overwhelming stench of blood. If it wafted through the air, it could lure in formidable predators, placing those left behind in jeopardy. Rest assured, uncle. Lin Wei chuckled lightly, patting the bulging satchel at his waist. With a flick of his fingers, a gleaming dagger began to twirl gracefully in his slender grasp. The rations second uncle brought will sustain us for several days. As for the ferocious beasts, it would be their misfortune to approach. If they dare come, let my daggers taste their flesh. The blade glinted under the sparse winter sunlight, reflecting a cold star. I shall ensure we leave behind a complete hide of the beast. With tiger blood and bones for the elder, perfect for brewing medicinal wine, fortifying their health. Observing his nephew's calm demeanor and recalling his previous enigmatic skills, Chen Dachuan felt a weight lift from his heart. Even if a formidable predator were to arrive, it would likely gain no advantage. Very well, he declared decisively. This old rifle shall be left for your protection, third brother, and I shall depart immediately. He solemnly patted Chen Dachuan on the shoulder and cast a lingering glance at Lin Wei. Be exceedingly cautious, especially at night. The mountains are not akin to home. With that, he beckoned to Chen Dachuan, shouldering the basket containing live rabbits, and swiftly made his way down the mountain. As soon as the figures of his two uncles disappeared among the layered peaks, Lin Wei's face broke into a radiant smile as he moved closer to Chen Dachuan. Second uncle, look at this. Just standing guard here as a mere sentry is utterly dull. Why don't we explore the surroundings? This marked Lin Wei's first venture into the mountains since his arrival in this world, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Especially with the recent upgrade of his little companion, and his newly acquired skill in the art of flying daggers, his palms tingled with the eagerness to test his abilities. These vast mountains resembled a natural treasure trove. Having come this far, how could he leave without collecting some rare items? Points needed to be earned, and treasures to be gathered. Since fate had brought him to this world, he intended to seize every opportunity. Chen Dachuan glanced at the heap of wild wolves and other game at their feet, his brow furrowing slightly. Isn't this a bit unwise? With so much game left here, what if other wild beasts come and drag them away? Lin Wei stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Indeed, one could not have both fish and bear as paw. Second uncle, I have an idea. His eyes sparkled. How about you stay here while I go hunting? We can split the spoils evenly afterward. What do you think? Amused by this proposition, Chen Dachuan ruffled Lin Wei's hair. You little rascal. If you want to go out to play, just say so. No need for all this talk of dividing inheritance. He chuckled, shaking his head. The game they hunted would need to be shared with the family. At most, he could leave a little for Xiao Xiao as a treat. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the slain wolves, a glint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Though, I could accompany you for a short stroll nearby. The scent of blood is quite potent here, and typical wild beasts wouldn't dare approach. If any large creature were to be drawn in. He patted the old rifle left by Chen Dachuan. We could conveniently claim it. Lin Wei secretly chuckled at his second uncle's cleverness, realizing he understood how to use the wolf carcasses as bait to lure in larger game. Look over there. He pointed toward a nearby thicket. That area seems perfect for wild chickens and birds. Your elder uncle's shot earlier must have scared away all the nearby fowl. Chen Dachuan waved his hand, indicating another ridge. Let us head over there. We'll be back in no more than an hour. The ridge he indicated served as a natural barrier among the mountains, backed by the highest peak in the range, with the southern slope basking in the warm afternoon light. The two descended a narrow path, soon entering a realm distinctly different from the mountain ridge. This valley felt like a private world embraced by towering peaks, the air rich with moisture and freshness. A clear stream meandered between rocks and remnants of snow, its gentle babble filling the air. On the damp soil by the stream, clear hoofprints were imprinted, suggesting their owner was quite substantial. The grass near the water source was unevenly grazed, and several shrubs bearing wild fruits stood barren, their ripe offerings evidently enjoyed by some animal not long ago. Hush! Chen Dachuan suddenly halted, crouching down. His weathered eyes sharpened instantly. He gestured for Lin Wei to remain still, his fingers gently brushing over a broken fern. Observing the severed end, he noted its freshness, still glistening with droplets of water. Turning his gaze towards the muddy ground nearby, he saw a plethora of overlapping footprints. Though chaotic, they were undeniably recent. Following his uncle's pointed direction, Lin Wei indeed spotted a patch of trampled mud, the hoofprints distinctly outlined, untouched by the drying winds or snow. A confident smile crept onto Chen Dachuan's lips. A hallmark of seasoned hunters, this spot, sheltered from the wind, basking in sunlight, and fed by fresh water, was an ideal banquet for wild beasts. Chapter 115, The Flying Dragon. This site suggested that a herd of wild boars had recently rested here, sated and likely not far off. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden rustling erupted from the dense thicket nearby, as if something were about to burst forth. Chen Dachuan's demeanor shifted instantly, the teasing expression vanished, replaced by the tense alertness of a predator sensing danger. With lightning speed, he switched from a one-handed grip on his old shotgun to a steady two-handed hold, aiming with the calm precision characteristic of seasoned hunters towards the source of the sound. Almost simultaneously, Lin Wei's right hand dove into his satchel, fingers glinting with cold steel as four plain, yet deadly throwing knives materialized in his grasp. The blades shimmered under the dappled light filtering through the trees. This narrow valley was severely hampered by the interlacing rocks and dense foliage, with a clear line of sight of barely 20 meters ahead. Even with his martial prowess, Lin Wei felt a surge of caution, his muscles tensed, entering a state of readiness for battle. Wong Wong, the little dog, was quicker than either of them. With a sharp, powerful bark, its small body shot like an arrow towards the bushes by the stream. Suddenly, a flurry of wings erupted, and a gray-brown figure soared from the underbrush. It resembled a wild chicken, yet was akin to a large bird, its wings fully unfurled, spanning more than 2 feet wide, creating a gust of wind as it ascended 10 feet into the air in the blink of an eye. Little Wong Wong's determined pounce, however, missed its mark for the first time. In that fleeting moment as the creature revealed itself, Chen Dachuan's eyes widened in shock. He stared intently at the somewhat clumsy yet swift figure in the air, his lips trembling with excitement as he exclaimed. Its neck is long and curved like a dragon's bone, with 5 clawed toes covered in scales. My heavens, this is a flying dragon. His voice, tinged with exhilaration, shifted pitch as he turned to Lin Wei. I can hardly believe it. Here in the Yinshan Mountains, we stumble upon such a rare delicacy, one that can only be found deep within the northeastern forests. This is a tribute worthy of the emperor. Flying dragon? Lin Wei's mind raced with knowledge. Recalling the scientific name, the flower-tailed hazel chicken, a royal delicacy during the Qing dynasty, known as the annual tribute bird since the Qianlong era. It was revered alongside bear paws and monkey head mushrooms as one of the 8 rare fowl. Ancient texts extolled its flavor akin to pheasant, with its soup particularly exquisite, while folklore praised it as heavenly dragon meat and earthly donkey meat, highlighting the rarity and taste of this flying dragon meat. Little Wong Wong, go. Catch it. Chen Dachuan, momentarily forgetting his elder demeanor, enthusiastically urged the dog, his excitement bubbling over. Cooking this creature requires minimal effort. Just boil it in pure mountain spring water with a pinch of salt and sprinkle some wild onions. It'll produce a broth so savory, it'll make your eyebrows curl. I once tasted it as a child while adventuring with your grandfather near Shanhaiguan, an experience I can never forget. Chen Dachuan became so engrossed in his reminiscence that a glistening droplet of saliva escaped the corner of his mouth, completely unnoticed by him. Lin Wei beside him couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, shaking his head in disbelief. His uncle, usually so composed, transformed into a different person at the sight of a flying dragon. After all, it was merely a bird slightly larger than a domestic chicken, with Was it truly worth such a display of enthusiasm? Yet, reflecting on his own experiences, he realized he had never tasted the fabled dragon meat, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. After all, in later times, the flower-tailed hazel chicken was a protected species. Anyone daring to touch it would find themselves facing hefty consequences. Alas, despite little Wong Wong's innate agility, nurtured by the mystical waters of the spirit spring, it was ultimately constrained by its biological limits. With all its might, it propelled itself, its small body leaping over 5 feet into the air, an impressive feat among canines. Yet still far from reaching the soaring dragon, little Wong Wong was undoubtedly the unrivaled champion of the ground. However, the opponent, even as a mere low-tier aerial creature, would remain undefeated once it took to the skies. Chen Dachuan quickly recognized the reality of the situation. Against such a flying creature, the only chance of success lay in a surprise attack. Once airborne, little Wong Wong had no hope of victory. Without hesitation, he raised the old shotgun again, pressing his cheek against the stock, squinting one eye in an attempt to align the darting figure with his sights. Yet, the flying dragon, though not an exceptional flyer, was intimately familiar with its native forest. It flapped its wings rapidly, darting skillfully among the branches, its movements erratic and unpredictable. The trees provided ample cover, causing Chun Dachuan's aim to waver, rendering it impossible to lock on. The erratic trajectory made targeting, let alone predicting, exceedingly difficult. Frustrated, Chen Dachuan lowered his gun, rubbing the barrel with his rough palm, lamenting the preciousness of the gunpowder. He couldn't afford to waste it on a shot without certainty. In that moment of hesitation, the flying dragon, using the forest's concealment, ascended higher and further, poised to vanish into the lush depths of foliage. Little Wong Wong continued to bark anxiously below, its stubborn demeanor evident as it craned its neck, unwilling to let the tantalizing prize escape. "Let me handle this," Lin Wei declared, alternating his grip. His right hand now held only a single throwing knife. At that moment, his fingers moved with dexterity, and the knife spun gracefully, glinting with cold light. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the gray-brown figure in the sky, his feet propelling him swiftly towards little Wong Wong. "Wait, little Wei." Chen Dachuan suddenly recalled something important, shouting urgently, "Be gentle. It's best to capture it alive." This plea caused Lin Wei to hesitate slightly, looking back in confusion. Chen Dachuan hurried to catch up, explaining rapidly, "This flying dragon is best enjoyed fresh. It must be killed just before cooking to preserve its exquisite flavor. If it's dead, the taste is vastly inferior. True hunters from the northeast use snares or nets to catch this creature. It must be lively and vibrant. Only then can it be bled just before cooking, ensuring no trace of bloodiness remains. That way, the freshness is perfectly locked within the meat, and the resulting broth is the true dragon and phoenix soup. All right, my dear uncle, your demands are quite high. Just watch." Chapter 116. What kind of throwing knife can capture without causing harm? Before Lin Wei could finish his sentence, he surged forward, his speed increasing rather than waning. In the fleeting moment when the dragon was about to vanish behind an ancient pine tree, he deftly flicked his wrist, performing the action with remarkable grace and precision, while exclaiming, "Strike!" A beam of cold light, akin to a shooting star, sliced through the dimness of the forest, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as it shot forth. Chen Dachuan, possessing keen eyesight, clearly observed the dragon, which had been flapping its wings in a desperate flight, suddenly halt midair. With a soft thud, the dragon was expertly pinned to the sturdy trunk by a flying dagger, the blade embedded 3 inches deep into the wood, showing no sign of tremor. "What a remarkable dagger! It hit its mark, truly," Chen Dachuan exclaimed, pounding his thigh with excitement, his face a portrait of disbelief. In that moment, he finally grasped the truth in what his elder brother and third younger brother had said about his nephew's extraordinary flying knife skills. Learned from an unknown source, astonishing and unparalleled. To strike a swiftly moving bird in flight, while running at such speed, demonstrated precision and composure far beyond his own 10 years of hunting experience with firearms. However, this joy was short-lived. Chen Dachuan's expression quickly dimmed, revealing a profound sense of regret. "Alas, alas," he sighed, gazing at the motionless dragon pinned to the tree trunk, feeling a pang of sorrow. This dragon is unlikely to survive. With such a sharp dagger embedded deep in the trunk, how could that fragile creature possibly have a chance? Nevertheless, he swiftly adjusted his mood and rallied himself, declaring, "I shall bleed it out right now. There's a mountain stream nearby, with the sweetest spring water." As he spoke, he deftly unstrapped his backpack. "I have a small iron pot and salt at the ready. We shall make use of local resources to brew a pot of dragon and phoenix, allowing you to savor the legendary taste of heavenly dragon meat." Even before his words had fully left his lips, Chen Dachuan had already taken large strides toward the ancient pine. He noted clearly that the dragon was pinned at a height of about 3 meters. Such height posed no challenge to him, an experienced hunter. He rubbed his hands together and, with athletic agility, leapt up, beginning to climb like a nimble monkey. "Ha ha, second uncle, this dragon is still alive and well," Lin Wei exclaimed as he saw his second uncle reaching out to touch it, hastily calling out to stop him. He feared that his uncle's clumsy hands might accidentally kill this rare live dragon, which would indeed be a pity. "How could that be? You're just bragging," Chun Dachuan retorted, hanging from the tree trunk with an expression of disbelief. "If this dragon is still alive, I will eat it raw on the spot." His words carried a strong conviction. Who did not know that such a precious bird was extremely delicate, and even the slightest bump could lead to its demise, let alone being pinned to a tree by a dagger? Yet, when Chun Dachuan carefully prodded the seemingly lifeless dragon, a scene unfolded that left him utterly astounded. The dragon, which appeared to be dead, suddenly flapped its wings and began to struggle. Fortunately, its tail feathers were firmly pinned to the tree, preventing it from escaping. Chun Dachuan was so shocked that he nearly slipped from the branch, quickly regaining his balance as he deftly grasped the dragon's wings, leaning in for a closer examination. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but gasp in awe. "Nephew, your flying knife skills are truly remarkable." The dagger had struck precisely, embedding itself in a small, fatty portion at the base of the dragon's tail feathers. This stroke was exquisite, having neither injured any vital organs nor drawn a single drop of blood. Yet it effectively immobilized the dragon. This particular area was crucial for the dragon's flight balance. Once pinned, it could no longer take to the skies. As for the dragon's earlier immobility, it was merely a survival instinct common among birds in peril, playing dead to escape danger. Seeing Lin Wei's expression of nonchalance, as if nothing were amiss, Chun Dachuan felt a slight stir in his heart. This young man, could he truly believe that a few skills had elevated him to the skies? This simply would not do. At such a tender age, with a long road ahead, how could he expect to maintain an authoritative demeanor in front of his uncle without some humility? Clearing his throat, Chun Dachuan adopted a tone of mock regret and critique. Pointing at the dragon in his grasp, his voice tinged with the wisdom of experience. "It's a pity that it has sustained some injuries." He paused, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Wei before continuing leisurely. "If we are to be particular, not a single scratch should mar its flesh. Only then could it be deemed a true delicacy. Back in my day, when I accompanied your grandfather to the northeast, they held great importance on the presentation for honored guests, insisting on a complete and unblemished specimen. Before the dragon was cooked, it had to be presented to the guests for inspection, maintaining its pristine appearance, smooth flesh, and radiant feathers. That was a mark of respect, the highest courtesy. Such a specimen with even the slightest blemish would not be worthy of the table there. I heard that in the past, when dragons were offered to the palace, the chief eunuch in the imperial kitchen would personally inspect them. If there was even a minor scratch or bruise, not only would the tribute be rejected, but the officials responsible for the offering would also face punishment, and none of the eunuchs involved would escape unscathed. The rules were indeed quite severe. As Chun Dachuan recounted this tale, his eyes sparkled with a sense of superiority, as if to imply that Lin Wei was still quite naive. Lin Wei, observing his second uncle's unflinching demeanor as he spoke with a straight face, could not help but think, "Are you being polite, uncle? Must there be no injuries at all? That would be fit for a state banquet, wouldn't it?" However, upon reflection, Lin Wei realized there was some truth in his uncle's words. Indeed, in the ancient forests of the northeast, various traps, bird nets, and even homemade nets were employed. In winter, after a snowfall, one could scatter grains in the snow, set up a net, and wait at a distance, pulling the rope to ensnare birds that ventured in for food. Yet today, they had come out without such tools, and to capture a dragon unscathed was nothing short of fanciful. "Well, uncle, it is already fortunate that we managed to catch one alive," Lin Wei chuckled, shaking his head. "However, if we happen upon another, I would indeed like to try my hand at it again. Capturing one without inflicting a single scratch would be a greater challenge." Upon hearing this, Chun Dachuan recognized that his nephew's competitive spirit had been thoroughly ignited. Yet, he harbored a sense of unease. That previous strike was already a stroke of genius. If he were to alter his technique in pursuit of an unblemished capture, and it were to go awry, what a pity that would be. He hastily attempted to maintain his dignity, chuckling. "Well, capturing anything at all is quite commendable. We are not like those old-timers out there who are overly particular. As long as we have something fresh to eat, we should be grateful." Lin Wei, upon hearing this, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. His second uncle had exhausted both praise and critique in one breath. He silently resolved to showcase his skills once more, demonstrating to his uncle that there are possibilities beyond imagination. As the two, along with their canine companion, continued to venture forward for a mere 100 meters, the little black dog suddenly paused, then silently darted away like a specter. This time, the little creature had evidently learned its lesson, landing gracefully on all fours. Making not a sound, it raced through the grass, exuding a speed and agility that hinted at the prowess of a top predator of the forest, far removed from that of a mere puppy. However, the alertness of this new prey far surpassed that of the previous one. Just as the little black dog was about to launch its fatal pounce, a far more thunderous sound of flapping wings erupted. A much larger bird, with a wingspan of nearly 3 feet, ascended from the dense underbrush like a gray cloud. The elongated and graceful neck, along with the clearly visible 5-toed claws in the air, what could it be but a flying dragon? Good heavens! This one is even larger. Chen Dachuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing with incredulity. What extraordinary fortune had befallen them today? Rare creatures that were seldom seen for years seemed to be appearing one after another. Had they inadvertently stumbled upon the lair of the flying dragons? His speculation was half correct. This secluded valley, embraced by towering mountains and adorned with babbling brooks, was indeed a treasure trove of exceptional feng shui, making it a fitting habitat for such extraordinary avians. However, their luck today was astonishingly excessive, leading them serendipitously to this place. This time, Lin Wei's movements were swifter. Almost in the instant the dragon took to the sky, he swung his right hand with the swiftness of lightning. A gleaming arc sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, aimed straight at the gray shadow above. Alas, what a pity! Chen Dachuan observed intently as the flying knife grazed the base of the dragon's wing, failing to strike its mark. He slapped his thigh in frustration, filled with regret. Yet, Lin Wei displayed no signs of disappointment. Instead, he leaped forward, pursuing the trajectory of the flying knife with unwavering focus. Intent on retrieving the lost weapon from the sky. Of course, he had to retrieve it. This set of earthly sabers comprised 36 unique blades, a treasure unparalleled in the world, intricately connected to his very spirit. Losing even one would torment Lin Wei with sleepless nights due to his obsessive nature. How could this be possible? Chen Dachuan's voice suddenly erupted, trembling with disbelief. Lin Wei turned at the sound and witnessed the dragon, which had soared high, abruptly falter in midair, as if an invisible hand had seized it. It then plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, or an aircraft abruptly bereft of power, swaying as it descended. In the sky, a flurry of gray-brown feathers scattered, resembling ink droplets spilled across the heavens. Lin Wei's lips curled into a knowing smile. This maneuver had indeed succeeded. Disregarding his astonished uncle, he nimbly leaped to catch the knife that had just executed a breathtaking strike, now spiraling downwards. Meanwhile, Chen Dachuan scrambled to catch the dragon that was still flapping its wings as it fell from the sky. He cradled the precious creature in his arms with utmost care, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. One moment he was overwhelmed with the ecstasy of having struck gold, and the next he was bewildered by the inexplicability of it all. As he examined the dragon nestled in his arms, he noted that the left wing was unscathed, its feathers neatly aligned like a slender fan. However, the right wing was conspicuously missing a patch, the longest feathers at the tip having been cleanly severed, exposing the tender flesh beneath. Strangely, the flesh itself bore no wounds, not even a trace of blood. Was this mere coincidence, or something more? A startling thought exploded in his mind. Yet, 3 minutes later, when Lin Wei executed the same technique to bring down a third dragon, Chen Dachuan, upon comparing the last two side by side, felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. Both dragons had identical injuries. The feathers at the tips of their right wings had been precisely sheared away. Great nephew. Chen Dachuan's voice was dry, his hands trembling slightly as he held the two dragons, looking at Lin Wei as if he were a monster. How on earth did you achieve this? Lin Wei, with a sly grin that radiated youthful mischief and a hint of pride, replied, Uncle, did you not say? We must not harm the dragon in the slightest. Chen Dachuan instinctively nodded. Thus, this was the method, to damage its feathers without injuring its body. It dawned on him that Lin Wei had indeed devised a perfect solution in such a short span of time. Since they could not harm the dragon's body, they would simply clip the feathers it relied upon for flight. The dragon's expansive wings provided lift and balance, and once the critical feathers at the tip of one wing were severed, it was akin to an airplane losing a wing. Instantly, it would lose balance and plummet. The reasoning seemed straightforward, yet executing it was an endeavor akin to scaling the heavens. Firstly, the dragon was a high-speed target. To hit it with a flying knife was a feat that required extraordinary marksmanship. Secondly, Lin Wei's knife was sharpened on only one side, necessitating an extraordinary degree of precision to ensure the blade skimmed the feather tips without piercing the flesh. Thirdly, the dragon's wings flapped several times per second, making the task of accurately targeting those specific long feathers as challenging as threading a needle through a buzzing mosquito. The convergence of these formidable challenges rendered the task seemingly impossible. Yet, remarkably, Lin Wei not only succeeded but did so with flawless precision on 2 consecutive occasions. No wonder Chen Dachuan felt as if he had fallen into a dream. He even pinched his thigh fiercely several times, the sharp pain confirming his reality. This was no dream. It was a living miracle unfolding before his very eyes. Wealth had come. Wealth was upon him, haha. Over an hour later, Chen Dachuan cradled a heavy wicker basket, his smile nearly bursting forth, with the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. Inside the basket, 12 dragons jostled together, their gray-brown feathers shimmering softly in the glow of the setting sun. This was the astonishing harvest Lin Wei had achieved over the past 2 hours. Unbeknownst to Chen Dachuan, each captured dragon earned Lin Wei 20 points, now totaling 240 points. With such rare specimens in hand, the rabbits and mountain chickens they had previously hunted paled in comparison. In Lin Wei's eyes, hunting should either be for the thrill of capturing the largest game or for the most rare and valuable, ensuring that the expedition was truly worthwhile. Chen Dachuan was particularly cautious, wrapping the sharp claws of the dragons in soft cloth strips, fearful that these treasures might injure him or his companions in their struggles. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the writhing dragons in the basket, and his mind began to contemplate more long-term ambitions. Now that the village had ample food, if only they could secretly raise these dragons. Since the year he had accompanied Lin Wei's grandfather to the northeast and tasted the exquisite flavor of dragon meat, Chen Dachuan had nurtured a dream of having flying dragons. The vision was simple: to slaughter one when in a good mood, another when feeling down, and even one when feeling neutral. The dream of achieving freedom for the dragons seemed tantalizingly close at hand. Chapter 118. The Rescue of Uncle's Flying Dragon. Uncle, the sky is growing dark. We should return to the Wolf Valley. This Wolf Valley was named after the valley where Lin Wei had vanquished a pack of wolves in the morning. Given the vast expanse of the Yinshan Mountains, filled with countless peaks and valleys, it seemed reasonable to name it as such, right? Seeing Chen Dachuan's obsessive demeanor, Lin Wei felt compelled to remind him. If a wild beast truly caught wind of the situation and dragged away the wolf carcasses, the loss would be significant. Although they initially set out with a casual intent to explore, their current bounty had far exceeded expectations. If anything were to go awry in Wolf Valley, losing some wolf meat was trivial, but if his uncles learned that their great-nephew was so preoccupied with chasing flying dragons that he failed to guard the wolf meat, where would his face go? Wolf meat? What wolf meat? Chen Dachuan scoffed, a look of disdain dawning on his face, as if the wolf meat were utterly inconsequential. Can wolf meat compare to the flavor of flying dragons? He grew increasingly animated, counting on his fingers. You may not be aware, but in ancient times, the meat of the flying dragon was exceedingly precious. A mere tail could be exchanged for a tael of silver. Nowadays, should one manage to procure a live flying dragon for the black market, it would undoubtedly fetch a sum of at least that magnitude. He gestured mysteriously with 2 fingers, indicating a price of 20 or 30 pieces, and do not dismiss it as exorbitant, for even with wealth, one would find it nearly impossible to procure. Chen Dachuan, growing increasingly animated, boldly suggested to Lin Wei, in my opinion, my dear nephew, if you could capture a few more, we could construct a coop upon our return dedicated to raising them. Not only would we have an endless supply of flying dragon meat for ourselves, but we could also trade it for rare commodities, which would be far superior to merely guarding those few wolf carcasses. Lin Wei couldn't help but smile in disbelief. Her second uncle seemed to be delightfully muddled, even concocting plans to breed flying dragons. He appeared oblivious to the current era, where vigilance against such endeavors was at its peak. In town, even the mere act of raising a couple of chickens could lead to denunciation, let alone the breeding of flying dragons, whose value had skyrocketed beyond measure. Admittedly, rural areas were somewhat less stringent, where farming and poultry keeping were seen as natural. Yet breeding flying dragons was an entirely different matter. These creatures were incredibly delicate. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. More alarmingly, should word of their breeding leak out, the repercussions could be severe, with public denunciation being the least of one's worries. Observing her second uncle's excited visage, Lin Wei sighed inwardly, pondering, if only my uncle had been born in a more favorable time, he might have truly become a prominent breeder in the capital. Alas, he is a man out of time. Even the simple act of farming has become fraught with challenges. I say, dear uncle, the capture of flying dragons is not a matter to be rushed. Upon seeing Chen Dachuan's expression fall, Lin Wei hastily clarified, consider how precious these flying dragons are. They have gone without sustenance for quite some time and may not survive the night. Oh dear, Chen Dachuan suddenly realized, hastily reaching into the basket to check on the dragons. The once vibrant creatures now appeared listless, their necks drawn in, bodies curled in despair. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, One might mistake them for lifeless. This is terrible. What shall we do? He fretted, wringing his hands in agitation, pacing in place. At this rate, they were unlikely to survive. He clumsily extracted each of the 12 dragons from the basket, gently placing them on the grass. Though their wings had been clipped and their talons bound, rendering them incapable of flight, they remained utterly devoid of vigor, lacking even the strength to move. Noticing her uncle's anxious sweat, Lin Wei's mind raced. At this juncture, she could only resort to that extraordinary remedy. Uncle, I shall fetch some spring water to try, she offered, finding an excuse. Go swiftly. Chen Dachuan waved his hand absent-mindedly, his entire focus consumed by the ailing dragons, leaving little room for other concerns. Before long, Lin Wei returned hastily with a water jug in hand. This was no ordinary spring water, but rather the essence she had drawn from the spirit realm. If there was any hope to revive these dragons, it lay in this desperate measure. She poured some of the precious liquid into a container and cautiously brought it to the beak of one dragon. It's futile, Chen Dachuan sighed despondently. I tried this before. They refuse even water. He tugged at his hair in frustration, having fixated on the dragon's value while neglecting their fierce nature. Once captured, they would rather starve than succumb to captivity. Lin Wei remained silent, holding her breath as she inched the container closer. The clear spring water shimmered under the evening sun, slowly moistening the dragon's tightly closed beak. At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded. The once listless dragon seemed to awaken, its beak gently brushing the water's surface as if testing it. Suddenly, its eyes burst open, the once dull orbs regaining their sparkle, and it began to sip eagerly. It's moving. It's alive, Chen Dachuan exclaimed, his excitement almost causing him to topple the container. He had been teetering on the brink of despair, even contemplating whether to bleed the dragons for their meat. But now a glimmer of hope emerged as the dragon revived. I'll take over. Chen Dachuan seized the container, placing it carefully before the dragon. To their astonishment, the dragon struggled to stand, its drinking becoming increasingly frantic, transforming from delicate sips to voracious gulps. Soon, it flapped its wings, as if claiming the entire container for itself. The other dragons, drawn by the commotion, began to gather, previously listless and now vying for a taste of water, nearly sparking a scuffle. Easy, easy. There's enough for everyone. Chen Dachuan scrambled to maintain order. Though the dragon's talons were bound, their beaks were as formidable as steel, and he carefully distributed water to each, striving for fairness and fearing any potential injuries from pecking. Do we have any provisions left? Indeed. Chen Dachuan, seeing the dragons finish their water, hurriedly produced a flatbread from his pack, crumbling it and scattering it on the grass. Initially indifferent to food, the dragons hesitated but soon succumbed to the temptation, eagerly pecking at the crumbs. In the span of a mere incense stick, the dragons appeared revitalized. After drinking the spirit water and consuming the provisions, not only did their spirits lift, but their previously ragged wings seemed to regain some semblance of strength. One particularly robust dragon even attempted to take flight, but alas, missing a primary feather, it could only awkwardly circle the ground, prompting the curious little black dog to chase after it, wagging its tail in delight. Chen Dachuan beamed at the vibrant scene before him, his laughter wide and infectious. He crouched down, tentatively reaching out to pat one dragon that was preening its feathers. The dragon merely tilted its head, glancing at him, and surprisingly did not shy away. Instead, it closed its eyes in apparent enjoyment. Remarkable, truly remarkable, he murmured, suddenly struck by inspiration. He looked up at Lin Wei. Cousin Wei, what you've brought forth is no ordinary spring water. Could it be the water of the immortals? Chapter 119. Since the bear is here, let us keep it. Lin Wei's heart tightened. Her uncle's casual speculation had unexpectedly hit the mark. Nevertheless, she merely marveled at the coincidence. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, she replied, it's simply the spring water from the valley. Perhaps it's sweeter here. Or perhaps these dragons are simply parched. Yet, she dared not linger on this revelation, swiftly redirecting the conversation towards the dusk sky. Uncle, the day is fading. If we do not return soon, we risk traveling under the cover of night. Given that the dragons were temporarily stabilized, they needed to devise a plan to transport them home. Tomorrow, when the eldest uncle returns, we shall bring them down from the mountain. Only then did Chen Dachuan remember the 30 or so wolves and a wild boar left in the wolf-baiting valley. Traveling by night in these mountains was ill-advised, as it coincided with the prime hunting hours of wild beasts. Moreover, the superstitions of the time lingered. Encountering any supernatural phenomena could spell trouble. Thus, it was prudent to return without delay. In a hurried yet careful manner, the uncle and nephew, accompanied by the little black dog, finally made their way back to the wolf-baiting valley just as daylight began to wane. Upon stepping into the valley, they were enveloped by an unusual, oppressive silence. The scent of blood that had lingered previously had not dissipated. Instead, it had grown even more pungent and viscous. The last rays of the setting sun slanted into the valley, casting elongated, twisted shadows from the jagged stones, resembling lurking phantoms. It was eerily silent. Even the usual evening chorus of insects and birds had vanished, as if an invisible hand had seized the valley by the throat. Only their footsteps and breaths remained audible. Something was amiss. The joy on Chun Dachuan's face had long faded, replaced by the solemnity characteristic of an old hunter. He instinctively set down the woven basket on his back, and the recently revived Filong seemed to sense the impending danger, huddling together in silence. The small dog, Xiaohong, who had been obediently trailing Lin Wei, suddenly halted, every hair on its body bristling. It emitted a low, threatening growl, fixating its gaze on the shadow of the wolf carcasses piled ahead. Woof, woof, woof. In the next moment, Xiaohong erupted into a fierce barking frenzy. Its front paws scratched impatiently at the ground, its body leaning forward as if ready to pounce at any moment. Lin Wei's heart raced, his right hand discreetly reaching for his flying dagger. Chun Dachuan's complexion turned pale, and with a swift motion, he grasped the old shotgun slung across his back. Chambering around with a decisive click, the barrel was aimed directly at the direction of Xiaohong's growl, his voice low and heavy. "What is it? Show yourself." The valley responded only with the rustling of the wind. After a moment of silence, it was Xiaohong who could no longer contain itself. It barked a few times and darted like a black flash towards the heap of wolf carcasses. Just as it approached, a massive paw, the size of a fan, swept through the air with a rancid wind. The ferocity of the attack was terrifying, clearly a premeditated lethal ambush. "Watch out, Xiaohong!" Chun Dachuan shouted urgently. Yet Lin Wei merely smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Having consumed the spirit essence pill, Xiaohong might still be lacking in raw power. But in terms of agility and nimbleness, it was unparalleled. He was keen to see how this little creature would contend with the lurking behemoth. Indeed, Xiaohong twisted in midair, narrowly evading the deadly paw. Upon landing, it retreated a few steps, barking defiantly upwards, clearly taunting, "I'm not afraid of you." Ultimately, being a beast, it was driven solely by ferocity, devoid of any cunning. Suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged from behind the wolf carcasses, stumbling forth with an ungainly gait. With the diminishing light, the two finally discerned the true form of the creature. It was a gigantic brown bear. The bear was terrifyingly robust, its shoulders as broad as a small mountain, covered in coarse, dark brown fur. Most unsettling was its face, grotesquely elongated, with a protruding snout that resembled that of a horse. Its small eyes gleamed with a cruel, bloodthirsty light, and its chest and muzzle were smeared with dark red wolf blood and bits of flesh, dripping ominously. Clearly, this beast had been indulging in a feast behind the scenes. A murderous bear, the horse-faced bear. Chun Dachuan's voice trembled, his grip on the gun tightening, the veins in his hand standing out. What on earth is this plague doing here? Elders had spoken of the horse-faced bear's size and ferocity, surpassing that of a common black bear, its thick skin and layers of fat making it nearly impervious to bullets. More insidiously, it was known for its cunning nature. It was said that when driven mad by hunger, it would lurk in the shadows of remote village paths, sitting like a human and beckoning to passing villagers. Unaware, they would approach and fall prey to its deadly trap, leaving no trace behind. Thus, even seasoned hunters would feel a chill at the sight of this creature, opting to avoid it whenever possible. Chun Dachuan took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening like an eagle's, as he forcefully pulled the shotgun's bolt back. His other hand instinctively reached for the handle of the machete tucked at his waist. "Nephew," he said, his voice resolute and unyielding, "get Xiaohong to retreat." He turned his head, swiftly glancing at Lin Wei, his words rapid and urgent. "Listen carefully. When I fire, do not look back. Run down the mountain as fast as you can. Don't worry about me. Go find your uncle. Remember, come back only when the sun rises." In that fleeting moment, Chun Dachuan had assessed the vast disparity in strength between them. The horse-faced bear before them was as massive as a moving mountain, likely weighing over 1,000 pounds. Its sleek, shiny fur concealed a staggering layer of fat beneath, perhaps over an inch thick. The firepower of the shotgun would only be effective if it struck a vital point. Otherwise, it would merely tickle the beast, causing little more than a superficial scratch. Even more perilous was the fact that this creature, while appearing cumbersome, was exceptionally agile, its running speed likely surpassing that of a startled wild boar. In a flash of insight, Chun Dachuan resolved to use himself as bait. The gunpowder's explosive discharge would incite the beast's ferocity. It would either flee in terror or become enraged, relentlessly pursuing the one who fired the weapon. Yet Lin Wei remained steadfast, stepping forward to shield Chun Dachuan. "Little Wei, you." Chun Dachuan's pupils dilated, the latter part of his sentence caught in his throat. Lin Wei turned his head, his expression unperturbed. a hint of composure gracing his lips. "Uncle, don't worry, it's just a horse-faced bear. If it doesn't come, that's one thing. But since it has intruded and devoured our prey, how could we let it escape?" As he spoke, he casually raised his right hand, deftly grasping 3 flying daggers between his fingers. The blades were long and glimmered with a chilling light in the encroaching darkness. "Just watch," Lin Wei declared confidently. "Let Xiaohong tire it out first. Once it's had its fun, we'll send it on its way to meet its maker." "What?" Chen Dachuan's face stiffened, his mouth agape. Momentarily speechless. His big nephew was indeed a fearless newcomer. The horse-faced bear was a fearsome beast. Even 10 seasoned hunters armed with shotguns might not guarantee victory, and would likely only manage to scare it away. Yet he believed he could kill it with just a few daggers. Was that not sheer folly? At that moment, as Chen Dachuan's mind reeled, Lin Wei had already brought his fingers to his lips, unleashing a sharp whistle that shattered the silence of the forest. Xiaohong, lying in wait beside Lin Wei, sprang into action, emitting an excited growl as it shot forth like a black bolt of lightning, suddenly facing the horse-faced bear. Now endowed with intelligence, Xiaohong had no intention of engaging the massive brute head-on. Instead, it relied on its agility, targeting the bear's vulnerable spots. It nipped at its undercarriage and bit at its legs, employing cunning and calculated strikes that left the towering bear flustered. "Good job, Xiaohong." Chen Dachuan's tense demeanor eased slightly as he began directing the small dog like a spectator at a show. "Bite its paws. Ram its legs. Quick, grab its rear." Lin Wei turned his face away, unable to watch. His uncle, typically serious and dignified, revealed a surprisingly crude side when commanding Xiaohong, proving to be a hidden rascal. Xiaohong's combination of tactics was indeed effective. The horse-faced bear, panting heavily, began to slow down. Chen Dachuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is interesting. Let us keep it distracted. Once it tires, the opportunity will arise." Lin Wei silently nodded in agreement. Xiaohong, the spirited dog, was truly remarkable, not only strong but also adept at exploiting its strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Even the fearsome horse-faced bear was at a loss against it. However, the fearsome reputation of this murderous bear is not without merit. If it were to be easily subdued by the diminutive figure of Xiao Haihei, it would indeed be a misrepresentation. This ferocious creature must possess a counter-strategy. As anticipated, the horse-faced bear, sensing the precarious situation, emitted a thunderous roar and its massive form collapsed to the ground. This cunning beast finally realized that its upright stance against Xiao Haihei's ground-based tactics was a grave miscalculation. Opting to prostrate itself to face Xiao Haihei, it mirrored the ground fighting style. With this change, the dynamics of the confrontation shifted dramatically. Xiao Haihei's assault quickly lost its potency. The bear's thick hide rendered it impervious to even bullets, let alone the feeble claws and milk teeth of Xiao Haihei. Moreover, with its forepaws firmly planted on the ground, the bear protected its vital areas, leaving Xiao Haihei with no openings to exploit. Compounding the problem, bears are naturally adept at ground combat. Now, with all fours on the ground, its speed surged dramatically, akin to a vehicle shifting in a high gear, rendering its movements several times more agile. Although Xiao Haihei continued to launch sporadic attacks, it had transitioned from a primary offensive role to a more evasive one, gradually finding itself at a disadvantage. While Chen Dachuan remained engrossed in the struggle between the bear and the dog, Lin Wei's gaze sharpened. With his right hand poised with a flying knife, he silently gathered his strength, ready to strike. Indeed, after withstanding a fierce charge from Xiao Haihei, the horse-faced bear suddenly lowered its head, leveraging the force of the impact to propel itself forward. Its powerful hind legs unleashed an astonishing force, akin to a car in fifth gear, barreling straight towards Lin Wei and Chen Dachuan. This beast, exceedingly cunning, recognized that it could not contend with the elusive Xiao Haihei in the short term and swiftly redirected its target, aiming to capture the 2 meddlesome humans instead. Once it sprang into action, its speed surpassed that of a charging wild boar, and its ferocity was enough to obliterate anything in its path. Shrubs and grasses shattered upon impact, sending splinters and debris flying, carving a shocking path through the terrain. Chen Dachuan's expression shifted dramatically, in a moment of urgency. He raised his hunting rifle, attempting to aim. He understood that hitting a target moving at such a velocity was nearly impossible, and even if he succeeded, it would likely result in little more than superficial wounds. However, there was no retreat. How could a human leg outrun 4 frenzied limbs? He had no choice but to fight with all his might. Yet, Lin Wei's movements were even swifter. Just as Chen Dachuan's finger grazed the trigger, a flash of cold light erupted from Lin Wei's hand, slicing through the air like a thunderbolt. The horse-faced bear's left eye instantly erupted in a spray of blood, accompanied by a haunting scream of agony. Nevertheless, its momentum only faltered slightly. It remained standing. A second streak of cold brilliance followed closely. striking with pinpoint accuracy into its right eye. This time, blinded in both eyes, the horse-faced bear could no longer sustain itself. Its enormous paws clamped down over its horrific face, emitting a thunderous, mournful howl. The massive creature rolled frantically in the snow, thrashing and sending up sprays of snowflakes. Bravo! Excellent throw. Xiao Wei, you truly have talent. Chun Dachuan exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement as he pointed at the colossal bear, now blinded and writhing in pain in the snow. Quick, now's your chance. Shoot it in the heart, right at that bowl-sized white patch. How could one not be thrilled? Over the years, even during times of plentiful game, the only bear ever brought back by his kin, Chen Dahai, was a mere black bear. The entire Chen family village had erupted in celebration for 3 days and nights. Yet this creature before him was a horse-faced bear, a full circle larger than a black bear. Over 1,000 pounds of meat could sustain countless families through the winter, and the quality of its fur, glossy and smooth, could fetch unimaginable riches on the black market. This immense wealth now belonged to Chen family village. None could take it away. Lin Wei's gaze remained calm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Fear not, second uncle. Now that it has come, it cannot escape. He keenly observed the bear's rolling movements, and as its massive body once again lay on its back, he released a streak of cold light that shot forth like a meteor pursuing the moon. It struck true, piercing the white patch on the bear's chest, erupting in a gory fountain of blood. The giant bear let out one final earth-shattering roar, pouring forth all its pain, resentment, and despair into that dying cry. The colossal creature struggled weakly a few more times, its limbs finally collapsing into the snow, leaving only a faint twitching behind. The heavy breaths gradually faded, leaving behind a conspicuous pool of blood spreading across the snow, a testament to the brutality of the battle. Even the distant Xiao Haihei seemed momentarily daunted by the bear's mournful end, hesitating to approach. Just as Lin Wei intended to step forward, he was suddenly seized by Chen Dachuan's arm. Wait, Chen Dachuan cautioned, his eyes fixed on the bear's carcass, lowering his voice. This murderous bear is exceedingly cunning. It often feigns death to deceive others. We must remain vigilant. Lin Wei's lips curled into a knowing smile. Let us see if it is truly dead. He bent down and picked up a fist-sized, sturdy stone, aimed at the bear's fearsome visage, and with a swift motion, hurled it like a flying knife. Chapter 121, Golden Gallbladder, striking it rich. The stone struck the horse-faced bear's nose with a resounding thud, the sound of its skull shattering echoing clearly as its grotesque face caved in. Indeed, the dying beast emitted one last furious roar, revealing that it had truly been feigning death. Blindly, it flailed its enormous paws, wildly attacking its surroundings. Snow, dirt, and debris flew in every direction as it thrashed like a mad creature. Unfortunately, it could not discern where its foe lay. No matter how fervently it expended its last vestiges of strength, blood continued to pour from the gaping wound in its chest, rendering all its struggles futile. Ultimately, its massive body collapsed into the pit it had dug, falling silent. After holding his breath for a few minutes to ensure the horse-faced bear was truly lifeless, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Host has slain the ferocious horse-faced bear, earning 500 points. Current remaining points, 1950. What a remarkable outcome. It was indeed a bountiful reward. In the past, fishing had proven arduous, yielding far fewer points than this hunt. Truly, fortune favors the bold. The larger the prey, the greater the rewards. Chen Dachuan's tense shoulders finally relaxed as he exhaled deeply. He drew forth the gleaming hunting knife from his waist, moving with utmost caution until he was nearly beside the colossal carcass. Kneeling, he carefully pressed his left hand against the bear's swollen belly, exploring its surface. Feeling the structure and texture beneath the skin, he searched for a specific point to strike. At last, he halted his left hand over a particularly soft and fatty area. Chen Dachuan leaned in closely, squinting as he meticulously measured with his fingers several times. Once he was certain, he gripped the dagger tightly in his right hand, positioning the sharp tip against the tender spot, and began to pierce it with excruciating slowness. The pace of his incision was almost painstaking, as if he were handling a fragile treasure, fearful that even the slightest pressure or deeper penetration would ruin the precious contents within. After cutting an incision about a foot long into the bear's thick abdomen, he paused, cautiously inserting his left hand into the warm cavity. His fingertips navigated through the slick entrails, and after a brief moment, his arm muscles tensed as if he had grasped something. He immediately employed his right hand and the dagger, straining to widen the incision until it was large enough for the blade to penetrate. Subsequently, he utilized the delicate sensation from the tip of the knife, slowly and precisely cutting within, separating something with painstaking care. After a considerable duration, he gradually withdrew his left hand. In his palm lay a substance, remarkably the size of a child's fist, perfectly round and plump. in the dim light. It exhibited a lustrous sheen akin to pure gold. Astonishingly, it was the most precious bear bile from the bear. Golden bile, indeed, my dear Wei. Chen Dachuan was so exhilarated that his voice trembled, cradling the precious item as if it were an unparalleled treasure, carefully inspecting it before him. Haha, we have struck it rich. This specimen is truly 1 in 10,000. No wonder he was so beside himself with joy. According to the age-old wisdom, bear bile is categorized into 3 grades: cauliflower bile, ordinary; iron bile, above average; and gold bile, top tier. With each ascending grade, the value differs vastly. The object before him was not only substantial in size, but also of purest color, its surface adorned with a crystalline sheen. Truly a rare gem among golden bile. If dried and sold at a major apothecary in the capital, one could easily fetch 1,000 or 800 coins from an astute buyer. In these times, a worker in the city earns barely 20 coins a month, and a rural family might be fortunate to earn 50 or 60 coins in an entire year. This was an unimaginable windfall. Chen Dachuan hastily unfastened a small silk pouch from his waist, tenderly wrapping the golden bile as one would dress an infant. He then sought out soft, clean grass, wrapping the silk pouch in layers, securing it tightly to his waist. Having completed this task, he felt utterly drained and sank to the ground. Gazing at the giant bear's carcass, he couldn't suppress a foolish grin. Lin Wei, observing Chen Dachuan's ecstatic demeanor as he cradled the bear bile, couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. What is this? It's merely a bear. Unconsciously, her fingers brushed against the dagger sheath at her waist. With her skills, bears, tigers, leopards, and wolves were all within reach. Tomorrow, when her uncle brings people up the mountain, they must delve deeper. It seems that while the foothills near the village have been thoroughly hunted, the depths of the forest still conceal many treasures. As long as there are enough hands to carry them, they could potentially hunt another 10 or 8 wild boars, ensuring her grandfather's family enjoys a prosperous year. While contemplating this, Lin Wei busied herself, swiftly constructing a fire pit in the clearing. With a flick of her finger, the fire starter ignited into bright flames, quickly engulfing the dry wood in a lively bonfire. By its light, Lin Wei began to tally the scattered wolf carcasses and the wild boar. Fortunately, the bear with the horse face had not desecrated the most valuable wolf king, but had merely gnawed on an ordinary wolf's body. The scene was quite gruesome. The head and limbs were missing, leaving only a bloody torso. Lin Wei kicked the remains in disgust before directing a mock kick toward the horse-faced bear's carcass. Scoffing, in heaven, there's a path you refuse to take. In hell, you seek out a door. Had it not been for your greed for a morsel of flesh, how could you have lost your life? However, it was fortunate that in your final moments, you could still enjoy a meal of fresh meat. You did not leave empty-handed. After paying her respects, Lin Wei deftly extracted 3 lethal throwing knives from the giant bear. Chen Dachuan, having indulged in enough joy, nestled his silk-wrapped treasure against the tree trunk and fell into a deep slumber. Lin Wei added a stick to the fire, sending sparks flying. She softly called out, "Little Black." The previously feigned slumbering German shepherd perked up its ears, its eyes shimmering with an eerie blue glow, alertly scanning the shadows at the edge of the firelight. With such a vigilant companion keeping watch, Lin Wei felt reassured, closed her eyes, and soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. The night passed without incident. As the morning mist lingered in the forest, Lin Wei was gently awakened, wiping the frost flowers from her face. She opened her eyes to find 3 uncles and a throng of young men from Chen's village gathered around the bonfire, each face etched with astonishment. Upon seeing his brothers and younger kin, Chen Dachuan's face lit up with pride as he eagerly led them to the giant bear's corpse. "Come and see what we have here," Chen Dachuan exclaimed. Chen Dachuan gasped in awe. "Good heavens, is this a bear? How can it be so enormous? It must weigh no less than 1,000 pounds. Originally, the 30 or so wolf carcasses were enough to instill fear among the village youth. But who would have guessed that Chen Dachuan's prowess would yield such a shocking surprise? Chen Dachuan immediately exchanged glances with Chen Dachuan, who understood instantly, proudly patting the bulging grass-wrapped pouch at his waist, indicating that the most valuable treasure lay within. Chapter 122. Chen Dachuan, I want to raise flying dragons. Chen Dachuan squatted down, lightly running his fingers over the giant bear's fur, unable to suppress his admiration. This hide is as smooth and lustrous as satin. He leaned in and blew on it, causing tiny whirlpools to ripple across the fur, confirming its exceptional quality. "Brother, we have struck gold. This bear hide is worth a fortune." Just as Chen Dachuan was about to boast, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Chen Dachuan. "Enough with your bragging. With your rifle, you probably didn't fire a single shot. Look at these wounds. They are clearly inflicted by Lin Wei's throwing knives." He meticulously examined the bear's wounds, exclaiming in wonder. 2 knives took out both eyes, and 1 pierced the heart. Each strike was lethal, This level of skill is truly rare. The young men from Chen's village, most of whom were Lin Wei's peers or juniors, gazed in disbelief at their usually delicate cousin. As martial artists, they understood all too well the innate talent required to master such a deadly technique, and their looks toward Lin Wei were imbued with both reverence and wariness. This was hunting. If it were a competition, and the opponent launched such a throwing knife at them, it would mean certain doom. Even if the bear is not my kill, what about these? Chen Dachuan retorted, pulling out the woven basket and retrieving the flying dragons one by one. These flying dragons, having drunk from the spring, were now fully restored and ravenous. At the sight of the crumbs of food in Chen Dachuan's hand, they eagerly pecked at it like starving chicks. Brother, do a few wild chickens warrant such a display? Chen Dachuan dismissed. These wild chickens are too small. The larger ones weigh less than 2 pounds, while the smaller ones barely reach 1 pound, far inferior to ordinary wild chickens. Wild chickens? Do you consider these mere wild chickens? Chen Dachuan exclaimed, incredulous. Suddenly, Chen Dachuan's eyes widened as he fixated on the elongated tail of the flying dragon. Dahai, are you seeing this? Could this be a flying dragon? Flying dragon? Brother, you jest. Those are rare creatures found only in the northeastern forests. Chen Dachuan replied as he fiddled with one of the flying dragon's tail feathers, suddenly pausing. Wait, the feather pattern, the tail. Chen Dachuan seized the opportunity to tease. Take a good look at its neck, and then observe its 5-toed claws. Oh, dear brother, how could you, a self-proclaimed seasoned hunter, not distinguish between wild chickens and flying dragons? Chen Dachuan bashfully scratched his buzz cut. I just didn't think of it. Who would have imagined that the flying dragons from the northeastern forests would make their way to our Yinshan? Chen Dachuan gently picked up a flying dragon, caressing its smooth wings with his fingertips. Suddenly pausing, he looked up at Chen Dachuan. You didn't catch these flying dragons, did you? Chen Dachuan chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Brother, what do you mean? If it wasn't me, who else could it be? Chen Dachuan sighed, surveying the surroundings. Where are the bird nets? Where are the snares? He pinched the wings of the flying dragon, his fingertips pointing toward the row of meticulously trimmed feathers. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the broken edges of the feather were as smooth as glass, distinctly indicating that it had been severed mid-air with a single stroke. When did Chen Dachuan master such exquisite swordsmanship? Or has he acquired some divine weapon? Chen Dachuan was at a loss for words, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen observation. To speak candidly, it was our dear nephew who used a flying dagger to achieve this remarkable feat as it soared past. What? Chen Dachuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that even possible? Even if his flying dagger has reached perfection, to precisely sever a feather mid-flight is nothing short of miraculous, an unheard of skill throughout history. Well, now you have witnessed it for yourself, Chen Dachuan replied, raising an eyebrow with pride. Our nephew is a prodigy among prodigies. How else could he have honed his flying dagger to such an extraordinary level? One unattainable by mere mortals? Beside them, Lin Wei could hardly contain his laughter. Little Li's flying dagger? You won't find any mention of that in the history books. But perhaps in a few years, you might read about it in some ancient hero's sentimental swordsman and heartless sword. However, he has already taken the initiative to establish the little Lin flying dagger. If we ever encounter that ancient hero, should we ask for some royalties? This system is indeed remarkable. Even orchestrating such a scenario where piracy outshines the original, Chen Dachuan said, rubbing his hands together, a sheepish grin on his face. Brother, there's something I need your advice on. He pointed to the 12 flying dragons. I was thinking of bringing these back to raise. Once they breed sufficiently, we could sacrifice a couple during the new year, a few more for Qingming, and for Duanwu in mid-autumn as well. From now on, our family will forego chicken and feast solely on the exquisite meat of these flying dragons. As he spoke with increasing excitement, his eyes gleamed. Father has yearned for this delicacy for years. If we could regularly enjoy it, it would certainly add a spark of joy to his later years. What? Chen Dachuan's eyes bulged in disbelief. What are you thinking? Raising flying dragons requires a considerable amount of food. People are struggling just to fill their own bellies. And you want to allocate rations for those dragons? He bluntly exposed his brother's intentions. I suspect you're simply craving the taste yourself, using filial piety as an excuse to pursue these flying dragons. To his surprise, Chen Dai sided with his second brother this time. Elder brother, that's not a fair assessment. He gestured toward Lin Wei. Thanks to Xiao Wei, we've managed to secure this bounty of game, and the village's food crisis has seen some improvement. Once we have an ample supply of grain, it's not unreasonable to allocate some coarse grains for the second brother to raise flying dragons. As he spoke, he grew increasingly convinced, his voice inadvertently firming. During festivals and family visits, we could present these unique flying dragons as gifts. I bet the prominent figures in the capital have never tasted such delicacies. Chen Dachuan pondered for a moment, his expression softening slightly. yet he remained apprehensive. Second brother, you know that flying dragons are delicate creatures, susceptible to injury. Father has warned that even the slightest mishap could be fatal. Furthermore, I've never heard of anyone successfully raising them. I suggest you abandon this notion. Seeing his elder brother's reluctance, Chun Dachuan grew anxious and began to stomp his feet. How could they not thrive? Look at them. Haven't they been lively since yesterday? He pointed out. Just look at their fine quality. Their appetites surpass that of chicks. With that, Chun Dachuan's stubbornness surged. This time, I am determined to give it a try. Seeing that he could not persuade his brother, Chun Dashan turned to the quietly observing Lin Wei. Xiao Wei, since you caught these flying dragons, it's only fitting that you weigh in on this matter. Lin Wei's mind raced, and he suddenly recalled that in the 21st century, there were indeed individuals who successfully cultivated flying dragons. Not only did they establish a thriving industry, but they also amassed wealth through it. Although resources are scarce in this era, the natural environment is far purer than in later times. As for the coarse grains, while they may be rough in texture, they lack any technological enhancements or harsh additives, since others have succeeded under harsher conditions. With the advantage of my spiritual realm and spring water, failure seems implausible. Thinking along these lines, Lin Wei decisively aligned himself with his second uncle. Uncle, I can catch 2,000 pounds of grain just from fishing. Now, having gathered so much game in just 2 days, that should equate to at least 3,000 or 4,000 pounds of grain, right? With ample food, we can't just keep eating coarse grains. Allocating a portion for farming is certainly better than risking our lives hunting daily. This is about teaching a man to fish rather than just giving him a fish. Seeing his nephew's support, Chun Dashan sighed helplessly and rubbed his temples. Fine, I can't argue with this any longer. He turned to Chun Dachuan, firmly establishing a boundary. You may take the flying dragons back to try raising them, but if they do not thrive, or if there isn't enough food for them, do not blame me for adhering to the rules. Upon hearing his elder brother relent, Chun Dachuan's face lit up with joy, and he thumped his chest, assuring, brother, rest assured, these flying dragons are my treasured possessions. I will care for them with even more diligence than I would for a royal. Lin Wei silently nodded in agreement, already formulating a plan in his mind. Upon returning, he would find an opportunity to secretly add some spiritual spring water to his grandfather's well. This way, not only would the entire family benefit from the spring water, but it would also ensure the health and growth of these delicate flying dragons. Such a significant secret must be executed discreetly. Flying dragons? What flying dragons? A breathless figure came rushing from afar, the voice preceding his presence, immediately cutting to the chase. It was none other than the procurement officer from the steel mill, who always appeared promptly whenever there were spoils to collect. This little comrade, having received instructions from Li Huai, was convinced that Lin Wei would not return empty-handed from the mountain, so he decided to stay in Chun's village with his driver. The village leaders, including Chun Dahai, dared not neglect this officer who brought vital supplies to the village, treating him with utmost hospitality. Yet, the procurement officer was anxious, as he had a plethora of tasks awaiting him at the steel mill. After waiting 2 days in the village without any news from Lin Wei, he found everything he ate tasteless. Fortunately, when the Chun brothers descended from the mountain with a bounty of wild chickens and rabbits, it finally allowed the procurement officer to enjoy a hearty meal of authentic mountain cuisine. Of course, this diligent comrade never forgot his work even while dining. As soon as he set down his bowl and chopsticks, he eagerly pulled Chun Dashan aside to inquire about the situation on the mountain. When he learned that over 30 wild wolves and a wild boar had not been brought down due to a lack of manpower, he leaped 3 feet into the air, nearly rushing back up the mountain alone. It is no wonder he was so excited, aside from the wolf meat and wild boar meat. The 30-plus wolf pelts were also top-tier goods. Some may wonder, since wolf pelts cannot be eaten or drunk, how could they be more valuable than meat? Oh, that would underestimate the procurement officer's versatile role. In this era, large factories like the steel mill procure not only food and meat, but also any rare item that falls under their purview. Why? Because, since ancient times, Chinese society has thrived on interpersonal relationships. In a sizable unit like the steel mill, with a leadership team comprising numerous individuals, who doesn't have a network of connections or a background? During festivals, when visiting former leaders, one must always bring some gifts, right? Tobacco, alcohol, and tea. In this era, where meticulous planning and permits are prerequisites for everything, does the leadership household lack such necessities? Therefore, the art of gift-giving hinges on the rarity and practicality of the offerings, ideally items that the leaders do not already possess. Exquisite delicacies from the wild, luxurious furs, and rare medicinal herbs are indeed the quintessential gifts that are unobtrusive and unlikely to be declined by those in authority. Such items are not only challenging to procure, but also highly functional, ensuring that leaders need not fear scrutiny from their superiors upon their acceptance. Unlike gold and jewels, These gifts merely represent a token of gratitude from subordinates. One cannot simply label them as bribes based on black market valuations, can one? Moreover, in an age where resources are exclusively allocated through state planning, steel mills must maintain relationships with numerous sibling enterprises that control vital resources. For instance, meat processing plants, grain stations, railway depots, and supply cooperatives must all be treated with due diligence. In the narrative of Sihiyuan, why could Shaju roam freely within the steel mill? It was precisely because of his culinary prowess, which allowed him to host superior leaders and representatives from allied units with exceptional meals, thereby cultivating numerous connections and resources for the factory. Similarly, procuring these rare items will undoubtedly prove to be invaluable. When the purchasing agent brings these treasures back to the factory, not only will the leadership refrain from criticizing extravagant spending, but they will also express considerable praise, often approving reimbursements at generous rates. After all, securing such scarce resources can be seen as a commendable achievement, while formal recognition may be lacking. Some economic benefit is certainly warranted. In many instances, there is no need to follow reimbursement protocols, as leaders are often willing to pay a premium to keep such items, ensuring that the purchasing agent does not incur any losses. Thus, during this expedition into the mountains, purchasing agent Li was resolutely determined to stay close to Chun Dashin and his entourage. Firstly, he wished to witness the game firsthand to select the desired meat and furs. Secondly, although relationships among colleagues were cordial, there was always the risk that news might leak, attracting other purchasing agents who could intercept the goods mid-journey, resulting in significant losses. As expected, upon arrival, Li immediately adopted a professional demeanor. He crouched down and meticulously examined over 30 wolf carcasses, marveling at the sight. Aside from one that had been shot by an old-fashioned gun and another that had been beheaded, 3 or 4 bore knife wounds. The remaining wolves had all been killed with a single stab to the head, leaving the pelts entirely unharmed. Particularly impressive was the Wolf King, whose robust frame resembled that of a calf, weighing at least 80 pounds, with lustrous gray-white fur of impeccable quality. When Li ran his hand over the coat, he found it dense and soft, an exquisite texture that one might not encounter even in the black market of Sijio City for an entire year. Do not question how he was aware of the black market trends. It was customary for purchasing agents to frequent such places. On one hand, it allowed them to ascertain market prices. On the other, it provided an opportunity to capitalize on favorable circumstances, occasionally yielding a profitable find. Therefore, despite his youth, Li was well acquainted with the vicinity of Sijio City, having navigated its streets numerous times, possessing keen insight and streetwise experience that rivaled seasoned veterans. As he pondered, he suddenly caught wind of the term Filong. Li's eyes brightened instantly. He was well aware that his uncle, Li Huide, had been fretting over the upcoming family banquet for his father-in-law during the new year, the last time he had gifted a prized fish. His father-in-law had been reluctant to eat it, opting instead to keep it in a pond, intending to host a fish-tasting feast. However, a banquet cannot consist solely of fish without accompanying dishes, right? Ordinary chicken, duck, and pork hardly befit such an occasion. Li Huide had gone to great lengths, seeking rare ingredients. Little did he know that after much searching, he would stumble upon such a treasure in these mountains. Without delving into other matters, a pot of fresh Filong soup would undoubtedly be the piece de resistance at a national banquet. Chapter 124, The Spring of Purchasing Agent Li, Part 1. Where's the Filong? Li pushed through the crowd of onlookers and immediately spotted Chin Dachuan crouched down, jovially feeding a group of vividly feathered wild chickens with crumbs of cornbread. Each bird weighed merely 1 or 2 pounds, yet their tail feathers were remarkably long and adorned with unique patterns, glistening in the sunlight. Upon a closer inspection, he realized that the feathers on the right wing had been meticulously trimmed, likely to prevent them from flying away. Nevertheless, even so, their elongated necks and sharp, scaly talons still hinted at their extraordinary lineage. Indeed, with necks like phoenixes and claws like dragons, these were Filongs. Today was a true eye-opener for Li. He murmured to himself, his hands unconsciously rubbing together, eager to seize all these treasures. He recalled seeing a Filong at the Dongxiamen black market last year, barely over a pound and in a pitiful state, which had been sold for an exorbitant 60 yuan by a gourmand. It was said that the man had hurriedly delivered it to Hongbin Liu, commissioning a master chef to prepare a pot of fresh Filong soup, the aroma of which had captivated the entire street. This tale had circulated widely in Sijio City, with some claiming it had been brought by relatives from northeast China, while others asserted it had been hunted locally in Yinshan. In retrospect, the latter seems quite plausible. I want all these Filongs. In his moment of excitement, Li blurted out his intentions. Chin Dachuan looked up in surprise. The two had traveled together from Sijio City and had shared a few cigarettes along the way, establishing a certain familiarity. However, to suddenly demand to purchase the entire lot felt rather impolite. Yet, considering that he was a diligent worker from a reputable factory who had previously delivered a truckload of grain to the village, such a debt of gratitude must be honored. Chen Dachuan smiled, his tone gentle. Mr. Li, please do not rush. I intend to take these felongs back for breeding. It would be quite inappropriate to sell them. What? You wish to breed felongs? Li immediately grew anxious. Do you have any idea how precious these are? I have never heard of anyone successfully raising them. If you let them die, they would be worth nothing. It would be far better for me to take them down the mountain now. Rest assured, I, Li Qinggang, am utterly dependable. 12 felongs for a total of 900 yuan. You will not suffer a loss. Although he was somewhat uncertain of the exact market price. In his desperation, he simply increased the previous black market price, estimating 75 yuan apiece. Such a rarity is not deterred by high prices. The real concern lies in the availability of the goods. If more were to arise in the future, he would wish to continue acquiring them. A gasp rippled through the surrounding young men of Chen's family village. These men were either brothers or nephews within the 5th degree of kinship. And those who had come to carry the game were particularly close relatives. The uproar was provoked by Li's astonishing offer. What? 12 wild chickens worth 900 yuan. My goodness, 900 yuan would buy how many hens? Someone immediately began to calculate. 150 hens. A staggering 150 hens for just one of these? How absurd. What do you know? Interjected a man with some worldly experience. Having spent a lifetime in these mountains, of course, you wouldn't understand how precious a filong is. My great-grandfather once mentioned that it was a tribute designated by the emperor of the Qing dynasty. How could the emperor's food not be costly? Uncle Lin Wei, being third in the generational hierarchy of the family, was thus referred to as the third grandfather among those of Lin Wei's age. My mother's 14th uncle had struck it rich this time. 900 yuan would take how many years of work points to accumulate? Indeed. With 3 able-bodied men in my family, our annual work points amount to only 60 yuan. This 900 yuan would require a full 15 years of labor. To address why this batch of game belonged to Chen Dachuan, one must consider the customs of the mountains. Typically, when large game such as wild boars or goats are hunted, it is customary to share portions of the meat with close relatives and neighbors to partake in the feast. One might consider hosting a grand pig slaughter feast, using the head and hooves to brew several large pots of broth, inviting the entire village, young and old, to partake in the meal. However, in this year of calamity, should any household indulge in meat while their relatives languish in hunger, they would undoubtedly face the scorn of the community. Thus, one must either distribute the meat or sell it for grain, ensuring that every villager shares in the bounty. Yet, small game like wild chickens and rabbits are a different matter altogether. They are simply too insignificant, with over 200 souls in Chen family village. Such meager offerings cannot be shared. Consequently, these 12 flying dragons, following the old customs, belong solely to Chen Dachuan. Of course, should Chen Dachuan choose to sell them and use the proceeds to aid his fellow villagers, that would be an act of kindness. But ultimately, it is a matter of personal choice, not obligation. At this moment, Chen Dashan and Chen De, the 2 brothers, exchanged anxious glances with Chen Dachuan. Their expressions rife with urgency. Their message was unmistakable. Keeping the flying dragons was far too precarious. It would be wiser to sell them while they still could, turning them into tangible wealth. 900 coins. What if they perished under his care? That would be an utter loss. Chen Dachuan was not oblivious to his brother's insinuations. He furrowed his brow, wrestling internally for a moment. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply and responded with resolute conviction. These flying dragons were specially caught for me by Xiao Wei. I have vowed to establish their breeding, so that in the future, my parents can regularly savor this mountain delicacy. What? Li Zigo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was yet another achievement of Lin Wei. He marveled inwardly. Lin Wei truly is an extraordinary individual, capable of catching 100-pound fish by the water's edge and capturing rare flying dragons in the mountains, and he did so with a catch of 12. The yield was astonishing, as if the dragons had leapt into his arms willingly. However, since this was Lin Wei's bounty, there remained room for negotiation. Li Zigo immediately turned to the previously silent Lin Wei, adopting a feigned look of grievance. Brother Wei, this is rather unfair. To acquire such a rare treasure as flying dragons, how could you not think of your brother Li at the steel mill? I've always regarded you as a true sibling, and now this. How disheartening. His performance was so heartfelt that most would have softened at his words. Yet, Lin Wei was no ordinary person. He was a seasoned actor, unfazed by such trivial theatrics. Brotherly, please don't be hasty, Lin Wei chuckled, gesturing toward the 12 flying dragons still clamoring for food. These 12 are perfectly matched in pairs, reserved for breeding purposes. Just imagine. If my second uncle successfully raises the flying dragons, you could come collect at any time with a steady supply. Wouldn't that be even better? A hearty meal every day. And you, being so astute, can surely see the advantage. Seeing that Li Caigo remained unconvinced, Lin Wei deftly redirected the conversation. If you truly desire something of value, look over there. There's a horse-faced bear waiting for you. Examine its quality. As long as the grain is sufficient, we can surely come to an agreement. What? A horse-faced bear? A bear, you say? Li Caigo nearly leaped from excitement, his eyes wide with anticipation as he searched around. Where's the bear? It turned out that earlier, everyone had been so captivated by the flying dragons that they had forgotten about the horse-faced bear hidden behind a large rock. The massive bear carcass was conveniently obscured, and Li Caigo had not noticed it at first. Right here, come and see. Lin Wei guided him around the stone. Li Caigo's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Wow, what a massive bear. My heavens, it must weigh over 1,000 pounds. He eagerly approached, struggling to lift one of the bear's forepaws, completely disregarding the strong odor, while he sniffed it appreciatively, exclaiming, "Ah, this paw is as large as a fan. With thick fat, top quality. It even carries a hint of honey fragrance. This bear must have feasted on honey, and its paw is surely infused with that sweetness. Top quality indeed. And look at this firm muscle, clearly from years of roaming the mountains. The meat will be tender and not tough. Top quality." Lin Wei, listening nearby, nodded in quiet approval, surprised by Li Caigo's discerning knowledge. Who would have thought he could articulate so much about a bear's paw? If it were Lin Wei, he would have merely declared it top quality and left it at that. Little did he know that Li Caigo was quite the chatterbox, enjoying casual banter during procurement, inadvertently mastering the standards for evaluating various mountain goods. The art of discerning a bear's paw was something he had learned from an old shopkeeper in the black market. Initially, he had thought of it as mere conversation, never expecting to apply it practically one day. Excellent, I'll take all 4 of these bear paws, along with this bear's skin. The price will be absolutely fair. If you prefer grain, that's also negotiable. There will be plenty. Li Caigo exclaimed excitedly, like a young man in his 20s, rubbing his hands together in delight. As a procurement officer for a large factory, he had the confidence to make such claims. Having struggled for years to find quality sources, he had stumbled upon a string of fortunate events since his serendipitous encounter with Lin Wei at Shikahai a few days prior. Had it not been for his uncle Li Huaida's specific instructions, he would never have ventured into this mountain valley in Chongping. He had only come with a mindset of exploration, yet here he was, stumbling upon such unexpected fortune. Just the giant bear alone, coupled with those wolf pelts, was enough to fulfill half a year's procurement quota. Alas, the year had not yet ended. Otherwise, upon completing his task, he could kick back and relax for the following months while still receiving his salary. Those who have toiled like cattle and horses understand how delightful that feels. He couldn't help but steal another glance at Lin Wei. This fellow was indeed a true genius. As long as he could firmly hold on to this advantageous connection, why worry about failing to meet his targets? Just following Lin Wei on a trip up the mountains or down to the rivers would effortlessly help him achieve his monthly quota. Promotions, salary increases, and marrying a beautiful wife would no longer be mere dreams. Lin Wei, however, latched onto the most crucial phrase in Li Caigo's enthusiastic declaration. There will be plenty of grain. There was no denying that Qin family village was still in dire need of food, although the previous 2,000 pounds of grain was no small amount. Divided among over 200 villagers, each person would scarcely receive 10 pounds. Even if they subsisted on thin porridge for every meal, they would likely struggle to endure until the transition from spring to summer. Now, with Li Caigo's confident assurance of ample grain, the pressing dilemma at hand appeared to have a solution. Lin Wei understood well that the Hongxing steel mill was a massive factory employing thousands. A benchmark enterprise under the Ministry of Industry, consuming grain in astronomical quantities daily. Reports from Zhonghai suggested that while meat was not guaranteed, the staple food served in the factory's cafeteria was always ample. If he could extract even a small portion from the steel mill's resources, acquiring several thousand pounds of grain would be entirely feasible. Thus, the grain shortage in Qin family village could be significantly alleviated. And even the matter of his second uncle raising flying dragons would no longer attract gossip. Given Li Caigo's willingness, it was imperative to seize the opportunity and expand their gains. Today, over 50 able-bodied men from Qin family village had emerged. Nearly all the labor force was present. Lin Wei still had his sights set on the Valley of Flying Dragons, which he recalled also bore signs of wild boar. At the time, there had been insufficient manpower to transport large prey, and given the higher value of the flying dragons, the wild boar had been temporarily spared. Now that there was ample manpower, there was no reason to hesitate. Another expedition was necessary. Furthermore, that valley was vast. During his last visit with his second uncle, they had barely explored 1/3 of it. He wanted both the flying dragons and the wild boars. Only children make choices. Lin Wei wished for all. Lin Wei leaned closer to Li Caigo, lowering his voice and lacing it with a hint of temptation as he asked, "Brotherly, do you still want the flying dragons?" Huh. Li Saigo was taken aback. Had he not insisted on raising them rather than selling? How had the narrative changed? But he quickly recovered. "Yes. I'll take as many as you have. It is those things in the hands of your second uncle. That simply won't do. How could I dare to touch his?" Xiao Lizzie's face fell instantly, wearing an expression that suggested he felt he was being toyed with. Lin Wei chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not referring to those. I mean, there are more in that valley. Shall we not fixate solely on the few before us? Moreover, there are wild boars over there. If we search carefully, we might end up with a whole nest." Splendid. Li Saigo's spirits soared like a roller coaster, rising and falling. However, upon hearing Lin Wei's willingness to take action once more, his face lit up with joy. He could almost envision lively flying dragons being brought back to the steel mill, with his uncle Li Huaid and the other leaders gathering around, eagerly pleading for him to share a portion. And those wild boars, which could bolster their supplies, would even have the security team eagerly assisting in their transport. What are we waiting for? Let us set off at once. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The three uncles beside him were equally restless. They all sensed that this collective hunt might yield results far exceeding their expectations. Perhaps it could genuinely resolve the grain shortage crisis in Qinjiao village, and even provide the entire village with a bountiful year that had not been experienced in many years. So what are we delaying for? If hunters from other villages get there first and deplete the game, we would have no place to lament our losses. Of course, before heading to Flying Dragon Valley, they needed to properly handle the game caught in Wolf Valley. The carcasses of the wolves were relatively easy to manage. Chen Dashin directed the group, binding two similarly sized wolves with hemp ropes and hanging them on either end of a carrying pole, which a robust laborer could easily lift and carry. The particularly strong Wolf King, far heavier than its kin, was perfectly paired with a wild boar, entrusted to the village's strongest young man. The real challenge lay with the giant bear. This colossal creature, weighing over 1,000 pounds, lay there like a small mountain, and even flipping it over required considerable effort. The three uncles, being seasoned hunters, wasted no time. They ventured into the nearby woods and meticulously selected two straight, uniform tree trunks. With swift precision, they felled the trees, cleared off the branches, and scraped the rough bark clean, fashioning two nearly 10-meter long, smooth carrying poles the thickness of a bowl. They then wove a massive hanging basket from resilient vines, calling upon everyone to lend their strength. With a collective grunt, they managed to roll the bear's hefty body into the basket. Chapter 126. Reluctantly halting the hunt, as the uncles could no longer bear the weight. The group then took matters into their own hands, carefully securing the bear's torso and limbs within the hanging basket with vines to prevent any jostling during transport. At last, the basket was firmly suspended between the two carrying poles, and 20 strong young men formed two rows, shouting in unison, "Lift," with their shoulders steadying the pole. Thus, the 40-person team set off to escort this hefty haul down the mountain. Beside Lin Wei, the hunting party had dwindled to just 10 or so individuals. Chen Dachuan, however, stubbornly refused to relinquish his hold on the large woven basket, clutching it as if it contained a rare treasure. The flying dragons inside had already feasted and were now resting with their eyes closed. He muttered incessantly, "Those young ones, with their clumsy hands. How could they possibly tend to the flying dragons? If one or two were injured, who could bear the loss?" Only by holding these treasures tightly in his grasp could he feel truly at ease. Lin Wei gazed at the sparse group, letting out a sigh. Why are there so few of us left? When we reach Flying Dragon Valley, who will carry the game we acquire? Chen Dashin burst into hearty laughter, clapping Lin Wei's shoulder with vigor. "You, young lad, have gotten a bit cocky with your newfound skills. Haven to you? I'll tell you, aside from you and Li Saigo, every single person here is a capable laborer. If we manage to catch a significant game, those under 200 pounds can easily be carried by one person. The only worry is whether you can actually catch that much." Lin Wei chuckled inwardly. "Uncle still underestimates my little Lin flying knife. If it weren't inconvenient to unleash my full potential, emptying the entire mountain of game would be effortless. Since Uncle has put it that way, I might as well lay my cards on the table today and stop pretending." In Flying Dragon Valley, the people of Qinjiao village and Li Saigo stood in stunned silence. Chen Dashin, anxious, began to stamp his feet. "Xiao Wei, that boar is about to escape. Hurry. Unleash the flying knife." No sooner had he spoken than a glint of cold light shot through the air, accurately embedding itself into the neck of a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the wild boar collapsed in response. Chen Daz exclaimed in awe, "What a remarkable flying knife, simply divine." With that strike, even the bloodletting was rendered unnecessary. Li Saigo, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, "I'll take all these wild boars. Everyone, Put in your effort to transport them down the mountain. We have plenty of grain, and we can exchange it at the steel mill. The men of Qinjia village cheerfully sprang into action, deftly binding the limbs of the lifeless wild boars before securely fastening them to the carrying poles. Today's hunt was the easiest they had experienced in years. Upon arrival, they didn't even need to exert much effort in searching. It was all thanks to Wei Gu's remarkably keen little dog, who could effortlessly drive out the game hidden in various places. At such times, Lin Wei would make his grand entrance. No matter how large the wild boar, he would always deliver a fatal blow, never missing his mark. The firearms they carried hadn't even fired a single bullet, saving them quite a bit on gunpowder. All they needed to do was pack up the game and exert a little effort, and they were done. Reflecting on past hunts where they had to encircle the wild boars, how many times had they needed a dozen people to coordinate? Often wasting dozens of rounds of ammunition without even managing to bring down a single game. After wandering the mountains for 2 days, hitting one would be considered fortunate. Unlike today's ease and comfort, counting their spoils, they had already amassed over 10 wild boars, each weighing above 150 pounds. As for the smaller ones, Lin Wei deemed them too small to bother with, and simply instructed them to be released. In his words, "This Flying Dragon Valley is a treasure land. The wild boars within are as if they are raised by us in Qinjia village. Whenever we desire meat, we can come and hunt at our leisure." Only Chun Dachuan felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. He looked at the 10 or so flying dragons they had just captured, feeling both joy and sorrow. Joyful that his nephew was so capable, managing to add so many varieties of chickens in such a short time. Sorrowful that Li Caigo was stubbornly insisting on taking 5 of the larger ones, claiming it was essential to bring some back for accountability. After all, the steel mill had done so much for Qinjia village, and consuming such a large portion of the game would surely save them plenty of trouble. Given that sentiment, Chun Dachuan found it impossible to decline. "Nephew, this is enough. We truly cannot hunt anymore." Chun Dachuan, seeing Lin Wei's figure moving deeper into the forest, grew anxious and waved his hands repeatedly, shouting into the trees. "With just these people, we can no longer bear more wild boars." The sight before him sent a chill down Chun Dachuan's spine. Each young man would have to carry down at least one wild boar weighing 150 pounds. How long had it been since they had seen such a scene? Though in earlier years, the young men of the village had wagered to carry a wild boar each. That was during a bountiful year when everyone was well-fed and strong. Now, having just had 2 full meals, their bodies had yet to recover from hunger. If they were to carry such heavy game for dozens of miles down the mountain, even if they managed to return, they would be utterly exhausted. How could they continue to practice martial arts or work after that? Recalling how he had confidently claimed that carrying 1 game each was no problem not long ago, he now felt as though he had been slapped across the face. All Lin Wei could hope for was that this remarkably skilled nephew would show some mercy and spare them, those hunters on the brink of being crushed by their quarry. He paused, turned slightly, and a mischievous smile danced upon his lips, his eyes glinting with triumph. He deliberately elongated his tone, tinged with mockery. "Ah, dear uncle, what was it you were saying earlier?" That infuriating expression on his face resembled a cat that had just pilfered a fish. Chun Dachuan, standing opposite him, felt an uncomfortable shiver run down his spine at that glance, unable to suppress a silent curse. This brat is becoming increasingly cunning. He has been hiding his prowess all along, waiting until the prey piled high before casually dropping a remark like that. Is he deliberately trying to embarrass me? It's no wonder this uncle has looked down on him from the very beginning, doubting his hunting abilities even at this stage. Since that was the case, Lin Wei had no qualms about ensuring his uncle faced the stark reality. Hunting was not merely a game of luck or equipment, as they usually played. His method was the true essence of an indiscriminate, zero-cost, efficient hunting strategy. Without firing a single shot, the volume of prey was overwhelming, enough to leave one entirely exhausted. "All right then, I shall venture deeper into the woods, scout the paths for our next expedition," Lin Wei said casually, as if it were a mere afterthought. Chun Dachuan let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. "By all means, scout away, but do refrain from engaging further." He gestured towards the pile of wild boars at his feet, wearing a pained expression. "If there are any more, your uncle might very well perish on this mountain." Unable to carry them back, Lin Wei nodded with a smile, turning to head deeper into the forest. He wasn't truly scouting. Rather, an epiphany had struck him, leading to a more significant consideration. If his second uncle could contemplate raising flying dragons, why couldn't he? Though his spiritual realm space was merely an acre in size, insufficient for extensive planting, it was more than adequate for raising a few wild chickens or wild boars. Should his second uncle falter in their care, he could discreetly provide assistance. Besides, what could be more comfortable than having the flying dragons nurtured within the confines of the spiritual realm? At least the spiritual water was abundant, and the food would be plentiful. Chapter 127. Astonishing Harvest from Hunting. However, this endeavor had to be conducted in secrecy. The spiritual realm was his greatest secret, one he could not divulge to anyone. Yet, when Lin Wei successfully captured 16 flying dragons, a pair of large wild boars, and 6 plump piglets, he soon realized how naive he had been. The wild game of this era was not akin to the domesticated, lethargic creatures of the future. The flying dragons flapped their wings wildly in the air, refusing to descend, as the robust wild boars below monopolized every landing spot. Even among themselves, the boars jostled and bumped into one another, nearly engaging in a territorial dispute. Lin Wei stood there, frowning at the scene. It seemed that attempting to cultivate and produce solely within this limited acre was overly ambitious. Resolutely, he shifted his gaze towards the shimmering silver card in the system's shop. Basic space expansion card exchange points, 2,000. Effect, expands space to 10 acres. Allows for a complete rearrangement of spatial layout. Well, one cannot catch a wolf without first parting with a child, Lin Wei muttered under his breath. Fortunately, his recent hunting expedition had yielded a bounty, accumulating 2,350 points. After deducting 2,000, he still had a cushion left. Purchase and use. Suddenly, a vivid transformation occurred in his mind. The once pervasive black mist within the spiritual realm began to recede like a receding tide, unveiling a spacious 10-acre expanse. The eye of the spiritual spring continued to flow, winding through the center of this newfound space, its waters disappearing into the depths of the black mist, the destination unknown. With a mere thought, a three-dimensional image of the entire space crystallized in Lin Wei's mind. As he concentrated, a thunderous sound resonated from the edge of the front half of the land. A wall of earth rose dramatically from the ground, growing taller and taller until it formed a robust 10-meter-high barrier that securely enclosed the flying dragons within. The family of wild boars was effortlessly shifted to the back half of the space, where they began to acclimate to their new environment, eagerly munching on the tender green grass beneath them. With a simple reorganization, both types of prey were now appropriately situated, no longer competing for territory. Lin Wei withdrew his focus, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He adjusted his attire and leisurely stepped out from the forest. "Uncle," he called out to Chen Dashan, who was waiting outside. "There are still some wild boars in the Flying Dragon Valley. Let us leave them for now." Upon hearing this, Chen Dashan exhaled in relief. "Very well, we can return in a few months to collect them." He glanced up at the sky, brushing off the grass clippings from his trousers. "It's getting late. We should descend the mountain." At the entrance of Qinjia village, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the valley. Lin Wei's grandfather, Chen Yunwen, and the village chief, Chen Dahai, squatted beside the grinding stone. Their old pipes clamped between their teeth, squinting as they watched the young men pile the first haul of game onto the open ground. The wrinkles on their faces seemed to bloom with joy. How could they not smile? A staggering 30-plus wild wolves formed a small mountain, accompanied by a robust wild boar. And most notably, there lay a massive bear resembling a small hill. In this time of famine, such a bounty would rival Qinjia village's entire hunting income for the year. Even in prosperous years past, the village's 50-odd children had already surrounded the pile of game, bouncing and leaping, their voices ringing with disjointed nursery rhymes. Their small faces alight with the excitement of a festive occasion. Only their newly crowned princess, Lin Xiaoxiao, appeared somewhat daunted by the bloody and colossal scene. She timidly nestled in her grandfather Chen Yunwen's warm embrace, tugging at the old man's clothing, and murmured softly, "Grandpa, those wolves and the big bear look fierce. Can we really eat them?" Meanwhile, the village accountant, Chen Dahai's younger brother, Chen Dajiang, was busy tallying the weights. As he scribbled in the yellowed ledger with a brush, he announced the counts with barely contained glee. Wild wolves, 32 in total, weighing 1,760 pounds. One wild boar, weighing 124 pounds. And the bear. He paused, patting the bear's thick fur with a resigned smile. "This fellow is too heavy. The scale can't handle it. I estimate at least 1,100 pounds. Chen Dahai sprang to his feet, knocking the ash from his pipe against his shoe, his voice brimming with excitement. "Goodness. When calculated, the total weight approaches 3,000 pounds. Even if we have it for net meat, that's still 1,500 pounds. He turned to Qin Yunwen, his face glowing with exhilaration. "Third uncle, I think we need tea rush to divide the meat today. Let us have everyone prepare the wild boar. Set up the large iron pot, and tonight, we'll host a pig slaughter feast, inviting the entire village to enjoy a hearty meal." Grandfather Qin Yunwen was beaming, revealing a smile full of smoke-stained teeth. "All right, let us do as you say. Today, we'll go all out. Getting some white flour mixed with grains to make about 100 pounds of steamed buns. A taste of wild boar is just for fun, but the meal must ensure everyone is well fed." "All right," Chen Dajiang responded loudly, immediately calling out with briskness in his hands and feet. Let us cut up this wild boar and place it in our large iron pots. Tonight, the entire Chen family village will feast on meat and have ample steamed buns. Grandfather, look up at the mountains. Is that my brother and the others coming back? The little girl suddenly raised her head, tugging at her grandfather's clothing, her bright eyes gazing towards the winding mountain path. Grandfather squinted his somewhat cloudy eyes, straining to see into the distance, but he hesitated to confirm. Dahai, your vision is keen. Help your uncle see if that is Dashi and the others. Chun Dahai shielded his eyes from the sun, focusing intently, and suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. It's third uncle. No doubt about it. My heavens, they are laden with goods. Today is truly a stroke of luck, an incredible harvest. On the mountain path, a group was trudging down, burdened with heavy items that bent their carrying poles. What else could it be but game? Quickly, Dajiang, take a few men to greet them. Chun Dahai urgently waved his hand. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Wei cheerfully scooped up the little girl who rushed towards him. The small black dog at their feet excitedly circled them, its tail wagging like a windmill. Meanwhile, grandfather and Chun Dahai gazed at the newly arrived, plump wild boars, their joy morphing into astonishment and confusion. What on earth is happening today? The prey is lining up to meet our guns. It feels like a dream. Could it be that our ancestors are manifesting their blessings? Grandfather murmured, his fingers trembling with excitement. This will surely help our Chun family village through this tough time. Tonight we must open the ancestral hall and offer extra incense to our ancestors. Chapter 128. Grandfather, my grandson has the spirit of a hunter. On the other side, Chen Dajiang looked at the weighed wild boars, feeling utterly numb. A total of 15, each weighing no less than 150 pounds. Just moments ago, he lamented about the lack of such bountiful harvests after tonight's pig feast, and who would have thought that an even greater surprise would come? Over 2,000 pounds of meat. As everyone busied themselves weighing and cheering, Chun Dachuan and Chun De, however, quietly maneuvered around the bustling crowd, each cradling a large basket covered with wild grass. Silently making their way home. Second brother, third brother, what are you two up to? Grandfather Chen Yunwen, despite his somewhat cloudy vision, had a mind as sharp as a tack. He squinted and noticed his two sons crouched low, their necks craned, appearing sneaky, which made his heart skip a beat. Chen Dashan reacted swiftly. Knowing that this matter of the flying dragon could not leak, he quickly stepped forward to support his father's arm, lowering his voice. Dad, it's quite windy outside. Let us talk inside, he signaled discreetly to his father. Having lived for over half a century, how could he not understand his son's hint? He immediately followed suit, feigning a stretch of his back, sighing, Alas, old age is a burden. Sitting for a while makes my back and legs ache. Let us head back. The group stealthily returned home, drawing no attention from those around them. In the courtyard, grandmother Chen Yang and the three daughters-in-law were busy preparing dinner. The three little cousins, noses dripping, immediately surrounded Xiao Xiao upon seeing her, raising their little hands high. Cousin, we want candy. Xiao Xiao looked at these younger children, her eyes instantly curving into crescent moons. At home, she was the youngest, but now she was finally a big sister. She feigned a stern face, taking out 3 Mickey Mouse candies from her pocket and seriously distributing them. Here. One for each. No snatching. Xiao Xiao, grandfather suddenly spoke, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Have you practiced your lessons today? It turned out that in recent days, grandfather had noticed his granddaughter running around energetically and had decided to take action. Conveniently, the Chun family village had a long-standing tradition of martial arts, with every child expected to build a foundation from a young age. This year, due to poor harvests, practicing martial arts had been set aside for a time. Now that the family's grain supply was ample, the 3 grandsons naturally resumed their training, and Xiao Xiao was also pulled along to practice with them. To everyone's surprise, this little girl turned out to be quite a talented martial artist. After watching the basic forms of Chen's 8 extremes fist a few times, she could mimic them with remarkable fluidity and strength. Grandfather was overjoyed, exclaiming her extraordinary talent, and thus he kept a close eye on her studies, unwavering in his commitment. In his words, if you train well, no one will dare bully you in school. Xiao Xiao pouted, looking pitifully at her brother and uncle, hoping for their support. But the men immediately turned their heads, some gazing at the sky, others at the ground. Who would dare provoke grandfather? Seeing no one to turn to, the little girl drooped her head and slowly walked to the courtyard's open space, lining up with her 3 cousins, practicing earnestly. Lin Wei stood by, nodding in approval. Xiao Xiao exhibited solid footwork and striking punches, and though she was young, she already possessed a hint of prowess. It seemed that her long-term consumption of the spiritual spring had strengthened her physique and unlocked her potential. Just then, a familiar voice approached urgently. Wei Guer, I've come. Have you prepared what you promised me? In a flurry, Li Caihua rushed into the courtyard, panting heavily. There was no way around it. The coveted items he had long been thinking about were right here. He couldn't care less about his pride and hurriedly chased after them. What items? What items? Grandfather Qin Yunwen, despite his age, was sharp-minded. Although his eyesight was poor, his thoughts raced quickly. This Li Caihua had even forgotten about the giant bear, urgently rushing home to demand something, indicating there was certainly something amiss. Chen Dachuan and Chen Dea, with their 2 baskets, likely contained something more precious than bear's paws. His gaze sharpened. He suddenly turned towards the duo attempting to sneak away. You too, carrying those baskets all the way, don't you find them heavy? What's inside that you find so shameful? Chen Dachuan and his brother stiffened, their faces immediately plastered with ingratiating smiles as they slowly placed the baskets on the ground. Dad. It's nothing, just a few wild chickens. Chen Dea chuckled awkwardly, cautiously lifting the grass covering the top. Wild chickens? Grandfather grunted, his tone laced with skepticism. A few wild chickens could make you two act so sneakily and have Li Caihua chasing after you? Do you really think your old man is senile? Though his vision was failing, the keen perception honed from years of life in the mountains was sharp as ever. He leaned closer, squinting to peer into the basket. With just one glance, the old man felt as if he had been struck by a spell. His cloudy eyes suddenly wide with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. How could this be? He could hardly believe it. Carefully lifting one of the wild chickens from the basket, his fingers slightly trembling, he first gently stroked its delicate neck, then lightly examined its fine feathered claws, and finally measured the uniquely elongated tail feathers in his hands. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he muttered to himself, his face awash with shock. When did our Yanshan forest ever have flying dragons? Could it be that you went to Shanhaiguan? Yet, traversing several hundred miles. Even if you are as swift as the wind, it would take no less than a week to return. Ha! Father, you have not misjudged. Chen Dachuan straightened his posture at once, his face brimming with uncontainable pride. This is indeed a flying dragon, without a doubt. Moreover, it is produced right here in our own Yanshan. Nonsense. Qin Yunwen shook his head resolutely. I have lived over 60 years, spending most of my life in the mountains, and I have never heard of any traces of flying dragons within the borders. Chen Dachuan chuckled, then recounted how he had accompanied Lin Wei to discover the hidden flying dragon valley, detailing how Lin Wei had skillfully wielded his flying knives, their glint slicing through the air to precisely sever the tips of the dragon's wings, capturing them one by one. Beside him, Chen Dashan and Chen Dei nodded in agreement, their words filled with admiration for their nephew's extraordinary skills. Qin Yunwen lowered his gaze again, scrutinizing the wings of the flying dragon in his hand, which had been cleanly severed at the base, the cut remarkably smooth. He could not help but exclaim in wonder. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This flying knife is nothing short of divine. In his day, your great-uncle, the legendary marksman Li Shuwen, could knock down flies with the tip of his gun and sever the wings of fast-flying birds. That was already a tale of the martial world. Yet Little Wei's flying knife, silent and precise, seems to possess an even more mysterious quality than the sheer might and accuracy of a great gun. Chapter 129. Is it possible to savor the flying dragon soup? Lin Wei felt his ears flush with embarrassment at his grandfather's praise. He was certainly aware of the legendary status of Xiao Li's flying knife in the world of martial arts, a feat that was incomparable to the post-apocalyptic realm of martial arts. However, the figure his grandfather spoke of was his own granduncle, a revered predecessor. Though he had acquired his skills through the system, his martial arts were undeniably genuine. Being so lavishly praised by his elder left him feeling somewhat bashful, not knowing how his uncles would react. He could only muster the courage to wave his hand awkwardly. Grandfather, your words make it seem as though my flying knife merely exploits opportunities. Its power is not as mystical as you suggest. Yet Qin Yunwen waved his hand dismissively, his expression remarkably steadfast, his eyes, which seemed to see through the world, devoid of jest. Little Wei, excessive modesty is a form of pride. In martial arts, what matters is practical application and results. The ability to take down an opponent in the blink of an eye is the hallmark of exceptional skill. Do not think that your 3 inept uncles, or even I in my youth, would stand a chance against your elusive flying knife. With this remarkable skill, you are now a force to be reckoned with in these deep mountains and forests. Grandfather raised his thumb in approval, declaring that even the king of the mountains would be compelled to pay a visit to the underworld should they cross paths with you. The mention of the Mountain King made Lin Wei's heart skip a beat. He had not encountered one this time, but what of the next? A fierce tiger, its skin a treasure for warmth and wind resistance, worth a fortune, its bones brewed for wine, strengthening sinews and bones. And its tail. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his breath quickened slightly. Indeed, hunting tigers is not illegal now. Should 20 years pass, one could face a decade at the very least, or even worse, a bullet. Once this notion took root, it grew like wild grass within his heart. Oh my goodness. Li Saigo hurriedly approached, beaming as he gestured a thumbs up towards Chen Yunwen. Your grandson's flying knife is undoubtedly that of an unparalleled master. However, he gazed eagerly at the several baskets of flying dragons, rubbing his hands together as he said, this flying dragon, Wei Guer, previously promised to give me 5. You see, at 70 each, or if you prefer grain, I am more than willing to offer you the highest price, ensuring you do not suffer a loss. What do you think, Dashin and Little Wei? Chen Yunwen directed his gaze towards his eldest son and grandson. At his advanced age, it was time for his eldest son to gradually shoulder the responsibilities of the family. Moreover, all these game were captured by his grandson, so it was only fitting to respect his wishes. Lin Wei chuckled lightly in response, readily agreeing. Since we made an earlier promise to Li Saigo, we naturally cannot go back on our word. Indeed, the men of Beijing pride themselves on keeping their promises. Li Saigo's face instantly lit up with joy as he hastily chimed in. Inwardly, he praised. This Wei Guer not only possesses great skill, but also values his word. Such a friend is worth cultivating. Yes, what Little Wei says is reasonable. I have no objections. Chen Dashin nodded, but then his tone shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment on his face. However, I do have an idea. Noticing Chen Dachuan's frown as he was about to speak, Chen Dashin boldly clarified. Back in the day, when you took the second son to visit friends beyond the borders, you were fortunate enough to taste the flavor of the flying dragon. To this day, whenever he mentions it, his eyes light up as though he has savored the flesh of a mythical beast. His tone carried a touch of grievance and yearning. Alas, I have lived over 30 years without even knowing the taste of the soup. Thanks to Little Wei, we have these flying dragons. I was wondering if we should keep a couple to make a soup, allowing the whole family to savor its richness. Excellent idea. The third brother, Chen Dai, immediately chimed in, winking at his second brother. You are absolutely right. Why should only the second brother have tasted it, while we have not even had a whiff? Hey, you are being too unreasonable. Chen Dachuan grew flustered, his face turning crimson as he swiftly stepped in front of the baskets, resembling a protective hen. These flying dragons are meant for breeding. How could we possibly eat them? The thought of giving away 5 to Li Saigo already pained him. And now they wanted to consume more. This was akin to tearing flesh from his body. What? Second brother, you want to raise flying dragons? Grandfather Chen Yunwen was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. Having lived for most of his life, he had never heard of anyone successfully raising such a precious creature. Not even in the flying dragon's homeland beyond the borders had he ever heard of anyone managing to do so. Indeed, Chen Dachuan thumped his chest, declaring loudly, to protect these precious flying dragons, I shall take all the credit for myself. Father, look, these flying dragons are still lively and full of energy. This is all thanks to my meticulous care. Once they are properly raised, we need not worry about having flying dragons to feast upon. Chen Dashin and Chen Dai fidgeted anxiously beside him. We are just thinking about tasting a bite right now. Grandfather stroked his beard, a contemplative look crossing his face. The idea of raising flying dragons is indeed novel. However, with so many, it is certainly unnecessary to keep them all. Sensing his father's tone leaning toward the other side, Chen Dachuan grew anxious. If we must sell, then let it be just 3. I must keep some for myself. No way, we agreed on 5, and there cannot be one less. Li Saigo's eyes widened with urgency. Had he not known he could not defeat Chen Dachuan, he might have challenged him on the spot. Then none of you should have designs on my flying dragons. Chen Dachuan retorted defiantly, adopting a stance of unwavering defense. Observing that his second uncle was resistant while his eldest and third uncles looked eager, Lin Wei could only smile and mediate. Second uncle, flying dragons are indeed rare treasures. However, you must trust your nephew. Should you find yourself short, I will certainly make it up to you in the future. With Lin Wei's promise, Chen Dachuan finally relented. But his eyes narrowed shrewdly as he began to haggle. My dear nephew, these are your words. Come next spring, you must compensate me with 1 pair, or even 2 pairs. In his heart, he was calculating with fervor. Come next breeding season, 2 pairs of flying dragons would swiftly transform into a grand multitude. After much effort in persuading Chen Dachuan, Lin Wei's aunts had already donned their aprons and made their swift entrance. Under the meticulous guidance of their grandfather, they deftly suspended the 2 flying dragons upside down, with a deft stroke of a sharp knife at their necks. Crimson droplets of blood began to fall rhythmically into a pre-prepared bowl. This dragon's blood was indeed a precious commodity. Their grandfather oversaw the procedure with unwavering authority, instructing them to catch it in a bowl of salt water, gently stirring it, which would soon congeal into blood tofu. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wei excused himself to fetch well water and stealthily slipped out with a bucket. Chapter 130. The Enchanting Dragon Soup. Lin Wei glanced around, confirming that no one was in sight. With a flicker of thought, several large buckets of crystal-clear spring water silently flowed into the well. Upon his return with a bucket of well water, his third ant had already prepared hot water, pouring it into a large basin at the perfect temperature. The two ants rolled the drained flying dragons in the hot water a few times before deftly peeling off their splendid, vibrant feathers as if they were shedding garments, revealing the delicate, white flesh beneath. Their grandfather tenderly picked up a long tail feather, scrutinizing it in the light. This feather, once dried, will serve well as a fan in the summer, light and refreshing. Meanwhile, the ants swiftly sliced the dragon meat into thumb-sized pieces, tossing them all into the boiling iron pot. Within a mere 5 minutes, an indescribable aroma began to waft from the edges of the pot's lid. The fragrance was both elegant and rich, reminiscent of mushrooms in the wild, laced with a hint of sweetness akin to pine nuts, enveloping the entire courtyard in an intoxicating embrace. Their grandfather closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his face alight with ecstasy. Ah yes, this is the scent, the authentic dragon soup, without a doubt. The young girl practicing her skills in the yard, along with her 3 little cousins, could no longer resist the alluring aroma and crowded around the kitchen door. Xiao Xiao tugged at her third ant's sleeve, her eyes wide with curiosity. Aunt, is this stewed old hen? Why does it smell so wonderful? Her third aunt smiled, ruffling her hair. Xiao Xiao dear, this soup is 10 times more fragrant than old hen soup. How splendid. We're having super aromatic chicken soup. The little girl clapped her hands in delight. At that moment, the enticing fragrance intensified. Chun Dashan took a deep breath, his throat involuntarily working. Even Chun Dachuan, who had initially felt pity for the flying dragon, leaned closer to the pot, his gaze fixated. Li Saigo exaggeratedly swallowed, murmuring, no wonder the emperor himself once specifically requested this. Just inhaling this scent makes me capable of devouring 10 large buns. Lin Wei marveled inwardly, though he had discreetly added spring water. The aroma wafting 10 miles away could only be achieved by such heavenly ingredients as the flying dragon. Third uncle, I brought you some stewed pork, boomed the village chief, Chindahai, from outside the courtyard. He cautiously cradled a heavy iron pot, within which wild boar belly and corn bones simmered to perfection, exuding steam. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he abruptly halted, taking 2 deep sniffs. What on earth smells so heavenly? Wild chicken? No. This surpasses the aroma of wild chicken by 100-fold. The stew of pork that had previously filled him with pride now appeared greasy and mediocre in comparison to this refined fragrance. He had even added ample Sichuan pepper and spices, yet in contrast, it paled dramatically. Ah, Dahai has arrived? Their grandfather called out, stepping forward with an unmistakable smile. Just in time. Today we have a rare delicacy you've never tasted before. Stay and share a drink with us. All right. I'll do as you say. Chun Dahai replied, yet his eyes were irresistibly drawn toward the kitchen. The captivating aroma compelled him to swallow back any words of refusal. At this moment, their grandfather called out to the kitchen. It's time. Let us finish up. Add some salt and wild onions. The eldest ant promptly lifted the lid, while the second ant swiftly sprinkled a pinch of salt and a handful of vibrant wild onions into the pot. As the wild onions met the heat, within mere seconds, a rich aroma combining the scents of onions and meat erupted, washing over the entire courtyard like an invisible wave. Oh, this fragrance is simply divine, exclaimed the 3 Chun brothers in unison. Even Chun Dachuan, who had previously felt remorse for the flying dragon, widened his eyes in astonishment, his throat involuntarily moving. And a bold thought flickered in his mind. What if we keep the rest? Their grandfather stroked his beard and recited, the warm fragrance of the Li Xiu flying spring, the 9 dragons safeguarding the jade lotus chamber. The aroma of this dragon soup certainly warranted such poetic praise. Li Saigo gazed dreamily at the pot of soup, murmuring, regrettably, should I secretly keep 2 for myself? He battled internally. If he were to give 3 to Uncle Li Huaid, he would surely be satisfied, leaving the remaining 2 for himself. However, thinking of the exorbitant price of the flying dragon and his uncle's usual kindness towards him, he ultimately extinguished this flicker of greed. Such a royal delicacy was beyond the aspirations of someone in his humble station. Chun Dahai was already dumbfounded, nearly dropping the pot of stewed pork in disbelief. Having lived for more than half a lifetime, he had never encountered such an intoxicating aroma. Even Xiao Xiao, who was usually restless, along with her 3 little cousins, seemed spellbound. Squatting in front of the kitchen door, eagerly gazing at the pot, crystal-clear drool dripped from their mouths, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Inside the warmly lit main room, 2 large round tables were filled to capacity. The adults gathered at the main table, while the younger ones squeezed into a side table by the window. Naturally, Lin Wei sat at the children's table, observing the little ones beside him who were fixated on the soup bowl at the main table. unable to suppress a smile of affection. At the heart of the room, that large basin of dragon soup had undeniably become the evening's sovereign. The milky broth shimmered under the kerosene lamp, the tender meat pieces barely visible within, adorned with a few emerald green wild onions like jade accents. Just gazing at it was enough to make one's mouth water. Come, everyone, have a taste. Their grandfather personally took the ladle, his hands, calloused and steady, carefully served each person a small bowl of soup, accompanied by a couple of pieces of dragon meat. Lin Wei was the first to lift his bowl, leaning in closely to deeply inhale the aroma before gently blowing on it, cautiously sipping a spoonful. The moment the broth touched his lips, he froze, his eyes widening in astonishment, and after a long pause, he exhaled deeply. My heavens, this is truly. After a lengthy silence, he was unable to find the appropriate words to describe it, ultimately dissolving into a contented sigh as he tilted his head back, drinking the remaining broth in one go. The expression on his face as he savored it was as though he had consumed not mere soup, but ambrosial nectar. Nearby, Chen Dahai was even more dramatic. He had initially been preoccupied with the pot of stewed pork he brought, yet after one sip of dragon soup, he abandoned the 5-spice pork he had just picked up, his face a mask of disbelief. Third uncle, this soup makes my years of life seem wasted. He pointed at the pot of stewed pork, his tone tinged with grievance. Compared to this soup, my pork is nothing but chaff. This remark elicited laughter from everyone, though no one dared to contest it. At that moment, the pot of once aromatic stewed pork indeed fell into neglect. Even the most carnivorous of uncles, Chen Dai, merely took a symbolic piece of fatty pork before shifting his focus entirely to the bowl of flying dragon soup before him. Chapter 131, Li Wei, whose lips could not suppress a smile. Don't just drink the soup, do sample the meat, grandfather cheerfully reminded. Chen Dachuan cautiously picked up a piece of flying dragon meat and placed it in his mouth, savoring the exquisite texture. The meat was even more tender than the finest chicken breast, yet imbued with the unique elasticity and sweetness of mountain delicacies. Initially saddened by the thought of the 2 flying dragons consumed, he now felt it was all worth it. Such a delectable treat deserved to be shared with family. The soup and meat surpassed anything his father had taken him to enjoy in the outskirts. He murmured to himself, spooning another helping of soup. Grandmother and his 3 aunts were silent, yet their small bites and the blissful expressions on their faces revealed their profound affection for the flying dragon soup. Xiaowei, let your younger siblings taste this soup as well. Grandfather gestured for Lin Wei to ladle a small basin of soup and meat to bring to the children's table for the little girl and her 3 younger cousins. Xiao Xiao held a bowl larger than her face, sipping delicately, her eyes narrowing with delight, resembling a contented kitten. Her 3 younger cousins slurped noisily, their mouths smeared with grease, oblivious to the mess. Brother, this soup is truly delicious. Xiao Xiao leaned towards Lin Wei, her face radiating happiness. It's 100 times better than chicken soup. Lin Wei chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair and took a sip from his own bowl. Even though he had prepared himself, he was still astonished by the exquisite flavor. The spring water undoubtedly enhanced the taste, but it was the inherent freshness of the flying dragon that was paramount. It was a flavor that was both delicate and rich, harmonious yet not greasy, with each bite seemingly allowing the essence of the mountains to bloom on his palate. At the main table, Lin Wei had already served himself a 3rd bowl. He smiled sheepishly. This soup is truly enchanting. I don't even want to return to the city. I just want to linger here at Uncle S and drink soup every day. You're quite the charmer. Chen Dachuan laughed playfully. This bowl would have been presented to the emperor in times past. Even the usually composed Chen Dashin couldn't help but exclaim. I used to think that stewed old hen with mountain mushrooms was the pinnacle of culinary delight. Today, I've learned that there are indeed greater heights to aspire to. His words resonated deeply with everyone present. The pot of once coveted stewed pork now sat forlornly at the table's edge, its succulent fatty meat congealed in grease. Yet it attracted no attention. It wasn't that it had lost its appeal. Rather, in comparison to the flying dragon soup, the flavor of the stewed pork seemed utterly mundane. By the end of the meal, that basin of flying dragon soup had been drained to the last drop. Not even a sprinkle of green onions remaining. 50 or 60 large steamed buns had been devoured alongside the soup. The stewed pork, however, remained with more than half a pot untouched, including the aged sweet potato stew that grandfather had specially prepared for guests. In these desperate times, this was nothing short of a miracle. It wasn't that everyone was satiated. Rather, no one wished to let the taste of the flying dragon soup, still lingering on their lips, be overshadowed by the flavors of fatty pork and wine. Chen Dahai gazed at the empty soup bowl, savoring the memory. 3rd uncle, let us have Wei go take us to that flying dragon valley again next year? No, that won't be necessary. Chen Dachuan smacked his lips, his eyes squinting in bliss. as if the fragrance of the flying dragon soup still danced upon his taste buds. The remaining flying dragons I've placed in the chicken coop. If we can rear them successfully, our entire village will be able to enjoy this delicacy. Since the famine began, even the village's old hens had to be slaughtered with tears, for when people had nothing to eat, there was no surplus grain to feed the chickens. Qin Dachuan reasoned that the flying dragons shared similar traits with chickens, and thus stuffed them into the empty chicken pen. But truly, where would we procure enough grain to sustain them? Qin Dahai astutely pointed out the crux of the matter. Qin Dachuan grinned, gesturing to the side. Well, our god of wealth is right here. The grain needed to rear the flying dragons largely depends on Li Saigo, doesn't he? Li Saigo immediately began tallying. 5 flying dragons amount to 350 yuan, which can be exchanged for 1750 jin of cornmeal. That horse-faced bear is worth 1,000 yuan, which equates to 5,000 jin of coarse grain. Wild boar meat is approximately 5,000 jin. Village chief, what do you think? Qin Dahai waved his hand grandly. Set aside 1,000 jin for the new year, and the remaining 4,000 jin are yours. We want to sell the wolf meat. We'll cure it into preserved meat, so everyone can enjoy some during the new year. While wild boar meat was excellent, grain could fill bellies more effectively. And he was clear on that calculation. The clean meat from over 30 wolves would yield at least 1,000 jin, and with the remaining wild boar meat, there would be enough for the entire village to have a bountiful year. Li Saigo continued to work the abacus for 1,000 jin of wild boar meat. At a ratio of 15, translates to 20,000 jin of coarse grain. For the 30-plus wolf pelts, I'll offer 700 yuan, equivalent to 3,500 jin of coarse grain. In total, that's over 30,000 jin. Does that sound reasonable to you? Qin Dahai pondered briefly. The total seems correct. However, we'll need to add 2,000 jin of flour. 20,000 jin of coarse grain will suffice. Let the village's elderly and children also savor some fine grains, so they can enjoy a warm meal of dumplings during the new year. Agreed. Let us proceed, as Uncle Dahai suggests. Li Saigo affirmed decisively. I'll head back to arrange for the grain first thing tomorrow. Qin Dahai nodded. Please take the goods along. I'll have the village's strong laborers assist with the transport. Li Saigo repeatedly acknowledged the request, though the weather was frigid. This batch of wild game needed prompt processing. More importantly, with these rare goods in hand, who could resist the allure of the leadership? The grain exchange would naturally proceed smoothly. The following afternoon, a weary Lin Wei, with a little girl in tow, finally appeared at the entrance of Namluoguxiang. Lin Wei carried a massive woven basket on his back, filled to the brim with wild boar meat, the weight causing the basket to creak. The little girl, however, wore a reluctant expression as she held the small black creature in her arms, which was fast asleep, snoring contentedly. That day proved to be a whirlwind for Lin Wei. He first accompanied Li Saigo, escorting the batch of game directly to the steel mill. Upon seeing the haul, Deputy Manager Li Huaida's expression transformed. As if he had instantly regained 20 years of youth, his smile so broad it could hardly be contained, even joining in to help unload the goods. First came the 30-plus wild boars. Old Li had tirelessly frequented the slaughterhouse to maintain the mill's pork supply, pulling strings and hosting dinners, managing to uphold a daily quota of less than 400 jin. It's worth noting that this was a large factory with a workforce of thousands. Each person received a meager portion, which was often minced and mixed into large pots of vegetables. Workers were thrilled to find a hint of pork fat and catch a whiff of meat, which felt like a grand feast. Many workers were so reluctant to eat their share that they carefully packed their meals to take home, ensuring their families could indulge as well. Such generosity was enough to inspire envy among neighbors, who praised the factory's favorable treatment. Now, suddenly receiving 4,000 jin of pork equated to 10 days' worth of their quota. With the new year approaching, the focus was on consuming the wild boar meat first. When the holiday break arrived, the saved pork would be distributed as a benefit to the workers. Each person would receive a small portion, ensuring there was sufficient filling for dumplings during the festivities. For Li Huaid, who oversaw logistics, this was undoubtedly a solid achievement. However, the surprises were far from over. As the dark, colossal bear was lowered, Li Huaid nearly stumbled in shock. Immediately, a grin uncontrollably spread across his face, stretching nearly to his ears. A bear of such size could yield no less than 500 or 600 pounds of meat, and of the high-fat variety at that. The kitchen would no longer need to worry about sourcing materials for rendering lard. The heads of the security department, office, and logistics department, all of whom worked under Li Huaid, quickly gathered around. They eagerly expressed that the bear meat need not go through official channels. They were willing to negotiate privately. These individuals were acutely aware. The bear paws and hide were reserved for the leaders, while the fatty meat was to be left for the kitchen's oil rendering. However, the remaining several hundred pounds of prime meat and bones were indeed treasures that they would seldom dare to dream of. If they did not act now, when would they? Li Huaid, ever astute, promptly aligned his interests with those of his nephew, Li Saigo. The horse-faced bear was something he had privately arranged for through Li Saigo, not counted as part of the factory's procurement tasks. Given that everyone had their needs, the leaders would naturally not turn a blind eye. He instructed the security department, office, and logistics department to compile lists, ensuring that everyone would receive their share. This maneuver not only safeguarded the most coveted bear paws and hide, but also won the loyalty of his subordinates. He was poised to reap bountiful rewards. As for the more than 30 wolf pelts, Li Huai dared not distribute those among his subordinates. With a leadership team of over a dozen individuals, he had yet to attain the kind of power to act unilaterally. Dividing the bear meat was already a considerable concession. Should he touch the wolf pelts, it would surely incite widespread discontent. In these times, who among the upper echelons did not have a few senior leaders above them? Most of the elders who had survived the war era suffered from chronic ailments. Presenting a warm wolf pelt, whether for covering their legs while seated or for warmth at night during the harsh winter, was an invaluable gift. Such items were both rare and practical. Not to mention the 4 bear paws, Li Huai intended to offer up 2 of them, one for Director Yang and one for the old secretary. These 2 high-ranking leaders must be appeased. Naturally, he intended to part with the hind paws, for he could not bear to part with the more sumptuous front paws. As he was deep in thought, Li Saigo discreetly pulled Li Huai aside and whispered a few words in his ear. What? There's more? Li Huai nearly shouted in astonishment. This was a delightful surprise indeed. With the bear paws and hide secured, the main dish for his father-in-law's fish banquet was already impressive enough. One cannot have both fish and bear paws. And now he had dozens of pounds of large fish alongside the bear paws. The spectacle was already grand. But he never anticipated that even a special supply of imperial dragon would be brought back. At this point, the banquet's grandeur might even rival that of a state banquet. Where is it? Li Huai's voice tightened with urgency as he pressed further. Is it still alive? Li Saigo smiled and nodded toward a short distance away. There stood Lin Wei, wearing a relaxed smile, with a large woven basket at his feet. The basket's opening was meticulously covered with vibrant green grass, still adorned with mountain dew. Li Huai hurriedly approached, taking Lin Wei's hand in his own, his palm damp with excitement, nearly soaking Lin Wei's hand. Wei Gu, you truly are a marvel. He had thought he held Lin Wei in high regard, yet he realized he had underestimated him. The young man's abilities were beyond his comprehension, or perhaps they ran deeper than he could fathom. This was also where Li Huai's wisdom shone through. He sincerely expressed his admiration. Even as he felt a growing urgency for the imperial dragon, he chose to temper his impatience. After all, talent was of utmost importance. With the right people, what was there to fear about a lack of game? In matters of human relations, Old Li was always astute. Seeing Old Li so perceptive, Lin Wei no longer played coy. Director Li, I have fulfilled my promise. These little fellows are doing just fine in the basket. With that, he gently pushed aside the covering grass for Old Li to take a look. Oh my! Li Huai's eyes widened, and he nearly held his breath. Indeed, they were alive. He scrutinized them carefully. The elongated dragon neck, the 5-clawed scales, and the exquisite patterned tail feathers. Truly, they were top-grade imperial dragons. He struggled to contain his excitement and cautiously inquired, are these truly for me? In the face of such rarities, the word for carried far more weight than mere sale. Lin Wei nodded with a smile. Director Li, these are specially reserved for you. No need for formalities, call me Uncle Li. Li Huai seized the opportunity to draw closer. Even invoking old sentiments, your father took good care of me back in the steel mill. This was, of course, a courteous gesture. He, a deputy factory director in charge of logistics, hardly needed the attention of an engineer. It was merely a way to lower his guard and subtly hint to Lin Wei to think of him more often. He had not forgotten that Lin Wei had 2 aunts from the local police station and street office who were his competitors. Very well, Uncle Li. Lin Wei readily acquiesced and continued. There's a jug of spring water in the basket. As long as the water doesn't run out and you feed them coarse grains daily, they'll be perfectly fine. Excellent. Wei Gu, you truly are a benefactor to Uncle Li. Li Huai beamed with delight and immediately instructed the logistics director to arrange for grain transportation to Chenjiakan. 30,000 pounds of grain was merely a tenth of the steel mill's reserves. Li Huai even approved an additional 1,000 pounds of flour as a special reward for Chenjiakan. This collective hunt had thoroughly showcased the strength of Chenjiakan, and the steel mill naturally needed to maintain this vital connection. Thus, Lin Wei, accompanied by the young and strong villagers of Chenjiakan, successfully transported the 31,000 pounds of grain back to the village. Considering he had been away from home for several days, and that the young girl would soon need to return to school, Lin Wei took the almost tearful little girl, who was reluctant to part, to catch a ride back to Sijio City with the steel mill. Before departing, village chief Chen Dahai had specially prepared over 60 pounds of wild boar meat for Lin Wei, as was only fitting. He looked forward to Lin Wei leading the hunting team into the Yinshan Mountains for further expeditions come spring. Lin Wei, with the little girl in tow, did not rush directly back to courtyard number 95, but instead detoured to courtyard number 93, home of Ma San. Inside, Ma San was squatting at the threshold, picking cabbage alongside his mother. He lifted a wilted cabbage leaf and lamented in a drawn-out tone, "Oh my dear mother, why is it boiled cabbage again today?" Ma San's mother, without looking up, retorted, "Having something to eat is already good enough. What more do you want? Meat? But didn't Wei go leave over 20 pounds of fish last time? You didn't preserve any of it?" Ma San rubbed his hands together, gazing longingly towards the kitchen. "Not a chance." Ma San's mother replied firmly, "That's reserved for the new year. Abundance year after year, do you understand?" Chapter 133. Returning to the Sihiyuan, encountering Yen Bugawei. Ma San immediately wilted, his head drooping. "Ever since Wei Gu went to his grandfather's house, my mouth has become so bland I could almost faint. I can't even catch a whiff of fish. If you want fish, can't you go fishing yourself?" Ma San let out a heavy sigh. "Mother, do you think everyone is like Wei Gu? Go take a look by Shikahai. There are so many fishermen milling about these days, they can't even break the ice, let alone catch any fish. All right, just hold on, wait for the new year, and there will be meat to eat." Ma San's mother gathered the cleaned cabbage into a basin. Ma San weakly gazed up at the sky and sighed deeply. "Look at me, Ma San from Nanluo Guxiang. I was once quite handsome and talented, yet now I've fallen to such a state where I can't even get meat to eat. It's truly a bitter pill to swallow. Ma San, are you craving meat again?" A clear and familiar voice resonated from outside the door. Ma San felt a sudden jolt of energy, as if propelled by springs, and dashed forward to unfasten the door latch. "Wei Gu, you have finally returned," he exclaimed, grasping Lin Wei's arm with fervor, nearly at a loss for words. "While you were out enjoying yourself these past few days, I have endured unimaginable hardship, far worse than bitter herbs. My mouth has turned as parched as a bird's." As he spoke, Ma San exaggeratedly patted his emaciated belly. "Wei Gu, look, just a few days, and I have lost a whole circle of weight." Lin Wei couldn't help but chuckle. In these times, who isn't but a gaunt shadow? Only the blood-sucking Jiazhong family and the infamous thief Bang Gong could manage to put on some flesh. He feigned a stern expression. "You complain as soon as I return. Do you expect me to go fishing again?" "Fishing sounds splendid." Ma San's eyes sparkled instantly, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "You have no idea. The title of fishing god of the 39th district has become quite renowned. Which angler wouldn't give a thumbs up upon hearing it?" "Absolutely not." Lin Wei waved his hands in protest, still haunted by the memory of his last fishing trip that landed him in the hospital. He recalled how, to appease those VIP clients from the steel factory, police station, and neighborhood committee, he had overexerted himself and ended up feigning unconsciousness to escape disaster. Ma San immediately deflated, hanging his head and muttering, "If you don't lend a hand, how shall we ever feast again? I polished your prized fishing rods until they gleamed." His eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Good news that Wei Gu was back, but bad news that meat was still a distant dream. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ma San's mother, Ma San Yang, emerged from the house, glaring at her son. "Little Wei has already been hospitalized. How can you still think of sending him out to fish? How thoughtless." She turned to Lin Wei, her tone softening. "Little Wei, you must have had a hard time, right? Don't mind this foolish boy. I'll go prepare some cured fish for us to savor tonight." "Mother, am I even your biological child?" Ma San protested, feeling wronged. Yet his lips curled into a smile at the thought of soon having fish to eat. "Auntie, let's skip the fish today," Lin Wei quickly interjected, blocking Ma San Yang's path to the kitchen. "Huh." Ma San's smile froze, his face falling instantly. "The fish was given by you. It's only right for Auntie to cook a meal for you too," Ma San Yang insisted. Lin Wei chuckled as he set down the woven basket from his back. "I have grown weary of fish. Today, let us indulge in some succulent wild boar meat." "Pork," both mother and son exclaimed in unison, hastily covering their mouths, glancing nervously towards the door. In these times, the aroma of pork could rouse an entire alley. Lin Wei deftly extracted a whole piece of wild boar meat from the basket, the hefty cuts gleaming enticingly in the sunset. "Huh. I certainly didn't waste time at my grandfather's place. I hunted a proper wild boar." He carried the meat towards the kitchen. "Andy, please slice off a good 10 pounds for Ma Sanner to regain his strength. The fish we caught last time was all given away. We didn't keep any for ourselves, so this wild boar will be just what we need." Ma San Yang hurriedly followed Lin Wei's steps, while Ma Sanner led Lin Xiao Xiao, holding onto the little black dog, as they made their way to the main room, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. To think they would actually get to eat pork, especially the juiciest kind. In the kitchen, Ma San Yang swiftly cut a piece of fatty pork, rendering fragrant lard in the pan. The remaining cracklings mixed with cabbage leaves were formed into plump buns, and as the steamer opened, the aroma wafted through the air. That meal was a feast for Lin Wei and his sister at Ma San's home, their mouths dripping with grease. The little girl, enticed, devoured 3 large buns in one go, her belly round and content, burping with satisfaction. Even the little black dog relished in 2 buns, wagging its tail joyfully. No wonder Lin Wei had brought 40 pounds of flour specifically for the little girl from Qinjia village, insisting that she should enjoy fresh white flour every day. When leaving, he had managed to persuade Ma Senyang to accept a hefty piece of pork weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. At last, he shouldered the remaining pork and flour, leading the little girl and the little black dog towards number 95 courtyard. The sparse lighting barely illuminated the weathered entrance of number 95, behind which sat the unchanging silhouette of Yin Bugui, the gatekeeper, hunched over on a small stool like a dried twig. He wrapped himself tightly in an old cotton jacket, almost folding himself into it, his head nodding slowly as if he might fall asleep at any moment. This diligent guardian of the courtyard remained steadfast while all households settled in after dinner, eagerly awaiting any late-returning neighbors who might feel compelled to share some bounty. Even if just a scallion, a clove of garlic, or a cigarette, each a tangible benefit in his eyes. Suddenly, Yin Bugui's head jerked up, his keen nose detecting an unusual aroma. It was the scent of lard. Good heavens, which household still feasted on this in these times? He greedily inhaled deeply, calculating, surely, the residents will have to share some with me. But when he looked up to see who had arrived, he froze, as though confronted by a ghost. Lin Wei, what brings you back? His reaction was not unwarranted. At the last courtyard meeting, Lin Wei had single-handedly turned the place upside down, leaving even the formidable Yi Zhonghai bedridden for 2 days. The memory of such brutality still sent shivers down Yin Bugui's spine. He had learned a hard truth. Confronting Lin Wei head-on was an invitation to humiliation. Yet, this young man had previously fled after causing chaos. What could have brought him back? Yin Bugui's mind raced, concluding that Lin Wei must have found it impossible to survive outside and sought refuge in the courtyard once more. Chapter 134. Jia Zhang's occupation of the house, scheming to capture the little black dog. Yin Bugui, however, failed to consider that if Lin Wei were truly struggling outside, he wouldn't be carrying the scent of lard. Suddenly, a thought struck Yin Bugui, and he straightened his hunched back, raising his voice. Lin Wei, you have been unanimously expelled by the neighbors. This courtyard does not welcome you. Following the last courtyard meeting, although the 3 elders had sustained injuries, it didn't prevent them from going door to door, rallying support for a petition to oust Lin Wei. Although they had yet to formally submit this resolution to the street office, in Yin Bugui's eyes, it had become an accepted rule of the courtyard, one that Lin Wei could not simply ignore. Hearing this, Lin Wei smirked with a disdainful laugh. What a farce. It's my own house. Do you dare deny me entry? Your nonsensical resolution has no bearing on me. Before he finished speaking, he stepped over the threshold, his gaze icy as it swept over Yin Bugui. I am entering now. What can you, old miser Yin, do about it? Yin Bugui instinctively raised his hand to stop him, but as his hand reached halfway, Lin Wei's fearsome prowess flashed in his mind, causing him to shudder and withdraw. Why you just wait? He stammered, delivering the most forceful words in the most cowardly tone, retreating swiftly towards the courtyard center, clearly rushing to consult Yi Zhonghai for a counter-strategy. Lin Wei gazed at his disheveled silhouette, a cold smile gracing his lips, before he gently took the little girl's hand. Xiao, let us return home. The little girl murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Xiao is tired. Let us go home to sleep. At that moment, Xiao He suddenly lifted his head and emitted a series of urgent growls, leaping into the air like an arrow released from a bow, darting towards the east courtyard. Something must be amiss, undoubtedly. Lin Wei's expression sharpened, and he swiftly gathered the little girl into his embrace. Inside the main hall of the east courtyard, the Jia family of 5 had just finished their evening meal, the air still lingering with a faint, oily aroma. Jia Zhangshi stretched contentedly, one hand lazily massaging her round belly. This evening could indeed be deemed a double celebration. She had finally resolved to claim the Lin family's residence for herself. Ever since she spotted Lin Wei taking the little girl to her grandfather's house, Jia Zhangshi had concluded that he was fleeing from his crimes. After beating the 3 grandfathers in the courtyard, did he still hope to establish himself in the courtyard? No matter how skilled Lin Wei was in combat, it mattered not. The entire courtyard was against him, and a petition had already been drafted to expel him from the premises. What other choice did he have but to slink away in disgrace? Many families in the courtyard had their eyes on the 2 rooms of the east courtyard, including the 2nd grandfather Lu Haizhong from the back, and the 3rd grandfather Yin Bugui from the front, both quietly plotting. Yet, they had been intimidated by Lin Wei's prowess, and after a few days of hesitation, it was Jia Zhangshi who seized the opportunity. Bold and unyielding, she had been eyeing the east courtyard for 2 days, and today, Unable to restrain her eagerness, she called upon Qin Huairu. Seizing the chance while everyone was at work, she smashed open the lock of the room. Pots, pans, and bedding were all moved inside. When Jia Dongxu returned in the evening, he was greeted with a lively meal of freshly cooked food. This was the first proper meat he had enjoyed in months. Not only did Jia Dongxu bring home a few glimmers of oil from his lunchbox, but even more remarkably, Qin Huairu managed to procure 2 boxes of braised pork weighing over half a pound from Shaju. Indeed, the pork served today at the steel mill was from the wild boars hunted by Lin Wei and the hunting team from Qinjia village. Naturally, Shaju, taking advantage of his position as the cook, had discreetly set aside some for himself. However, upon returning to the courtyard, he was intercepted by his sister Qin. With tearful eyes, Qin Huairu lamented how long it had been since she had tasted meat, crying out in hunger, which left Shaju utterly flustered. And he handed over his lunchbox without a second thought. Of course, he did not leave empty-handed either. He took the chance to gently touch Qin Huairu's soft palm. At this moment, he was likely lying in bed, relishing the delightful memory. Jia Zhangshi squinted her triangular eyes, greedily surveying her surroundings. This house indeed appeared more and more satisfactory. A main hall coupled with a side room, spacious and bright, encompassing at least 60 square meters, entirely occupying the east courtyard. In stark contrast to the 5 members of the Jia family cramped in a less than 20 square meter small room in the central courtyard. It was as though one resided in heaven while the other in hell. Finally, she would no longer have to squeeze onto a Kong with her son and daughter-in-law to sleep. How long had she schemed to seize the Lin family's house? Enduring multiple beatings from Lin Wei and swallowing her humiliation, now, it all seemed worthwhile. Lost in the euphoria of her triumph, Jia Zhangshi's gaze fell upon Qin Huairu. This daughter-in-law was slowly tidying up the dishes, yet her eyes were restless, particularly lingering on the spacious Kong. Jia Zhangshi's expression darkened instantly. This vixen was probably eyeing the Kong for herself. Qin Huairu, she barked, you little harlot, what are you gazing about for? I'll have you know, this room belongs to me now, and tonight you shall return to the central courtyard to sleep. The more she spoke, the more fervent she became, her pudgy fingers jabbing at Qin Huairu. Lollygagging about with your chores, if you dare to slack off again, I shall have Dongxu divorce you. With our current circumstances, 2 spacious rooms at our disposal, do you think we have trouble finding a proper young lady from the city? Claiming this house had bolstered Jia Zhangshi's confidence, emboldening her to speak words she had once only dared to think. Jia Dongxu, his face twisted in discomfort, murmured, Mom. Huairu, and I still need to go back to live, right? Of course. Jia Zhangshi shot him a glare. Who told you to be bewitched by this vixen to the point of forgetting your own name? You 2 can enjoy your time together, but as for me, from this moment forth, I shall enjoy my blessings. She then turned back to Qin Huairu. If you don't get busy right away, I'll have you sent back to the countryside instantly. Woof woof. Grandma, this little beast is biting me. A shrill cry echoed from the courtyard, laced with tears. Grandma, come catch it, let us slaughter it for meat. Upon hearing her grandson's plea, Jia Zhangshi felt an unexpected thrill of joy. What a fine day it was. Having just feasted on meat, now a dog had come right to their door. She rushed outside, only to be taken aback. This was unmistakably the dog raised by the Lin family's little orphan. Its coat and demeanor were etched in her memory. In just a few days, this creature had grown considerably, its body now more robust. A surge of excitement coursed through her. She no longer cared whether Lin Wei would return. Her mind solely fixated on one thought. This dog meat must not be let go. Perhaps it had been abandoned by its owner, starving and running back, fortuitously landing right in her hands. Don't be afraid, Bonging, Grandma will fetch a stick. Jia Zhangshi shouted. You hold it down, don't let it escape. But the next moment, Jia Zhangshi realized something was amiss. The little dog was hardly more than 10 pounds, yet it had Bonging darting around the courtyard in a frenzy. It would sometimes crash into Bonging's legs, knocking him to the ground. As soon as Bonging got up, it would charge again, toppling him once more. The scene resembled an experienced hunting dog toying with its prey, evoking an inexplicable fear in Jia Zhangshi, reminiscent of the time Lin Wei had taught her a lesson. It turned out Lin Wei had only taught Xiao He the rudimentary skill of charging, considering his young age and the softness of his milk teeth. Nevertheless, Bonging, the little white-eyed wolf, was no match for him, completely outwitted. You little beast, let go of my grandson. Jia Zhangshi cried out in panic. Disregarding her search for a stick, her plump body lunging forward, aiming to pin Xiao He down and snap its neck. Yet, Xiao He was remarkably agile. Swiftly dodging behind Bonging, Jia Zhangshi, unable to halt her momentum, crashed heavily onto her grandson. Grandma, it hurts. Bonging cried out, never having imagined he would find himself at the mercy of his beloved grandmother. Damn little beast, daring to harm my eldest grandson. Jia Zhangshi hastily scrambled up. Not even glancing at whether Bonging was hurt, and lunged at Xiao He with claws bared. Perhaps emboldened by its newfound strength, Xiao He did not flinch this time. It had long harbored a grudge against this old woman who had repeatedly threatened to turn it into meat. Today was the perfect opportunity for revenge. In a flash, it darted behind Jia Zhangshi, kicking off with its hind legs and charging at her calf like an arrow released from a bow. Ow! Jia Zhangshi screamed, losing all balance and crashing to the ground like a heavy millstone, rolling over twice in a clumsy tumble. Just as she attempted to rise, Xiao He leapt onto her, firmly pinning her hefty body down, its front paws slashing down with the swiftness of the wind. Swish! Ow, that hurts so much. Jia Zhangshi let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. On the left side of her face, 3 stark gashes suddenly appeared, and blood seeped forth in an instant. This old crone, who was accustomed to scratching others with her nails, found herself on the receiving end of her own familiar tactic, as the little black dog retaliated fiercely. Seizing the moment while she was dazed with pain, the little black dog swiftly struck again with its other paw. No, stop! Jia Zhang shrieked, attempting to evade. But to no avail. Her right cheek bore 3 matching gashes, perfectly symmetrical with the left. The searing sting of the blood finally brought her to the realization that this seemingly small black dog was far beyond her ability to handle. In a panic, she desperately shielded her face with her hands, hunching her neck into her shoulders, her voice tinged with a whimper. Stop scratching. I concede, I surrender. The once domineering Jia Zhang had, surprisingly, softened. Meanwhile, her grandson, Bang Gong, had already been frightened into a frantic scramble back into the house, diving headfirst into the warmth of a quilt on the Kong, wrapping himself up tightly. This little white-eyed wolf, witnessing his grandmother in distress, was quicker to hide than anyone else. In contrast, Jia Dongshu still harbored a shred of filial piety, rushing from the kitchen with a kitchen knife in hand, only to be struck rigid the moment he stepped over the threshold. In the moonlight, Lin Wei stood at the gate, holding a drowsy little girl by the hand. Her icy gaze was like a blade tempered in frost, radiating an aura of lethal intent that rendered Jia Dongshu weak, almost dropping the knife. His body trembled as he stuttered, Lin Wei, didn't you run away? Run? Lin Wei's lips curled into a mocking smile. No wonder she had felt a sense of unease these past few days. It turned out their home had been occupied by thieves. This east courtyard was clearly marked with the name of the Lin family, and the property deed bore a crimson seal. She stepped into the courtyard, each footfall echoing like a hammer upon the hearts of Jia Zhang and her son. When did your Jia family become the rightful owners of this house? Perhaps you could enlighten me? The little black dog, sensing the shift, abandoned Jia Zhang and darted back to the little girl's side, proudly lifting its head and wagging its tail in triumph, as if showcasing its recent conquest. This Jia Dongshu, overwhelmed by Lin Wei's imposing presence, could scarcely catch his breath, his tongue stumbling over words. Jia Zhang, emboldened now that little black dog was no longer restraining her, retorted sharply. Your Lin family has offended everyone in the courtyard and has already been expelled by the 3 masters. This east courtyard belongs to us, the Jia family. Lin Wei's gaze turned frigid as she slowly directed her attention toward Jia Zhang, her right foot turning slightly upon the ground. Jia Zhang, you have the audacity to speak so boldly, to occupy someone else's home and yet spew such nonsense? Clearly, the lesson you received last time was far too lenient. She advanced step by step, her footsteps resonating ominously in the stillness of the courtyard. Don't come any closer, Jia Zhang cried out in fear, retreating repeatedly as the pain from being kicked like a ball by Lin Wei resurfaced, a chill seeping into her very bones. To seize my home, I would be wholly justified in breaking your legs right here. Lin Wei's tone was icy, devoid of warmth. It seems you've grown quite brazen in my absence. Perhaps I was too gentle last time, failing to instill a lasting lesson. Watching this shameless white-eyed wolf, Lin Wei felt an urge to laugh in anger. Time and again, it was the Jia family that instigated trouble, like hyenas drawn to blood. If they could not be subdued after 1 or 2 encounters, then it would take 3 or 4 assaults until the entire Jia family quaked at the mere mention of the Lin name, never daring to entertain any further wicked thoughts. Don't come any closer. Under the mounting pressure from Lin Wei, Jia Zhang's legs began to quiver, and she forgot the usual tantrums she was skilled at throwing. Suddenly, as if grasping at a lifeline, she shrieked toward the house. Qin Huairu, you calamity bringer. Your grandmother is about to be beaten to death, and you're hiding inside like a quail? But Qin Huairu, ever astute, had long been frightened into a corner of the Kong, too terrified to even breathe. Only Jia Dongshu, her obstinate son, stood defiantly in front of his mother, trembling as he pointed the quaking kitchen knife at Lin Wei, its tip shaking like a leaf in the wind. Lin Wei, don't come any closer. I'll really chop you. Oh, Lin Wei scoffed disdainfully, tousling the little girl's hair, signaling her to stay with the little black dog. Yet she continued her leisurely advance toward Jia Dongxiu. When did you become so courageous, Jia Dongxiu? By all means, come at me. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Jia Dongxiu's voice neared desperation, the knife quivering violently in his grip, nearly slipping from his hands. Lin Wei, however, approached him directly. Their proximity less than half a meter apart. She scrutinized his pale face coldly, sneering, "You have the knife in your hand. Yet you don't even dare to swing it. Jia Dongxiu, you are indeed a coward through and through." Chapter 136, Jia Zhang, you are both wicked and incompetent. In truth, Lin Wei had already tensed her entire being, gathering her strength. Should Jia Dongxiu dare to make a move, he would be met with a thunderous blow. Yet, she never anticipated that he would shrink to such an extent. As she drew closer, the kitchen knife in Jia Dongxiu's hand began to lower inch by inch until its tip pointed to the ground. Lin Wei relaxed her posture, raising her right hand to lightly pat Jia Dongxiu's face twice. Are you going to move? Go ahead, try it. This gesture was more humiliating than harmful, forcing Jia Dongxiu to retreat another step, nearly hiding behind his mother, Jia Zhang. With a clatter, the knife finally slipped from his trembling fingers, clanging against the ground. Jia Zhang, you two are nothing but useless mud that cannot be propped up. Lin Wei's voice was as cold as ice. What gave you the audacity to attempt to seize my Lin family's home? Her gaze sharpened suddenly, slicing through the facade of the brazen mother and son. The pent-up rage from days spent hunting on the mountains, coupled with the ferocity honed from battling massive bears, surged forth uncontrollably at that moment. The Jia mother and son trembled under the weight of her formidable presence, shaking like leaves in the wind. Suddenly, a strong, nauseating odor wafted through the air, filling Lin Wei's nostrils and causing her to instinctively cover her nose as she stepped back. Disgusted, she cast a cold glance at the two ghastly faces before her. Who were these two, that they had become so utterly terrified as to wet themselves? Yet, seeing them clutching their legs, faces ashen, it was evident that neither had escaped the humiliation. Lin Wei ceased this at once. A familiar voice echoed, and the Jia mother and son felt as if they had heard a divine savior. Their bodies slumped, nearly collapsing to the ground as they cried out in unison, "Master." First Elder. Fortunately, the formidable ally behind the Jia family, Yi Zhonghai, had arrived just as the mother and son were on the verge of complete psychological collapse. His timely appearance granted them a brief respite. Had it not been for this, witnessing their abject terror, Lin Wei might have truly frightened them to madness right there. Lin Wei turned her face away in disgust, glancing at the hastily approaching Yi Zhonghai, Lu Hai, Sha Zhu, and a few young men who had come in response to the commotion. Yin Bugui, however, huddled his neck, quietly hiding at the back of the crowd. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai's face was a swirling mix of green and white, clearly having taken in the sight of the Jia family's disgrace. It is merely a Lin Wei, is it not? Does Jia Dongxiu wield the kitchen knife as if it were merely a firewood stick? The shame of having such a cowardly apprentice before the master is truly unbearable. And what of that Jia Zhangshi? Is she not known as the tyrant of the courtyard? Yet here she stands, paralyzed with fear without lifting a finger, her former audacity now vanished into thin air. Yi Zhonghai, your timing is most fortuitous. Ever since Lin Wei severed ties with these three old men, he has shown them no mercy, addressing them directly by name. Surprisingly, even the hot-tempered Sha Zhu remains silent at this moment. In the courtyard, every individual has fallen silent, clearly shaken by Lin Wei's previous demonstration of strength, which shattered their confidence and perceptions. None dare to be the first to speak up now, all eyes turning towards Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai furrows his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Should he stand alone, whether in verbal or physical confrontation, he knows he would be no match for Lin Wei. Only by inciting the entire courtyard could there be a glimmer of hope for victory. As he contemplates how to rally the others against their common foe, Jia Zhangshi preemptively begins to wail. "Oh, dear elder, you must stand up for the Jia family." She gestures to her face, her voice a piercing cry. "Look at these wounds inflicted by that little beast. And your esteemed apprentice Dongxiu, reduced to such a state by fear of Lin Wei. You must quickly rally everyone to expel that little miscreant from the Lin family, never to allow them to set foot in this courtyard again." One cannot deny that Yi Zhonghai's arrival has invigorated Jia Zhangshi's resolve. Her mind quickly races, and she seeks to enlist the entire courtyard to confront Lin Wei. The crowd, illuminated by the dim light, gasps in astonishment. Indeed, Jia Zhangshi's plump face bears 6 vivid red scratches, deeply imprinted on her pallid, swollen cheeks, lending an absurdity to the scene that is almost comical. Several neighbors, who typically hold a grudge against the Jia family, feel an inexplicable surge of satisfaction at this spectacle, their lips curving into secret smiles. "Ah, Jia Zhangshi, You who revel in displaying your venomous nails to inflict harm on others. How delightful it is to witness you tasting the bitterness of your own medicine. Though the assailant this time was not a person, but rather an unassuming little puppy. The inexplicable joy that swells within is undeniable. As the onlookers fixate on Jia Zhongshi's disheveled hair and her face marred with scratches, Lin Wei clears his throat and speaks loudly. Jia Zhongshi, at your age, how can you stoop so low as to hold a grudge against a mere puppy? Is it your wickedness at play, or your incompetence? The gathered crowd suddenly comprehends the situation. Jia Zhongshi has long coveted Lin Wei's little black dog, harboring intentions of capturing it for a meal, only to find herself thwarted yet again, this time not by Lin Wei, but by the very paws of the little puppy. Her dignity has been thoroughly humiliated. Jia Zhongshi's expression shifts rapidly from green to pale, then back again, as she realizes the sting in Lin Wei's words. It is clear that she, who claims to be the most formidable in the courtyard, has been utterly defeated by a mere dog. The sting of humiliation resonates deeply, as if she has been slapped repeatedly, igniting a burning rage within her. The persona she painstakingly built over the years crumbles in an instant. In her desperation, Jia Zhongshi resorts to her ultimate tactic. She collapses to the ground, pounding her thighs and wailing, "Oh, old Jia, come quickly. I have been bullied to this extent by a little beast. I cannot go on living like this." Her disheveled appearance and theatrical lament evoke a chill among the onlookers. Jia Zhongshi's audacity to summon spirits in the dead of night, unafraid of disturbing the peace, is truly remarkable. Yet, alas, this tactic holds no sway over Lin Wei. Chapter 137, Yi Zhonghai. In the name of the entire courtyard, he leisurely interjects, "Continue your summoning. But I must remind you, I've heard that spirits are most fearful of black dogs. If one were to appear, the black dog would surely bite. Fortunately, my little black pup is a purebred. I am most curious to see if this legend holds any truth." While the crowd ponders the validity of his words, a nearby little girl's eyes gleam with excitement as she tugs on Lin Wei's sleeve, asking, "Brother, is little black really that powerful? Can it even scare away ghosts?" "Of course," Lin Wei replies, bending down to ruffle her hair with conviction. "Little black will always protect you, Xiao Xiao. No one can bully you, neither human nor ghost. One must fully commit to the performance. Since his sister believes wholeheartedly, let her retain that belief. After all, once little black grows a bit more, there will be few in the courtyard capable of harming it." Jia Zhongshi's bewilderment deepens. It appears there is indeed a popular belief regarding black dogs possessing protective qualities against evil spirits. This little black dog, though small, is remarkably strong. What if it truly summons old Jia and inadvertently injures him? That cannot happen. Though Jia Zhongshi is notorious for her treachery, she genuinely cares for the men of the Jia family, old Jia, Jia Dongxiu, and her cherished grandson. She cannot afford to harm old Jia. This concern causes her grandstanding to falter. "Lin Wei, how can you be so cruel? You cannot even spare the deceased. As the saying goes, the dead must be respected. You show no reverence for the elderly, nor for the departed. You are truly a vile creature." Who else could so eloquently deliver such righteous indignation but Yi Zhonghai, the self-proclaimed moral authority of the courtyard? Surprisingly, a few neighbors, accustomed to his moralistic rhetoric, display signs of wavering, some murmuring in agreement. Indeed, old Jia has been gone for so many years, yet he is still invoked. "Haha, Yi Zhonghai, you wear that moral cloak rather well. Too bad my neck is too slender to bear it." What manner of person is Lin Wei? His prowess and skill surpasses all in the courtyard, and his wit is equally sharp. Old Jia, had he been resting peacefully, I would not have disturbed him. But alas, his companion, Jia Zhongshi, cannot seem to let him rest. Day after day, she summons spirits, filling the courtyard with suspicion and unrest. Today, I take it upon myself to warn old Jia, lest he heed the old crone's nonsense. Should he truly appear and be bitten by my little black dog, do not blame me for not giving prior notice. This is merely a precautionary measure for the neighborhood's well-being. A once harmonious courtyard, now plagued by an old ghost. This is unacceptable. Someone must step forward to alleviate our burdens. Well said. A raspy voice suddenly interjects. Lin Wei turns to find it is none other than Su Damao, who has emerged from hiding to witness the commotion. After Lin Wei's departure, Su Damao, fully aware of having offended the three old men, has remained confined to his home, fearful of venturing out. As a projectionist, he usually went unnoticed when he wasn't screening films. Today, he heard the commotion outside and stealthily slipped out to take a look. Lo and behold, the formidable Lin Wei had returned to the courtyard. Su Damao instantly felt a surge of confidence, straightening his posture. Unable to contain his excitement at the thrilling scene, he spontaneously cheered. He wasn't mindlessly joining the crowd. In fact, most of the onlookers were silently nodding in agreement. When the Jia and Zhang families stirred up trouble, they summoned old Jia, whether or not one feared him. The spectacle was as disconcerting as a frog hopping about, harmless yet profoundly irritating. Now that someone had stepped forward to confront her, one wondered if she would dare to invoke old Jia again. Su Domao, what chaos are you causing? Get back. Yi Zhonghai, who was accustomed to bullying the weak, sought to extinguish this burgeoning defiance upon noticing that Lin Wei had an ally. Go back. Why should I? Su Domao stood tall, his voice resonating. This place belongs to the courtyard. If you can come here, why can't I? With Lin Wei's backing, Su Domao truly found his footing, countering Yi Zhonghai's command with resolve. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. The usually submissive Su Domao dared to embarrass him publicly today. Incensed, his lips trembled, yet he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the second elder, Lu Haizhong, strolled out with his hands clasped behind his back. Su Domao, is this any of your business? His tone was stern, yet his eyes hinted at a tacit understanding of the relationship between the Lu and Su families. A warning veiled as a reminder for Su Domao not to meddle in this affair. However, today, Su Domao was resolute. Second elder, I am also a part of this courtyard. Even if I can't intervene, surely I can stand here and observe? Lu Haizhong, who was rather inept with words, hesitated, especially with Lin Wei standing coolly by, leaving him unable to draw out his belt adorned with 7 wolves, reduced to a mere spectator. Seeing the situation slip further from his grasp, Yi Zhonghai decided to lay all his cards on the table, declaring, the courtyard has made a unanimous decision to expel you. The place has long ceased to be your home. I advise you to reconsider your options, or else. He fixed his gaze on Lin Wei, anticipating a look of panic. Yet, Lin Wei exhibited no sign of trepidation. Instead, she casually drew her sister closer and replied with a chilling smile, Yi Zhonghai, you're out of tricks, aren't you? I've said it before, what are you 3 old men? You think you can drive me out of the courtyard? Not a chance. At that moment, Yin Bugui finally mustered the courage to stand, holding aloft a paper that resembled a poorly crafted poster, his voice trembling yet feigning composure. Lin Wei, look closely, this is a petition signed and fingerprinted by everyone in the courtyard. This is a collective decision, and whether you like it or not, you must comply. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong straightened their backs, heads held high, their faces brimming with satisfaction. Finally, they had reclaimed the authority of the courtyard. Even if they couldn't defeat Lin Wei individually, the will of the entire courtyard bore down upon her. They relished the prospect of watching her falter. Upon hearing the words unanimous decision, Su Domao's face drained of color. This was bad. Those 3 old men had resorted to such tactics. He had seen the power of collective decisions in the steel factory, where even leaders dared not openly oppose them. Otherwise, one would be crushed under the weight of personal ambition overshadowing the collective. Lin Wei was in serious trouble this time. He hurriedly leaned closer to her, lowering his voice. Lin Wei, I genuinely had no idea about this. Chapter 138. The will of the entire courtyard, Pish. It turned out the 3 elders had circumvented him in drafting the petition, completely omitting Su Domao. In that case, you and your sister should stay at my place tonight. Su Domao swallowed hard, his tone urgent. This situation is somewhat precarious. I'll think of a way out by tomorrow. No one anticipated that, at this critical juncture, the typically astute yet spineless Su Domao would quietly align himself with Lin Wei, attempting to negotiate on her behalf. He calculated that confronting them head-on was not the solution. He would need to plead with his father, Su Fugui, to intervene and see if he could sway those 3 old men. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. The residents of the courtyard scrutinized Lin Wei with mixed emotions. To be honest, aside from a few members of the elderly group, led by Sha Zhu, most of them harbored no deep-seated animosity toward Lin Wei. After all, his confrontations with the Jia family and resistance against the 3 elders had secretly delighted the neighbors who often suffered under their oppression. Yet, they had grown accustomed to living within the order dictated by the 3 elders, and confronted with Lin Wei, a defiant challenger, they were more deeply unsettled and fearful. What if he truly dismantled the status quo of the courtyard? How would they navigate their lives afterward? Thus, when the petition was presented to them, they hesitated, yet ultimately pressed their fingerprints upon it. At that moment, all eyes in the courtyard were fixed upon Lin Wei, speculating. With the weight of this collective decision upon him, what further tricks could he possibly conjure? Surely, he must relent, right? Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Sha Zhu crossed his arms, a grin stretching across his face, his small eyes gleaming with unrestrained satisfaction. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Wei, as if to say, Hey, kid, you think you can outmaneuver the 3 elders? You'd better pack your bags and leave quietly. Alas, they had calculated everything except for the fact that Lin Wei was impervious to their intimidation tactics. Suddenly, he threw back his head and laughed, a sound that pierced the night sky of the courtyard, sending an inexplicable chill down the spines of Yi Zhonghai and the others. Did this lad still have a trump card? That seemed improbable. As the laughter faded, Lin Wei's tone dripped with mockery. Huh? Who do you think you are? The police station? The neighborhood committee? Or the district government? You want to drive me out? Fine, I'll stand right here. Let anyone with the courage come and try. But let us make one thing clear. This time, we'll settle the score and determine life and death. Whoever shows fear will be the loser. His gaze was sharp as a blade, icy and sweeping across the crowd. This time, whether it was the onlookers, the three elders, or Sha Zhu's gang of enforcers, none dared to meet his eyes. They all averted their gazes, lowering their heads. The last encounter had been too harrowing. Who would dare to challenge Lin Wei again? Furthermore, his declaration of determining life and death was not merely a fight. It was a matter of survival. Lin Wei, you dare defy the will of the entire courtyard. Yi Zhonghai, as one of the elders, found himself with no avenue of retreat. The petition to expel Lin Wei had been proposed by the three elders, and he had been instrumental in rallying signatures. If he backed down now, how could he maintain his standing in the courtyard? Was this still the domain of their elderly group? Realizing that brute force would not suffice, he steeled himself to once again wave the banner of collective will, hoping to force Lin Wei into submission. However, Lin Wei saw through his ploy. The will of the entire courtyard? Pish. The collective will can take my home? The collective will can expel me from my own door? Anyone who wishes to enforce this so-called collective will can step forward and test the sharpness of my blade. Before the last words had even left his lips, he raised his right hand, revealing a gleaming flying knife that materialized out of thin air. The knife danced skillfully between his fingers, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers, appearing to those close to him, such as his little sister and Su Damao, as a breathtaking work of art. Brother, this move is so beautiful. I want to learn it too, the young girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clapped her hands in delight. In her heart, everything her brother possessed was rightfully hers, and if she mastered it, she could perform for her friends every day. However, to those who harbored animosity towards Lin Wei, particularly the three esteemed elders and the Jia family, the dazzling silver light was far from art. It was a lethal curse. It became evident that Lin Wei was not jesting. Had anyone dared to strike moments ago, those razor-sharp flying knives would likely have pierced a vital spot by now. This is outrageous. Absolutely intolerable. Yi Zhonghai trembled with rage. His usually stern face flushed crimson. After a lifetime of scheming, he had clawed his way to the position of the foremost elder in the courtyard, yet he had never witnessed such a spectacle. In his state of fear and confusion, his defenses crumbled entirely. While the courtyard had seen its fair share of brawls, they typically involved mere clubs. Instances of using kitchen knives were few and far between. Should anyone resort to genuine weapons, Yi Zhonghai would immediately summon his thugs to subdue the offender. This was the unspoken agreement among the three elders. Disputes within the courtyard must never result in fatalities. Otherwise, should the matter escalate and the neighborhood committee investigate, the loss of their esteemed reputation would be a trivial concern compared to the precariousness of their positions as elders. Yin Jieqing, Yin Jiefang. Yi Zhonghai's voice quivered as he urgently commanded, rush to the neighborhood committee and find Director Zhao. Tell him to bring more men. There's someone wielding a knife in the courtyard, and the situation is dire. His mind raced, realizing that the events of the day could not be undone. Indeed, alerting the neighborhood committee would surely invite trouble, and the honor of the model courtyard would be difficult to preserve. However, failing to report it would yield even graver consequences. Lin Wei's earlier display of knife skills had already instilled fear throughout the courtyard. Allowing him to remain would mean that not only would the other residents avoid him, but even the three elders would have to tread lightly around him in the future. Yin Bugui, keenly aware of the gravity of the situation, urged his sons, who were still exchanging glances. What are you waiting for? Go now? The astute Yin, ever calculating, understood the precariousness of the moment. This was a critical juncture for the three elders' survival. If they attempted to demand payment for running errands at such a time, they would be provoking Yi Zhonghai to an irreparable extent. This call to action clearly aligned him with Yi Zhonghai's cause. As the Yin brothers sprinted away to deliver the message, Lin Wei furrowed his brow. Judging by Yi Zhonghai's tone, it seemed that Director Zhao was his true ally. If the neighborhood committee officials or the joint defense team arrived and only heard Yi Zhonghai's side of the story, the situation could become quite troublesome. While he was unafraid of a confrontation, the aftermath would undoubtedly be complex. Since his adversaries had already resorted to ruthless means, he would not hesitate to unleash his own formidable skills. Kid, you've gotten yourself into trouble. Come with us, they declared. Lin Wei bent down to scoop up the little black dog, whispering a few words in its ear. The puppy seemed to understand, its tail wagging with eagerness. Go, little black. With a swift motion, Lin Wei tossed the pup over a wall that towered over 10 feet high. The small, dark figure paused briefly atop the wall before vanishing like a flash into the thick night. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily taken aback. What was Lin Wei sending the dog to do? Was he attempting to summon help? After all, this boy had no relatives in the capital. Even if he were to return to Chongping to seek assistance, it would entail a long journey of several miles, especially for a naive little puppy. Reassured by this thought, Yi Zhonghai felt a semblance of calm. After all, he had already taken steps to call for reinforcements, as soon as Director Zhao arrived with the joint defense team. Surely Lin Wei would not dare to act recklessly under the threat of firearms. Victory was all but assured for Yi Zhonghai. Feeling a sense of triumph, Yi Zhonghai finally relaxed his taut nerves. He observed Lin Wei, who was still gently comforting his sister, and a wave of jealousy surged within him like rampant weeds. Why was it that others could enjoy the warmth of family while he, having toiled for decades, could not find a reliable caretaker for his old age? The Jia family, whom he had come to understand as cowardly bullies, would not provide any support in times of trouble. In contrast, the Lin siblings, though thorns in his side, exhibited genuine camaraderie and mutual dependence. Lin Wei's unwavering resolve and courage in the face of adversity far surpassed that of his own inept apprentice. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zhonghai suppressed his intrusive thoughts. The most pressing matter at hand was to expel Lin Wei before Director Zhao's arrival. If he succeeded, not only would the elders' prestige be preserved, but they might also save on the fees they would owe Director Zhao. Clearing his throat, he feigned sincerity, saying, "Lin Wei, why put yourself through this? When the neighborhood committee arrives, being taken away for a few days is the least of your worries. What will happen to your sister? It would be better for you to leave with Xiao Xiao now, parting ways amicably, and erase all past grievances. What do you say?" Su Damao, who was anxiously sweating beside him, tugged at Lin Wei's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Brother Wei, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Perhaps it's best to take a step back today, and I can help you negotiate tomorrow." Yet Lin Wei remained unmoved, laughing heartily. "Damao, do not fret. Even if the neighborhood committee arrives, reason must prevail, right? If they refuse to be reasonable." His tone was calm, yet undeniably resolute. "I may not be the best fighter, but I do have some skills." "Oh dear." Su Damao was too frightened to respond further. Yi Zhonghai, having summoned Director Zhao, clearly intended to use his authority to intimidate. Did he really expect the other party to act reasonably? This could end poorly. As he listened to Lin Wei's naive assertions, Yi Zhonghai's internal mockery grew. If the boy insisted on courting disaster, he would not hesitate to retaliate with full force. No longer willing to engage in conversation, Yi Zhonghai and his associates stood silently, awaiting the arrival of the neighborhood committee. 20 minutes later, a boisterous voice boomed from the courtyard entrance. "Who dares to cause trouble in the courtyard? Are you tired of living?" As the words fell, a short, stout figure stumbled into view. This man, half-bald with a few greasy strands of hair clinging to his shiny bald head, possessed beady eyes that darted about, and a nose that was red and swollen, emanating an unpleasant odor of alcohol. He walked unsteadily, his rotund figure reminiscent of Jia Zhang's. This was none other than Zhao Daji, deputy director of the neighborhood committee, an old acquaintance of Yi Zhonghai. In his earlier years, Zhao Daji had served in the old government, during which time he had crossed paths with Yi Zhonghai. Following the establishment of the new China and the formation of the neighborhood committee, he had somehow maneuvered his way into the position of deputy director, naturally becoming Yi Zhonghai's ally within the system. With Yi Zhonghai's modest salary of 99 yuan a month, treating Zhao to a few drinks and a meal was more than adequate. That evening, Zhao Daji had been quietly drinking in the duty room when he received word of a commotion in the courtyard. Alarmed, he promptly gathered for burly joint defense team members and drunkenly swaggered over. Upon entering, he immediately labeled Lin Wei a troublemaker. In these times, such an accusation carried significant weight. Once pinned, it often entailed connections with enemy factions. The situation had escalated to a grave extent, potentially leading to dire consequences. Upon hearing Zhao Daji's words, Yi Zhonghai immediately grasped the intent to directly label Lin Wei. He straightened his posture, adopting an air of authority, and pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Wei, proclaiming with righteous indignation, "Director Zhao, it is this scoundrel. Not only does he wreak havoc within the courtyard, but he also resorts to violence, showing no mercy even to the elderly and children. Today, he has audaciously brandished a knife, threatening to silence others. Such a menace must be apprehended and dealt with severely." Zhao Daji, squinting through his intoxicated haze, scrutinized Lin Wei, who, though appearing somewhat unassuming, bore a rather composed demeanor. Yet, there was little evidence to suggest he was capable of violence. Internally cursing Yi Zhonghai's ineptitude for failing to manage such a feeble adolescent, Zhao Daji, nonetheless, felt disinclined to delve deeper into the matter, knowing that assisting Yi Zhonghai would eventually yield benefits for him. "Listen here, young man, you've committed an offense. Accompany me to the street office." Zhao Daji slurred, yet the meaning was clear to all present. Yi Zhonghai's party displayed expressions of joy, especially Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu, who suddenly felt invigorated, standing tall with hearts brimming with glee. It appeared that the Lin family's little miscreant was to be taken away, likely detained for several days. How would he return to contest for the property? The house was destined to belong to the Jia family. Su Damao, frantic, began to stomp his feet, realizing that Lin Wei was in serious trouble. However, he could neither confront Yi Zhonghai nor articulate a counterargument, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation, fearing that today's misfortune was inevitable. Yet, Lin Wei remained unperturbed, as though the street office's crowd were mere insignificant entities. Offense? What offense have I committed? His tone was calm, yet laced with a chilling undertone. I would appreciate it, Deputy Director Zhao, if you could clarify this matter for me. Zhao Daji felt a shiver run down his spine. Typically, when ordinary citizens addressed him as Director Zhao, they were filled with trepidation. This young man, however, dared to openly challenge the title of deputy. Zhao Daji stammered. You, just a moment ago, Oldie mentioned something about assaulting others and wielding a knife. Lin Wei responded, assault? Who have I struck today? Who bears any injuries? And as for wielding a knife, where's the knife? Where are the injured? Chapter 140. Young man, what's in the basket? Zhao Daji was momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Wei's retorts. As he surveyed the surroundings with bleary eyes, he found no one exhibiting any signs of injury. Moreover, there was no sign of a knife to be found. Lin Wei had anticipated the street office's arrival and, while the crowd was distracted, had deftly concealed his throwing knife in a hidden space. Nowadays, any valuable items, including food and tools, were securely stored in a specially constructed adobe house within that space. While seeing Zhao Daji stammer, Yi Zhonghai cursed silently in his heart, deeming him useless. The esteemed deputy director of the street office could not even manage a jobless youth. He quickly exchanged glances with Jia Zhangshi and continued, Director Zhao, don't let this young man deceive you. Despite his youth, his mind is quite cunning. This old sister from the Jia family has suffered greatly at his hands. Oh my, Director Zhao, you must take my side. Jia Zhangshi shrieked, thrusting her scarred face towards Zhao Daji. Look at my face. It was that little beast who clawed it like this. She leaned in closely, her visage taking on a ghastly appearance in the dim light, causing Zhao Daji to recoil in shock, his drunkenness dissipating. That's hardly a human face. It's enough to frighten anyone to death at night. Jia Zhangshi. Lin Wei spoke coldly. Are you certain that I am responsible for this injury? Let me remind you, filing a false report is also a crime. You Jia Zhangshi instinctively wanted to chastise the young scoundrel, but under Lin Wei's icy gaze, the harsh words died in her throat. All she could muster was a defiant, it was your dog that scratched me. Zhao Daji seemed to grasp a semblance of leverage and puffed out his chest. Indeed. If your dog harmed someone, it's tantamount to you doing so. Do you acknowledge this? Lin Wei scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Why not inquire why Jia Zhangshi was attacked by a dog? She has repeatedly attempted to capture my little black dog for a stew, having failed in her thievery. She ended up with a scratched face. I must question, what right does she have to cry injustice here? He then turned his full attention to Zhao Daji, articulating each word with precision. Deputy Director Zhao, if a man and a dog are involved in a scuffle and injuries occur, must I bear the blame? Zhao Daji was utterly bewildered. This line of reasoning made it seemingly impossible to pin the blame on Lin Wei. We have a petition. We still have a petition. Yi Zhonghai, sensing the situation slipping from his grasp, hastily snatched the meticulously prepared trump card from Yan Bigui's hands and swiftly presented it to Zhao Daji. Director Zhao, look here. Lin Wei is the root of all trouble in our courtyard. All the neighbors have signed and pressed their fingerprints, unanimously demanding his expulsion from the courtyard. Zhao Daji took the crumpled paper, squinting under the dim light. Under Yi Zhonghai's prompting, Shaju and others immediately chimed in. Director Zhao, this petition is genuine. We have all signed it. Zhao Daji's confidence surged, and he waved the petition vigorously at Lin Wei. Young man, the entire courtyard wants you gone. Do you still have the audacity to remain here? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Wei not only displayed no signs of retreat, but instead emitted a scornful chuckle. A petition? This tattered paper holds legal weight? His gaze was piercing, each word resonating with conviction. The house I possess was purchased with hard-earned money from the state. Not even the neighbors, let alone your street office, have the authority to seize it. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he deftly revealed a grand red certificate, reminiscent of a prize, as if it were a magic trick. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he pointed emphatically at the solemn national emblem emblazoned on the center of the certificate. Take a good look. This is the official seal of the state. Is your street office mightier than the state? Do you intend to confiscate my property, or are you planning to resort to outright theft? Zhao Daji's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the document in Lin Wei's hand, a legitimate property deed issued by the housing authority. The vibrant red emblem shimmered under the light. Yi Zhonghai had truly landed himself in a significant predicament. Lin Wei possessed a legally protected property deed. And on what grounds could they oust him from the courtyard? Lin Wei's revelation was akin to a massive stone plummeting into a stagnant pond, creating ripples of shock among the neighbors. Does this house truly have a deed? A bewildered aunt gasped. Aren't we all living in the factory as allocated housing? That's just a factory worker, said an uncle from the Red Star Steel factory, his face a mask of confusion. Humph. You've spent your lives tightening screws in the factory. What do you know? Scoffed a well-informed neighbor. This is private property purchased from the state. Naturally, it comes with documentation. Realizing the implications, another neighbor brightened at the prospect of applying for homeownership. If we have our own homes, we need not fear being driven out. Yet, a pragmatic neighbor countered, Pa, dreaming big while possessing an ugly visage. Setting aside whether you can muster a few $100. Do you have any special contributions to secure approval? Lin Wei's parents were a distinguished engineer and a city bureau official. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, leaving the crowd utterly speechless. Extraordinary contributions and economic strength are realms unattainable for an ordinary dual-income household. Zhao Daji, with a sullen visage, sidled up to Yi Zhonghai, his voice barely above a whisper as he squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Old E, this matter is complicated. The street office lacks the authority to seize private property. Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of anger, but forced a sycophantic smile. Director Zhao, you are indeed a veteran of the street office. You always find a way. Just drive this lad away, and I'll double the payment. The phrase double the payment pierced Zhao Daji's heart like a needle. Originally set at 90 yuan, doubling it would mean a staggering 180 yuan, equivalent to 3 or 4 months of his salary. Yet, with even the petitioning tactic failing, what other reasons could he possibly grasp to pin down Lin Wei? Zhao Daji's round had spun rapidly, contemplating various angles, until his gaze suddenly fixated on the large woven basket on Lin Wei's back. That basket appeared heavy, surely. It could not be filled with stones, could it? Could it be that this young man had procured something illicit from the black market? With this thought, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Daji's bleary eyes. Young man, what do you have in that basket? Is it contraband? Lin Wei's pupils constricted sharply. This Zhao fellow possessed a certain acumen and cunning. Having outmaneuvered him several times, Lin Wei was surprised that Zhao had managed to detect something unusual from that woven basket. However, if he wished to play, Lin Wei would gladly engage to the end. He would have a surprise in store for him. He feigned a semblance of panic, his voice trembling. And nothing, just some local produce I brought from my uncle's. Zhao Daji's eyes instantly brightened. He was adept at reading expressions and would not overlook Lin Wei's fleeting tension. Huh, no matter how sly you are, this time, I finally caught you off guard. Chapter 141. This wild boar meat was stolen from the steel factory, wasn't it? Zhao Daji stepped forward, his voice turning sharp. Put down the basket and open it. The street office demands to inspect it. This was Zhao Daji's shrewdness, always invoking the authority of the street office. It allowed him to exert pressure, and should anything go amiss, he could easily feign that it was all in the name of public duty. Lin Wei pulled the little girl behind him protectively. Feigning hesitation, the street office has no right to search my belongings. Zhao Daji's confidence soared. Indeed, this young man must be hiding something unsavory. Yet, having heard that he was quite capable in a fight, Zhao hesitated to confront him directly. Just then, Yin Bugue stealthily crept to a spot 5 or 6 meters downwind of Lin Wei, quietly sniffing the air before announcing loudly, "Leader, I can smell it. It's pork. With a hint of gaminess, it must be wild boar meat." Upon hearing this, even Lin Wei cast a few incredulous glances at him. This Yin old miser, usually squinting through his shabby glasses, had surprisingly keen senses, instantly identifying the contents of the basket. Truly, one should not judge based on appearances. Little did they know, Yin Bugue had spent years guarding the gate of the compound, honing his skill of discerning ingredients by scent. Whether neighbors brought scallions, garlic, greens, or various types of raw meat, nothing could escape his keen nose. Consequently, everyone had to comply and pay a small entrance fee. Wild boar meat. How could it possibly be wild boar meat? Yi Zhonghai frowned, the term sounding vaguely familiar, though he could not recall where he had heard it. Uncle, have you forgotten? We had wild boar meat for lunch at the steel factory today. Shaju's loud voice ignited a frenzy among the steel factory workers. Yes, we did. I had a fatty piece at Shaju's. Oh, it was delicious. A single man smacked his lips, clearly not considering bringing any home. I couldn't bear to eat it all. I brought everything back for my wife and kids. They say wild boar meat isn't much different from domestic pork. This was a family-oriented old worker. Wild boar meat. Indeed, it was wild boar meat. Zhao Daji's eyes gleamed as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he immediately began his reasoning. In this snowbound season, where could wild boars possibly come from? For days, there has been no word in the black market about wild boar meat. He abruptly turned to Lin Wei, his voice commanding, "Young man, this meat must have an illicit origin. It couldn't possibly be stolen from the steel factory, could it? Director Zhao is absolutely right. This meat must have been stolen from the factory." Yi Zhonghai was the first to react, inwardly rejoicing. Zhao Daji has indeed earned his keep. His mind works swiftly. Now, let us see how Lin Wei can refute this. What? Did Lin Wei dare to steal meat from the factory? The entire compound erupted in uproar. It is worth noting that over 90% of the residents here were workers and their families from the steel factory. In an era where the factory was akin to home, stealing from the factory equated to stealing from one's own household, especially with pork, a scarce commodity. Workers engaged in labor-intensive tasks found it challenging to maintain strength without proper nutrition, increasing the risk of accidents. The notion of someone stealing from the factory was tantamount to carving flesh from the community's body. In an instant, angry glares converged upon Lin Wei. Even Su Damao discreetly took a few steps back, fearing to be implicated. Only Lin Wei remained calm, gently holding the little girl beside him, as if the surrounding tumult and accusations were of no concern to him. "Lin Wei, how dare you steal from the factory?" This was clearly an act of undermining the steel factory, robbing the community of its sustenance. "You are nothing but a rat in our courtyard, spoiling the whole pot of soup. Director Zhao, criminals like him must be prosecuted. He deserves severe punishment. Better yet, he should be shot." Yi Zhonghai finally regained the imposing presence of a respected elder, hands on hips, spitting as he commenced his moral judgment. Despite his outward appearance of righteous indignation, internally he was elated. Who would have thought that today he would finally catch Lin Wei at his weakest? This was the kind of crime that could plunge one straight into the depths of hell, never to rise again. Finally, he could uproot this thorn in his side, ensuring his own position as a leader would be secure. Yes, uncle is right. Such a scoundrel deserves execution. His house should rightfully belong to us. Jia Zhongshi's excitement rivaled Yi Zhonghai's. Having endured numerous grievances and suffering the harshest of blows, she now reveled in witnessing Lin Wei caught in his own trap, destined for incarceration. Her aged face twisted with glee, nearly bursting into dance. Down with the criminal Lin Wei. Encouraged by Yi Zhonghai, Shaju and others joined in the uproar, their fervor suggesting they would enact justice on Lin Wei without hesitation. Yet, facing the barrage of hostile glares that seemed ready to consume him whole, Lin Wei remained unfazed, standing serenely as if the chaos, accusations, and fervor surrounding him were utterly irrelevant. You criminal! How can you still be so arrogant at this point?" Zhao Daji interpreted Lin Wei's composure as a lack of words, convinced he had solidified his case for theft. Yet, this young man maintained his unflappable demeanor, not even uttering a plea for mercy. This ignited Zhao Daji's fierce determination. Since the crowd was already incensed, why not seize the moment and crush this young man so he could never rise again? All right, so you're feeling bold, are you? Just wait until I take you to the street office. Let's see how tough you remain. Zhao Daji, after finishing his words, extended his filthy hand, still smeared with grease, intending to seize Lin Wei. Yi Zhonghai and his companions nearly burst into laughter on the spot. At last, they had awaited this moment. With the street office taking matters into its own hands, what hope did the Lin family's young scion have for redemption? They anticipated nothing less than imprisonment and the inevitable consequences. Once this day passed, the Lin family would cease to exist in this courtyard, and the world would remain theirs. Even the workers and families from the steel mill nearby were wide-eyed, many inwardly lamenting. Why did they lack the audacity of the Jia Zhang family to seize the Lin residence sooner? Now that it had fallen into the hands of that shrew, reclaiming it would be exceedingly difficult. Just then, the little girl, who had been hiding behind Lin Wei, suddenly peeked out and, with a clear, ringing voice, exclaimed, "You're wronging my brother. You're all bad people. That wild boar was all hunted by him." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, as if cold water had been splashed into a pan of hot oil. What? This little girl claims that the wild boar was taken down by the Lin lad? Oh, this could be quite the spectacle if it were true. How could it possibly be? Some immediately scoffed. I heard that the steel mill acquired 20 to 30 wild boars, each weighing hundreds of pounds. Who possesses the skill to do that? Sure, the Lin boy might have some talent, but hunting in the mountains? He wouldn't even be able to fill a boar's tooth gap. Hunting requires guns, and good marksmanship. Where would he procure a gun? I doubt he has ever even touched one. Zhao Daji believed not a single word. The street office conducted daily inspections. The pigeon market and black market were prime targets. During this period, not a single wild boar hair had surfaced. Why? The biting cold, heavy snow, and impassable roads left no one capable of hunting, much less bringing back such a bounty. He considered the child's words mere nonsense, a most irritating distraction. Irritated, he raised his hand without a second thought. viciously aiming a slap at the little girl. Get lost, you little brat. Who gave you the right to speak here? Lin Wei's gaze turned icy in an instant. It was one thing for this old fool to unjustly accuse him, but now he dared to lay hands on his sister? Simply intolerable. Today, he would teach him a harsh lesson. With a resounding slap, Zhao Daji spun around twice before staggering back. What was happening? Why did his face feel so fiery? It truly hurt. He stood there in a daze, clearly still dazed from the alcohol and the unexpected blow. However, the onlookers clearly witnessed the moment Zhao Daji reached for the little girl. Lin Wei had swiftly delivered him a sharp slap. At this point, Zhao Daji's left cheek had visibly swollen, resembling a puffed-up balloon. The onlookers gasped in shock. That was the deputy director of the street office. In the courtyard, the street office was akin to a deity. How could he be publicly slapped by a mere youth? And in such a humiliating manner. It was as if the heavens had been turned upside down. Before Yi Zhonghai and the others could react, Zhao Daji finally sobered up, his anger fully ignited. You criminal, dare to resist arrest? The heavens have turned against you. Since he had become the deputy director, everyone had treated him with utmost respect, elevating him to the skies. Never had he endured such humiliation, not even in his wildest dreams. After the initial shock, he was consumed by rage. To be publicly slapped in front of the crowd was akin to losing face entirely. Determined to reclaim his dignity, Zhao Daji swung his hefty fist toward Lin Wei's face with all his might. Hit him. Director Zhao, teach this criminal a lesson. We will testify that this lad violently resisted the street office's enforcement. Yi Zhonghai reacted swiftly, the old fox adept at fanning the flames, promptly rallying his companions to cheer him on. Not only did they support Zhao Daji, but they also sought to intimidate Lin Wei through sheer momentum. In their eyes, the previous slap was merely an instinctive reaction from Lin Wei. Now that it was clear they were up against a street office official, did he truly dare to resist? They eagerly awaited Zhao Daji to beat Lin Wei into a pulp, relishing the chance to vent their frustrations. Unfortunately, they had overestimated Zhao Daji's strength and underestimated Lin Wei's resolve. After all, he was merely the deputy director of the street office. If he acted so recklessly, he would merely retreat to Chenjikin for a while. Who could apprehend him? Since he had decided to strike, he could not merely raise his hand lightly. Since Zhao was their ally, it would be from him they would begin to teach a lesson that would be forever etched in their memories. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wei had firmly grasped Zhao Daji's flabby fist. Despite Zhao Daji's seemingly robust physique, Lin Wei's not-so-imposing frame had him securely locked in place, leaving him utterly unable to advance or retreat, writhing like a fat maggot. With such minimal skill, he dared to strike? Lin Wei's scornful taunt shattered Zhao Daji's composure completely. You dare? Huh, why wouldn't I? With a sudden twist of his wrist, a grapple, and a forceful command, he barked, kneel. Zhao Daji let out a piercing scream. Lin Wei's fingers clamped down on his wrist with the ferocity of a vice, his grappling technique both crafty and ruthless. Zhao Daji was involuntarily propelled forward, crashing to his knees with a thud. Once a lofty deputy director of the street office, regarded as a deity among the common folk, he now found himself kneeling before an utterly ordinary youth in public, a humiliation beyond measure. Indeed, this was precisely the effect Lin Wei sought. Anyone who could ally with a schemer like Yi Zhonghai was hardly a paragon of virtue. Today, Lin Wei intended to impart a lesson that would ensure Zhao Daji could never hold his head high again in Courtyard 95. Presently, Zhao Daji's face was a mosaic of blue and red, fully aware of the utter humiliation of his position, yet unable to muster even a hint of resistance. Overcome with anger and desperation, his vision began to blur, and he felt as if he might faint. Fortunately, a glimmer of rationality remained, prompting him to remember he was not alone. What are you all waiting for? Quickly apprehend this criminal. Oh, kid, let Director Zhao go and surrender. The 4 members of the joint defense team finally snapped out of their stupor. Lin Wei's grappling maneuver had been executed with such speed, it was as if lightning had struck. They had scarcely comprehended the technique before Zhao Daji was already kneeling before Lin Wei. Had they not known they were there to apprehend someone, they might have believed the young man was merely a relative chastising the younger generation. In an instant, the 4 burly members of the defense team formed a semicircular formation, preparing to pounce on Lin Wei. This was their customary encirclement technique, relying on their numbers to overwhelm their opponent, a strategy that had never failed them. In that moment, they envisioned themselves pinning the boy to the ground, mercilessly toying with him. Their eyes gleamed with a fierce, triumphant light. If they could subdue this youth, they would not only apprehend a criminal, but also rescue Director Zhao from his plight. Such an accomplishment would surely be remembered. When the time came for their formal induction into the street office, this would stand as their most formidable achievement. Regrettably, the individual they encountered today was Lin Wei. a man whose prowess could be deemed unparalleled. Lin Wei not only maintained his grip on Zhao Daji, but also twisted his arm with a sudden force, yanking him around in a half-circle. Zhao Daji, who had been kneeling on the ground, felt his arm contorted painfully, the joints emitting a sound that was excruciating to hear. His face contorted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, as beads of sweat mingled with tears streamed down his face. Let go, let go. It hurts. It's killing me, he cried out, his voice cracking. Yet, Lin Wei remained unfazed, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. As the frontmost members of the joint defense team approached, he swiftly lifted his right leg, delivering a kick as fierce as a whip, slicing through the air. Chapter 143, Zhao Daji, kneel before me. Given that these individuals were Zhao Daji's henchmen, arriving under the cover of night, it was evident they were all in league with one another, and thus, Lin Wei showed no mercy. Bang! One team member was struck as if by a heavy hammer, his body careening through the air like a stone. He fell to the ground with a resounding thud, curling up like a shrimp, his chest heaving violently before he suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood. Lin Wei's assault continued unabated, his form spinning as he unleashed a flurry of kicks, so swift they left behind only a blur. Bang bang bang. My arm, help. The remaining 3 members of the joint defense team had no time to react. Akin to balls being kicked away, they fell one after another, landing with broken bones and cries of anguish. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable 4 were now all incapacitated. When they struggled to lift their heads and beheld Lin Wei's fearsome countenance, their eyes were filled with a terror akin to that of encountering a malevolent spirit. Not only had they never witnessed such martial prowess, but the very thought of it seemed like a fever dream. They exchanged glances, an unspoken consensus forming amongst them. Enough is enough, earning a mere 30 or so bucks a month isn't worth risking our lives. Let us just lie down here. After all, this matter between that young man and Director Zhao will surely be resolved by those above us. Why should we bear the brunt of his lethal fists and feet? Yi Zhonghai, what are you still doing there? Zhao Daji suddenly felt Lin Wei's grip loosen slightly, the piercing pain alleviating just enough for him to regain some confidence, and he bellowed, "Get him! Capture this violent criminal." At that moment, 30 to 40 individuals had gathered in the courtyard, mostly laborers from the steel factory. Zhao Daji calculated that if they all rushed in, they could surely subdue Lin Wei, even if it cost them dearly. At the very least, he could slip away in the chaos. However, the scene he envisioned, with Yi Zhonghai leading the charge and everyone fighting valiantly to subdue Lin Wei, never materialized. He watched in disbelief as Yi Zhonghai and the others froze momentarily, their faces draining of color, eyes wide with sheer horror. They instinctively retreated, creating a nearly 100-square-meter area in the center of the courtyard devoid of any presence. The group huddled together like frightened quails, watching helplessly as Lin Wei dragged Zhao Daji back as one might a small chick. Zhao Daji could hardly fathom that within just a few days, after several overwhelming confrontations, the fear of Lin Wei had become deeply ingrained in these individuals. Particularly after the last assembly, where Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong had been left weeping and humiliated by Lin Wei, that scene remained an inescapable nightmare for them. As for the previous martial champion of the courtyard, He Yuzhu, others might have merely observed the spectacle, aware that Lin Wei had bested his opponents. Yet he recognized the truth. Judging by Lin Wei's recent moves, even if he, the foolish Zhu, brought 10 or 8 men along, it would be futile, only inviting a beating. Moreover, Lin Wei's recent ruthless and swift strikes had thoroughly stunned the entire assembly. Zhao Daji might have been foolish, but those 4 members of the joint defense team were typically formidable fighters in Nanluo Guxiang. They had never missed a shot in combat, often incapacitating their opponents in just a few moves, and it was common for them to leave someone severely injured. Who could have anticipated that Lin Wei would incapacitate them with merely 2 kicks? Indeed, the series of rapid successive strikes, which appeared as one single kick to their eyes, had nearly rendered all 4 of these once dominant team members utterly defeated. Faced with such an insurmountable disparity in combat prowess, anyone who dared to confront him was doomed. Thus, they collectively chose to retreat like turtles, each silently repeating to themselves, "Better a dead friend than a dead fellow. Let whoever wishes to proceed do so. I shall not partake." Zhao Daji continued to shout at the top of his lungs, "Do not fear. He is but one man. If you capture him, you will earn merit. There are rewards and promotions to be gained." Unfortunately, this rhetoric, which might have served as a potent motivator in the past, had lost all efficacy that day. Lin Wei cast a cold glance at the crowd, prompting them to retreat yet another step. At that moment, Su Damao looked at Lin Wei with a blend of deep envy and profound regret. He envied Lin Wei's extraordinary skills, capable of effortlessly taking down 4 members of the joint defense team, and he could hardly fathom the intimidating aura that made all the strong men in the courtyard cower as if they were mice before a cat. Yet, he lamented that with Lin Wei's actions, the nature of the situation had irrevocably changed. Injuring the deputy director of the street office, along with joint defense team members, was no trivial matter. What may have once held the potential for negotiation had now transformed into a certain calamity. Alas, indeed, those dazzling moments of glory are fleeting. Lin Wei fixed his gaze on the still caterwauling Zhao Daji, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Oh, you still have the strength to shout for help? Quite commendable, indeed. It seems I have been too lenient, allowing you to remain so sprightly. Zhao Daji, akin to a duck suddenly grasped by the neck, ceased his cries abruptly. He had always been a man of clear perception. Otherwise, he would not have ascended from a minor bureaucrat of the old regime to the position of deputy director of the street office. But what was happening today? He and the members of the joint defense team had been so thoroughly beaten, yet he still dared to be obstinate. Was this not a blatant invitation to demise? Perhaps the alcohol had clouded his judgment, making him forget his own limitations. No, I didn't mean that. Zhao Daji hastily attempted to amend his words. Yet pride prevented him from pleading too loudly. Oh, Mr. Zhao, you say you are fine? Then let me continue. Very well, I respect your courage, truly commendable. Lin Wei replied with a smile, deliberately misinterpreting his words to the extreme. As he smiled, the hidden Jia Zhangshi, observing from a distance, felt a chill run down her spine. She recognized that expression and demeanor all too well. It was precisely how she had been systematically defeated by Lin Wei outside the Quanjude roast duck restaurant. Jia Zhangshi quietly recoiled 2 more steps, fully concealing herself within the throng. Regrettably, Zhao Daji failed to realize Lin Wei was mocking him. No, let us not continue. Oh, you say you are unafraid of being beaten to death? Very well, then I shall grant you your wish. Lin Wei had no intention of letting him off the hook. Just a mere deputy director of the street office dared to go to such lengths to frame him. Unless he beat the lesson into Zhao Daji's very bones, how would he ever grasp the meaning of the word consequences? Lin Wei yanked Zhao Daji's arm forward with a sudden force. With a thud, Zhao Daji fell to the ground, awkwardly landing on all 4s at Lin Wei's feet. Chapter 144. Lin Wei strikes Zhao Daji 3 times. Lin Wei casually grabbed a handful of his already thinning hair, only to find it easily yielding to the pull, resulting in a large clump being ripped away. Oh, my hair! Zhao Daji cried out in distress. Others might have assumed his reaction was due to pain, but in truth, it was genuine sorrow. He had always cherished the scant remaining strands of his hair, and with Lin Wei's harsh tug, a significant portion was lost, leaving him heartbroken. TSK, how is it that you can't even hold onto your hair? Your skills have grown rusty. Lin Wei shook his head with a sigh, his tone surprisingly tinged with regret. No, please don't pull my hair. I'll raise my head, I will. Zhao Daji finally realized that Lin Wei's earlier action was intended to prompt him to lift his gaze, and in a desperate attempt to protect his precious remaining hair, he quickly tilted his face upward. Slap, slap. To Zhao Daji's utter disbelief, raising his head in compliance earned him 2 merciless slaps from Lin Wei. The force of the blows echoed sharply in the quiet courtyard. Zhao Daji's head snapped to the side, his cheeks visibly swelling with angry red fingerprints. Ah, spit! He spat vehemently, dark red blood mingling with saliva splattering onto the ground. In the dim light, 2 yellowish-white teeth lay starkly amidst the pool of blood, a shocking sight. At last, Zhao Daji was genuinely frightened and defeated, emitting a mournful cry akin to a wounded beast from deep within his throat. His mind was a whirlwind. He had complied with the boy's wishes, so why was he still being struck? Yet, he would never comprehend that Lin Wei sought not merely his temporary submission, but rather a profound and lasting agony, an anguish so deep that in the future, the mere sight of Lin Wei would send him fleeing in terror, and his name would elicit shivers throughout his being. What, are you still defiant? Zhao Daji had assumed Lin Wei would relent. After all, he was already in such a disheveled state. Did this boy truly intend to take his life? But Lin Wei did not retreat. Instead, his taunt pierced through to Zhao Daji's most vulnerable core like a needle. Zhao Daji felt as if the sky had collapsed around him. Lift your head. Did I instruct you to do so? Do you really think you're so handsome? So fond of looking up? Get down and prostrate yourself. Before Lin Wei's words had fully left his lips, one hand forcefully pressed Zhao Daji's plump head downwards, slamming it towards the unforgiving ground. In the bitter cold of winter, the ground had turned as hard as iron. The consequences of this impact were all too evident. Thud! Another heart-wrenching scream tore through the night sky, causing Yi Zhonghai and the others to shiver in fright, a chill creeping down their spines. It was brutal. Compared to Zhao Daji's current plight, the blows they had previously endured at the courtyard meeting seemed almost trivial. Zhao Daji's entire face was pressed firmly against the icy hard ground, not due to Lin Wei's force, but out of sheer terror. He was afraid of further assault. of losing more teeth, of tasting the metallic tang of blood mixed with shattered enamel yet again. He could not bear to experience it any longer. Yet, he still underestimated Lin Wei. This lesson was far from sufficient. Tonight, Lin Wei intended to utterly shred Zhao Daji's facade, leaving him devoid of the courage to ever show his face in Nanluo Guxiang again. Lin Wei slowly straightened, his foot pressing down with measured weight upon Zhao Daji's greasy visage. Zhao Daji distinctly felt the pressure and cold emanating from the sole of the shoe. At that moment, he could no longer endure. Despite the pain, he had to struggle. Being publicly humiliated by a mere junior was a blow not only to his dignity as the deputy director of the street office, but also to any semblance of respect he could hope to command as an ordinary clerk in the Hongxing Street office. Yet, Lin Wei's foot, seemingly casual, held him down with a grip as firm as glue. No matter how Zhao Daji twisted his plump face, he could not escape the humiliation of being trampled before all. Yi Zhonghai and the others watched in stunned silence. Lin Wei's methods were increasingly ruthless. First, he struck his face, then forced him to kneel, followed by another slap, and now he was directly trampling on his face. If they were in his place, they would likely be overwhelmed with shame and rage. No, this Lin Wei is far too terrifying. If he escapes this time, the next retribution could fall upon me. Lu Haizhong or Yin Bugui, even if it's just once, it would be a lifelong disgrace. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Yi Zhonghai's eyes. If this matter could not be resolved with severe punishment for Lin Wei, even if it meant employing the hidden connections of the deaf old lady, he would ensure Lin Wei met his end. Otherwise, the next victim could very well be himself, Lu Haizhong, or Yin Bugui. Are you playing with me? Zhao Daji finally realized that this boy was wicked to the core. He was not merely seeking to take his life, but to utterly obliterate his dignity. Playing with you? Even if I am, what of it? Lin Wei scoffed. Aren't you the arrogant deputy director of the street office? Didn't you accuse me of stealing from the steel factory? Well, let me show you the dire consequences of offending me, Lin Wei. Now that Zhao Daji had caught on, Lin Wei had no intention of letting him off the hook. In his own territory, this was the perfect opportunity to punish him severely. Opportunities like this would not come easily again. Lin Wei pressed down harder with his foot. Creak, creak. Zhao Daji's thick skin scraped against the frozen ground, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. This noise seemed to herald the shattering of the reputation he had built over a lifetime, now crumbling like fragile glass into 1,000 pieces. I will fight you, you little beast. Zhao Daji finally mustered the last remnants of courage. Flailing his arms wildly in a desperate attempt to pry Lin Wei's foot away, he sought to lessen this unprecedented humiliation, hoping to end it sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, Lin Wei had long anticipated Zhao Daji's response. Just as the pressure on Zhao Daji's face eased, and he felt a surge of joy. Thinking he had finally escaped the disgrace of being trampled, he prepared to push himself up and utter a few words to salvage his dignity. However, he only dared to utter a few harsh words, having come to deeply understand Lin Wei's terror. Today's downfall was inevitable, and he would have to gather reinforcements in the future, perhaps even resort to weapons to reclaim his honor. Yet in that fleeting moment, Lin Wei's foot did not descend. Instead, it deftly pivoted with a speed imperceptible to the eye, striking down like a viper, precisely landing upon Zhao Daji's hands, which he had intended to use for support. The excruciating pain shot through Zhao Daji's entire being, his scream once again piercing the night sky of the courtyard. Want to stand up? Sure, Lin Wei said, his gaze icy as it settled on Zhao Daji's face, twisted in sheer terror. Let us see if these hands can still hold out. Before his words faded, he applied pressure with his right foot. Crack! A sound reminiscent of grinding teeth emanated from Zhao Daji's crushed knuckles. Stop stepping on them. Don't break them. They're really going to break. Chapter 145. Lin Wei's flying knife. Did it go awry? Zhao Daji was in agony, tears streaming down his contorted face, shaking his head desperately as the few sparse strands of hair clung messily to his forehead, presenting a pitiful sight. Even Yi Zhonghai and the others, who had been keenly observing the situation, could no longer bear to watch and turned away. This dire situation is arguably as dreadful as the infamous 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. Lin Wei emerges like a demon from the abyss, a harbinger of calamity. More terrifying, he not only ravages the physical forms of his adversaries, but also systematically obliterates their dignity and will, inch by inch. If such torment were to befall oneself, Yi Zhonghai could scarcely bear the thought, as a chill would surge from his feet to the crown of his head, potentially leading to a death wrought by agony and indignation. I surrender, truly surrender. Tears streaming down his face, Zhao Daji's reason implored him that if he delayed any longer, he would surely lose his fingers. In these times, medical conditions dictate that for a comminuted fracture, amputation is often the only recourse. Should he lose a finger, Not only would he be unable to pick up food, but he would also be unfit to sit at the children's table. He dared not persist any longer. Capitulation was his sole path to survival. Surrender? What wrong has Zhao, the deputy director, committed to warrant such a surrender? Lin Wei's tone dripped with mockery. Though he slightly eased his grip, he had no intention of rendering Zhao Daji incapacitated. That would undermine his own argument. The display of force was merely a tactic. The true aim was to compel Zhao to confess his guilt. Should he refuse, Lin Wei's eyes glinted with a cold light, suggesting he would resort to even harsher measures. I was wrong. I was indeed wrong. Sensing a flicker of hope, Zhao Daji quickly interjected. Oh, representing the street office. How could you be at fault? Lin Wei leisurely guided the conversation. I should not have attempted to apprehend you without evidence. Zhao Daji, not lacking in wits, immediately discerned that Lin Wei was offering him a chance to redeem himself, contingent upon his performance. Lin Wei shifted his right foot, and at the moment Zhao Daji tried to rise, he forcefully kicked him back to the ground. Speak, Zhao Daji, how fortuitously are you on duty today? Arriving so swiftly with the neighborhood watch to our courtyard? Do not claim it is mere coincidence. Before the words left his mouth, he had already placed a foot upon the back of Zhao Daji's neck. Just as Zhao Daji attempted to resist, an overwhelming force bore down upon him, rendering him helpless as he knelt before Lin Wei. Tears mingled with snot covered his face, and he trembled, humiliation coiling around his heart like a venomous vine. As the deputy director of the street office, he had been publicly slapped and trampled by a mere youth, now further humiliated by being forced to kneel underfoot. His dignity had been utterly cast aside. Yet, to preserve his life, he could only grit his teeth and swallow the bitter humiliation deep within his soul. This Zhao Daji stammered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. How could he dare to confess easily, in front of so many witnesses? Should his sordid dealings with Yi Zhonghai be exposed, both their lives would be irrevocably ruined. What is it? Speak. Lin Wei, lacking patience, exerted pressure, forcing Zhao Daji back down to the ground. We just happened to be conducting an exercise and received a report, so we rushed over. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Daji concocted an excuse on the fly. Oh, an exercise? Lin Wei scoffed, leaning in closer. Your breath reeks of alcohol, your clothes are disheveled. Is this what you call preparing for an exercise? Do you take me for a fool? Zhao Daji hastily defended himself. Truly, it was an exercise. I merely succumbed to my drinking habit and had a couple of sips. Very well, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Lin Wei ceased his verbal sparring, his right hand forming a blade-like strike, aimed directly at Zhao Daji's lower back. Crack. Ah, it hurts so much. This very spot was one his uncle had taught him to target, said to strike at the root of a person's vitality. When executed with precision, it could inflict excruciating pain without leaving a mark. If not properly cared for over the next 3 months, paralysis could be a grim possibility. His uncle had imparted these techniques to prevent him from recklessly causing fatalities in his youthful exuberance. Now, applied to Zhao Daji, it indeed caused him unbearable agony. Stop hitting me. I'll talk. Zhao Daji sensed that this blow was no ordinary pain, but likely left him with severe internal injuries. To avoid a life bound to a wheelchair, he had no choice but to safeguard his own future. Yes. The word he had barely escaped his lips when Yi Zhonghai, visibly terrified, could no longer contain himself, his voice rising in indignation. Lin Wei, you are tormenting a street office employee and employing public torture. You are nothing short of a demon, a grave criminal. This so-called paragon of morality, a hypocrite, was compelled to step forward under immense pressure to conceal the truth. Deny it. You must deny it. Otherwise, if his collusion with Zhao Daji were to be fully exposed, it would herald his downfall. Yi Zhonghai, before the surname Zhao could even speak, you were quick to jump in, weren't you? Lin Wei cast a cold glance at the flustered Yi Zhonghai, who dared not approach, a smirk curling his lips. This old fool was so eager to defend himself that it was clear he had a stake in this matter. Very well, Yi Laoding. Once I am done with this Zhao fellow, you shall be next. You may attempt to flee, but first, see if you can outrun this. As the words left his mouth, Lin Wei's hand flipped, and a glimmering flying knife spun forth from his palm, its blade radiating a chilling luminescence. Watch that candle closely. In the corner of the courtyard, a mischievous child had lit a candle, its flame flickering gently in the night. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Lin Wei launched the knife. A streak of light shot towards the candle flame. The onlookers held their breath, expecting an eruption of sparks as the candle extinguished. However, nothing happened. In the ensuing silence, the candle continued to burn steadily, not even swaying slightly. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, looking at Lin Wei in confusion. Your movements were indeed stylish, drawing the knife and tossing it in one fluid motion, dazzling to behold. But the outcome? It failed to intimidate Yi Zhonghai, nor did it instill any fear in the onlookers. Wow, brother, you're so impressive. That throw was truly beautiful. What a pity brother 1T let Xiao Xiao play with knives. Otherwise, I would learn too. Only Lin Xiao Xiao, the #1 fan, clasped her hands to her face, her eyes sparkling with admiration for her brother, as if that throw were some extraordinary skill. The crowd fell into a moment of speechlessness. After all that, Lin Wei put on such a grand display merely to elicit a smile from his sister? His threats echoed loudly, his stance formidable, yet this was the result? Of course, none dared to laugh openly. The terror of Lin Wei's martial prowess was perhaps beyond their comprehension. However, the manner in which he dealt with Zhao Daji and the neighborhood watch members was sufficient to haunt their dreams for many nights to come. Even without the flying knife, Lin Wei was a figure they could only look up to. Chapter 146: The Elegance of this blade. Yet amidst the crowd, one individual squinted, fixated on the candle, murmuring, "Something is amiss, this is not right." It was none other than the courtyard's warrior, Xiaozhu. Having trained in wrestling under his master beneath the bridge years ago, he had encountered a share of extraordinary individuals. With Lin Wei's skills, it was inconceivable that he was merely putting on a show. "Haha, Xiaozhu. It seems you've misjudged this time. Let me see if that candle is as it appears." Su Damao, standing nearby, was thoroughly entertained. Initially anxious for Lin Wei, he relaxed upon seeing that Zhao Daji and his companions were momentarily disinclined to act. Now witnessing the unfolding drama, especially as his rival Xiaozhu had miscalculated, he eagerly leapt in to undermine him, determined to outshine him in perception. As Su Damao leaned closer to the candle, his gaze fixated on it, he instantly froze in place, his small eyes widening in disbelief, the pupils nearly bursting from their sockets. How could this be? How is this even possible? What's the matter with you, Damao? At your age, can't you keep your composure? The voice belonged to Lu Haizhong, the second elder. Tonight, he had come to a realization. Lin Wei's firepower was evidently concentrated on Yi Zhonghai and Deputy Director Zhao, allowing him to comfortably observe from the sidelines. Witnessing Lin Wei's blunder now filled him with a sense of secret satisfaction. Humph, I can see that the Lin family's boy possesses formidable martial prowess. Even that whip in his hands is tenfold more vicious than it is in mine. Just days ago, after his injury had healed, he had tested it against Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, yielding no results comparable to Lin Wei's. But now, the flying knife incident had turned into a tremendous farce, the embarrassment almost reaching Shikahai. It appeared this lad was not devoid of weaknesses after all. With this thought, Lu Haizhong's courage swelled, and he strode over to Su Damao, eager to witness the absurdity of Lin Wei's throw for himself. Of course, he only dared to relish the moment internally. Openly expressing his glee was beyond his courage. However, as Lu Haizhong approached the candle and squinted for a closer look, his face flushed crimson before swiftly draining to pallor. His eyes widened in astonishment, and the words that escaped his lips were indistinguishable from Su Damao's. How could this be? Is this even humanly possible? At this moment, the onlookers in the courtyard began to sense something amiss. While Su Damao's outbursts could be disregarded, the fact that even the second elder displayed such shock indicated the gravity of the situation. Skeptical glances were cast towards Lin Wei, including Yi Zhonghai. Yet, Lin Wei merely smiled cheerfully at Yi Zhonghai. "Yi Zhonghai, this flying knife is a demonstration for you. What is the matter? Are you too timid to take a closer look?" Yi Zhonghai coughed awkwardly, refraining from responding. He realized that he no longer held any leverage over Lin Wei. Moral coercion? After numerous attempts, he had always found himself countered and left without dignity. Forceful suppression? Huh. All the residents in this courtyard combined would likely be no match for Lin Wei's single hand. Seeking assistance from higher authorities? That would be a joke. Did he not see the deputy director of the street office kneeling in supplication? Even the 4 neighborhood defense team members were currently slumped aside, feigning unconsciousness, lacking the courage to even rise. Yet, Yi Zhonghai understood that he could not show fear at this moment. Since Lin Wei had drawn the line, he had no choice but to step up and face it. After all, it was merely a glance at a flying knife. How could an object that seemed lost in the ether possibly injure him? If even that rotund Lu Haizhong dared to approach, how could he allow himself to be outdone? With this consideration in mind, Yi Zhonghai steadied himself, quickly composed his emotions, and endeavored to present his usual serious and righteous demeanor. This facade of moral superiority had always wielded considerable authority among the people in the courtyard. He approached Lu Haizhong with deliberate, unhurried steps, his tone laced with feigned nonchalance. "Old Lu, what is all the fuss about? It's just a flying knife. It hasn't even extinguished the candle." "Oldie, it's not what you think," Lu Haizhong replied, his voice tense. "You need to look closely." Yi Zhonghai cast a dismissive glance, but then suddenly halted, instinctively rubbing his eyes. He was certain he wasn't suffering from presbyopia, as an 8th grade mechanic. His eyesight was his livelihood, and he had always been precise in his work. Yet, in this moment, he wished he were merely hallucinating. For what lay before him was a sight he had never heard of or seen before. No, for him, it was an excruciatingly terrifying spectacle. The upper half of the candle had inexplicably vanished, and the question of its whereabouts sent chills down Yi Zhonghai's spine, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Less than a foot behind the candle, the missing half was astonishingly suspended in the air, supported by a glimmering, cold flying knife, poised with unwavering steadiness. Even more astonishingly, the tiny orange flame atop the candle showed not the slightest tremor, continuing to burn quietly. The knife had embedded deeply into the corner of the brick wall, leaving only the handle and a small section of the blade exposed, forming a precise pivot that flawlessly upheld the severed candle. Due to the minimal displacement, from a distance, the candle appeared unchanged, still quietly emanating its faint glow. How could this be? The astonishment and bewilderment on Yi Zhonghai's face mirrored that of Lu Haizhong and Su Damao just moments prior. He stiffly turned his head to meet Lin Wei's gaze, which was laced with a bemused smile. The youth had, at some point, grasped another flying knife, its cold light swirling as if the stars whispered at his fingertips. His eyes clearly conveyed a challenge. Yi Zhonghai, care to give it a try? Yi Zhonghai exhaled a long, heavy breath, feeling as though a weight had settled upon his chest. This was no mere generational conflict. It was an overwhelming tidal wave, swallowing the meager preceding waves without leaving a trace. All his previously esteemed tactics, moral coercion, emotional manipulation, and even intimidation, had crumbled into mere farce in the face of Lin Wei's astonishing prowess. Not to mention Zhao Daji and the neighborhood defense team. Even if the entire neighborhood defense force of Hongxing Street were summoned, they could hardly contend with Lin Wei alone. The speed with which he could resolve this confrontation was likely only contingent upon the number of flying knives he possessed. It was only at this moment that Yi Zhonghai was compelled to believe the dozens of wild boars procured by the steel mill had indeed been hunted solely by this youth. How many years had he been blind, provoking such a formidable force over the trivial matters of that incompetent apprentice, Jia Dongxiu, and the never-satiated troubles of the Jia family? One misstep had led to another. The gulf between them had widened to a point of no return. A gnawing regret, as piercing as poison, relentlessly gnawed at his heart. Again and again. Chapter 147. Zhao Daji's lifeline arrives. In an instant, Yi Zhonghai appeared to age a decade, his once straight back silently hunched. His eyes clouded with confusion as he stared blankly ahead, his very essence seeming to have been drained. Old E. Yan Bugue noticed his distress and quickly grasped his sleeve, calling out softly. Meanwhile, the residents of the courtyard began to gather. But upon witnessing the astonishing marks left by the flying knife, they stood as if under a spell, silenced and barely daring to breathe. Old Yan, I'm fine. Yi Zhonghai finally snapped back to reality, realizing he had been thoroughly rattled by Lin Wei's flying knife technique. He struggled to regain his composure, attempting to restore the dignity of the elder he once was. However, no matter how he adjusted, to Yan Bugue, he resembled a frail old man desperately clinging to an illusion of calm. He dared not move a single step, nor did he have the courage to meet Lin Wei's gaze, which still bore that serene smile. At this moment, Lin Wei's attention shifted to Zhao Daji. As Zhao Daji met his smiling eyes, he trembled, as if confronted by the embodiment of death itself, especially with the glimmering coldness that danced between Lin Wei's fingers. It was more fearsome than a real weapon. He had no doubt that should he make any sudden movement, that flying knife would find its mark in an instant. Speak. Lin Wei's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable pressure that left no room for evasion. Who are you here to defend today, causing me trouble? Zhao Daji forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He had initially hoped to evade the matter. But upon meeting Lin Wei's penetrating gaze and glimpsing the glimmer of the knife still swirling in his hand, a chill gripped his heart. His life was at stake. His lips trembled as he was about to reveal the truth. What is going on? What happened to these neighborhood defense team members? An urgent shout rang out from the crowd, accompanied by the sound of footsteps approaching rapidly. Zhao Daji's words were abruptly cut off. Lin Wei's lips curled into a resigned arc. At such a critical moment, it was unfortunate that this familiar figure had arrived, seemingly intent on thwarting any plans to subdue Yi Zhonghai and Zhao Daji. However, the petition Yi Zhonghai and the others had concocted could not be dismissed so easily. Woof! Woof! Several urgent barks pierced the still air, and a small black figure darted into the courtyard like lightning, plunging into the arms of the little girl beside Lin Wei. The girl's eyes brightened as she was about to speak, but Lin Wei swiftly covered her mouth, signaling her to remain silent with a glance. Reinforcements had arrived. Yet this connection must not be exposed overtly. Zhao Daji, what is the meaning of this? A clear, sharp inquiry followed closely. Zhao Daji clung to the newcomer like a lifeline, scrambling toward her with desperation, his voice tinged with a cry for help. Instructor Liu, please save me. The newcomer was none other than Lu Hongfang, the instructor from the Jiaodao police station, a familiar figure to both Lin Wei and the little girl, whom they referred to as Auntie. Why had she suddenly appeared in the courtyard? This traced back to Lin Wei sending the clever little black dog for help earlier. The resourceful creature, having nowhere else to go in the city, had dashed straight to the police station after being tossed over the courtyard wall by Lin Wei. Coincidentally, Lu Hongfang was on duty that night, and the little black dog, guided by its sense of smell, found her and anxiously circled around her. Upon seeing only the little black dog arriving alone, Lu Hongfang's heart sank. Something must have happened to the Lin siblings. She immediately summoned several on-duty officers and rushed into the courtyard following the little black dog. Before she could catch her breath, her eyes fell upon the fallen neighborhood defense team members, their conspicuous red armbands unmistakable to her. As for Zhao Daji, while he was ostensibly of equal rank with Lu Hongfang as the deputy director of the street office, he felt a deep-seated trepidation before her. This was due to Lu Hongfang's solid background, while he was merely a turncoat from the old society, lacking confidence to stand tall. Now, having sustained injuries and still shaken, he dared not maintain any semblance of authority and could only crawl to her feet in desperation. Lu Hongfang scanned the courtyard, her voice resonating clearly. Where is your liaison officer? Step forward and explain what is going on. She was well aware that each courtyard had a liaison officer responsible for coordinating with the street office, preventing enemy infiltration, and mediating neighborhood disputes. In this chaotic scene, it was most suitable to seek out the liaison officer for clarity. Yi Zhonghai and his companions had just regained their composure with the arrival of the security personnel. No matter how skilled Lin Wei was with his knives, he certainly wouldn't dare confront armed officers head-on. Yet, even with this understanding, they still did not dare to show any sign of triumph before Lin Wei, who knew what tricks this young man still had up his sleeve. What if he disregarded everything and threw another knife? That would spell disaster. Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui exchanged furtive glances, hastily adjusting their disheveled appearances. Having been frightened out of their wits by Lin Wei's earlier display, their faces were now pale, hair tousled, and clothes wrinkled, a sight of utter disarray. Lu Haizhong mustered his courage and stepped forward, eager to make an impression. Leader, this matter is, it's like this. Lu Hongfang regarded the stammering figure of the portly man before her with a furrowed brow, wondering how Wang Xia could have chosen such a person as a liaison officer. If he could not articulate clearly, it was better to remain silent. She interrupted, let me ask someone else. Yi Zhonghai quickly stepped forward to explain. Leader, we are the liaison officers for Courtyard 95. I am Yi Zhonghai, the eldest uncle of the courtyard. The one who spoke just now is Lu Haizhong, the second uncle. And this is Yin Bugui, the third uncle. Lu Hongfang raised an eyebrow, her tone turning icy. What do you mean by eldest uncle and third uncle? You are clearly appointed liaison officers by the street office. Who conferred these titles upon you? Her words struck like thunder, leaving everyone in the courtyard momentarily stunned. Had the identities of eldest uncle and third uncle been self-proclaimed all along? The security personnel only recognized liaison officers and dismissed any notions of such titles. Some residents exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened that Lin Wei had indeed been right. These three old men had ulterior motives. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly stepped forward, forcing a strained smile. Leader, we only use those terms for convenience in the courtyard. Our courtyard is large, so we designated 3 liaison officers. Enough, Lu Hongfang interrupted impatiently, raising her hand. I have no interest in your courtyard titles. Now, tell me, what is the commotion today? Even the street office and the neighborhood defense team have fallen into disarray here. Her gaze swept over Zhao Daji and the other neighborhood defense team members, who were now helping each other to stand. With the arrival of the security personnel, these individuals felt a newfound sense of support and were no longer willing to remain sprawled on the cold ground. Yi Zhonghai quickly approached, with Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui chiming in, as the 3 of them hastily recounted the events of the night. Chapter 148, The Lies of the Jiazhong Family. Although their stance was evidently biased, with their narrative laden with accusations of Lin Wei's brutality and disrespect for elders, at least they managed to narrate the sequence of events. Leader, Lin Wei is nothing but a cancer in our courtyard. He specifically targets the elderly, refuses to follow regulations, and has no regard for the respect due to seniors. Such a menace must be eradicated from our vicinity. Lu Hongfang cast a discreet glance at Lin Wei, who still had his hand over the little girl's mouth and was now helplessly pursing his lips. She inwardly scoffed at Yi Zhonghai, realizing he was indeed a hypocrite, adept at labeling others. Unfortunately for him, he had miscalculated. You claim that Lin Wei often assaults the elderly. Lu Hongfang interjected suddenly, her voice low yet piercing. Do you have any evidence? Yi Zhonghai nodded vigorously, yes. Countless eyes in the courtyard have witnessed it. Then why not report it? Such matters in the courtyard are best resolved internally. We wouldn't dare trouble the leadership. Yi Zhonghai chuckled nervously, rubbing his hands together. Matters can be resolved within the courtyard? Lu Hongfang's tone abruptly escalated. That depends on the nature of the issue. For a crime like assault, do you really think you can conceal it? By your logic. If a fatal incident were to occur, would you also handle it internally? Cold sweat broke out on Yi Zhonghai's forehead as he realized the cunningness of her reasoning. No, I meant to say that minor issues are handled internally, and only serious matters warrant reporting. Then I find it even more perplexing, Lu Hongfang pressed. Assault is clearly not a minor issue. Why have you never reported it? Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui exchanged glances, rendered speechless in that moment. They looked at each other, suddenly realizing that this question posed an insurmountable dilemma. If they claimed the courtyard had already dealt with the issue, it would be difficult to pursue any past transgressions by Lin Wei. Yet, if they admitted they had not handled it, then why had they never reported it? Oh, let me provide some clarity. With a cold and detached demeanor, Lin Wei gradually spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of every onlooker. These three so-called elders merely wished to clutch the entire courtyard tightly in their grasp. Hence, regardless of the conflicts that arise within the yard, even serious altercations, they resolutely conceal everything, refusing to involve the authorities. They elevate themselves to an exalted status, arbitrarily adjudicating the trivial matters of the residents. Their sole aim is to satisfy Yi Zhonghai's desire for control over the entire courtyard, to satiate Lu Haizhong's bureaucratic cravings, and to allow Yin Bugui to occasionally reap small benefits. Over time, the inhabitants of this courtyard have been brainwashed to some extent, their minds entrapped. Whenever these three men say to go east, no one dares to look west. These three old men are like three towering mountains pressing down upon us, the common folk. With a sudden stir, the gathered residents erupted in a flurry of agitation, their collective gaze directed sharply at the three elderly figures, whose faces had turned ashen. Lin Wei's words were strikingly candid. Even those who had been long accustomed to obedience and indoctrination could discern the underlying intentions of these three old men. Lin Wei, you are spouting baseless accusations. The three elders, both startled and furious, were taken aback. Even Lu Haizhong, known for his slow reactions, could grasp the gravity of the situation. Lin Wei had irreversibly torn off the mask, ready to overturn the table. He had laid bare their schemes and manipulations. This was intolerable. Lu Hongfang's brow furrowed deeper. She had not anticipated that this seemingly innocuous courtyard harbored such filth, a veritable cesspool. It must be exceedingly difficult for her nephew to reside here. However, as this was ultimately under the jurisdiction of the street office, she felt it inappropriate to intervene too heavily. Thus, she turned and quietly instructed an accompanying officer to summon Director Wang Xia from the street office immediately. As for Zhao Daji, Lu Hongfang could not even be bothered to cast a glance in his direction. Such a person was utterly unworthy of representing the street office in handling affairs. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Yi Zhonghai realized that if he continued to delve into Lin Wei's line of reasoning, it might unearth something fatal. He hastily redirected the conversation, attempting to muddy the waters. Lin Wei, let us set aside past grievances for now, but today you assaulted Aunt Jia and injured Director Zhao from the street office, as well as members of the community defense team. You cannot evade responsibility for this, can you? He mused internally that as long as he could pin today's offense on Lin Wei, no matter how eloquent he was, escape would be a distant dream. Lu Hongfang's gaze shifted, her tone flat. Oh, where's the victim? Bring her forward for me to see. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Jia Zhangshi timidly stepped forward, her eyes darting about, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Lu Hongfang appraised her with a discerning eye, her lips curling slightly. Oh, it seems the injuries are quite severe. You are swollen all over, resembling a pig. She was aware that this old crone had a long-standing feud with Lin Wei, and now that she had caught an opportunity, she would not let it slip away easily. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly interjected, Director, Sister Jia is naturally robust. This swelling is not due to being beaten. Oh, Lu Hongfang raised an eyebrow. In these times, when so many struggle to fill their stomachs, it is indeed curious that she can appear so plump. Her words pierced deeply into Jia Zhangshi's heart. She was merely a bully within her own confines. Never had she encountered such a formidable display. Lu Hongfang, accustomed to dealing with criminals, exuded an intimidating aura that left Jia Zhangshi trembling, wishing she could disappear into the warmth of her bed. Leader, Yi Zhonghai pressed on. Jia Zhangshi has a physique prone to gaining weight merely from drinking cold water. Ah, that must save on food expenses, Lu Hongfang retorted with a cold chuckle. Her sharp gaze aimed directly at Jia Zhangshi. While others grow hungrier with each sip of water, you seem to thrive on it. These comments not only humiliated Jia Zhangshi, but also applied immense pressure upon her. Yi Zhonghai still wished to defend himself. Yi Zhonghai, be quiet. Lu Hongfang firmly interrupted him. Turning to Jia Zhangshi with an unexpectedly stern tone, Jia Zhangshi, you tell us. How did Lin Wei strike you, and why did he do so? Jia Zhangshi quivered in fear, stammering defensively. It was his dog that first bit my grandson, and when I tried to intervene, the dog scratched my face. Nonsense, you are lying. A clear, youthful voice suddenly interjected. The little girl tugged away from Lin Wei's grasp, puffing up with indignation. Clearly, you were trying to catch Little Black to make soup, and that's why Little Black scratched you. It turned out that Lin Wei had discreetly relayed a message to his sister earlier. The innocent words of a 6-year-old were the most credible, instantly exposing Jia Zhangshi's deceit. Woof woof. Little Black chimed in, barking twice as if to corroborate the little girl's account. Chapter 149, The Arrival of the Cover-Up King. Lu Hongfang fixed her gaze upon the deep red marks on Jia Zhangshi's face, letting out a cold laugh. Indeed, it appears to be the work of a dog's claws. Jia Zhangshi, for someone of your age to expend all your energy squabbling with a dog is quite a remarkable achievement. Her words dripped with sarcasm, each one striking deep into Jia Zhangshi's heart, causing her to lower her head further, nearly shrinking into her shoulders, afraid to breathe. Now, let us determine whether it is Jia Zhangshi's account that holds truth or the little girl's. Let everyone weigh in. Lu Hongfang scanned the crowd. Leader, allow me to speak. Unexpectedly, it was Su Damao who stepped forward. He had long been waiting for the opportune moment, knowing Jia Zhangshi had shown her weakness. If he did not act now, when would he? Jia Zhangshi is notorious for being a bully in our courtyard, he declared, pointing an accusatory finger at the cowering old woman. Whenever someone has something good to eat, she always finds a way to worm her way in and beg for it. If that doesn't work, she resorts to theft. He grew increasingly animated, recalling his own mysteriously missing local delicacies. His anger boiling. The items I brought home have been disappearing every few days. It's likely she has been pilfering them. While other neighbors might not dare to confront Jia Zhangshi so openly, they all nodded silently in agreement, voicing their tacit support. Lu Hongfang felt a surge of confidence. It seemed her nephew had not acted rashly after all. She turned to Jia Zhangshi, her tone suddenly sharp. Jia Zhangshi, is what this comrade said the truth? Jia Zhangshi shrank further, remaining silent. Her demeanor spoke volumes. Since the incident had arisen from Jia Zhangshi's provocation of the dog, Lin Wei was not to blame. Lu Hongfang promptly reached her conclusion. Yi Zhonghai, sensing the tide turning, hastily pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Director, we have a petition. The residents had all signed, unanimously requesting the expulsion of Lin Wei from the courtyard. He calculated that while the street office might fear Lin Wei's sharp tongue, surely the police would not be intimidated. This petition would undoubtedly prove effective. Oh, a petition, you say? Lu Hongfang raised an eyebrow, taking the paper and scrutinizing its contents line by line. Her expression remained inscrutable, though her fingertips lightly tapped the edge of the page. Director, Lin Wei has consistently stirred trouble in the courtyard, bullying the elderly and resorting to violence against neighbors. We simply can no longer endure this, which is why we have collectively decided to expel him from the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai continued to embellish the narrative before Lu Hongfang. Lu Hongfang lightly tapped a line on the petition with her fingertip, her tone revealing no hint of emotion. Oh? The text reads, it states the eviction of Lin Wei and the reclaiming of the house for redistribution. What is the story behind this? Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of hope and hastily explained. Leader, this house originally belonged to the Lin family. Since we are to evict him, the vacant house should naturally be allocated to residents in the courtyard who are in greater need. He rubbed his hands together. A sycophantic smile spread across his face. I see. Lu Hongfang feigned enlightenment, her tone elongated. You are all making a fuss for the sake of the house. Oh, your words. Yi Zhonghai chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his intentions. Evicting him is the priority. The house is merely a collateral issue, a mere afterthought. Before Lu Hongfang could respond, a clear, sharp rebuke echoed from the front yard. Yi Zhonghai, what new schemes are you concocting? As if the disturbances in the courtyard weren't enough. You've dragged the street office into this. Everyone turned towards the voice and saw the street office director, Wang Xia, storming in with a stern expression and brisk steps. A young officer had summoned her, and to everyone's surprise, she arrived within mere minutes. Director Wang, you have finally arrived. The three elderly men greeted her as if she were a savior. Lu Haizhong was particularly obsequious, promptly instructing his two sons to bring an octagonal table and 2 official chairs, diligently wiping the table with his sleeve, inviting the 2 leaders to take their seats. The octagonal table was adorned with 2 enamel teacups inscribed with "Serve the People," filled with steaming hot tea. As for Zhao Daji, Wang Xia hadn't even cast a glance in his direction since entering. Sensing the atmosphere, he discreetly retreated to the side, standing like a sentinel. Lu Hongfang and Wang Xia exchanged hushed words, briefly outlining the situation, and handed over the petition. Wang Xia took the document, lowered her gaze to scrutinize it twice, her expression revealing nothing. The three elderly men exchanged furtive glances, secretly delighted. The police leadership had not voiced opposition, and neither had Director Wang immediately countered. Perhaps this matter would indeed come to fruition. Finally, Wang Xia lifted her head, her gaze shifting to Zhao Daji. Deputy Director Zhao, what is your perspective? Zhao Daji's heart raced. Believing this was an opportunity for him to chime in, he quickly declared, Director, considering the overwhelming public sentiment, we should indeed respect the community's opinions. He had inadvertently aligned himself with Yi Zhonghai, his words sounding grandiose. Wang Xia nodded, her gaze returning to the three elderly men. You three gentlemen share this sentiment as well? Yi Zhonghai and the others were elated. Wang Xia's stance was clearly in their favor. What could Lin Wei possibly do now? With the street office backing them, this matter was as good as settled. Yes, yes, the three chimed in unison, straightening their backs instinctively. We represent the sentiments of the entire courtyard. This is indeed our stance. Wang Xia nodded again, her attention fixed on Yi Zhonghai and his companions. You three gentlemen share this sentiment as well? They were practically overjoyed. Wang Xia's attitude was unmistakably supportive. This time, Lin Wei had no tricks left. With the street office backing them, this matter was as good as sealed. Absolutely, they echoed in unison, their postures unconsciously erect. We represent the entire community. This is our consensus. Absurd. Wang Xia slammed the octagonal table with such force that the teacups clattered to the ground, tea splattering everywhere. Do you have any respect for rules? For the law? The three elderly men and Zhao Daji were taken aback, having just experienced a pleasant exchange. How had the atmosphere shifted so abruptly? They were unaware that Wang Xia's fury had been brewing as she scrutinized the petition. She had personally handled the property documentation for the Lin family, even collected the payment on behalf of the street office and district. The demand to evict and confiscate the property was a direct affront to her. Moreover, Wang Xia understood Lin Wei's capabilities better than anyone. This youth was well connected with various departments. Not only did the street office rely on him for coordinating supplies, but even the police station, the steelworks, and higher-level units looked to him to conjure miracles and procure scarce resources in emergencies. Just today, she had received news. Lin Wei, accompanied by villagers from Qinjia village, ventured into the mountains and remarkably returned with several thousand pounds of wild boar and bear meat, which he promptly supplied to the steelworks. This had elevated Li Huai's profile, garnering praise from leaders in the industrial sector for his remarkable abilities. Of course, the higher-ups were not merely interested in the meat. They coveted the intact bear skin, the thick bear paws, and the rare flying dragon. Li Huai had intended to keep this under wraps. But secrets have a way of escaping. Just as he was preparing to present these treasures to his father-in-law, news had spread through the upper echelons. Consequently, the elite circles of the entire city were abuzz with excitement. In this frigid winter, how had someone like Li Huai managed to procure such rare delicacies that were usually hard to come by, especially following the recent Fish King incident? Not only had Li Huai's father-in-law become the envy of his colleagues, but Li Huai himself had also risen to fame. After piecing together the sequence of events, all eyes were on Lin Wei. This 18-year-old boy had, in less than 10 days, created miracles as both a fishing and hunting prodigy, and he was from her jurisdiction. This commotion had even prompted a call from her superior's superior, leaving her flustered. Xiao Wang, that young comrade Lin Wei is from your street office, correct? A talent like him, why has he sold all his supplies to the steelworks? If the steelworks can secure them, why isn't he your street office? As the street office director, you must not be failing in your duties. Wang Xia's mind had been in turmoil all day, repeatedly pondering how she had missed the opportunity to secure Lin Wei, this exceptional young man, firmly within her grasp. All the benefits had been appropriated by the steelworks, leaving her side with nothing, and now she had a reputation for ineffectiveness. It was a complete failure. Just as she was racking her brain on how to stabilize this miraculous young man, she received word that an incident had occurred at number 95 compound. Moreover, it involved the three liaison officers clashing with Lin Wei, with even Zhao Daji getting entangled in the situation. She was alarmed and hurried over, fearing that if anything happened to Lin Wei, she would face the wrath of her superiors, jeopardizing her position as the street office director. Furthermore, she was counting on Lin Wei to achieve more miracles and secure valuable resources to enhance her reputation. While she appeared calm, she was discreetly assessing who was opposing Lin Wei. It was evident that not only the three liaison officers were problematic, even Zhao Daji raised concerns, especially upon seeing the petition explicitly demanding Lin Wei's eviction and the confiscation of his property. She was infuriated. If they succeeded, it would irrevocably alienate Lin Wei. Should he, In a fit of anger, seek assistance from another street office. Her Red Star Street office would become a laughingstock. Therefore, this time, Wang Xia, breaking from her usual restraint, erupted with a fury so fierce that even the fire brigade could not extinguish it. Zhao Daji yearned to leverage his position as the deputy director of the street office one last time. Director Wang, we must at least heed the public's opinions, he implored. Director Wang's fury erupted, her voice reaching a thunderous crescendo. Do you comprehend the law? Do you grasp the principles at stake? She emphatically struck the table, enunciating each word with precision. This property is private, do you understand that? Even if the state intends to requisition it, the owner's perspective must be solicited first. Who grants you the authority to seize someone's private property, if not the state? Is it you or I? Who possesses that right? Zhao Daji was momentarily rendered speechless, dazed by the impact of her words. Though he bore the title of deputy director, in the presence of Director Wang, a stalwart cadre with roots in the underground party, he felt utterly insignificant. Her pronouncements were not merely to be disregarded. Any resentment he harbored had to be swallowed back. After a brief contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. How could he have overlooked this? Director Wang, I report Lin Wei for stealing state property, Zhao Daji exclaimed, abruptly lifting his gaze and pointing at the basket of wild boar meat at Lin Wei's feet. That meat was pilfered from the steel mill. Furthermore, he violently resisted law enforcement, injuring both me and my comrades from the neighborhood defense team. He deliberately turned his face to reveal his swollen cheek, gesturing towards the several despondent members of the defense team behind him. Such behavior must be met with severe punishment. He deserves imprisonment. Yet, Director Wang merely shook her head. Zhao Daji, in his ignorance, exhibited a reckless bravado. Who was Lin Wei? A legendary figure renowned for his hunting prowess. The several thousand pounds of wild boar meat had been procured from him. If he desired, he could easily acquire game from the mountains. Why resort to theft? However, given Zhao Daji's position within the street office, Director Wang was wary of taking immediate action against him, fearing accusations of internal strife from those unaware of the context. It would be more prudent to entrust the matter to her close confidant, Lu Hongfang. With a swift mental calculation, she discreetly tugged at Lu Hongfang's sleeve and exchanged several knowing glances before declaring, since this matter pertains to illegal activities, and coincidentally, Instructor Lu from the police station is present, let her handle it. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongfang rolled her eyes in exasperation. This so-called friend was deft at shifting blame. It was the street office that had stirred up this trouble, yet she was being tasked with cleaning up the mess. However, reflecting on the fact that this involved her dear nephew, who resided within the street office's jurisdiction, she could not simply turn a blind eye. With a resigned sigh, she turned to Zhao Daji. Deputy Director Zhao, are you certain that the boar meat was stolen by Lin Wei? Zhao Daji forced himself to appear composed. Leader, in this bitter winter with heavy snowfall, who could possibly hunt wild boar from the mountains? If it wasn't he stolen from the steel mill, where else could it have come from? Lu Hongfang furrowed her brow slightly. Then let me ask you, from where did the several thousand pounds of wild boar meat at the steel mill originate? Did they raise them themselves? Zhao Daji found himself at a loss for words, but stubbornly persisted in his defense. Even if someone could indeed hunt wild boar, it could never be this kid. Just look at him. He hasn't even set foot on a mountain, yet he dares to call himself a hunter. What a farce. Very well, Lu Hongfang replied calmly. I will dispatch someone to call the steel mill and verify whether they have lost any boar meat. Chapter 151. Report to Director Wang, I cannot return home. In a bid for caution, Zhao Daji concocted another scheme. Even if the steel mill has not lost any meat, it must have been acquired from the black market, which is equally illicit. In his fervor to pin the blame on Lin Wei, he was willing to go to great lengths, heaping accusation upon accusation. He was determined to assert that as long as Lin Wei could not prove the meat's origin, he was guilty. Lu Hongfang discreetly signaled to Lin Wei, who nodded slightly, his gaze resolute, indicating that the provenance of the pork posed no issue. All right, since you insist, we shall initiate a formal investigation at the police station. Lu Hongfang sighed, realizing that Zhao Daji was utterly impervious to reason. No, there is no need for an investigation. Director Wang interjected hastily. She understood that Lin Wei was undoubtedly innocent. Yet this predicament had originated from the street office. If the police were to open a case, would not Lin Wei harbor resentment? Zhao Daji and Yi Zhonghai's eyes brightened at Director Wang's stance. Did this mean she was siding with them? Indeed, experience proved invaluable, understanding that a mere petition lacked sufficient weight. They required accusations of theft and illicit dealings to truly suppress Lin Wei. However, the next words out of Director Wang's mouth plunged them into despair. I am fully aware of the origin of the wild boar meat. It was all hunted by Lin Wei along with the villagers from Qinjiakan and Chongping, and subsequently sold to the steel mill. What he possesses now is a special reserve from his grandfather's family. Director Wang was acutely aware that if she did not step in to clarify, not only would Lu Hongfang feel disheartened, but Lin Wei would also be irreparably offended. Such a foolish error was one she could never afford to commit. The courtyard erupted in a chorus of astonishment, with everyone left speechless. Considering Lin Wei's extraordinary knife-throwing skills witnessed earlier, who could still harbor doubts? That formidable throwing technique must surely be the weapon used to hunt the wild boar. Yi Zhonghai and his associates lamented their miscalculations. Had they known, they would have courted Lin Wei's favor more earnestly. With just a casual gesture, he could procure thousands of pounds of wild boar meat. If only he would share a mere fraction, every household would enjoy a feast. But now it was too late. Zhao Daji gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? He is just a half-grown child. How could he accomplish such feats? Zhao Daji. There are always greater mysteries beyond your comprehension, Director Wang replied coldly. You have yet to witness the myriad of unexpected occurrences that exist. Despite her words, she recognized that had she not personally witnessed Lin Wei's fishing prowess, coupled with intelligence from superiors, she too would struggle to believe it. Zhao Daji remained unconvinced. But he assaulted me and the members of the neighborhood defense team. That must surely be a crime. Lu Hongfang shot a glance at Director Wang, her eyes reflecting the incredulity at how the street office could harbor such foolishness. Director Wang's voice turned stern. Zhao Daji, I have yet to address your unilateral decision to bring people into the courtyard to make arrests. By what authority do you act? Based solely on their fabricated reports? She pointed sharply at Yi Zhonghai and his companions. The three older men trembled in fear, realizing that Director Wang had seen through their scheme. Everything was unraveling. Aye. Zhao Daji stammered, cold sweat pouring down his face. Stop with the stuttering. Director Wang interrupted impatiently, waving her hand dismissively. Effective immediately. You are suspended from duty and awaiting disciplinary action. Zhao Daji's complexion turned ashen, silenced by the weight of her words. He understood better than anyone that revealing the sordid dealings of Yi Zhonghai and his cohorts would not only jeopardize his allies, but would also ensnare himself in a dire predicament. Director Wang's piercing gaze shifted to Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui. Under her scrutinizing stare, the three men quivered uncontrollably, barely able to stand. Director Wang's heart brimmed with vexation. She longed to terminate the employment of these three immediately, to rid herself of their presence. Yet, a fleeting thought of the enigmatic elderly woman residing in the back courtyard restrained her. She was the greatest concern in her mind. Moreover, this affair was ultimately a failed petition, not yet escalating into a greater catastrophe. Very well, she would deliver a stern reprimand and observe the repercussions. Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, Yin Bugui, she intoned with chilling severity. Your actions warrant immediate revocation of your liaison positions. The three elderly men from the Denton family suddenly turned pale, their faces resembling the color of the earth. The prospect of being dismissed was far more distressing than losing half their lives. However, considering their past efforts within the institution, Director Wang decided to grant them a temporary chance for redemption. With a slightly softened yet still authoritative tone, she instructed, You are to attend the night school at the street office for a month to deeply reflect upon your mistakes. For the time being, you will continue to serve as the liaison for this courtyard. Thank you, Director Wang. We will certainly study diligently and rectify our errors. The trio responded as if they had been granted a royal pardon, nodding vigorously, fearful that even a second's delay might result in the loss of this provisional opportunity. Lu Hongfang cast a sidelong glance at Director Wang and noticed her furrowed brow, realizing that this sister must be harboring unspoken troubles. Meanwhile, Lin Wei maintained a tranquil demeanor. The retention of these three individuals might not be such a misfortune after all. If they were truly dismissed outright, he would lose numerous legitimate opportunities to address their shortcomings. And consequently, his system points would diminish significantly. Enough, the matter ends here. Everyone disperse and return to your homes. Director Wang waved her hand, signaling for the crowd to leave. She massaged her throbbing temples, her mind in disarray. The most pressing issue at hand was how to mend her relationship with the child. Lin Wei, report, Director Wang. I can't go home, came Lin Wei's voice, causing her heart to skip a beat. This was precisely the last thing she wanted to hear from her troublesome nephew. Looking up, she saw Lin Wei winking at her, his eyes clearly conveying the message. Business is business. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her irritation and softened her tone as much as possible. Speak. Why can't you go home? Since you're already here, I shall assist you with it. After all, she had to rely on this child in the future. So she had to lower her stance somewhat. Auntie, little Xiao Xiao suddenly interjected with a sobbing voice. Someone has taken over our home. And Xiao Xiao cannot return. The statement struck like thunder from a clear sky, startling both Director Wang and Lu Hongfang. In an instant, they were filled with righteous fury, Who had the audacity to brazenly seize her nephew's property? Who is it? Director Wang's voice rose sharply. In broad daylight. How dare they occupy a private residence? Lin Wei, seizing the moment, expressed a hint of grievance. Leaders, you will know once you go to take a look. Without waiting for any further reaction, Lu Hongfang and Director Wang, both decisive in nature, immediately led a few security personnel towards the east courtyard. Before Lin Wei and the others could even reach the entrance of the east courtyard, Director Wang and Lu Hongfang emerged, escorting a weeping young woman from within, followed by a chubby boy with a bowl haircut and a toddler girl of about 2 years old. Yazanhai, explain to me, what on earth is going on? Director Wang's voice was as cold as ice. Who are these people, and why have they occupied Lin Wei's house? Yazanhai felt a surge of dread, his scalp tingling as a cold sweat dripped down his back. How could he explain this? Should he confess that the Jia family had taken over Lin's property, while he had silently condoned it, having already faced scrutiny from Director Wang? If he revealed any more troubles, not only would he lose his position as liaison, but he might also find it difficult to maintain his standing within the institution. This is Qin Huairu, the daughter-in-law of the Jia family, Yazanhai stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As for why she occupied Lin's house, I genuinely do not know. Director Wang slapped her forehead in frustration, her expression one of exasperation. Your courtyard is a veritable mess, one problem after another. I see that you 3 liaisons are utterly incompetent. Yazanhai's heart sank at the word incompetent, as he feared that the next step would be dismissal. Should he lose his title? How would he continue to exert authority within the courtyard? Director Wang, please grant us another chance, he pleaded urgently, his voice quivering. We promise to manage the affairs of the courtyard properly and will not cause any trouble for the street office. Yes, we will be diligent and responsible. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue echoed, their eyes betraying their anxiety. Director Wang then turned her gaze to Qin Huairu. The young woman had her head bowed, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her intermittent sobs did not suggest that she had the audacity to seize someone else's property. There was likely more to this situation than met the eye. Qin Huairu, why did you occupy Lin Wei's house? Director Wang endeavored to soften her tone, initiating her coaxing performance. Woo. Qin Huairu merely covered her face and cried, her shoulders shaking even more violently. How could she dare to tell the truth? Even without much education, she understood that seizing someone else's home was a grave offense. She could only continue to play the role of the wronged wife, hoping to elicit sympathy from Director Wang and gloss over the issue of occupation. Seeing her inconsolable demeanor, Director Wang furrowed her brow. How could they continue to question someone who was simply crying? She had no choice but to turn back to Yazanhai. Yazanhai, which unit does Qin Huairu work for? This matter must be referred to her workplace for resolution. Yazanhai inwardly lamented, Director Wang, Qin Huairu does not have a job, she is merely a housewife. A housewife? Yet she has the audacity to occupy another's home? Director Wang's gaze sharpened. There must be someone backing her up. Her words struck like a dagger, piercing to the core. Yazanhai was rendered speechless, only managing to emit a few indistinct sounds of agreement, while beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Qin Huairu, in a state of panic, furtively glanced at the true instigator of this chaos, her mother-in-law Jia Zhangshi. She saw Jia Zhangshi retreating into the shadows of the crowd, her eyes fixed on Qin Huairu like a hawk, clearly insisting that she bear the entire burden alone. It was over, it was all over. If the street office determined her culpability, not only would she face consequences for the occupation, but the tarnished reputation alone would be enough to expel her from the courtyard. Qin Huairu's mind buzzed, cold sweat trickling down her temples, her fingertips icy. In this moment of despair, a spark of inspiration struck her like lightning, illuminating her chaotic thoughts. Woo. She suddenly raised her voice, her shoulders trembling as if she had suffered immense injustice. Director Wang, I did not occupy Lin Wei's house. I noticed that the Lin family had been away for an extended period, and the house was gathering dust. So I kindly went in to help clean and check on the property, to ensure it was not burglarized. This unexpected defense momentarily stunned everyone. Yazanhai's taut lips relaxed imperceptibly, even forming a faint smile. He had not anticipated that this usually timid rural housewife would exhibit such quick wit in a critical moment. Yes, Director Wang. Huairu is always warm-hearted and loves to assist her neighbors. Yazanhai quickly interjected, his tone firm. This must be a misunderstanding on Lin Wei's part. She was simply helping with the cleaning and had no intention of occupying the house. Director Wang furrowed her brow, momentarily uncertain. She turned to Lin Wei and asked, Lin Wei, is she telling the truth? Was she truly helping with the cleaning? Lin Wei chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over Qin Huairu's tear-streaked face that concealed a glimmer of shrewdness. Not a simple character, he thought. Her quick thinking is commendable. Unfortunately, such words might deceive the uninformed. Director Wang, Is this truly a heartfelt effort to clean, or is it a malicious attempt to seize the property? A mere glance would clarify everything, wouldn't it? Director Wang and Lu Hongfang took the lead, with Lin Wei closely following. As the police officers escorted the pallid Qin Huairu, Yi Zhonghai discreetly signaled for Jia Zhangshi and others to follow. The group turned a corner, passed through the moon gate, and headed straight to the eastern courtyard. Even the locks have been pried open and replaced with new ones. Lin Wei produced a key and attempted to unlock the door, only to find it unyielding. This is an old lock that I replaced with a new one. Qin Huairu hastily defended herself, steeling her resolve to withstand the situation. Lin Wei pushed open the living room door, surveying the room's furnishings, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, you truly don't regard yourselves as outsiders, cooking and dining here? The table is set with quite a few dishes. Your entire Jia family is gathered here, aren't you? Qin Huairu gritted her teeth, insisting, it's not like that. We merely found this living room spacious and borrowed the space for a dinner. A knowing glance passed between Director Wang and Lu Hongfang, their understanding evident. However, the audacity of this young woman to lie so blatantly was indeed impressive. Lin Wei strolled toward the large Kong in the center of the room, his fingers gliding over the bedding. You're cleaning for us, yet why has all the bedding on this Kong been changed? These aren't my family's quilts. Qin Huairu quickly retorted. I haven't even inquired whose quilts they are. Why are you so eager to deny it? Lin Wei chuckled softly, turning to open the wardrobe. Oh, my sister, being a young lady, how could she possess boys' clothing? And this work uniform from the steel mill. When did I ever work at a steel mill or marry a wife? Qin Huairu's complexion turned ashen, her lips trembling yet silent. Observing the ire etched on Director Wang and Lu Hongfang's faces, Lin Wei decided to stoke the flames further. He unceremoniously gathered the clothes from the wardrobe and tossed them into the courtyard. I have no idea whose items these are that someone sneakily stuffed into my home. They're not mine. I find them filthy. Qin Huairu and Jia Dongshu's temples throbbed with indignation, but they could only grit their teeth and endure this humiliation. Chapter 153. Silly Zhu. Sister Qin's shoulders are truly alluring. Yet, there were those who could not bear it, particularly the spoiled little prince of the Jia family. Bang Gong. He had never endured such humiliation before. Witnessing Lin Wei discard his brand-new indigo cotton jacket like refuse, he bolted out of the courtyard, snatching up his beloved jacket. This jacket was procured by Jia Dongshu through ration tickets from Yi Zhonghai, crafted with care by Qin Huairu stitch by stitch. Worn to school, it was a unique source of pride among his classmates, cherished dearly by Bang Gong. Now, being tossed aside by Lin Wei, he could no longer contain his rage. You little bastard, you've ruined my clothes. You'll pay for this, or I'll have my grandmother summon my grandfather to take care of you. Yi Zhonghai's heart sank at these words, and he moved to cover Bang Gong's mouth. But Lin Wei was quicker, smiling as he stepped in front of Bang Gong, pulling him towards Director Wang and Lu Hongfang. Bang Gong, this house is mine, and so is this wardrobe. How could your clothes possibly be in here? Fueled by rage, Bang Gong shouted arrogantly, you little nobody. My grandmother said that people like you don't deserve to live in such a grand house. This eastern courtyard, with its 2 large rooms and kitchen, belongs entirely to the Jia family. You and your sister should get out. This is my family's house. With that, Bang Gong raised his little fists, ready to pounce on Lin Wei. But who was Lin Wei? He merely sidestepped lightly, using one hand to deftly immobilize Bang Gong's back. Bang Gong felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, his body weak and devoid of strength. Grandma, come quickly. Kill this little bastard. He's bullying me. Bang Gong cried out, his voice desperate. Jia Zhangshi instinctively stepped forward but halted, recalling Lin Wei's formidable prowess. Charging in would be futile. Director Wang and Lu Hongfang were seething with anger. A mere 6 or 7-year-old child could be so vicious, revealing the neglect in his upbringing. Qin Huairu, do you have anything to say? Director Wang's voice was as cold as ice. Occupying another's home and moving in with your entire family. This is illegal and a crime. Qin Huairu's shoulders trembled as she wept, understanding that no words could salvage her situation. She could only desperately feign innocence, hoping Director Wang might show her mercy. Director Wang turned to Lin Wei. Lin Wei, what do you propose we do about Qin Huairu? Before Lin Wei could respond, Yi Zhonghai interjected, agitated. She was the Jia family's prized daughter-in-law, and he could not bear to witness her suffer. Lin Wei, I cannot stand by while this happens. She is our neighbor. We should prioritize harmony and understanding between neighbors. Perhaps if Qin Huairu simply apologizes, we can let this matter rest? Director Wang shot Yi Zhonghai a sharp look. Yi Zhonghai, do you have an objection to this matter? Is it somehow related to you? No. Yi Zhonghai hastily waved his hands. Director, I merely meant this is a trivial matter. Let Huairu apologize and offer a courtesy, and it will suffice. Lin Wei could no longer restrain himself. This old man was utterly shameless, still spouting nonsense at this critical juncture. However, merely punishing Qin Huairu would let the Jia family off lightly. An idea sparked in Lin Wei's mind. Director Wang, I've heard that Qin Huairu still holds a rural household registration from Kanjiakan in Chongping. I propose that rather than allowing her to remain in the courtyard, causing strife among neighbors, it would be better to send her back to her hometown. This would serve as a punishment and set a precedent. No, that can't be. Qin Huairu suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide with disbelief, shaking her head vehemently. This isn't repatriation, it's tearing my dignity to shreds. My greatest pride in life is marrying into the capital and becoming an enviable city dweller. The golden phoenix that flew from Kanjiakan. If I were truly sent back like this, I wouldn't just be unable to stay in the city. I would become the laughingstock of the entire village. In that case, I might as well die. This thought, like the last straw, completely crushed her. Qin Huairu summoned an unexpected strength, violently breaking free from the officer's grasp, and threw herself at Lin Wei's feet. Lin Wei, how could you treat Sister Qin this way? She looked up, her tear-streaked face framed by disheveled hair, her once pretty features twisted by despair. Sister Qin has never wronged you. Lin Wei coldly regarded this wilting white lotus, a smirk curling his lips. When I was having dinner at home, who was it that always came begging, holding a basin for alms? When she couldn't get anything, she would stubbornly refuse to leave, treating my home like a soup kitchen. His voice suddenly sharpened. Now, taking advantage of my absence, you dare to occupy my house. Is this what you call being considerate? Sending you back to Kanjiakan is merely restoring peace to the courtyard. His gaze swept over the still struggling Bang Gong and the stunned Xiao Dang, a cold laugh escaping his lips. You should take your precious son Bang Gong and daughter Xiao Dang back to Kanjiakan to live. The once belligerent Bang Gong, upon hearing he too would be sent to the countryside, was instantly struck with terror. The dancing arms froze mid-air, and then, with a heart-wrenching wail, she crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Grandma, save me. I don't want to return to the countryside. Qin Huairu gazed at her two children, abruptly turning her head towards Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu, her eyes filled with desperate pleading. Mother, Dongxiu, please say something for me. I cannot be sent back. I simply cannot. Yet, the mother and son appeared as timid as quails, and if it weren't for the imposing gaze of Director Wang sweeping over the assembly, they would have undoubtedly turned to flee without uttering a word. Uncle, you must speak up. Qin Huairu pleaded again, reaching out to Yi Zhonghai. Forced to respond, Yi Zhonghai remarked, Lin Wei, you are exceedingly cruel. Are you truly seeking to take Qin Jia's life? Lin Wei's voice was frigid. To take her life? Returning to the countryside would mean that? Should she be condemned to a life of idleness, begging for morsels at mealtime and draining her neighbors' resources? This is not the essence of the working class. She is, in fact, a modern-day landlady. He deliberately cast this heavy accusation, eager to see who would dare to accept it. Enough, Lin Wei. Just as Qin Huairu sank into utter despair, a gruff voice erupted. A towering figure strode forward, a rough hand gently resting on Qin Huairu's trembling shoulder. Qinjia, your shoulder feels surprisingly soft. Indeed, at this critical moment, the only one audacious enough to step forward in support of Qin Huairu was none other than the notorious sycophant, Xiazhu. Chapter 154. Send Jia Zhangshi back. However, it was evident that this foolish Xiazhu had taken advantage of the situation before. Observing Qin Huairu in her most vulnerable state, his rough hand naturally patted her shoulder. A gesture so fluid it seemed genuinely comforting. Lin Wei raised an eyebrow, sneering. Xiazhu, do you have an opinion? Xiazhu glared, his voice booming. Of course I have an opinion. Taking over your house is certainly not Qin Jia's idea. She could never make such a decision. Oh, Lin Wei crossed his arms. Then I am intrigued to hear whose idea it was. Xiazhu's large hand pointed forcefully towards the corner where Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu cowered. When has Qin Jia ever run the Jia household? This is undoubtedly the idea of the Jia family matriarch. You insolent fool. How dare you pin this on me? Jia Zhangshi exploded. Initially pleased to see Qin Huairu take the blame, she was enraged when Xiazhu revealed her true intentions. Like a frenzied wild boar, she charged at Xiazhu, fingers splayed, ready to claw at him. Unbridled, Lu Hongfang, who had been observing coldly, swiftly intervened, delivering a decisive kick that sent Jia Zhangshi tumbling to the ground. Two police officers immediately stepped forward, deftly restraining Jia Zhangshi's arms and pinning her down. Director, it was Qin Huairu, this harbinger of doom, who orchestrated this, not me. Jia Zhangshi struggled on the ground, crying out that Xiazhu had wronged her. Director Wang frowned in disgust. This old crone openly denouncing her daughter-in-law as a harbinger of doom could not be innocent. It seemed likely she was indeed the mastermind behind this chaos. Yi Zhonghai felt a stirring in his heart. Qin Huairu certainly could not return to the countryside, but Jia Zhangshi, the troublemaker, could be dealt with. Removing this nuisance would undoubtedly bring peace to the Jia household, easing his own concerns. Resolute, he decided to remain silent and let Xia Zhu take the lead. Xia Zhu did not disappoint, hands on his hips, pressing the attack on Jia Zhangshi. Aunt Jia, I am not wronging you. You have been eyeing these 2 rooms in the Lin family for more than just a day or 2. Everyone knows it. This afternoon, when I returned from work, I witnessed you urging Qin Jie to move her belongings to the Lin family, complaining she was too slow and striking her. He turned to Director Wang. Director, the mastermind behind this is none other than Jia Zhangshi. Qin Jie was purely coerced by her. She has no authority here. Director Wang shifted his gaze to Qin Huairu, his voice deepening. Qin Huairu, speak the truth. Was this orchestrated by your mother-in-law? Qin Huairu's heart soared with joy. She had not anticipated that this clumsy oaf, Xia Zhu, would be so cooperative. Yet, outwardly, she needed to maintain the facade of a dutiful daughter-in-law. The act must continue. Lowering her eyelids, her shoulders trembled slightly. Her voice choked with emotion. Wu, my mother-in-law, she has longed for a house for so long that she momentarily lost her senses. Each word seemed to exonerate Jia Zhangshi, while subtly implicating her instead. The insinuation was unmistakable. Director Wang's gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade towards Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi, was this truly your idea? Before so many neighbors, you would do well to think carefully before you speak. Yes, Director, it was her doing. We can all testify. Su Damao emerged from the shadows, eager to join the fray. Though he and Xia Zhu were usually at odds, they were united in their disdain for Jia Zhangshi, who had always obstructed their access to Qin Huairu. If not now, when would they strike? It was indeed Jia Zhangshi's scheme. Many in the courtyard harbored grievances against Jia Zhangshi, and now they rallied in agreement, eager to see her downfall. Realizing her secrets were exposed, Jia Zhangshi's defenses crumbled. With a piercing scream, her corpulent frame trembled with agitation. You heartless white-eyed wolves. Why should you dwell in spacious homes while my family of 5 is crammed into that dilapidated room? You wretched paupers, why do you live better than my Jia family? This courtyard's houses rightfully belong to the Jia family. Whatever room we desire, you must yield it willingly. Woo, old Jia, come and see. These beasts, these childless wretches, are bullying us, a widow and her children. Take them away. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, eventually calling out for the deceased old Jia. The previously raucous crowd fell silent, whispers abruptly ceasing. Was Jia Zhangshi truly mad enough to pull this stunt in front of Director Wang? Yi Zhonghai's face turned ashen. Cursing inwardly, this incompetent fool had ruined everything. Clumsy and malicious, she had undoubtedly offended Director Wang beyond measure. Indeed, Director Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. His chest heaving with rage, he bellowed, to dare engage in superstitious nonsense in public, restrain her. The 4 neighborhood watch members brought by Zhao Daji were seething with frustration. After being reprimanded by Lin Wei, Director Wang had not only failed to support them, but had also suspended Zhao Daji. What good fortune could they expect while associating with him? Now was their chance to shine. They no longer cared about their own injuries. They surged forward, quickly subduing the plump Jia Zhangshi, twisting her hands behind her back and forcing her to the ground. Director Wang looked down at Jia Zhangshi, who was thrashing like a trapped pig, his eyes filled with revulsion. Zhang Xiaohua, you certainly have some nerve. You are the first to attempt such superstitious antics in all of Nanluo Guxiang. I recall your household registration is still in Zhangjiakan, Chongping, right? Perfect. I shall send you back along with it, ridding this street of one more pest. Heavens, I cannot return to the countryside. Director, I beg you. Upon hearing the words sent back, Jia Zhangshi nearly lost her wits, collapsing to the ground in a state even more pitiful than Qin Huairu's moments ago. She had married into the city for 30 years and had long severed ties with the countryside, not having set eyes on it once since. In this present moment, should she be forced back, utterly alone and without kin, it would be astonishing if those impoverished relatives did not conspire to consume her entirely. It is likely that within mere days, she would find herself perishing from starvation in some wretched hut. Just then, her esteemed son, Jia Dongxiu, could no longer remain passive. He dashed forward, kneeling beside Jia Zhangshi with a resounding thud, continually beseeching Director Wang. Director Wang, my mother has long been in frail health, reliant on medication year-round. If she is sent back to the countryside, devoid of medical care, how will she endure? I implore you, show mercy, spare her and my wife this time. As he spoke, he abruptly turned to Yi Zhonghai, his voice tinged with desperation. Master, please also intercede on my behalf with Director Wang. If they are truly sent away, the Jia family will face utter ruin. Chapter 155. The Jia family faces exorbitant compensation. Yi Zhonghai sighed deeply within. He had initially plotted to use this situation to rid himself of Jia Zhangshi while retaining Qin Huairu. thereby ensuring that the foolish Jia Dongshu fell completely under his control. In the future, his old age would be secure. Yet, this disciple, in his blind filial piety, had publicly elevated his mother, leaving Yi with no choice but to respond. Truly, a plan thwarted. Director Wang, consider the elderly and the young of the Jia family. Their plight is indeed not easy. Perhaps, could we grant them another opportunity? A lighter sentence? Yi Zhonghai found himself compelled to speak, though reluctantly. Director Wang's brow furrowed. She was not blind to the fact that Jia Dongshu's kneeling was essentially placing her and the street office in a precarious position. In this day and age, being sent back to the countryside, particularly a nearly 50-year-old woman unaccustomed to agricultural labor, would almost certainly lead to her starvation. Should this matter escalate, with Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai lodging a complaint, she would undoubtedly be held accountable for the loss of life. It seemed that the punishment must be wielded with care. High yet gentle, this troublesome lid must remain tightly sealed. Exchanging a glance with Lu Hongfang beside her, the latter slightly shook her head in understanding. It could not be allowed to escalate to a loss of life. Clearing her throat, Director Wang spoke solemnly. In that case, while the death penalty may be evaded, the living consequences cannot be escaped. Jia Zhangshi, on behalf of the street office, I hereby sentence you to 3 months of cleaning the public toilets outside and an additional month of study at the street office. Upon hearing that she would not be deported, Jia Zhangshi immediately clutched at this lifeline, eagerly exclaiming, I am willing. I am willing. Thank you, Director Wang, for your mercy. And thank you to the street office for your magnanimity. However, Lu Hongfang furrowed her brow. The punishment seemed far too lenient. The Jia family had been so audacious as to seize her nephew's house. If they were not severely punished, how could she maintain her dignity? She cleared her throat twice and seized the moment to speak. Director Wang, regarding the Jia family's illegal occupation of the Lin family's house. Surely there must be some accountability to the Lin family? Director Wang's heart sank. She had nearly overlooked the most crucial victim. She quickly turned towards Lin Wei, casting the decision upon him. Lin Wei, how much do you believe the Jia family should compensate? Lin Wei internally scoffed. He had not anticipated that Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu might possess some protective aura, preventing their return to the countryside. However, keeping them around was advantageous, as it would allow for more system points in the future. Yet, if he simply let them off lightly, it would be too lenient. Having not provoked the Jia family, they had audaciously encroached upon his territory. If they did not pay a price now, would they not overstep further in the future? With this in mind, Lin Wei gently drew Xiao Xiao closer, his tone heavy. Director Wang, the loss incurred from the Jia family's occupation of the house is significant. Look at Xiao Xiao. She was so frightened, nearly believing she had lost her home. This emotional distress must be taken into account. Director Wang, clearly impatient, waved her hand. Spare me the sentimentalities. Just give me a number. As long as it is reasonable, I will advocate for you. Lin Wei immediately smiled. All right then, with your assurance, I feel at ease. I propose that the Jia family compensate 200 yuan. Is that unreasonable? 200 yuan? You little. Jia Zhangshi nearly spat out her words, forcibly swallowing them back. Her face turning a deep shade of crimson. This is extortion. This is intimidation. I absolutely refuse. She had intended to settle for 1 or 2 yuan at most. Yet Lin Wei's demand of 200 was equivalent to half a year's wages for Jia Dongshu. To one who valued money above life, this was akin to demanding half her existence. Had it not been for Director Wang's presence, she would have already been rolling on the ground, calling for old Jia. The gathered neighbors gasped in shock. None had anticipated Lin Wei's ruthlessness. A compensation of 200 yuan was unprecedented in the courtyard. The last time, when Sha Zhu had beaten Su Damao to the point of hospitalization, he had only been made to pay 10 yuan. Yi Zhonghai interjected, attempting to mediate. Lin Wei, one mustn't be so selfish. The Jia family merely occupied your house for half a day, the time taken for a meal. Asking for 200 yuan is truly excessive. How about this? I will advocate for them to pay you 2 yuan. 2 yuan is already too much. 1 yuan would be a generous concession for this scoundrel. Jia Zhangshi screamed, eager to haggle further. Director Wang's brow remained furrowed as she turned to Lin Wei. You demand 200 yuan in compensation. What is your justification? Lin Wei's expression momentarily shifted to one of gravitas, yet his tone remained clear and organized. Director Wang, there is indeed a basis for this. My sister suffered immense shock. As her elder brother, it is my duty to take the time to comfort her. This delay will cost at least 2 to 3 days where I can accomplish nothing. He shifted his tone, raising his voice. As for the hunting I did for the steel mill, you are aware that I spent 3 days in the mountains, returning with 5,000 pounds of wild boar meat. Just calculate the worth of that meat. Here I am asking the Jia family for a mere 200 yuan in compensation. It is a fraction of what they owe. Director Wang nodded thoughtfully, seemingly convinced by the rationale behind his calculations. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Zhonghai interjected sharply, his face pale with anger. 3 days for 5,000 pounds of meat. Lin Wei. Deceiving the street office is a crime punishable by imprisonment. Lin Wei pointed a finger at Yi Zhonghai, sternly rebuking. What do you Yi Zhonghai think you are? How dare you repeatedly act with such insolence before Director Wang? Who grants you the audacity? The details of my hunting are well known throughout the steel mill. Are you simply ignorant of the facts, or are you deliberately distorting the truth? With those words, the onlookers regarded Lin Wei with newfound respect. 5,000 pounds of meat in 3 days. What an astonishing feat. Many were left speechless, realizing that this young man had earned in a single hunting expedition what others labored for nearly a decade to acquire. The thought alone was staggering. Director Wang interjected, Yi Zhonghai, refrain from making baseless accusations. Lin Wei's claims are indeed factual, and it is not merely about the 5,000 pounds of pork. There is also, she abruptly realized the need for discretion and halted her words. Jia Zhangshi, do you have anything more to say? Lin Wei pressed, taking the offensive. It is time to settle the compensation. Jia Zhangshi shook her ample head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum. Impossible. My family has no money, not a single cent. This declaration enraged Lu Hongfang completely. She stepped forward, her tone commanding. Jia Zhangshi, do you believe I want to have the police apprehend you right now and send you out of the city by tomorrow? She possessed the confidence to do so. The household registration was under the jurisdiction of the police station, making her actions legitimate and justified. Director Wang, upon noticing that her good friend had spoken up, realized that if the Jia family continued to evade responsibility, this matter would soon be beyond concealment. She promptly declared, Jia Zhangshi, Lin Wei's demands are entirely reasonable. Catching sight of Yi Zhonghai preparing to argue, she quickly interjected, Yi Zhonghai, silence yourself. She then turned to Jia Zhangshi, issuing an ultimatum, Jia Zhangshi. If you refuse to compensate further, the street office and the police station will jointly ensure your return to the countryside. Chapter 156. Jia Dongshu borrows money to repay debts. Oh dear, life has become unbearable. Jia Zhangshi attempted to resort to her usual tactics, wailing at the top of her lungs, but was abruptly restrained by Jia Dongshu. Mother, please stop making a scene. Jia Dongshu, his forehead slick with sweat, lowered his voice. If this continues, what will happen if they truly send you back to the village? His words acted like a cold splash of water, finally silencing Jia Zhangshi. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she understood that not compensating was no longer an option. She abruptly turned and glared at Qin Huairu, spitting out her words, You calamity bringer, why are you still crying? Hurry home and fetch the money. Qin Huairu looked up abruptly, her tear-streaked face reflecting disbelief. She could scarcely fathom what she had just heard. Money? 200 yuan? Was her mother-in-law truly out of her mind? Mother, I don't have any money. Her voice trembled, her shoulders shaking slightly. Not only could she not produce 200 yuan, but even 3 or 5 yuan was beyond her reach. As for the little stash of savings she had secretly accumulated, it was a lifeline she would never dare touch. You little vixen, stop pretending. Jia Zhangshi pointed an accusatory finger at her. Isn't Dongshu's salary all in your hands? Hurry up and bring it out. Mother, Dongshu only gives me 15 yuan a month. It's barely enough for rice and flour, Qin Huairu protested, tears streaming down her face. Jia Dongshu, knowing full well that his wife was unable to muster such a sum, reluctantly turned to Jia Zhangshi. Mother, I do give you 5 yuan each month as a pension. Why don't we use your money to cover it for now? What? You ungrateful son, how dare you think of my pension money? Jia Zhangshi exploded like a cat, whose tail had been stepped on. Heavens, life has become unbearable. I can't go on like this. She certainly had money. After old Jia's work-related death, the steel factory had compensated her over 500 yuan, which she had secretly stashed away. As for the 5 yuan Jia Dongshu provided each month, she had long since squandered it on snacks, leaving nothing to spare. Enough. Lu Hongfang interjected sternly. We don't have time to listen to the Jia family's domestic squabbles. If you can't provide compensation, we'll take you into custody and send you back first thing tomorrow morning. She had long seen through Jia Zhangshi's antics, recognizing her attempts to feign poverty to escape responsibility. Without a hint of mercy, she signaled, Someone, take her away. 2 officers from the police station stepped forward, ready to apprehend her. No, don't take my mother. We'll find a way to get the money. Jia Dongshu, seeing the police genuinely moving to act, panicked. He scrambled to Yi Zhonghai, clutching his pants leg desperately. Master, I beg you, just lend me 200 yuan to tide us over. I promise I'll repay you later. He was acutely aware that the only person in the courtyard who could produce 200 yuan on the spot was his good master, Yi Zhonghai. After all, Yi Zhonghai was a skilled 8th-level mechanic, earning nearly 100 yuan a month, easily exceeding that with overtime and bonuses. Yi Zhonghai sighed inwardly, realizing that this apprentice's family was truly hopeless. but to maintain his benevolent image and for the sake of future support. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and part with his money. Xialan, he turned to a woman nearby. Go home and fetch 200 yuan for Dongxiu. The woman shook her head in resignation. The Jia family was a bottomless pit. Why provoke the Lin family? Now that they had hit a wall and were required to pay compensation, it was absurd for them to have to dip into their own pockets. Yet Yi Zhonghai was her lifeline, so what could she say? Stooped and shuffling, she walked home, her figure suddenly appearing a decade older. Before long, Jia Dongxiu held out the 200 yuan, freshly borrowed from his master, gritting his teeth as he presented it to Lin Wei. Lin Wei, here's the 200 yuan. Let us consider our dealings settled. Lin Wei, suppressing a laugh as he accepted the money, thought to himself how this was merely the beginning of Jia family's misfortunes. Very well, now hurry and move your belongings back. It's getting late. Don't disturb my sister's sleep. Jia Dongxiu shot Lin Wei a furious glare, yet had no retort. The thought of moving everything back after all the effort they had put in was not only a waste, but also a severe blow to his pride, leaving him feeling utterly suffocated. Ding! The host publicly embarrassed Yi Zhonghai and Zhao Daji, earning 600 points. Ding! The host intimidated the various ruffians of the quadrangle, earning 400 points. Ding! The host forcefully counterattacked the Jia family, compelling them to compensate 200 yuan, earning 800 points. Remaining points, 2150. What a windfall! Lin Wei felt ecstatic, never anticipating that tonight's maneuver would yield such substantial rewards, compared to the exhausting labor of fishing and hunting for meager returns. This was an exhilarating experience. Half an hour later, the East Courtyard's main room was once again tidy. The little girl had already fallen into a deep sleep with the little black dog in her arms. However, Lin Wei was unable to rest, as he was reluctantly hosting two uninvited guests. There was no avoiding it. Director Wang and Instructor Liu, both wearing fierce expressions, sat across from him, showing no sign of leaving. Lin Wei cautiously poured them both a refill of hot water, wearing a forced smile. Aunties, it's quite late. If you two keep looking at me with such eyes, your nephew is bound to have nightmares tonight. Director Wang took a sip from her large bowl without lifting her gaze. Auntie, am I still considered your aunt? She placed the bowl down and gently tapped the table with her finger. 5,000 jin of wild boar meat, over 1,000 jin of giant bear. And the flying dragon. Lin Wei, you truly are something. Lu Hongfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You even hunted bears and flying dragons? Nephew, what other talents do you possess that I am unaware of? Lin Wei rubbed his nose, managing a sheepish smile. Nothing more, just fortunate, purely luck. Luck, my foot. Director Wang shot him a glare. I haven't seen anyone catch thousands of jin of fish in the frozen shikahai. Nor have I heard of anyone who could hunt several thousand jin of game in just a few days in the snowy mountains. This is not mere luck. Aunties, truly. It's also a matter of luck. Lin Wei tried to defend himself. People say that first-time mahjong players often have great luck. This was my first time in the mountains. I was merely blessed by the new player's aura. Enough, enough. Director Wang waved her hand with a hint of reproach. Red Fong and I are still your aunts. Having acquired such good fortune, why didn't you think of us first? You turned around and gave it all to the steel factory. Are we merely decorations, or do you not consider us as your aunts at all? Chapter 157. If you want supplies, I have conditions. Lin Wei immediately began to plead. Aunties, I transported grain to Qinjia village using trucks dispatched by the steel factory. Pray, tell us, how shall we transport such a multitude of game without a vehicle? Moreover, aside from the steel mill, who possesses the capacity to facilitate the exchange of such substantial provisions? At that moment, a flush of embarrassment crept across the faces of Director Wang and Lu Hongfeng. The implication of Lin Wei's words was unmistakable. Lacking the requisite strength, they ought not to covet his benefits incessantly. Who dares claim we lack the capability to handle this batch of goods? Director Wang retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede. It was intolerable for her to have her own nephew assert their inadequacy in front of her. Do not underestimate our street office. Although we may be small, we still have the district behind us. As long as you can procure game, I shall humbly beseech on this old face of mine to secure the provisions you require. Lu Hongfeng swiftly echoed her sentiments. Our municipal leaders have also declared that we will take as much as we can get, without hesitation. Can the city really afford to dismiss such provisions? It turned out both were armed with the unwavering directives from their superiors. With the new year fast approaching and various units still lacking their festive provisions, it was customary to distribute a modest amount of meat during the celebrations, a means to endure the end of the year after a year of toil. However, in times like these, all forms of resources were scarce, even with funds in hand. Acquiring goods was no certainty. Even the higher-ups in the fishing industry had to adhere to strict rations for a simple meal of braised pork. Where could ordinary folk procure meat beyond the quotas? Initially, It was acceptable that everyone was in the same predicament. Neither had it, nor did the other. Yet, in the absence of comparison, there could be no disappointment. As the workers at the steel mill received their festive meat, the employees of other units were left seething with envy. Though they kept their discontent concealed, the complaints behind closed doors were likely numerous. The leaders of various units bore immense pressure, their hopes pinned on the precarious bridge of unplanned procurement. This left the procurement officers in a dire predicament. The fresh recruits braved the biting winter winds, venturing into the outskirts of the city. Even the recovery of a solitary egg, a chicken, or a fish was deemed a success. Meanwhile, the seasoned procurement veterans were all too aware, in this year of famine, where even rural dwellers struggled to survive, there was little surplus meat available for sale. It was far more prudent to hunker down at home during the winter, enduring a few reprimands from superiors and perhaps a minor wage deduction, rather than suffering in the bitter cold. While others may not recognize Lin Wei's capabilities, Lu Hongfang and Director Wang certainly did. This evening, they had come equipped with the unwavering orders from their superiors to extract the potential from their nephew. Yet Lin Wei remained composed, merely shaking his head. Aunties, let us not discuss other matters for now. Recall the last batch of fish. It was quite a challenge just to gather enough grain to swap for them, was it not? His words struck at their Achilles heel. The previous fishing expedition at Shikahai had yielded far beyond expectations, yet the negotiation for grain had taken them 2 arduous days of pleading. Ultimately, they had been unable to secure a transport truck, and it was Lin Wei who had to borrow one from the steel mill to deliver the grain to Chenjiakan. The manner in which this was accomplished was hardly commendable. Now, confronted by Lin Wei, the faces of Lu Hongfang and Director Wang flushed with humiliation. Nevertheless, having spent years navigating the intricacies of grassroots bureaucracy, they had developed thick skins. Lu Hongfang promptly slammed her hand on the table. This time, we will ensure there are no mishaps. Nephew, simply tell us how we can assist you. As long as it yields meat, we are amenable to anything. Director Wang immediately chimed in, her tone resolute. I am in full agreement. Lin Wei pondered for a moment, lowering his head. Very well. I will grant you a day to prepare the grain. Regardless of quantity or type, bring whatever you can muster. We shall load the truck the day after tomorrow and head to Chenjiakan. Upon arrival, I will provide you with an equivalent amount of game based on the grain you bring. He paused briefly, contemplating for a few moments. With half a month remaining until the new year, this would be my last venture into the mountains before the holiday. The amount of grain prepared is for you to assess. Lu Hongfang and Director Wang exchanged a quick glance, each perceiving the same astonishment and calculation in the other's eyes. Lin Wei's proposition, while seemingly unorthodox, possessed a certain straightforwardness that was appealing. Deliver the grain first, and then they would see how to proceed. This would not only circumvent post-factum disputes, but also ensure the matter was resolved in one fell swoop. Yet, the question remained, how much grain should be prepared? If they underestimated, the meat received would be insufficient for distribution, leaving them struggling to justify themselves to their superiors. Conversely, if they overestimated and Lin Wei failed to procure ample game, their leaders would similarly be displeased. As this thought crossed their minds, both women simultaneously arrived at a solution. Why should they, as a police station instructor and a street office director, shoulder this burden? They could simply present the issue to their superiors, allowing them to make the decision and bear the responsibility, while they merely facilitated the connections. What could be easier? No problem. We shall proceed as such, they declared in unison, their tones imbued with a sense of newfound lightness. In truth, Lin Wei's actions were a test of sorts. He sought to gauge their audacity. As the old adage goes, the bolder the person, the more fruitful the land. Should their leaders possess the courage to allocate several thousand jin of grain, he would gladly accept the offer. Deep within the Yinshan Mountains lay a natural treasure trove, and he had the confidence, as long as the grain was in place, there would be no game he could not procure. Of course, if they lacked the audacity or trust in his abilities, that was acceptable as well. He could simply treat it as a leisurely excursion into the mountains, with the added benefit of securing some game. Presently, Chenjiakan was not in need of grain, and it would not be a problem to last until the summer harvest. Even in the event of a shortfall, he could always make another trip into the mountains later. Upon witnessing the 2 ants acquiescing readily, Lin Wei seized the opportunity to raise another matter. There is one personal request I would like to ask of you both. What is it, dear nephew? Speak freely. At that moment, both women were prepared to agree to any reasonable conditions. This connection Lin Wei offered was a long-term resource guarantee that must be secured. It's my buddy, Ma Sanner from the adjacent number 93 courtyard. He is nearly 18 and can't just remain idle at home. Could you help find him a job? Even a temporary one would suffice. Director Wang responded swiftly. Seizing the opportunity, he can come to our street office as a procurement officer, officially on the payroll. She paused before adding, let him come to complete the paperwork tomorrow. The The fact that the street office didn't have an official position for a procurement officer was of little consequence. Director Wang was acutely aware, with Ma Sanner in the mix. It effectively tied Lin Wei to their line. What future shortages of supplies could they possibly face? Chapter 158. A gigantic pie from the sky falls upon Ma Sanner. Not only would this provide a steady supply, but even if it were merely 2 or 3 occasions a year like with the steel mill's procurement officer, it would suffice to keep the street office well fed. As for the justification for this position, it would be effortlessly concocted. Ma Sanner could accompany Lin Wei into the mountains. And if he could bring back a bounty of game, his accomplishments would be manifest. Lu Hongfang felt a wave of dismay as Director Wang preemptively agreed. She regretted deeply, biting her palm in frustration. This was the frustration of not having personnel authority at her fingertips. She was still contemplating how to report to her superior, while Director Wang had already made a decisive decision on the spot. In truth, Lu Hongfang was unaware that Director Wang was also acting under considerable pressure. The staffing at the street office has always been a matter of one position for one person. Vacancies are rarely available. She was gambling, inviting someone in first and planning to embellish their achievements once Ma Sanner, alongside Lin Wei, produced results. Then, with a few flattering words in front of the leaders, this matter would likely be settled. Big nephew. Lu Hongfang suddenly recalled something and asked eagerly, "You're almost 18 now. Haven't you considered finding a job?" Director Wang immediately grasped her intention and quickly chimed in. "Indeed, why not join the street office alongside Ma Sanner? You could look out for each other. That would be splendid." At this moment, both aunts realized with a jolt that this remarkably capable big nephew of theirs, despite his prowess, was still merely a drifter in the city. Although he was the strongest of his kind, he ultimately lacked a formal job. This simply wouldn't he do. Such a talent should be urgently recruited, lest they miss the opportunity. Once he was brought into the fold, his contributions would surely come pouring in like snowflakes. It would be enough for him to rest on his laurels for years to come. However, Lin Wei merely smiled and shook his head. Director Wang's heart tightened. "Big nephew, you're not thinking of going to the Hongqing steel plant, are you?" Considering Lin Wei's numerous assists to the steel plant, their relationship was indeed quite profound. The financial backing and benefits there were vastly superior to those of the street office or the police station. To everyone's surprise, Lin Wei continued to shake his head. "I haven't made up my mind yet. What would I do at the steel plant? A monthly salary of less than 30 yuan? I'd rather take a stroll in the mountains or go fishing. I can earn more in a day doing that." His tone conveyed a sense of detached enlightenment. "Anyway, I'm not worried about food or clothing. It's far more comfortable at home, looking after my sister." If any trouble arises, he glanced meaningfully at the 2 aunts, smiling knowingly. "Aren't there 2 aunts here to help? What can't be resolved?" Lin Wei stretched widely, his eyes betraying a hint of weariness. "Work? I could never bring myself to do that. This laid-back lifestyle suits me just fine. If I run out of money, I'll just go fishing or hunting." He squinted, as if envisioning a tranquil scene in his mind. A home to live in, a sister to keep me company, and a little black pup wagging its tail. When I miss my elders, I'll trot back to Qinjiakin to visit my grandparents, and maybe wander around the mountains a bit. Who wouldn't relish such a heavenly life? Deep down, Lin Wei understood that in this era, no matter how hard one worked or how much one earned, it ultimately might not be firmly grasped in one's hands. Just like the game he painstakingly hunted for. Could his family consume it all? It was better to give it to his relatives in Qinjiakin, gaining a good reputation in the process. His current state of being was quite satisfactory, with no concerns for food or clothing, living in a courtyard and wandering freely around the city. Who wouldn't be enamored by such freedom? Director Wang pointed at him, exasperated yet affectionate. "Oh, you, at such a young age. How can you lack even a shred of ambition?" She sighed, her tone softening. "If not for yourself, think of the Lin family. In a couple of years, you'll need to marry, and your sister will also need to be wed. The bride price and dowry will all depend on your arrangements." Lin Wei waved his hand dismissively. "That's ages away. When the time comes, I'll just save up some money." Remembering tonight's matter, he raised his eyebrows, a hint of mischief dancing in his expression. "Besides, didn't the Jia family owe me 200 yuan? For marrying a wife or marrying off my sister? Isn't that more than enough?" Lu Hongfang shook her head helplessly. "Ah, you're young, yet your tone is quite grand. Fine. Aunt Lu will wait to see how you go about marrying a wife." In the midst of their banter, Lin Wei suddenly recalled something. He had been away for a few days and wondered how Ding Xunan was doing. Tomorrow I need an excuse to go see her. Just the thought of inviting her to a meal excites me a bit." The following morning, Lin Wei led his little sister into the courtyard where Ma Sanner lived. "Ma Sanner, good news, tremendous news." Even before reaching the door, Lin Wei's booming voice had already penetrated inside, startling the several ants busy in the yard. The ants paused their tasks in unison, ears perked up, eager to hear more. "What good news, Wei Ge? Have you decided to take me fishing?" Ma Sanner rubbing his sleepy eyes, sluggishly emerged from the house, his hair tousled in disarray. When has fishing ever been off the table? Lin Wei chuckled, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Today's matter is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Get lost. I'm only 18. It's not yet time for wives and such. What good news could there be? Ma Sainer scoffed, unconvinced. Seeing him still half asleep, Lin Wei decided not to tease further. Hurry up and grab your household registration book. We're heading to the street office to finalize your employment. What? Ma Sainer's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Gu, don't tell me you're pulling my leg. At that moment, Ma Sainer's mother came out from the house, holding a steaming basket of buns. Wei Gu and Xiao Xiao are here. Haven't tea had breakfast yet. Have you? Annie has just made fresh 2-grain buns. Since Ma Sainer had started fishing with Lin Wei, he had returned home the previous day with a large piece of meat, significantly improving the family's meals. Now, they could even enjoy hot, freshly made buns in the early morning. Auntie, don't worry about the food just yet. Lin Wei quickly waved his hands. I need to take Ma Sainer to the street office to report. He is about to get a formal job. What? Ma Sainer's mother's hand trembled, causing the hot bun to fall to the ground. She didn't even bother to pick it up, her voice trembling. Wei Gu, is that true? Absolutely. The street office has noticed Ma Sainer's fishing skills and wants to hire him as a procurement officer. Ma Sainer stood there, mouth agape, speechless for a long time. His fishing skills, however lackluster, couldn't he possibly compare to Wei Gu's. Yet, on second thought, being a procurement officer didn't seem too difficult. He could just follow Wei Gu to collect fish. Working just a day, wouldn't hundreds of pounds of fish be a piece of cake? This was far easier than odd jobs, with the added benefit of being a legitimate job. Chapter 159. The street office, another step on Zhao Daji. The ants in the courtyard overheard everything and immediately expressed their envy. Ma Sainer, you've really hit the jackpot. The position of procurement officer is something many would fight tooth and nail for. Exactly. That position must pay at least 500 yuan, right? One knowledgeable ant chimed in. In these times, formal positions were in high demand. Even mediocre ones were worth 500, while good ones commanded 700 or 800. Oh my Wei Gu. You've spent so much money. Wait here. Annie will go get you some money. Ma Sainer's mother hurriedly wiped her hands on her apron and turned to dash into the house. Lin Wei quickly grabbed her. Andy, this position is specially approved by the street office. It hasn't cost a penny. The ants were left dumbfounded. Is there really such a good deal in this world? A position that costs nothing, and it's going to that idler Ma Sainer? They began to admire him. Look at Ma Sainer, he has prospects now. My son is 2 years older than him, and is still lugging heavy bags at the grain station. Who could argue with that? Among the boys in our courtyard, who has managed to secure a formal job? It appears that fishing is indeed a craft of considerable skill. Perhaps I should encourage my younger son to learn from Ma Sainer. It might provide some supplementary income for our household. Ma Sainer's mother, noticing the gathering crowd and the ensuing chatter, feared that further conversation might provoke idle gossip. So she quickly ushered Lin Wei and the others into the house. Shutting the door behind them, Lin Wei casually picked up a steaming bun from the table and handed it to the little girl, watching with satisfaction as she took a hearty bite. He then thoughtfully broke off a small piece and bent down to feed the tail-wagging little black dog at his feet. Seeing both the child and the dog enjoying their treats, he turned to Ma Sainer and urged, "Hurry up, let's south head to the street office to finalize the paperwork." He calculated in his mind that should Director Wang change his mind, this opportunity would slip away. It was best to settle this matter promptly to ensure peace of mind. Ma Sainer's mother hurriedly stuffed several steaming buns into her son's hands, urging him, yes, go quickly. Arrive early to leave a good impression on the leaders. Upon arriving at the Hongxing street office, Lin Wei, familiar with the surroundings, produced a pack of cigarettes and offered one to the gatekeeper. He understood the nuances of social etiquette. While a man may not smoke, he should not be without cigarettes. It would be remiss to seek favors without some form of gesture. The gatekeeper, smiling, accepted the cigarette. Comrade, who are you looking for? Lin Wei pulled Ma Sainer, who stood slightly shy, closer. This is my brother. He is here to complete his onboarding paperwork, and I'm taking him to see Director Wang. The gatekeeper appraised the somewhat reserved Ma Sainer and nodded. The young man seems all right. You may go in. Director Wang's office is in the center of the back courtyard. The Hongxing street office was situated within a small 2-entry courtyard, smaller than the 95th yard where they resided. As Lin Wei, Ma Sainer, and the little girl stepped into the courtyard, a voice boomed with feigned authority. What are you doing? Is the street office a place you can just stroll into? Lin Wei looked up and was amused to find it was Zhao Daji, the deputy director he had reprimanded just the day before. Maintaining a stern demeanor, he retorted, good dogs don't block the way. We are here to see Director Wang regarding employment matters, and you have no business here. Zhao Daji furrowed his brow. What employment? How come I, as the deputy director, am unaware of this? He squinted suspiciously at the trio, suspecting they might be up to no good. Lin Wei's gaze sharpened. You think you can act without consequences? Have you forgotten the lesson from yesterday? Zhao Daji's face flushed with anger as he pointed his finger at Lin Wei, shouting, You little brat. Who gave you the audacity to act up in the street office? Lin Wei's eyes gleamed with cold determination. In a swift motion, he seized Zhao Daji's finger and twisted it violently. Ouch! Zhao Daji yelped, collapsing to the ground. Lin Wei placed his foot on Zhao Daji's head, applying just enough pressure to make a point. Old bald man, haven't you had enough of a lesson? Do you wish to feel my fists again? Surprisingly, Zhao Daji, emboldened by the familiarity of his surroundings, began to shout, Help! There are bad people attacking the street office staff. Someone, come quickly. Ma Sanner gripped Lin Wei's arm tightly, anxiety flooding his heart. Were they here to complete onboarding, or was this a brawl? Had Lin Wei reverted to his old temper, believing every issue must be resolved with fists? This was the street office, not a place for any riffraff to cause a scene. If this escalated, they could end up in detention. Their future careers could be jeopardized. Lin Wei, perhaps we should just let it go? Ma Sanner whispered urgently, sweat beading on his forehead. I can forfeit this job. Please don't cause a stir on my behalf. Why are you afraid? Your courage is less than that of Xiao Xiao, Lin Wei replied, gesturing towards the little girl who was calmly walking around the courtyard with the little black dog, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. She had been to the street office many times and was quite at home. Just then, several officials and security personnel rushed out in response to the commotion. However, upon seeing Lin Wei standing over Zhao Daji, they all came to a halt, recognizing that Lin Wei must possess some backing to act so boldly in the office. Among the security personnel were two who had just been dealt with by Lin Wei the previous night. Upon seeing him, they felt their legs weaken, silenced by fear. What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you arresting these troublemakers? Zhao Daji continued to yell. It dawned on him that he had irrevocably severed ties with Lin Wei. By stepping forward to confront him, Lin Wei had intentionally sought to humiliate him further. Yet, Zhao Daji was not well liked within the office, and despite the gathering of several individuals, not one dared to intervene. What are you up to now, Zhao Daji? A stern voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Hearing the voice, Zhao Daji felt a glimmer of hope. It was Director Wang. Surely, as a colleague, she would not allow him to be bullied by an outsider. Director Wang, I apprehended these two troublemakers who came to create chaos in the street office. Please have them arrested. Zhao Daji, attempting to save face, exaggerated his predicament, hoping that if he could pin the blame on Lin Wei, his temporary humiliation would be worth it. However, he was taken aback when Director Wang coldly replied, Zhao Daji, did I not instruct you to take a leave of absence to reflect? Who permitted you to return to the street office? At her words, Zhao Daji was rendered speechless, while the surrounding officials subtly took a step back, distancing themselves from him. Chapter 160. The Bet, Fishing at Kunming Lake. Everyone understood the implications. Zhao Daji was completely out of favor. Director Wang was clearly poised to reprimand him, and no one failed to notice which way the wind was blowing. In an instant, all present silently aligned themselves with Director Wang, drawing a line between themselves and Zhao Daji. Yet, Zhao Daji remained unyielding, struggling to justify his actions. Director Wang, although I am on leave, I am still a part of the street office. They came to disturb the peace, and I certainly have the right to intervene. Director Wang paid no heed to his protests, turning instead to Lin Wei and Ma Sanner with a warm smile, her tone instantly amiable. Lin Wei, Ma Sanner, you've arrived. Come, let us go to my office and finalize your onboarding paperwork. Ma Sanner remained in a daze, as if walking on air. It wasn't until Lin Wei gently urged him that he followed Director Wang toward the office, leaving behind a group of astonished street office personnel, as well as a completely dumbfounded Zhao Daji. Were they truly here for onboarding? Zhao Daji murmured to himself, his face growing increasingly pale. He knew all too well how difficult it was to secure a position at the street office. He had previously pulled strings for his nephew, engaging countless people and offering numerous gifts, and yet had received no confirmation. What was Lin Wei's background that allowed him to garner such personal attention from Director Wang? Sailing through the process as if on a green light. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Daji hurriedly adjusted his disheveled attire and discreetly trailed behind Director Wang and the others, determined to uncover the hidden intricacies of this situation. Inside the street office's director's office, Director Wang was playfully holding the little girl, smiling as she offered her a Mickey Mouse candy. Meanwhile, Ma Sanner nervously gripped a pen, his hands trembling as he filled out the onboarding form. Lin Wei stood to the side, furrowing his brow at the appalling handwriting that resembled a dog's paw prints, awkward and crooked, utterly unbearable to behold. It was truly astonishing that this fellow, more inept than himself, could secure a legitimate job. Director Wang, while teasing the little girl, inquired of Lin Wei, "We are heading into the mountains tomorrow. Do you have any plans for today?" Lin Wei's expression fell as he complained, Aunt Wang, are you treating your nephew like a beast of burden? Even cattle need a breather. How can one work nonstop day after day? Director Wang shot him a disdainful glance. When have you ever been tired? If anything, you seem to possess an excess of energy. Last night you caused a ruckus at the courtyard. And this morning you ran to the street office, even giving Zhao Daji a beating. Are you that idle, stirring up trouble? Lin Wei opened his mouth to retort, but found Director Wang had already turned her attention to Ma Sanner. Ma Sanner, startled, nearly dropped his pen. Today marks your first task as a procurement officer. Collect fish. You must gather at least 100 pounds, preferably 200. Only then can you consider the task completed. What? Ma Sanner felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Wasn't it said that being a procurement officer at the street office was a leisurely job? How could such an impossible task be thrust upon him on the very first day? His frail frame could hardly bear such a burden. Lin Wei silently sighed. He never anticipated that in helping Ma Sanner find a job, he would inadvertently entangle himself in this predicament. Director Wang was clearly pressuring him to go fishing immediately, otherwise, Ma Sanner's job would be in jeopardy. Aunt Wang, what kind of play are you putting on now? Lin Wei had intended to express that he had pressing matters to attend to, but upon meeting Director Wang's piercing gaze, the words died on his lips. All right, fine. I shall go fishing. It's just 200 pounds of fish. It's hardly a monumental task. Director Wang's eyes glimmered slightly. She thought it wise to offer them a taste of success. Here's the deal. If you manage to catch 500 pounds of fish today, I will officially promote Ma Sanner on the spot. Lin Wei's eyes brightened, his heart soaring with joy. To exchange 500 pounds of fish for a permanent position was indeed a profitable trade. Without further ado, they set off. At that moment, the office door burst open, and Zhao Daji, who had been eavesdropping outside, barged in. Director Wang, when did our street office establish the position of procurement officer? His tone dripped with skepticism. Director Wang cast him a cold glance. This man truly lacked awareness of the situation. It starts today. Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Daji scoffed, huh? Director Wang, do you really believe those two can catch 500 pounds of fish in a single day? I doubt the entirety of East District's pigeon market could achieve that. Unfazed, Director Wang replied, Zhao Daji, your lack of experience does not negate the possibility. Zhao Daji persisted, Director Wang, you can't fabricate a position simply out of favoritism. Director Wang surveyed him with a steely gaze, suddenly smiling. Fine. You don't believe me? Then join them, and see for yourself. However, if they do manage it today, you shall keep your mouth shut regarding Ma Sanner's employment. Additionally, you will be suspended for a month and return after the new year. She had already devised a plan. This time, she was determined to teach Zhao Daji a harsh lesson. A month's suspension meant he would miss the distribution of resources during the new year, allowing her to favor those aligned with her. Zhao Daji steeled himself, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth as he ground them in frustration. Director Wang was resolute in her intent to sideline him. This wager was one he could neither refuse nor accept. Fine, I accept. An hour later, at Kunming Lake. This locale was even more secluded than Shikai, especially during working hours. The vast expanse of ice-covered lake stretched before them, practically devoid of human presence. Why had Lin Wei chosen this place? Firstly, he had already been to Shikai twice, causing quite the stir each time. His reputation as a fishing prodigy was swiftly spreading throughout the city. If he returned, he would undoubtedly be recognized and surrounded. Secondly, he sought to explore new waters. Kunming Lake was known for its spaciousness, unlike the crowded Shikai, making it an ideal spot to successfully fulfill the daunting task of catching 500 pounds of fish. Zhao Daji settled himself on a small stool by the lakeshore, squinting into the distance. On the ice, Lin Wei, Ma Sanner, accompanied by the little girl and a small black dog, were moving about, seemingly in search of suitable spots to cast their lines. The more Zhao Daji observed, the more absurd it seemed, and he could not resist pulling out a cigarette, muttering under his breath, in this frigid winter. The ice on Kunming Lake is harder than stone. Can these two youngsters really break through it? Director Wang stood beside him, arms crossed, her face calm. Though her heart raced with apprehension, wasn't fishing at Shikai going well? Why had they suddenly come to Kunming Lake? If the fishing here proved poor, she would have to persuade her nephew to return to Shikai, even if it meant fishing through the night. She was determined to gather the 500 pounds and decisively quell Zhao Daji's arrogance. Behind her, 3 carts stood neatly lined up, piled high with water buckets. And about 10 members of the neighborhood watch awaited nearby. This was all preparation for the imminent transport of their catch. Last time, Director Wang had suffered losses for not bringing specialized water buckets. The fish had frozen during transport. The logistics team had complained for days, lamenting that the fish could have lasted them for 10 days but had to be hastily divided up for dried fish and preserved fish, a sheer waste. Even the street office's accountant had arrived, bringing a scale to weigh the fish on site without a hint of leniency. Let us begin. An assistant named Xiao Li exclaimed suddenly. He had witnessed Lin Wei and Ma Sanner break the ice at Shikahai and was in awe of Lin Wei's extraordinary fishing skills. Now, as the duo prepared to break the ice, he felt a rush of excitement. Xiao Li cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Daji, inwardly scoffing. This man had always been at odds with Director Wang. He had been excluded from the last fish distribution and had no idea of Lin Wei's prowess at Shikahai. Zhao Daji merely chuckled derisively, exhaling a puff of smoke. You think boiling water will melt this thick ice? What a joke. Yet, merely a minute later, Zhao Daji's smirk faltered. Without much effort from Lin Wei, he casually tapped the heated ice surface a few times, effortlessly creating an opening. The half-finished cigarette Zhao Daji had been smoking fell silently onto the ice. Unable to remain seated, he sprang to his feet to investigate, but the slippery surface betrayed him, sending him tumbling head over heels. Meanwhile, Director Wang and Xiao Li approached Lin Wei calmly, each step taken with utmost caution. They were well aware of the ice's treachery. By the time they drew near, a large hole, nearly 3 meters in diameter, had been completely opened. The little girl was eagerly tossing crushed fried dough balls into the hole, the delicious aroma wafting through the air, making even Director Wang swallow hard in anticipation. Lin Wei adeptly affixed bait onto the fishing hook, his gaze unwavering like that of the small black dog at his feet. Both intently focused on the water's surface beneath the ice hole, eagerly awaiting the arrival of fish. Ma Sanner, equally resolute, was deftly organizing the fishing rods. This time, Lin Wei had brought forth all 5 shark fishing rods he had exchanged for previously. With 5 rods cast simultaneously, their efficiency was bound to soar beyond mere doubling. Just then, Lin Wei keenly sensed the undercurrents stirring beneath the surface and casually cast the baited hook into the water. At that moment, Zhao Daji tumbled over, breathlessly muttering. If the fish in Kunming Lake were so easy to catch, it would already be overcrowded. While his remark held a modicum of truth, Kunming Lake was indeed significantly larger than Shikahai, with fish largely congregating in the lake center. Making shoreline catches sporadic, Zhao Daji had not accounted for Lin Wei's hidden advantage. The concoction of spiritual spring water and flour, combined with batter fried in meat oil, was an irresistible temptation for the fish. Moreover, Lin Wei had discreetly dripped a few drops of spiritual spring water into the ice hole for good measure. He was determined to secure a successful catch. Got one, Ma Sanner shouted as the bobber was abruptly yanked into the depths. Today, the pressure weighed heavily upon him. Failure to complete the task would jeopardize his hard-won job, and he would have no face to return to Nanlo Guxiang. A single comment from the neighborhood office about unsatisfactory trial performance could drown him in a deluge of scorn from the locals. Earlier, he had been plagued with doubts, concerned that Kunming Lake might not yield results and that Lin Wei's fishing prowess might falter here. True connoisseurs of fishing were well acquainted with their favored spots. They would not, like Lin Wei, flit from one location to another without a care. Yet now, within less than 10 seconds of casting, Lin Wei had hooked a fish, sending Ma Sanner's heart racing. Sanner, keep your cool, Lin Wei said, deftly flicking his wrist as the rod arched gracefully into a crescent shape. Be careful, Wei Gu, Ma Sanner cautioned, torn between the desire for a catch and the fear of mishaps. This was the first fish of Kunming Lake, and as a seasoned angler, he desperately needed this auspicious beginning to set a positive tone for the day. But Lin Wei would not squander time over trivialities. Sensing the force transmitted through the rod, he lifted his arm, and a shadowy figure shot towards Ma Sanner. This had been prearranged. To maintain the fish's pristine condition, the experienced Ma Sanner would handle the unhooking, while Lin Wei would continue fishing with another rod. This method not only saved time, but also enhanced efficiency. Although Ma Sanner harbored doubts about Lin Wei's prowess as a fishing deity, tossing the caught fish directly into his arms felt less like skill and more akin to sorcery. Nevertheless, he dared not question the supplier, having obediently donned a raincoat and braced himself for action. With a resounding clap, Ma Sanner did not even need to move his body. A slight bend at the waist allowed him to securely cradle the first fish. A good omen. Director Wang was also quite astute. After the last fishing expedition yielded an abundant harvest, she had boasted excessively, only to be caught out by her husband with a few basic fishing questions, revealing her to be a novice. Consequently, she had devoted several days to humbly seeking advice from seasoned anglers at the neighborhood office, finally grasping the rudiments of the craft. Seeing Lin Wei land a fish within mere seconds allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. If this trend continued, achieving the day's goal of 500 pounds might indeed be within reach. With a triumphant glance at Zhao Daji, she felt a surge of pride. Zhao Daji, however, stared blankly at the elongated fish in Ma Sanner's embrace, its scales glinting with a cold metallic sheen as it thrashed vigorously, exuding untamed vitality. Zhao Daji remained unconvinced. Impossible. This must be sheer luck. Yes, pure luck. Lin Wei merely cast a sidelong glance, nonchalantly remarking, "Ah, this grass carp isn't that big, perhaps 5 or 6 pounds." Little Li, standing beside Director Wang, couldn't help but cover her face, exclaiming, "A rod brings in 5 or 6 pounds. At this rate, completing the 500 pounds task is merely a matter of 100 casts." This was already nothing short of miraculous. Ma Sanner, still crouched nearby, chuckled foolishly while cautiously unhooking the fish. Lin Wei, however, had already picked up another rod, prepared the bait, and then suddenly hesitated. The young girl tilted her head, puzzled, and asked, "Brother, why aren't you fishing?" Lin Wei smiled gently, his gaze still fixed on the dimly lit ice hole. "Let us wait a bit. The big fish haven't arrived yet. Once they do, we shall fish." Chapter 162. Is today Lin Wei's fishing Waterloo? Lin Wei's concentrated gaze seemed capable of penetrating the ice water's depths, discerning the movements of the fish below with clarity. The small black dog at his feet barked twice, as if in agreement. "I'm watching too." Ma Sanner and Director Wang exchanged wary glances. The fish were biting now, so why stop? Moreover, could one truly discern anything significant merely by sight? The lake's depths were unfathomable, unless he possessed X-ray vision. Zhao Daji, standing nearby, scoffed sarcastically, "Keep pretending. Just keep pretending. 5 or 6 pounds of grass carp is already a stroke of luck, and you dream of catching a big one? You might wait all day and not catch a single fish." Only the young girl held unwavering faith in Lin Wei, clapping her hands in delight as she proclaimed, "Brother is the best. He'll surely catch a bigger fish than Xiao Xiao." At that moment, Ma Sanner had placed the first grass carp into the keep net. The two had learned from their previous experience that without a keep net, the caught fish wouldn't survive long. Suddenly, the small black dog began barking furiously at the ice surface. Lin Wei's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Ah, the big fish are coming." He flicked his wrist, and the bait splashed into the water. Director Wang and Ma Sanner anxiously focused on the spot where the hook sank, while Zhao Daji wore a look of disdain. "What a show. Do you think the big fish are your pets, arriving at your command?" Lin Wei gently tugged at the fishing rod. Ma Sanner assumed he was merely adjusting the bait's position, unaware that Lin Wei had already sensed a small fish nibbling at the bait. He aimed to disperse the smaller fish, biding his time for the larger ones to bite. Unfortunately, the bait was far too alluring. After a few gentle tugs, Lin Wei reluctantly reeled in the hook, which was now devoid of bait. Sighing, both Director Wang and Ma Sanner lamented in unison as they beheld the empty hook. "Wei Gu, take it easy. A fish is a fish, regardless of size." Ma Sanner observed that it had been smaller fish that had nibbled at the hook, and Lin Wei had chosen to forfeit that rod. Zhao Daji, witnessing this, felt emboldened, sneering, "Ha, I thought you had some skill, but it seems you're merely putting on a facade." Lin Wei remained focused, observing the water currents beneath the ice hole. Contemplating, the big fish in Kunming Lake seemed less vigorous than those in Shikahai. He recalled how, during previous fishing expeditions at Shikahai, when a big fish approached, the smaller ones would scatter in fear, daring not to near the bait. Little did he realize that those small fish, in his eyes, each weighed 2 or 3 pounds. Any other angler would have reveled in joy at catching even one of them. Lin Wei picked up another rod that Ma Sanner had just prepared, aimed carefully, and cast it with precision. Yet, this time, the outcome mirrored the previous one. After a few playful tugs, the bait was once again devoured by the small fish. Even Wang, the director, and Ma Sanner could no longer maintain their composure. Leaning in close, Director Wang whispered, "Nephew, the fishing conditions at Kunming Lake seem rather peculiar. Perhaps we should shift our focus to Shikahai. You are well acquainted with that place and are sure to have a fruitful catch." Unable to contain himself, Ma Sanner interjected, "Wei Gu, why don't you take a break and let me give it a try?" He understood that it wasn't a matter of fish not biting, but rather that there were too many small fish nibbling at the bait. Lin Wei was solely fixated on catching large fish, thereby missing out on opportunities. Zhao Daji, standing nearby, was practically beside himself with glee, exclaiming, "Haha, it seems Kunming Lake is specifically targeting our angler extraordinaire. If you managed to catch a grass carp today, you must have exhausted all your luck." Lin Wei shook his head, centering his thoughts. Things happen in threes. The previous 2 fishing trips had gone too smoothly, leading him to underestimate the prowess of the fish in this realm. Was it truly necessary to catch all the small fish first in order to avoid distractions and reel in a big one? That would deplete his bait far too quickly. Furthermore, the small fish were incessantly swarming. It was impractical to catch them all. It appeared that resorting to some form of trickery was unavoidable. As thoughts raced through his mind, the system's interface materialized in his consciousness. A plethora of purchasable items unfolded before him, as if they were within arm's reach. Among them, a skill specifically for catching colossal fish caught his attention. Upon seeing that it required only 300 points for redemption, he resolved to go for it. not only for the sake of his brother Ma Sanar's job, but also to uphold the reputation of the angler in the 4-9 city. After all, he still had a safety net of 1850 points remaining. Lin Wei quickly exchanged his points for the skill and activated it without hesitation. In an instant, his mind cleared, and an enigmatic fishing technique unfurled like a scroll before him. So this was how one was meant to catch large fish. Observing him in silence, Director Wang frowned at his nephew's seemingly distracted demeanor, pondering whether he was about to experience his first significant setback. However, perhaps this was for the best. A young person who enjoyed too much success might not appreciate it. A little grounding could be beneficial. Ma Saner, gazing at Lin Wei with a perplexed expression, wondered what was occupying his steadfast brother's thoughts. Unconsciously, he picked up a fishing rod, thinking that if all else failed, he could at least try his luck. He wasn't picky, as even small fish could accumulate to a respectable weight of 1 or 200 jin. Just then, Lin Wei abruptly snapped out of his reverie, induced by his new skill. He gestured for Ma Saner to refrain from making any hasty moves. With renewed focus, he scrutinized the water, then seized a fishing rod, swiftly adjusting the sinker and casting it into the depths. Zhao Daji continued to mock him. This Kunming Lake is unfathomable. No matter how you adjust your sinker, you'll likely run out of bait before you even catch a big fish. Yet, Lin Wei remained unfazed. His eyes sharp and hawk-like, fixated on the descending bait as if he could pierce through the depths. The fishing rod in his grasp began to tremble slightly but persistently, embodying the essence of the colossal fish-catching skill, transmitting energy through the rod, line, and bait to repel all the smaller fish encircling it. After nearly a minute without a single nibble, Zhao Daji's grin widened. Haha, not even a slightest bite. This ice hole is practically useless. Director Wang shot him a cold glare. Shut your mouth and watch closely. This time, we are bound to catch a big fish. Although she felt anxious herself, the remarkable history of her nephew's fishing prowess and his near-miraculous records encouraged her to trust him once more. Ma Saner bit his lip, remaining silent as his gaze remained glued to the bobber, his grip on the fishing rod tightening with anticipation. Even the little girl and the small black dog held their breaths, their wide eyes unblinkingly fixed on the water's surface. Zhao Daji attempted to continue his jibes. No need to keep watching. It's utterly hopeless. His incessant chatter abruptly ceased as the bobber suddenly plunged beneath the surface, yanked down by an immense force. Chapter 163. The skill of catching colossal fish lives up to its name. Zhao Daji feigned calmness. It's probably just a small junk fish. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wei exerted a sudden force, raising the rod. The rod remained steadfast, while the taut line emitted a hissing sound, as if it were on the verge of snapping. A large fish, undoubtedly a hefty one. Ma Saner was all too familiar with this scenario. The scene before him mirrored their previous encounter with a giant fish at Shikahai. Lin Wei adeptly maneuvered the rod, appearing not to exert brute force. Yet every ounce of strength was precisely applied at critical moments, exemplifying the art of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. A confident smile graced his lips, as he felt assured that this time, he was indeed reeling in a substantial creature. Come on up. Lin Wei steadied his stance, methodically stepping back. The rod bent at a precarious 45-degree angle, the line taut, and the air crackled with tension as it threatened to snap. Director Wang was tense, her palms clammy with sweat, murmuring, slowly, slowly. This fish is no small fry. We mustn't let it escape. Ma Saner, puzzled, glanced at Lin Wei, wondering why he had abandoned his aggressive fishing methods for a more technical approach this time. Little did he know that Lin Wei had already learned from his previous experience. While aggressive fishing had its impressive efficiency, it drained his internal energy significantly. Currently, his energy was wholly dedicated to the skill of catching colossal fish, repelling the smaller ones, leaving no room for wasteful exertion. As Lin Wei took several steady steps back, a sudden commotion erupted from the ice hole. A dark blue giant burst forth from the water, its mighty tail crashing against the surface and sending a deluge of water spraying everywhere. Ma Saner, standing closest, was drenched from head to toe, though luckily he had prepared by wearing a fishing raincoat. What a magnificent specimen! Ma Saner gasped, finally discerning the outline of the giant creature, exclaiming in awe that this size might rival the last fish king they had encountered. The shadow before them measured at least 1.5 meters in length, its corpulent form partially concealed in the murky depths, its sheer size indicating a formidable weight. Alas, it's still a bit shy of the 100 gene mark, Lin Wei mused, feeling the diminishing force in his hands, deducing that this hefty specimen was slightly inferior to the last fish king. Nevertheless, this was a rare catch indeed, and he was determined not to let it slip away. He took another couple of steps back, and as he continued to apply pressure, the true form of the giant creature was finally unveiled to everyone present. Its body displayed a sleek, spindle-like shape, robust and powerful, exuding a raw, untamed energy. The entirety of its body was adorned with circular scales the size of a child's palm, glimmering with a cold, dark sheen under the winter sunlight. Its head was relatively small and pointed, with a blunt snout, but what was most alarming was its massive mouth, when it suddenly opened wide, revealing its formidable teeth. Even the typically fearless little girl covered her eyes in fright. A blue fish, a magnificent blue fish. Ma Sanner reacted almost instantaneously, confidently identifying the esteemed creature. Hurry, hurry, Director Wang urged, her excitement palpable as she called out to Xiaoli, quickly get Accountant Lu to bring over the scales. I must know its weight immediately. This response was instinctive for every angler. Once a substantial catch was made, the first order of business was to ascertain its exact weight. Here it comes, here it comes. Accountant Lu, stationed on the shore where the terrain rose slightly, could see the commotion from afar, his excitement matching that of Director Wang. She promptly instructed 2 members of the joint defense team to deftly hoist the scale onto the cart, accompanied by a large water bucket, and they jogged over in haste. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wei steadied his grip. The massive bluefish had been dragged to the edge of the icy hole, although it still thrashed about. Its strength was evidently waning. Ma Sanner, unable to contain his excitement, leaped forward, using both hands and feet to embrace the soon-to-be fish king, repeatedly exclaiming, so big, truly enormous. Meanwhile, Zhao Daji remained frozen in place, murmuring in a dazed manner, this luck, it must merely be a stroke of good fortune. At the other side, several individuals, including Accountant Lu, hoisted the fish onto the scale, their eyes widening in astonishment. Oh my, 89 pounds, just shy of 90. The tone was laced with indescribable delight. Director Wang leaned in for a closer look at the scale, nodding with a hint of regret. Well, let us see what the next catch brings. Ma Sanner hurriedly filled the wooden bucket with water, insisting, I want this big fish alive. Very well. Keep an eye on it. Ma Sanner responded, his hands moving swiftly, a smile plastered across his face. Zhao Daji, standing with his arms crossed, scoffed. One fish is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. It's impossible to catch another. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring all present could hear. This fellow was resolutely determined to oppose Director Wang, neglecting even the facade of civility. However, what transpired next was something Zhao Daji would prefer to forget for the rest of his life. A colossal catfish, an impressively large one. Ma Sanner suddenly shouted, his voice quivering with excitement. Accountant Lu approached the scale with a grin. Hee, this catfish weighs 62 pounds. Wow, a big black fish. Someone come help hold it down. Ma Sanner frantically attempted to restrain the thrashing fish caught by Lin Wei, water splashing everywhere. A black fish, 58 pounds. Lu's voice was brimming with mirth. Within just over an hour, Lin Wei, as if conjuring a magic trick, had effortlessly pulled up 8 large fish, each weighing over 50 pounds. With each catch, onlookers gasped in astonishment. This is incredible, a total of 511 pounds. Ma Sanner's task is accomplished. Lu exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. She could hardly believe that Ma Sanner seemed to be blessed by fortune. How little time had passed. The target for formal employment had already been met, and Ma Sanner was now officially a staff member of the street office. Yet, Accountant Lu felt no trace of jealousy. Instead, she genuinely rejoiced for Ma Sanner. Firstly, she was a protege of Director Wang, and someone valued by him was naturally considered one of their own. Secondly, with Lin Wei's prowess as a supplier, Ma Sanner could effortlessly fulfill his duties without the relentless toil faced by other procurement officers, who were often left begging for meager supplies. A month's task could be completed in less than a day. Moreover, the street office had managed to secure such an abundance of supplies, and as the accountant, she felt a sense of pride, even if it was solely fish and meat, with Director Wang's capabilities and network. Exchanging fish for meat at the supply and marketing cooperative or slaughterhouse would pose no obstacle. In the future, not only would they enjoy meat daily in the cafeteria, but she could also occasionally bring home some to supplement her household. Even the status of the Hongxing Street office would rise significantly, leading district leaders to seek out the office for fish and meat allocations. Other street offices, they could only watch and envy. After all, they lacked a procurement officer like Ma Sanner and certainly didn't have a supplier like Lin Wei.